Chapter 1. The Minister's Office of the Ministry of Magic beneath Whitehall, London. Having just concluded a parliamentary session, Minister Fudge was in high spirits, elated by the unanimous approval of his proposal. He was contentedly waving his wand, preparing himself a cup of red tea. Yet, before he could relish his first sip, a somber-faced wizard entered the room. "You!" Fudge looked up, ready to reprimand, only to find the wizard suddenly placing a book before him, causing his words to falter abruptly. Minutes later, a panicked Fudge shouted at the wizard, "Quickly, summon Dumbledore." Once the wizard vanished, Fudge gazed at the book on his desk with a complex expression, remaining silent for a prolonged moment. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. "Dumbledore, what on earth are you up to?" A sudden downpour brought a refreshing coolness to the sweltering August. However, it was a misfortune for the children of St. Mary's Orphanage, who had just hung their sheets out to dry in the yard. "Sister Eileen, why doesn't Arthur have to work with us?" A small boy, clutching a white sheet and sporting a few freckles, asked with a hint of frustration. "Arthur is our star of St. Mary's. How could you expect a great author to engage in such tasks?" Before the sister could respond, a golden-haired girl behind the boy interjected. Upon mentioning Arthur, her clear eyes sparkled with admiration, and her petite, charming face openly revealed her adoration for him. "It's just writing novels." "Honestly," the boy muttered under his breath. "What did you say?" "Nothing. This is nothing. I merely wish to earn money to pay for the exorbitant tuition fees." In response to Director Shu's praise, Arthur gently shook his head, maintaining a calm demeanor. "Arthur, there's no need for humility. Not everyone can pen a novel that becomes a national sensation within just half a month at your age." Having lived at St. Mary's Orphanage for over 60 years, Shoes regarded it as his entire world, his home. In this home, as he became a parent, he too, like the former director Father Wayne, nurtured several children he took pride in. Yet Arthur was an exception. He never anticipated Arthur to achieve greatness. As long as he grew up safely, that would suffice. "The publishing house has already contacted me. Editor Teresa will personally come this afternoon to deliver your school recommendation letter and manuscript fee." "Oh." Arthur's calm reaction prompted Shoes to sigh. Gazing at Arthur at that moment, Shoes couldn't help but reminisce about the day he first encountered him. It was a gloomy morning when Shoes, passing through a damp alley, discovered an abandoned infant. The child was frail and soaked through, and feeling compassion, Shoes took him back to the orphanage. For a week, the infant suffered from a high fever, and just as everyone presumed he was destined to return to the embrace of the Lord, he miraculously began to recover. The infant who survived against all odds. Shoes named him Arthur Pendragon, after the legendary king from Celtic mythology. "Father Shoes, unless there's anything else, I'll take my leave." Arthur, observing Shoes lost in thought again, decided not to disturb the elderly priest who had devoted his life to the orphanage and whose hair had turned white from worry. "Don't always wear such a serious face. You're just an 11-year-old child. Honestly, if you weren't raised by me, I would question whether you truly created Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone." Shoes brushed back a silver strand of hair, gazing at the boy he knew so well yet could never fully understand. "I merely wish to earn money for." Arthur began to explain once more. "Yes, I know. I won't prattle on. Quickly head back. The weather is turning chilly. Wear something warm so you don't catch a cold again. See you this afternoon, Father Shoes." As Arthur closed the wooden door quietly behind him, Shu's wrinkled face broke into a smile of satisfaction. What a considerate child. With a sigh of reminiscence, Shoes lowered his gaze to Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone on the table, unable to suppress another smile. He picked up the book, stood up, and walked over to the glass cabinet behind him, where he kept some important items. With a contented smile, he placed Arthur's first novel inside. St. Mary's Orphanage was originally an ancient church, tracing its origins back to the 16th century. There is a long-standing rumor that this church was built by the most renowned craftsman in England at the behest of Charles, his illegitimate daughter. Alas, time has flown, and circumstances have changed. Due to its remote location, the number of worshippers at St. Mary's Church had dwindled, leading to chronic financial deficits for the orphanage. Recently, the power company issued a final notice: if the electricity bill was not paid, they would cut off the power. The fact that St. Mary's Orphanage could still endure was entirely due to the perseverance of Father Shoes and several nuns. It seems the publishing house won't settle the manuscript fees within half a month. It appears Aunt Teresa has made an exception for me. I wonder how much will be left for Father Shoes after paying the tuition fees. In the dimly lit library, Arthur sat at an old desk, clutching a broken pencil, continuously jotting down numbers and symbols on a yellowed newspaper. 1275 N, 10327, 250, 1500.x unknown. These figures represented his estimates for the manuscript fee of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, as well as the tuition fees, registration fees, and deposits for Eton College. As for the final X, it denoted the amount he intended to give to Father Shoes. To change my life and save this declining orphanage, I must earn a significant amount of money. To amass wealth, both knowledge and connections are indispensable. I am merely an ordinary person, an ordinary orphan. To build connections and broaden my horizons, I can only attend the best school in England, Cambridge University. And the first step to entering Cambridge is to attend Eton College. In my past life, I was just an ordinary individual, and I still am. The only hope I can rely on are the fragments of memories that have recently resurfaced. Arthur placed the broken pencil down on the newspaper, contemplating the exorbitant medical expenses for Sister Eileen, who had cared for him since childhood, lost in thought. Ordinary individuals face ordinary troubles everywhere. I wish to live a long life. Money is my lifeblood. Arthur, I knew you would be here. Speak. Arthur glanced at the girl who had pushed open the wooden door, closing his notebook. Sister Eileen said Father Shoes is looking for you. All right, thank you, Arthur replied, tidying up the desk before extinguishing 1/5 of the candle. He stood up, clutching his notebook, and walked towards the girl. Aren't you curious about what the priest wants with you? The spirited girl, twirling her eyes, noticed Arthur's indifferent expression and could not help but inquire. It's probably about Aunt Teresa coming. Arthur nodded, recalling Father Shuss' words from earlier. I've been in the yard and haven't seen him arrive. Only a bearded old man asked me how to get to the director's office. Is that so? Perhaps Aunt Teresa had an unexpected matter to attend to. Arthur paused for a moment before continuing towards Father Shuss' office, leaving the girl standing in place. What a silly boy. Can't he talk to me a bit more? The girl watched Arthur's retreating figure, pouting in frustration. Outside the director's office, Arthur lightly knocked on the wooden door and, upon hearing Father Shuss' voice, slowly pushed the door open. Seeing Arthur, Father Shoes beamed kindly. Introducing Arthur, this is Mr. Albus Dumbledore. He has come to you with great interest. Arthur, what a coincidence, isn't it? Mr. Dumbledore shares a name with the headmaster of the magical school in your novel. Father Shoes regarded Arthur, who had not taken a step further into the room, with a gentle gaze, speaking in a proper London accent. What a marvelous coincidence. Good day, Mr. Dumbledore. Ultimately, Arthur chose to step inside the room, gently closing the office door behind him as he bowed respectfully to Dumbledore. Hello, Mr. Pendragon. Your novel has truly astonished me. Upon hearing his name, Dumbledore's clear eyes revealed no surprise. His countenance remained calm as water, betraying not a hint of anxiety. He found himself intrigued by the young lad who had already caused quite a stir throughout the entire British magical community. Arthur has always been this way, taciturn by nature. Please, do not take offense, Mr. Dumbledore. Father Hughes, standing behind the desk, noticed the sudden awkwardness in the atmosphere. In an effort to prevent Dumbledore from perceiving Arthur as a difficult child, he felt compelled to elaborate. Not all. Father Hughes, may I have a private conversation with Pendragon, Mr. Arthur? Dumbledore retrieved a book from within his gray robes, then smiled warmly at Hughes. As his words concluded, an unusual aura emanated from him, prompting Hughes to instinctively nod in agreement. Very well, I understand. A meeting between a bibliophile and an author, then. I have some matters to attend to. Under the influence of this aura, Hughes naturally picked up a stack of documents from the desk and exited the headmaster's office. The crisp sound of the door closing echoed within the room, leaving Dumbledore and Arthur gazing intently at one another. After a brief moment, Dumbledore realized he could not discern Arthur's inner thoughts and decided to break the silence. Could you enlighten me as to why you chose to write this novel? Dumbledore opened the book Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, glancing at a passage that described his own entrance in a manner both mysterious and dashing, which brought a smile to his face. His once mundane actions had been transformed into those of a formidable and enigmatic wizard within its pages. Indeed, he was a powerful wizard. But how could this Muggle child, living in an orphanage, possibly know such things? Because I want to make money. In the presence of Dumbledore's formidable aura, Arthur did not concoct any elaborate excuses. He paused, his gaze shifting, and nervously inquired, "You're not here to demand royalties from me, are you?" "I'm afraid I haven't received my payment yet." Upon hearing this, Dumbledore's eyes sparkled with amusement, and he erupted into hearty laughter. He had previously been perplexed as to why Arthur did not seem taken aback upon hearing his name now. It all made sense. "How could that be? I am here simply to meet you and learn about the process behind your novel. After all, much of what you wrote has already transpired, and some events are still unfolding." Dumbledore was reluctant to employ legilimency on a minor to probe his thoughts. Yet he couldn't resist the temptation of this Muggle orphan who seemed to possess knowledge of the magical realm. The outcome, however, left him utterly astonished. Arthur's soul was enveloped in a vast ocean, preventing Dumbledore's legilimency from penetrating and revealing any of his thoughts. This was a phenomenon characteristic of mental shielding. It appears that the admission list for this year does not include a child by the name of Arthur Pendragon. Yet this boy before me possesses considerable magical potential. How curious! The feathered quill in the tower has never overlooked any child with magical aptitude. Observing the silent Arthur, Dumbledore's curiosity about his uniqueness only deepened. I had a sudden inspiration, and then I envisioned a narrative based on that idea, subsequently refining it into a written form. Upon realizing that Dumbledore was not there to demand money, Arthur felt a wave of relief wash over him. Earning money was his foremost priority at that moment. Regarding his rebirth into the world of Harry Potter, his heart remained as tranquil as his demeanor. Arthur's extraordinary composure was entirely incongruous with his age. Such behavior rendered Dumbledore unable to see through him. He flipped to the final chapter of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, softly reciting the words he had once spoken to Harry on his sickbed. "Only one who seeks the Philosopher's Stone not to use it, but to find it, will be able to obtain it." Once he finished reciting, he closed the book and regarded the still, unruffled Arthur, stroking his beard thoughtfully. "An intriguing notion, though regrettably, it shall go unused. I apologize for any trouble I may have caused. I hope you don't expect me to pay for damages. I do not possess any galleons." Puffed. "Ha! You truly are an amusing young lad. Perhaps that place would suit you perfectly." Dumbledore could not help but chuckle at Arthur's continued concern over finances, despite his vast experiences. Were it not for his status as a powerful wizard, he might have suspected that Arthur was merely a greedy pixie in disguise. "I have no desire to go. Learning magic will not earn me any money." The place Dumbledore referred to certainly did not imply Azkaban. Moreover, a Muggle would not be eligible for imprisonment in a facility teeming with nefarious wizards. "You should understand, my ability to meet with you indicates that you have caught the attention of the Ministry of Magic. The actions you have taken cannot simply be resolved with a forgetfulness charm." Dumbledore reminisced about the fury etched on Fudge's face and let out a soft sigh. He did not wish for this potentially prophetic child to be subjected to the whims of the mysterious. Taciturn individuals within the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, treated as a mere guinea pig for their research, were there truly no other options. In truth, I could choose not to write about Harry Potter. I am currently honing a new manuscript, though perhaps I shall refrain from elaborating further. As he gazed upon the aged Dumbledore, Arthur's mind conjured images of the wizard in his youth, alongside a rather handsome German man who exuded an aura of mischief. "Surely, you cannot mean him?" Upon hearing this, an unsettling premonition surged within Dumbledore's mind. Just as he was about to inquire further, a sudden shift in his expression revealed a grave concern that it appeared that some individuals could no longer remain idle. "Arthur, this magical realm is far from the whimsical adventures depicted in your stories." Before he could finish his thought, a deafening explosion erupted from behind him. Dumbledore spun around, his gaze fierce as shattered glass. Splintered wood and debris were propelled towards them at some point. His ancient, ebony wand had found its way into his hand, casting a spell to shield them from the explosive curses hurtling their way. He swiftly appeared beside Arthur. Before Arthur could react, Dumbledore's bony hand rested firmly on his frail shoulder. "Surely, you do not wish for this place to be reduced to rubble, do you?" With a swift twist of their forms, the two vanished from the wreckage of the headmaster's office, melding into shadows. Apparition, a sophisticated spell for rapid movement, was a requisite for dark wizards who sought to wreak havoc and pillage. Yet, to ordinary wizards, it was merely a conventional means of transportation. One cannot classify it as dark magic simply because it has been misused. On a secluded hillside, Arthur turned to behold the ominous clouds above. Where billowing plumes of black smoke approached with alarming speed, a flicker of panic finally marred his typically tranquil visage. "Aren't you the mightiest of wizards? Dealing with these foes should be a trivial task for you." As the crisis loomed closer, Arthur furrowed his brow, his expression one of distress. He was merely an ordinary child seeking to profit from his novels. Upon learning that this world was entwined with that of Harry Potter, he never anticipated the upheaval his stories would incite. Ironically, it was not the foretelling of this world's future that stirred such chaos, but rather the mere inclusion of the magical realm itself. Dumbledore refrained from responding to Arthur's skepticism, his gaze fixated on the 6 dark-robed wizards descending before them. He had previously discussed the potential panic among wizards stemming from Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, which was precisely why he had come to meet with Arthur. "Have the Death Eaters and Grindelwald's remnants joined forces?" Dumbledore murmured softly. Among the 6 dark-robed figures, several were familiar faces from his past, while others were less recognizable. Yet the magic radiating from them made it clear they were no ordinary dark wizards. "Dumbledore, that Muggle child must die today." The leader, an elderly man with a grizzled beard, glared at Arthur with eyes full of malice. 70 years prior, Dumbledore had defeated their spiritual leader, thereby becoming the enemy of Grindelwald's followers. Nevertheless, he remained a member of the wizarding community, bound to protect its interests. The audacity of a Muggle child, who had never been exposed to the wizarding world, to craft a novel based on the intricacies of their society, featuring enigmatic figures like Harry Potter and Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, was a source of trepidation for those who felt their existence slipping into obscurity. While the tides of the wizarding world had shifted beyond their control, they could not permit a Muggle child to unveil its secrets to the eyes of non-magical folk. Muggles were forever a despicable presence. How could they allow them to exploit the magical world for their narratives? "Your presence here defies the agreement I once made with Grindelwald. Moreover, you conspire with the remnants of the Death Eaters." Dumbledore shook his head, speaking with an air of indifference. His gaze swept over the figures standing behind the bearded wizard. An imposing aura emanated from him, demanding respect. "To protect him also violates the statute of secrecy, does it not?" A tall, shadowy wizard with a hoarse voice retorted sharply. The International Statute of Wizarding Secrecy, enacted in 1690, was a decree aimed at safeguarding the magical world from Muggle discovery. It mandated that wizards remain entirely concealed, ensuring their existence remained unknown to Muggles. Arthur's Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone had unequivocally trampled upon this regulation. Should any Muggle read this book and come to believe in the existence of wizards, the statute would be rendered meaningless. Although the factions behind these dark-robed wizards might desire the repeal of the statute, the obstinate traditionalists among the wizarding community would never permit such a breach to occur, especially with a Muggle who might possess formidable prophetic abilities at the center of it all. The statute of secrecy, it seems, is a compelling topic to explore, as tensions escalated, poised for a potential life-and-death confrontation. Arthur surprisingly found himself calmer. Upon hearing the mention of the statute, a spark of inspiration ignited in his mind. He hastily retrieved his notebook, ready to jot down his thoughts. The 6 dark-robed wizards watched in astonishment as this Muggle child displayed no signs of fear, instead preparing to draft a new narrative based on the statute of secrecy right before their eyes. "What an audacious act! Ahem, Mr. Arthur, you truly are a child who invites trouble," Dumbledore murmured, lowering his gaze. Observing Arthur scribble in his notebook about events that had genuinely transpired in the annals of wizarding history, he felt a growing sense of unease. What power does this child wield to know of such hidden occurrences? These events are beyond the understanding of most wizards. The tale of the French witch, sentenced to death, who transformed into a rabbit to escape through the bars of her cell. The courtier of King Henry VII, who turned out to be an evil wizard. The mischievous Welsh green dragon that attacked sunbathers in Devon. the prohibition of underage wizards from using magic at will, and the ban on non-wizards possessing or wielding wands. Any magical activity that might attract the attention of non-magical individuals is deemed a serious offense. As Arthur began to transcribe the very regulations of the Statute of Secrecy, Dumbledore's resolve wavered. While these were merely scattered fragments, insufficient to form a complete novel, they could certainly be incorporated into my new manuscript. If you do not intervene soon, I fear they might actually kill me. If that happens, I won't earn any money, and without money, I cannot attend a prestigious school, nor can I repair the orphanage. Enough? Arthur, in the face of the murderous intent emanating from the 6 wizards, continued to think of profit, prompting Dumbledore to interject and halt his train of thought. Dumbledore, the Daily Prophet has already reported on him. The entire wizarding world is thrown into disarray due to his novel. Surely, this is not a scenario you wish to witness. We shall not allow any wizard to become a character in a Muggle's story. Let us strike a bargain, if you cease to protect him. We elders will never set foot on this land again, returning to Grindelwald and refraining from interfering in the affairs of the magical world. The bearded wizard, one of Grindelwald's remaining followers, had spent years pursuing his ideals, leaving chaos in his wake throughout the magical realm. All of this was merely to restore wizards to their rightful place in the Muggle world, to rekindle the glory of wizards upon this earth. Mr. Abernathy, you cannot do this. The previously tall and shadowy wizard gasped in disbelief. He disagreed with Grindelwald's followers leaving England. Thus, these Death Eaters would be utterly reduced to mere vermin, scurrying in the dark. Filthy sewers. During Voldemort's absence over the years, the Death Eaters had already disbanded into a scattered mess. Without the assistance of Grindelwald's followers, they would likely have been captured and imprisoned in Azkaban long ago. After listening to Abernathy's proposal, Dumbledore fell silent, offering no response. Abernathy, undeterred by the objections of the Death Eaters, fixed his lifeless gaze upon Dumbledore, awaiting his decision. Well, if you are willing to finance, I could forego writing the Harry Potter series in the future. Amidst this bizarre scenario, Arthur, having put down his quill, stowed away his notebook and addressed the wizards, and a series. The esteemed Dumbledore, upon hearing Arthur's earnest declaration, could not suppress a sharp intake of breath. Is that not possible? Arthur calmly countered. For a moment, Dumbledore was rendered speechless, unsure of how to respond. Having witnessed the events of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone firsthand, he had confirmed that Arthur possessed some degree of prophetic ability. The decision to relocate the Philosopher's Stone to Hogwarts was known by very few. Just days prior, Hagrid had brought the stone back to Hogwarts, temporarily placing it beneath the headmaster's office in the Phoenix's nest. Awaiting the completion of all the protective enchantments before securing the stone within, some of the obstacles depicted in the book had already been established, while others remained in the minds of a few. Unquestionably, all had been pinned by Arthur. If we were to consider the events that had transpired, Hagrid's transfer of the Philosopher's Stone and the first obstacle, the three-headed dog Fluffy, were merely slip-ups due to Hagrid's inebriation. But what of Professor Sprout's Devil's Snare, Professor Flitwick's Flying Keys, and Professor McGonagall's Wizard's Chess? They were trusted colleagues of Dumbledore, and it was inconceivable that all three would leak information about the obstacles. As for McGonagall's chess and Snape's potion reasoning, the two had been rather occupied lately and had yet to establish their respective challenges. Dumbledore's own Mirror of Erist was still abroad and would require another week to reach him. However, following Arthur's writing of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, he would have to contemplate redesigning and constructing these obstacles. If the professors were to encounter Arthur, would they not find him rather detestable? Dumbledore, ignoring the malevolent and shocked gazes of the 6 robed wizards, sighed once more as he regarded Arthur. This is exceedingly perilous. Do you not think it a pity that, with 7 years at Hogwarts, only one book has been written? At this juncture, a glimmer of excitement flickered in the corners of Arthur's eyes that a single book may enjoy temporary success, but a series could establish a grand intellectual property. Comics, animations, films, and a plethora of merchandise would yield a substantial fortune. You! How dare you? Abernathy, the gray-bearded wizard, roared with indignation upon hearing that this Muggle child would dare to measure their esteemed selves by monetary value. Trembling with rage as he raised his wand, which began to emit a green light. Abernathy, I am still present. A voice, filled with authority, thundered from Dumbledore's aged form. causing the clouds to swirl ominously. The crows perched on the desolate trees around them, unable to withstand the overwhelming aura of Dumbledore, took flight in a panic. "Dumbledore, there are 6 of us," rasped one of the Death Eaters in a furious shout that in truth, the Death Eaters led by him were unconcerned with the Muggle. They believed the more chaos in the wizarding world, the better, for it would provide an opportunity for their master, Voldemort, to return and swiftly seize control of the entire magical realm. However, they were incensed to learn that their master was furious over a Muggle novel depicting his failures, demanding that they eliminate the author. Although they had not encountered their master in person, these Death Eaters dared not defy his commands. "When did you develop such illusions?" Dumbledore, rather amused than angry, looked down at Arthur and, setting aside his previous ire, inquired calmly, "Do the events unfolding before us align with the plot of your envisioned novel?" Observing Arthur gently shake his head, Dumbledore breathed a sigh of relief. He understood that Arthur's prophetic abilities were not always in effect. "You do not believe that those incompetent fools at the Ministry of Magic would assist you, do you?" "Ha ha!" The hoarse voice echoed again. They had anticipated the Auror's intervention and had dispatched another group to sow chaos at the Ministry. "I thought the author might craft the villain as a loquacious character, which could serve as a narrative flaw. Yet, reality mirrors fiction. Indeed, novels are born from life." With Dumbledore by his side, Arthur felt no trepidation towards the 6 dark-cloaked wizards. Instead, the figures of Abernathy and the hoarse-voiced wizard inspired him immensely that in his previous life, he was merely an ordinary librarian in Hogwarts, and now he was just a common orphan, lacking understanding of Britain. Possessing only a modicum of insight into future developments, devoid of startup capital or connections, his only recourse to generate income was through writing novels. "Arthur," he mused, "it seems we have no external assistance left. Are you not afraid?" Observing Arthur's calm demeanor, Dumbledore himself was uncertain where this sense of security emanated from. Abernathy had once been one of Grindelwald's closest confidants, though not as powerful as Dumbledore. He was still a highly skilled wizard. The other 5 might be weaker than Abernathy, but not by much. If it were only Dumbledore, he would not fear these 6. But there was still Arthur, a liability. I suddenly have a spark of inspiration. While you battle, I could be injured in your defense. And just as we are about to be slain by a cruel killing curse, Professors Snape and McGonagall, along with other Hogwarts professors, arrived just in time to save us." Upon hearing this, Arthur slightly shifted his gaze, then retrieved his notebook to jot down this newfound idea. "No," Dumbledore exclaimed loudly, halting Arthur's pen. Recently past his centennial birthday, Dumbledore was confident he could vanquish the 6 before him. He did not wish for Arthur's impromptu narrative to become a reality. "Do you not like it? Do you think they would prefer it as well? Then I shall make alterations." Arthur believed that the confrontation between Dumbledore and these 6 wizards would be incredibly thrilling. Yet, the protagonist Dumbledore did not appreciate this literary embellishment, believing it better to adhere to the original narrative. "Abernathy, this Muggle child's responses thus far have been exceedingly bland. He cannot possibly be a wizard utilizing a polyjuice potion." The Death Eater, his visage obscured by shadow, eyed Arthur warily, addressing Abernathy in a low, gravelly voice. There must be a reason for this. After hearing this, Abernathy began to align with the notion, discreetly signaling a nearby companion. The ally quickly grasped his intent, and, disregarding whether Dumbledore would intervene, unleashed a stunning spell upon Arthur. "This is dire. Dumbledore must have secretly replaced the genuine Muggle child while we attacked them. That I suspected he was merely stalling for time. Curse it. We must return. The real Muggle child should not have escaped too far," Abernathy exclaimed in alarm. His companion was indeed a skilled legilimens. Since he had shaken his head, it indicated he could not penetrate Arthur's thoughts. Did this not imply that Arthur was a wizard skilled in occlumency? Feeling as if Dumbledore had made a fool of him, Abernathy's brows furrowed in anger. The voices of the dark-cloaked wizards did not dampen Arthur's creative zeal. "Mr. Dumbledore, would you find this writing acceptable?" He meticulously transcribed the newly conceived plot into his journal, presenting it before Dumbledore in hopes that this fresh narrative would meet his approval. Dumbledore gazed at the contents, falling into silence once more. After a few moments, he slowly shifted his gaze away from Arthur's journal, his expression impassive as he turned to Abernathy and the others. "Dumbledore, I shall remember this," Abernathy declared, eager to avoid further delays as he brandished his wand. Instantly, 6 shadowy figures in dark robes transformed into black mist and soared into the distance. As for the matter of international publication, I trust Aunt Teresa will handle it adeptly for me. Arthur's rare smile warmed Teresa's heart, evoking a pang of sympathy. Having been a dear friend of Father Hugh's for over a decade, she was well acquainted with the children in the orphanage. The events surrounding Arthur had been the subject of her reporting during her years as a journalist, not for the sake of notoriety or views, but out of a genuine desire to reunite the unfortunate child with his biological parents. Over the years, Arthur had blossomed into a rising star in the literary world, while her article had long since vanished into obscurity. With a gentle sigh, Teresa retrieved a cigarette from her red handbag, only to realize that such an act before a child seemed inappropriate. Instead, she extracted a white envelope and handed it to Arthur. "This is the letter of recommendation you requested. However, you are still quite young. There is no need to consider Cambridge University as your sole ambition, that I believe Oxford would be a more fitting choice for you. Gaining admission to one of Britain's premier universities as an orphan is no small feat." Yet Teresa recognized a rare potential in Arthur, one that she believed would enable him to achieve his aspirations, should he choose to pursue them. "Thank you, Aunt Teresa. Unfortunately, I no longer require it." Arthur declined the letter he had long yearned for, bowing his head in gratitude once again. Have you found a new objective, or do you believe the tuition fees are too steep? If it's the latter, you need not worry. Your earnings from writing are sufficient to cover those hefty costs. Teresa furrowed her brow, her gaze filled with curiosity as she studied Arthur. Though perplexed, she felt no anger. "I'm planning to attend another school. The headmaster has personally approached me. He assured me that should I enroll there, I would receive a generous scholarship each year, and he promised to recommend me to any university I wish when the time comes that I see. Then congratulations, young Arthur. You shall undoubtedly become a source of pride for St. Mary S." Teresa refrained from pressing further. Since her initial encounter with Arthur and his novel, she had sensed his remarkable independence. Though he spoke little, often giving the impression of being elusive, he was certainly not someone to be overlooked. Arthur possessed his own convictions, which delighted Teresa. Aside from the matters we previously discussed, Aunt would also like to inquire if there are any sequels to Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The book had skyrocketed in popularity overnight, becoming a bedtime staple for many children across Britain. If it were to remain a standalone work, that would indeed be a great pity. A publishing editor. Teresa believed Arthur should seize the moment and continue to produce a sequel. "Well, I intend to take a pause for now." Arthur's response darkened Teresa's expression, yet she held her tongue. Had any of her other authors said such a thing, she would have reprimanded them sternly. However, Arthur was still a child, and she needed to respect his feelings and opinions. "Nevertheless, I will write other novels. I shall be counting on you again, Aunt Teresa." Arthur noticed the change in Teresa's demeanor, but could not disclose the true reason, only offering an apologetic smile to indicate he would not cease his writing. "That is reassuring. I look forward to your new novel. However, do not allow it to interfere with your studies," Teresa encouraged Arthur with a smile. Hoping he would not become lost in the glory of his first book's success, he was still young, with ample time ahead and numerous paths available to him. "Indeed, I shall study diligently. Aunt must take her leave now. But there is one thing I need to ask of you." Teresa glanced at the old clock on the wall, retrieving a book and a fountain pen from her red leather bag and presenting them to Arthur. "Yumi has been clamoring for days to meet you, but she is still unable to leave the hospital. It is no trouble at all. It is an honor to have an angelic fan." Arthur accepted the beautifully bound Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone from Teresa, flipping to the second page to inscribe his name in bold print. He paused for a moment, then added a heartfelt note wishing Yumi a healthy growth. "Are you not concerned about entrusting the management of Wizard's wealth to the Goblins?" In the resplendent halls of Gringotts, Arthur glanced at the heavy bag of gold in his hands before looking up at the tall, elegantly poised Hogwarts professor beside him. This matter is somewhat intricate. However, compared to their peers, wizards place greater trust in goblins. If you are curious, I recommend delving into the history of magic. Minerva McGonagall scrutinized this child who had stirred the wizarding world. Quiet, composed, and polite, he embodied her ideal student. If he were to enter Gryffindor, it would be splendid, but given his demeanor, it was likely he would be sorted into Hufflepuff or Ravenclaw. The thought left her with a tinge of regret. "I see. Then I shall heed the professor's advice and read about the history of magic." Arthur pondered for a moment before continuing to inquire. The Hogwarts library should have this book, correct? McGonagall's expression sharpened as she suddenly recalled Dumbledore's words to her just before her departure. Arthur is an exceptionally innocent and kind child, though due to his background, he possesses a certain greed. At the time, McGonagall had been somewhat puzzled, but upon hearing Arthur's question, her confusion dissipated instantly. The history of magic was indeed a required textbook for first-year students. How unfortunate. It appears I cannot save that expense. Arthur lamented slightly. Have you not received your acceptance letter? It contains detailed specifications regarding the textbooks you will require for your first year, among other things. McGonagall led Arthur out of the Gringotts entrance, observing the street, which had lost its previous vibrancy. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and paused to ask, Have you not received it? No, Headmaster Dumbledore mentioned that someone would bring me the necessary supplies in due time. As of now, I have yet to receive an acceptance letter. He must be quite busy. Arthur shook his head, his attention captured by a paper crane fluttering above the candy stall. He is indeed quite occupied. Because of your actions, our defense against the dark arts professor has vanished. With only a week before the school year begins, Albus is yet to find a suitable replacement. That McGonagall sighed. Quirinus Quirrell had been her colleague for many years. A distinguished student, she had taught in Ravenclaw, previously instructing the Muggle Studies course at Hogwarts. Due to the fact that Professor Dumbledore has yet to find a new instructor for the defense against the dark arts course this year, he has entrusted him with the task of teaching the subject. Once Arthur's novel became known among wizards, the unfortunate Quirrell never returned. In Professor McGonagall's office, there remains a letter sent to her by Quirrell, filled with amusing anecdotes from his travels in Albania. The lack of a new defense against the dark arts professor is indeed a source of vexation. Arthur sighed, mimicking McGonagall's gesture. Let us proceed. There are still many items you need to procure. In Diagon Alley, one can find not only a myriad of restaurants and shops, but also several places of paramount importance to all wizards, such as Gringotts' Wizarding Bank and Ollivander's Wand Shop. Professor McGonagall guided Arthur into this venerable establishment, which has been crafting exquisite wands since 382 BC. A middle-aged man with a Mediterranean appearance stood 100 meters away, gazing sorrowfully at the proprietor's correspondence, his thin brows furrowed in concern. Come in. Editor-in-Chief Grubbly Plank. I heard from my assistant that you wished to see me. A tall woman with golden curls and red-trimmed spectacles, holding a slender pipe in her right hand and a brown tobacco pouch in her left, leaned casually against the mahogany doorframe, inquiring with a playful tone, Skeeter, our star reporter D.O. come in and take a seat. Upon seeing Rita Skeeter arrive, Barnabas Cuff, the current editor-in-chief of the Daily Prophet, immediately rose with a radiant smile, gesturing for the journalist known for her sensational article on the Muggle boy's magical novel. Coincidence? Conspiracy? To sit before him as a seasoned reporter for the Daily Prophet, Skeeter had known Cuff for many years. Noticing his forced smile, she understood that her superior must have a pressing matter to discuss. Without hesitation, she settled onto the leather sofa in front of Cuff's desk, crossing her legs without a care for her short skirt. She then magically filled her pipe with tobacco, ignited it, inhaling deeply before exhaling a cloud of white smoke. The smoke spiraled between them, transforming into the letters spelling Rita Skeeter, gold medal reporter, lingering for a moment before dissipating. What is it, Editor-in-Chief Cuff? My target has arrived in Diagon Alley, and I do not wish to miss this opportunity. Holding her elegant, slender pipe aloft, Rita Skeeter gazed at the still smiling Barnabas Cuff. This is the bonus for your article that I specifically went to the boss's residence to secure it for you. Once seated again, Barnabas Cuff retrieved a brown leather pouch from a side drawer and placed it before Rita Skeeter. The dull thud indicated that it contained a substantial sum of galleons. Thank you, my dear Editor-in-Chief Cuff. I thought I would have to wait until the quarterly bonuses to receive this, Rita Skeeter remarked, casually weighing the pouch and confirming its expected heft before smilingly stowing it in her handbag. You did not summon me merely to distribute bonuses, did you? Rita Skeeter took another puff from her pipe, casting a knowing look at the perspiration beading on Barnabas Cuff's forehead and cheeks. Indeed, our star reporter, nothing escapes your keen eye. Barnabas Cuff sighed lightly, his smile fading as he leaned forward, hands braced on his desk, and spoke in a hushed tone. Let me guess, it involves a highly challenging task that only I can undertake. Rita Skeeter flicked her pipe with confidence. You see, we at the Daily Prophet are the most renowned and best-selling newspaper in the British magical community. Indeed, Rita Skeeter nodded in agreement. However, We have a publishing house beneath our newspaper, and it has become the laughingstock of the industry. The mention of the publishing house. Cuff's expression grew serious, tinged with annoyance and shadowed concern. Wait, you cannot be suggesting I take charge of the publishing house. No, that simply will not do. Upon hearing Barnabas Cuff mention the newspaper's publishing house, Rita Skeeter's expression shifted, her anxiety interrupting his discourse. The publishing house beneath the Daily Prophet has not released a single blockbuster book in recent years, and its staff consists only of a soon-to-retire elder and a newly arrived intern. She, as a star reporter, had no desire to take on the oversight of a perpetually underperforming and loss-incurring department. No, Rita, you misunderstand that I do not wish for you to oversee the publishing house. Rather, I need you to get in touch with that boy. Barnabas Cuff, sensing Rita Skeeter's misinterpretation, quickly adjusted his tone and began to clarify. You intend to publish that book? Rita Skeeter's expression turned serious, leaning forward slightly as she whispered her inquiry. The book Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by Muggle child Arthur Pendragon, which has caused a sensation in the magical world. Provoking much debate, was indeed her discovery. That book? It involves you-know-who and Harry Potter. The higher-ups at the Ministry of Magic are still embroiled in discussions. Are you certain we should proceed with its publication? It is far too perilous. Rita Skeeter shook her head, her somber demeanor expressing her internal conflict. The reason the Daily Prophet has become the best-selling newspaper in the British magical community is not due to its rich and exceptional content, but rather its close ties to the Ministry of Magic. Being derisively referred to as the Ministry's mouthpiece reflects their history of adhering to the Ministry's directives if they were to choose to publish that book before the Ministry had taken a clear stance. They could very well incur the ire of the Ministry's higher-ups. Such a blunder is not something they have ever committed. That I share your sentiments. However, the decision has already been made by the boss. Barnabas Cuff shook his head helplessly, retrieving a handkerchief from beneath his desk to wipe the perspiration from his brow while sliding the letter across the table toward Rita Skeeter, without uttering a word. Rita Skeeter picked up the letter and began to read it intently. Her furrowed brow remained tight even after she finished. This is too dangerous. But, does opportunity not exist within danger? Rita Skeeter refolded the letter and pushed it back toward Barnabas Cuff, smiling lightly. Although her current thoughts aligned with those of Editor-in-Chief Cuff, this was a direct order from their boss. It was imperative to comply, to fulfill her responsibilities, and then to silently hope for a favorable outcome. Then I shall leave it in your capable hands. The boss has made it clear that as long as it is executed well, both bonuses and a vacation await. Upon noticing that Rita Skeeter did not refuse, Barnabas Cuff's expression brightened once more. I shall take my leave then. We cannot afford to be preempted by other publishing houses. Rita Skeeter collected her pipe and tobacco pouch, shouldering her handbag as she made for the exit. Given her boss's intentions, it was likely that other publishing houses had also taken notice of that boy. Within Diagon Alley, aside from the Daily Prophet's main office, there were two other publishing houses. One was Obscurus Books, known for publishing fantastic beasts and where to find them, and the other was Wisengamot Press, which had released Quidditch Through the Ages. As Arthur calmly accepted the business cards from the two middle-aged men in black suits, he glanced at the names and companies inscribed upon them and could not help but murmur aloud, "Hello, I am." Two. Upon hearing Arthur pronounce their company names, both men simultaneously spoke in unison. However, upon realizing they had spoken at the same time, they immediately fell silent, exchanging wary glances laden with animosity. "Thank you, gentlemen, for taking the time to meet with me amid your busy schedules. However, I am currently preoccupied with wand-related matters. If there is anything to discuss, may we address it later?" Arthur carefully tucked away the name cards of the two individuals, casting a glance at the elderly man, who was already perspiring from his exertions. He then spoke with utmost sincerity to the two editors, saying, "It seems we have arrived at an inopportune moment. We shall wait for you outside. Selecting a wand is of paramount importance for a student, and I wish Mr. Pendragon the best in finding the wand that is most suited to him." The two editors, understanding the unspoken nuances, exchanged pleasant remarks, creating an atmosphere of harmony that would leave an uninformed observer unaware of their competitive relationship. Having concluded their conversation, they nodded at Arthur and Professor McGonagall, smiling as they exited Ollivander's wand shop. "They have come to discuss the publication of your novel. I would advise you to refrain from hastily agreeing to either party." Seated upon a cushion woven from yarn, Professor McGonagall glanced at the two tense individuals outside and turned to Arthur, saying, "Indeed, I shall deliberate carefully." Arthur nodded, his gaze lingering on Garrick Ollivander. They had been there for over 10 minutes, during which Arthur, under Mr. Ollivander's guidance, had tested 5 wands, none of which had proven to be the one that would accompany him for 7 years, or even a lifetime. Each time a wand failed. It was met with neither discouragement nor irritation from Arthur. Instead, it was Ollivander who appeared increasingly frantic, rummaging through the shelves filled with wand boxes, muttering to himself in hushed tones. The words were too soft and laced with an accent, making it difficult for Arthur to discern their meaning, though he caught snippets of irrelevant phrases in an effort to alleviate Mr. Ollivander's distress. Arthur sat quietly beside McGonagall, patiently awaiting the wand that was destined to be his own. Hollywood, hair of a demiguise. No, not this one. Hawthorne, already tried. Under the dim light, Mr. Ollivander endured the dust in the air, his expression one of madness as he surveyed the wall of wand boxes. He felt as though he was on the brink of insanity. He swore that in his long life, this was the first time he had consecutively broken 5 wands due to his own misjudgments. Ordinarily, when a wand is ill-suited to its wielder, it merely results in some minor anomalies. The occurrence of a broken wand, however, suggested a profound incompatibility between wand and user. As the proprietor of Ollivander's wand shop, Garrick Ollivander had never before witnessed such a phenomenon, let alone 5 in succession. It was an utter disgrace, a veritable day of hell. Mr. Ollivander could not come to terms with this reality. From a young age, he had studied under his father how to select the appropriate wand for various wizards. Over the course of a century, countless wands in the wizarding world of Britain had been chosen or crafted by him. Never had he encountered a day as challenging as this one. The 5 wands had been selected with great care, based on Arthur's physique and Ollivander's observations. He had sworn that prior to the breakages, he believed he had chosen the most suitable wand for Arthur. Beech wood, tail feather of a thestral. What a contradictory combination, a bold experiment from my youth. Perhaps it is the wand least suited to him that is indeed meant to be his. If what I deemed most compatible resulted in failure, what might be true of the wand least compatible? Ollivander gazed at the wand he had kept sealed for a century, a glimmer of insight flashing in his otherwise desolate eyes. He had been too preoccupied with finding the perfect wand for Arthur. Perhaps misled by his 100 years of experience, Mr. Ollivander carefully extracted a wand box from the cabinet. Brushing away the dust accumulated over the years, he gently opened the box to reveal a wand that was entirely black, yet reflected a brilliant light under the dim illumination. Ollivander recalled the last time he had retrieved a wand made of beech wood, when the indomitable savior Harry Potter had come to purchase his wand. However, that wand's core was not a thestral tail feather and had never become Harry's signature wand. Mr. Pendragon. This wand measures 13 1/3 inches, crafted from beech wood and featuring a thestral tail feather. It is a piece from my youth, and I believe it will suit you well. Mr. Ollivander approached Arthur with the wand cradled delicately in both hands, his demeanor buoyant as he introduced the wand. Mr. Ollivander, it will not. Arthur rose as Ollivander approached, and upon hearing the wand's description, he refrained from taking it as he had before. Rest assured, this time, it will be fine. Should any mishap occur, I assure you it will not incur any cost to you. Ollivander had initially intended to guarantee Arthur that this wand would cause no trouble, but upon reflection, the notion that the least suitable wand might turn out to be the most fitting was merely a fleeting intuition. If he were to make promises as confidently as before, what then? Mr. Ollivander, though my finances are limited, I would feel guilty if I continued to cause you losses. What a nonsensical notion. A wand is meant to be a lifelong companion. Your desire to purchase the cheapest wand is entirely misguided. Truly a grave error. Upon hearing Arthur mention money once more, Ollivander recalled the boy's initial words upon entering the shop. Dear Mr. Ollivander, I wish to buy the least expensive wand. Were it not for his years of professional experience and Arthur's status as a Muggle, unfamiliar with wands, Ollivander would have promptly ejected Arthur from the shop, ensuring he would never return. Arthur, do not overthink it. Try this wand. It has been meticulously selected by Mr. Ollivander. Professor McGonagall observed a new blonde woman standing beside the 2 representatives from different publishing houses. Suspecting she was also seeking collaboration with Arthur, the woman's silhouette seemed familiar, yet she could not recall from where. Indeed, with Professor McGonagall's encouragement, Arthur hesitated no longer. He extended his right hand and, under Ollivander's expectant gaze, slowly grasped the wand, made from beech wood and thestral tail feather, its handle embodying contradiction. As Professor McGonagall placed her hand upon the bronze doorknob, preparing to push the door open, she suddenly recalled something and halted. Following her, Arthur was fiddling with the wand in his hand, seemingly uncertain of how to carry it. Arthur, Headmaster Dumbledore does not wish for you to rely too heavily on your abilities, McGonagall observed Arthur looking up at her. His expression solemn as she spoke softly that I merely do not want Mr. Ollivander to exhaust himself in his search for my wand. I shall not trouble him again. Sigh. Your power is exceedingly formidable. Exercise caution in its use. Understanding Arthur's intentions, Professor McGonagall's expression softened. She turned to glance at Mr. Ollivander, who was busying himself with the disarrayed shelves. She could not help but recall the lines Arthur had written in his notebook moments ago. The elderly yet robust Mr. Ollivander finally found a wand suited for Arthur. What a daunting ability. If Arthur were to wield such power irresponsibly, what could ensue? With this thought, even McGonagall's previously tranquil heart began to stir with trepidation. In truth, I have no understanding of what my abilities truly are. I merely wish to possess an affordable wand, so that Mr. Ollivander need not suffer in distress any longer. It is all mere coincidence. On this point, I find it difficult to disagree. Do not let my words burden you. Your intentions are commendable. Professor McGonagall pushed the door open, gazing out at the three representatives from the magical publishing world. She quietly advised Arthur, in the upcoming negotiations, refrain from using your abilities. This is a test from your professor. The marketplace is akin to a battlefield. The magical realm, aside from its wondrous spells and extraordinary creatures, bears many similarities to Muggle society. With you, Professor McGonagall, by my side, I feel reassured. Arthur gazed at the golden-haired middle-aged witch, who tossed him a smile from the street, as a new memory surfaced in his mind. Hello, Professor McGonagall. It has been many years. As one of your frequently criticized students, I find myself missing you. The moment Arthur and Professor McGonagall stepped out of the wand shop, Rita Skeeter, crossing past her two competitors, greeted McGonagall with a beaming smile. You were the most outstanding Ravenclaw student in Transfiguration. I do not recall ever criticizing you over assignments, Professor McGonagall stated with an air of authority, recognizing the woman before her. A graduate from Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry over 2 decades ago, a true Ravenclaw. I must have been mistaken. My sincere apologies, Professor McGonagall, Rita Skeeter replied, offering an apologetic smile before shifting her gaze to Arthur. You must be Mr. Arthur Pendragon. It is an honor to meet you. I am Rita Skeeter, editor of the Daily Prophet. You may call me Rita. In an effort to create a favorable impression on Arthur. Rita had even tucked away her pipe and tobacco pouch into her satchel before arriving. Good day, Miss Skeeter. Arthur nodded calmly. I have reserved a table at the CF. Professor McGonagall, if you are comfortable, could you entrust Mr. Pendragon to me for half an hour? Professor McGonagall is currently my guardian, and she has the right to know anything concerning me. My apologies for the oversight, Mr. Pendragon. Let us proceed together. Arthur's resolute declaration incited a flicker of irritation in Rita Skeeter. However, as a journalist with over 20 years of experience, she naturally concealed her emotions behind a smile. He is certainly not a mere child. Watching Arthur, who was inquiring about the prices of various beverages with the waiter, Rita sighed inwardly. She had initially thought that obtaining novel rights from a child would be a simple task. Yet, her observations during the walk from the wand shop to the CF revealed her previous assumptions to be rather naive. Especially with two bothersome individuals by her side. Mr. Pendragon, our Obscurus publishing house can offer you. With only a third of the coffee remaining in the warm cup, Professor McGonagall calmly directed her gaze towards the equally composed Arthur beside her. The intentions of the three were precisely what McGonagall had anticipated. All sought to secure the exclusive publishing rights for Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone from Arthur. Little Arthur, this matter exceeds the capabilities expected at your age. Over the years, Professor McGonagall had published several professional books on Transfiguration and was acquainted with some editors, providing her with a reasonable understanding of the industry. However, now, she was eager to see how the enigmatic Arthur would handle this situation. Ms. Skeeter, Mr. Lester, Mr. Felipe, I am well aware of your intentions, but Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone holds great significance for me. Thus, I hope you can write down the proposed sale price. the profit-sharing terms, and the initial print run on paper for me to review. Should any of your conditions align with my expectations, I shall make my choice. Arthur placed his milk cup on the birch table and requested 3 pencils and a few sheets of paper from a passing waiter. He divided them into 3 portions and pushed them towards the 3 individuals. What a clever approach, directly transforming the 3 representatives of the publishers into isolated camps, rendering them unable to undercut each other while competing. Arthur's maneuver brought a glimmer of admiration to Professor McGonagall's otherwise placid expression. How had a boy raised in an orphanage acquired such maturity and cunning? Professor McGonagall suddenly found herself intrigued by the past of this mysterious youth. The 2 middle-aged editors exchanged glances at the papers and pens offered by Arthur, their expressions reflecting uncertainty. Meanwhile, Rita Skeeter, seated by the aisle, promptly picked up a pencil and began writing down the favorable conditions that the Daily Prophet could offer. Ah, is that not the lovely Rita? Mr. Lester and Mr. Felipe are here as well. Just as the trio completed their proposed conditions and handed them to Arthur, a meticulously dressed, elegantly poised middle-aged man approached them. Upon seeing Rita Skeeter and the other 2 editors, he feigned surprise before breaking into an exaggerated smile. Greeting them warmly, Mr. Gilderoy Lockhart, it has been quite some time. What magnificent work do you bring us this time? Wow, how could I not recognize our esteemed Professor McGonagall at first glance? My sincerest apologies. And who might this be? Gilderoy Lockhart apologetically took Professor McGonagall's hand, bowing to kiss the back of her hand before finally directing his gaze towards Arthur. Arthur Pendragon, this year's first-year student in a sense. He is your junior. Professor McGonagall retracted her arm, smiling slightly as she introduced Arthur's identity. Arthur, he is the most renowned author in the current magical world. Should you have any queries regarding the publication of your novel, you may consult him. Though Professor McGonagall had not read much of Gilderoy Lockhart's work, she was somewhat familiar with his achievements. She maintained a reserved opinion of his character but could not deny his success. Perhaps this celebrated author might provide Arthur, who was in the process of selecting a publisher, with some constructive advice. Arthur Pendragon? Upon hearing Arthur's name, Gilderoy Lockhart's expression momentarily flickered before he quickly donned a smile, bending down to embrace Arthur and waving to the reporter who had just interviewed him from a distance. After the reporter captured their photograph, Lockhart assumed a patronizing demeanor and addressed Arthur. I have read your novel. While it exhibits some immaturity and structural flaws, it is, for your age, a commendable work if you wish to enhance your writing skills. I suggest you read my novels, which are based on my personal experiences. Apologies, but I am currently discussing collaboration with my editors. Please. Just as Gilderoy Lockhart reveled in praising himself, Arthur interrupted him, his deep black eyes revealing a rare expression of disdain. First-time publishing? I possess considerable experience in this regard. However, before choosing a publisher, I believe you require a mentor to refine your novel. And I, suddenly cut off by Arthur, Gilderoy Lockhart did not exhibit any anger. Rather, he eagerly sat beside Arthur, adopting the role of a mentor as he began to guide him. Today is indeed my lucky day. If I can have my name listed in the author column of his novel, it would be as if Lady Luck herself has kissed my handsome visage. Upon reading the Daily Prophet's coverage of Arthur, Gilderoy Lockhart scoffed. How could an 11-year-old Muggle child possibly pen stories from the magical world? It was undoubtedly a publicity stunt. However, if he could partake in the venture, it would undoubtedly benefit his upcoming publication about vacationing with the Banshee, potentially boosting the sales of his other books as well. Gilderoy Lockhart confidently schemed within his mind, viewing Arthur as a mere tool for his resurgence in fame. Apologies, but I will not permit a despicable thief to tarnish my novel. Arthur pushed Gilderoy Lockhart away, his calm demeanor now betraying a glimmer of disdain and contempt in his deep-set eyes. What? Upon hearing the word thief, Gilderoy Lockhart's expression shifted to one of disbelief, quickly morphing back into his usual insincere smile. He convinced himself that he must have misheard. His actions had been so meticulously crafted that no one else should know. Surely, he had simply misunderstood. Gilderoy Lockhart found solace within himself. I do not harbor any fondness for you. Please, vacate this place. Youngster, one may indulge in erratic eating, yet certain words must not be uttered lightly. A.S. one of the most renowned authors of our time. How could I ever engage in such behavior? I have basked in fame for many years. Were I indeed such a person, I would have been exposed long ago. Arthur, my dear, I perceive your envy towards my accomplishments. After all, You are also an author. Childish utterances? I shall not take them to heart. However, Professor McGonagall, it appears this young child shall become your most troublesome student upon entering the school. My dear Rita, your colleagues are still awaiting an interview with me. I must take my leave. Until we meet again. By the way, not every novel can achieve success. As the most professional journalist of the Daily Prophet, I presume you are not well versed in the literary field and should contemplate certain matters with caution. I believe, as seasoned editors, you both comprehend my meaning. After being dismissed by Arthur, Gilderoy Lockhart stifled his ire and left a parting remark to those present before rising to depart. For a writer of his caliber, blacklisting a newcomer was exceedingly effortless. I suddenly recall there is still a matter I have yet to address. I too. Observing the two editors leave, Professor McGonagall cast a worried glance at Arthur. She found it difficult to understand why Arthur harbored such disdain for Gilderoy Lockhart, despite her own aversion to the student. Yet, Arthur is, after all, a child, a novice in the literary realm, and to speak ill of a highly esteemed predecessor in a public setting is rather inappropriate. Arthur, this is rather unbecoming of you. I detest falsehoods and have no desire to befriend duplicitous thieves. I believe that truth will inevitably reveal itself. Arthur calmly shook his head, then crumpled the 2 sheets of paper in his hand and tossed them into the automated wastebasket at his feet. His composed demeanor left Professor McGonagall unable to discern his thoughts. One cannot fault Mr. Lockhart. No writer enjoys having their work criticized by others. Without the departure of Rita Skeeter, who remained behind, she smiled amiably. Attempting to smooth over the situation, she was indifferent to the conflict between Arthur and Gilderoy. Their dispute would yield an explosive news article for her. As a journalist, in fact, Rita Skeeter felt a pang of impulse. Were it not for Professor McGonagall's presence, she would have eagerly inquired of this Muggle child, who was quite knowledgeable about the magical world, whether he was aware of Gilderoy Lockhart's thieving behavior. If true, it would certainly be a major scoop. But for now, with the other 2 editors having departed due to Gilderoy Lockhart's warning, she was but one step away from completing her employer's task. Ms. Skeeter, I am quite satisfied with your company's terms. However, I would like to make a small suggestion. Could you find an illustrator to create a few illustrations for me? Arthur gazed at the terms provided by the Daily Prophet and looked up at Rita Skeeter. Inquiring, he was in no way deterred by Gilderoy Lockhart's presence, fully aware of his purpose to earn money and undaunted by the threats of a common thief. That is a given. After all, it is a book aimed at children. I will relay your request to the relevant person in charge. Rita Skeeter smiled brightly. Having successfully secured a collaboration with Arthur, she wished to celebrate with a cigarette. But with Arthur and the others still present, she had to dismiss the thought. With her slender fingers, adorned with bright red nail polish, she grasped the cup's handle, took a delicate sip of the warm coffee, then leaned in slightly, whispering to Arthur, "May I interview you regarding the lesser-known aspects of Gilderoy Lockhart? Is there an interview fee?" Ultimately, Rita Skeeter was unable to extract any sensational news from Arthur due to Professor McGonagall's intervention. And Arthur's little treasury did not see an increase in galleons. Rita Skeeter felt a twinge of regret, yet her expression remained unchanged, continuing to exude the charm characteristic of middle-aged women. After exchanging a few pleasantries, she noticed the 2 had drained their cups and signaled for the waiter to settle the bill. "It has been a pleasure to collaborate, and we eagerly anticipate your next great work." Upon exiting the main office of the Daily Prophet, Professor McGonagall guided Arthur into Madame Malkin's robes for all occasions. The sun in the azure sky had already set atop the highest tower in Diagon Alley, marking the conclusion of Arthur's inaugural experience in the magical district. Under Professor McGonagall's escort, he returned to St. Mary's Orphanage, burdened with numerous items that in truth, first-year wizards do not require many supplies. Yet Arthur had purchased a plethora of delightful snacks unavailable in the Muggle world. Consuming too many sweets can lead to cavities. I do not indulge in sweets. These are all for my friends. Professor McGonagall assumed Arthur had a fondness for these enchanting treats and, out of concern for her student, kindly offered a warning. Unbeknownst to her, she had misjudged Arthur, prompting a light chuckle. After reminding Arthur not to miss the train to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, she waved her wand and vanished before him. In the dimly lit, cramped room, the flickering candle on the old wooden table illuminated the youthful, unblemished face of the boy. The medical fees for Sister Maggie still fell short by £640. Aunt Teresa promised to help me find a solution. After purchasing my first-year supplies, I still have 14 galleons left. Coupled with the scholarship promised by Headmaster Dumbledore, it should suffice for my living expenses for a year. As for the 200 galleons from the Daily Prophet, Arthur paused, pencil in hand, his dark eyes reflecting the flame as he glanced at the brown pouch in the corner of the table. I will give you 200 galleons. I trust you do not mind accepting wizarding coins. As for the remaining sum, I shall repay you in the future. After all, I owe my survival thus far to you. His voice was soft, almost inaudible from a meter away. Arthur fixated nervously on the pouch until it gradually deflated from its previously plump state, finally allowing a smile to grace his face. That joyous expression was seldom witnessed by even those closest to Arthur. If Father Hughes were to reflect, he might say he had not seen such a smile from Arthur since the passing of a boy named Edward 3 years prior. Thank you for the gift, but incurring a massive debt without my consent is rather troubling. But if possible, I would appreciate your respect for my wishes. Upon receiving her agreement, Arthur once again expressed his gratitude in a hushed tone. With the most pressing matter resolved, Arthur tucked away the now empty pouch and resumed writing in his journal. The population of the magical world in Britain remains too small. The sales volume of novels reflects this reality. To earn more galleons, I must sell Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone in other magical realms. Perhaps it is time to pen another work. Keep it up, Arthur, to witness the rising sun tomorrow, the day after, and the week to come. One must strive to earn. The half-pencil gently fell into the pen holder, and the journal was slowly closed. Arthur extinguished the candle. It was time to rest and welcome the first rays of sunlight through the window in the morning. The efficiency of the Daily Prophet was remarkable. Just 3 days prior to the start of term at Hogwarts, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was published at the entrance of Flourish and Blots. The most prominent bookshelf displayed 2 titles, Gilderoy Lockhart's Adventures with the Waters and Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone by Arthur Pendragon. One to the left, one to the right, distinctly separate as the sun rose higher. More and more middle-aged wizards gathered around the entrance of Flourish and Blots. Mom, stop looking, we don't have 5 galleons. Ron Weasley, with his unruly hair resembling a bird's nest, tugged at Molly Weasley's sleeve. Attempting to extract his mother, who was utterly engrossed in Gilderoy Lockhart's latest book, from the throng of people, his youthful, freckled cheeks betrayed a clear expression of disgust and impatience. It was truly unfortunate that he could not delve into Lockhart's new release immediately, and would have to wait several months instead. Mrs. Weasley gazed at the woman ahead of her, who was eagerly snatching books off the shelves featuring A Holiday with the Banshee, and sighed enviously. Come on, Ron, Ginny. Where are George and Fred? After scanning the surroundings and noticing the absence of her 2 sons, Mrs. Weasley inquired of Ron. He offered no response, merely shaking his head. His brothers never included him in their escapades and often went out of their way to avoid him. Harry Potter. Mom, look. Ginny, shielded by Mrs. Weasley, exclaimed excitedly as she caught sight of the name Harry Potter through the gap in the crowd. That book seems to be the one Dad mentioned. It's quite expensive here. If you really want it, perhaps you should tell Dad. He might have a way to. Mrs. Weasley consoled Ginny after glancing at the price tag beneath Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Yes, Mum. Ginny gazed longingly at her peers who had picked up the book from the shelves, feeling a twinge of envy. Yet, the obedient and sensible girl refrained from clamoring for her parents to buy her the book like the other children. Let us head to the second-hand bookstore first to get Ron his textbooks, Mrs. Weasley said, patting the pouch at her waist, as she took Ron in Ginny's little hands and led them away from the crowd. They had not been gone long when a prominent figure appeared at Flourish and Blots. His arrival sent the wizards outside the shop into a frenzy of excited gasps. It seemed the owner had made a very astute decision. However, had they invited Pendergast as well, I suspect the first batch of books to be cleared from the shelves would not have been Gilderoy Lockhart's. Rita Skeeter, clad in an exquisite emerald robe, held a slender cigarette holder in one hand. Peering through the window at the frenzied readers clamoring for Lockhart's signature below, she turned to her companion, Barnabas Cuff, the editor-in-chief, and remarked, perhaps we should urge our colleagues in the publishing department to expedite the printing of the second batch of new books. This matter requires long-term consideration. Huh? Rita Skeeter turned back, perplexed, unable to comprehend Barnabas Cuff's statement. The explosive popularity of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was hardly inferior to that of Gilderoy Lockhart's Vacation with the Banshee. Barnabas Cuff, his expression grim, dismissed an owl that had approached him seeking food, then handed Rita a letter. The Ministry has dispatched Aurors. The boss believes even Dumbledore cannot protect him this time. Arthur, situated in St. Mungo's orphanage, was blissfully unaware of the events unfolding in Diagon Alley at that moment. He was basking in the afternoon sun, tending to the younger orphans playing on the grass. A gentle breeze caressed Arthur's eyes. He rubbed them, only to find 4 young men clad in dark woolen coats standing before him. It appeared they had employed some form of magic, as their sudden appearance did not incite alarm or chaos among the nearby children. "Arthur Pendragon, I presume?" one of them inquired. "Who are you?" Arthur calmly asked, glancing at the wands in their hands. "Arthur Pendragon, due to your severe violation of the International Confederation of Wizards' secrecy laws, the Ministry has decided to bring you in for questioning. Please accompany us." The leader of the Aurors looked down at Arthur with disdain, declaring the Ministry's decision without granting him any opportunity for explanation. That a mere wave of his hand summoned the others to surround Arthur from 3 sides. "I am just an ordinary person who hasn't even attended school. How could I possibly violate your secrecy laws?" Arthur rose, gazing at the Aurors, who towered over him, his tone calm and gentle, yet devoid of fear. The Aurors offered no response to his question. Their sole task was to execute this mission. Their stern, serious faces, coupled with their tightly gripped wands, advanced slowly toward Arthur. The drowsy owl perched in the tree began to stir, flapping its wings restlessly and emitting a sharp warning "C-R-wide, N-O, I can handle this myself. Don't you promise me?" Suddenly, a terrifying force erupted from Arthur, a power the Aurors had never before encountered. Yet, Arthur, clutching his chest, murmured incomprehensible words. They hesitated, raising their wands, aiming at the frail young wizard before them. "Do not resist, Pendragon," the blonde Auror standing closest to Arthur warned sharply, having felt the hostile, menacing power emanating from him. "Apologies for frightening you. May I ask if Professor Dumbledore is aware of this situation?" Once he had steadied himself, a hint of relief washed over Arthur's handsome features. There was no fear or panic, which puzzled the 4 Aurors. The power that had just startled them had now subsided, replaced by a calm aura surrounding Arthur, though it was not enough to lessen their vigilance. Could he be an unregistered Muggle-born? Does this terrifying power belong to him? The leader of the Aurors' expression turned grave. When they accepted the mission to apprehend Arthur, their superiors had not informed them of the sheer magnitude of his power. What to do? This dilemma echoed in the minds of the 4 Aurors. The owl in the tree ceased its cries, vigorously flapping its wings before launching into the distance with its sharp talons. It had been many years since a Muggle-born had resurfaced. If not handled properly, it could incite tremendous chaos. The Aurors, uncertain of how to proceed, turned their gazes to their captain. "Arthur Pendragon, this situation is not as dire as you might imagine. It's likely just a routine inquiry, and you'll be released soon." The leader, sensing his comrades' gazes, cleared his throat and softened his tone considerably. "Your book has captivated my family as well. My brother is particularly fond of your novels, especially the tales of Harry Potter triumphing over the Dark Lord once more." In an effort to gain Arthur's trust and prevent the dormant power within him from surging, the Auror captain chose to appeal to emotions, seeking to bridge a connection with Arthur and earn his goodwill. "I recall you were among the wizards who helped repair the building that day. I regretted not having the chance to thank you properly." "Thank you, but I must decline to be taken away as a suspect for an unfounded charge." Arthur recognized the Auror before him and sincerely bowed in gratitude, regardless of their current intentions to capture or harm him. He could not forget past kindness. "Captain William, regardless of what he may be, there are 4 of us." The blonde Auror shouted angrily at his captain. They had just subdued a dragon. How could they hesitate to arrest a mere boy suspected of being a Muggle-born? "Petrificus totalis." Without waiting for his captain's command, the blonde Auror instantly raised his wand and cast the petrification spell at Arthur. "Don't." Captain William was taken aback to witness his team member casting a spell at Arthur. In his eyes, the petrification curse had struck Arthur, but it merely grazed him. The terrifying force swirling around Arthur devoured his companion's curse, unleashing a wave of dreadful magical energy that compelled the 4 of them to retreat hastily. Once they steadied themselves, Captain William and his companions raised their wands in an attempt to subdue the enraged creature agitated by the petrification spell. However, the ensuing events left them in a state of bewilderment. An elderly man, dressed in tattered black robes, gaunt and with a pallid, emaciated visage, appeared beside Arthur. His eyes were vacant, Yet an unsettling aura emanated from beneath his cloak, instilling dread in those nearby. The overwhelming magical force left the four Aurors gasping for breath. "Have you come to kill me?" Arthur inquired, furrowing his brow at the sudden arrival of the old man. Yet, as fragmented images surfaced in his mind, his frown gradually eased. The old man did not respond to Arthur's question, nor did he acknowledge the terrified Aurors. Instead, he smiled malevolently, rasping in a voice thick with disdain, "You could have easily slain them, yet you chose not to. Why take a life? Murder is the most inept of methods." Arthur tilted his head, scrutinizing the old man's disheveled appearance and ravaged features. "They intend to take you to that incompetent, decayed Ministry of Magic. Are you not aware of what awaits you there?" Noticing that Arthur remained unfazed by his aura, a glimmer of intrigue flickered in the old man's murky eyes, soon replaced by a grim, menacing expression. His formidable presence caused the surrounding Aurors to retreat further. The old man's form no longer appeared frail. He resembled a dark lord emerging from the annals of history. "If they would harm me over a mere novel, then there is no need for this ministry to exist. As you rightly said, it is an arrogant, incompetent, and decaying entity that ought to be discarded by wizards." Arthur's response momentarily stunned the old man. He had not anticipated that a child yet to enter a magical school would possess such insight into the current predicament. The ministry was indeed in a dire state, akin to a splendid edifice being devoured by termites, perilously close to collapse. "Well said. Since you fear them not, then let me declare, I have come to kill you. Are you afraid?" The old man retracted his imposing aura, and with a gnarled, wrinkled hand, he produced a stack of manuscripts from his tattered robes, presenting them to Arthur. How did this come to be in your possession?" Arthur questioned, bewildered. The old man did not answer, instead chuckling at the astonished expression on Arthur's face, with a hint of menace. "Your tale is splendidly written. I quite admire it. Yet, the conclusion incites my ire." He pointed to the words on the first page of the manuscript, admonishing, "And this title is lacking as well. Where are the fantastic beasts? I am the true protagonist." As Arthur sensed the old man's intimidating presence, he shifted his gaze to the manuscript he had sent to Aunt Teresa. The once pristine pages were now crumpled and distorted, with traces of having been torn. "But you cannot destroy my manuscript. It is the fruit of my labor that I intended to profit from it." "Profit? Absurd. You dare to monetize my story." The old man's fury surged at this revelation, and he raised his arm, seemingly to strangle Arthur. Yet, an unseen force repelled him. Observing this, the old man furrowed his brow momentarily before erupting into laughter. "What a vibrant force you possess, stronger than that of the one from years past. Boy, accompany me, and I shall spare your life." "No, I must go to the ministry if I do not convince them. I cannot write novels for profit." Arthur shook his head, casting his gaze towards the four Aurors who had retreated to a safe distance. Captain William's face lit up with joy at Arthur's intention to return to the ministry, but upon sensing the old man's ominous gaze, he swallowed hard, signaling his companions to remain vigilant. "Very well. I shall accompany you to the ministry." The old man regarded the four Aurors, whom he could easily defeat with a flick of his wrist, and then scrutinized Arthur's composed demeanor, noticing the boy had maintained his calm throughout their encounter. He turned his clouded eyes, resolved to discern Arthur's true intentions that a child not foreseen in his prophecies. Could he truly bring about the ruin of the entire magical world as his subordinates had reported? "Do you not intend to kill me, dear Grindelwald? I could do so at any moment. And please, address me as master." "Very well, dear Grindelwald." Grindelwald gazed into Arthur's innocent eyes, struggling to contain his anger. This child was unlike any he had encountered in the 80 years of his prophecy. Perhaps he could indeed alter the magical realm, unlike that narrow-minded individual who only cared for a minuscule piece of land in England. However, Grindelwald disapproved of Arthur's aspirations. The notion of profit was naively simplistic, unbefitting one of his potential that I cannot allow Dumbledore to teach him. That would only lead to his ruin. Such a gifted youth deserves my guidance. I have failed, but I have not vowed to refrain from teaching students. You lot, hurry and take us to the ministry." Grindelwald dismissed any lingering irritation at Arthur's reference to him as grandfather and turned his attention to the young Aurors, upon hearing Arthur address the mysterious old man as Grindelwald. The four Aurors were gripped by terror, their memories of the dark wizard's history rendering them unable to steady their wands. "What are you waiting for? Do you wish for me to slay you?" Observing the young men's dismal reactions, Grindelwald shook his head inwardly, reflecting that Dumbledore's students grew weaker with each passing year. Had he encountered such individuals in his prime, he might not have faced defeat. You seem unable to leave Nurmengard, do you not? Furthermore, accompanying me will complicate matters considerably. Although Arthur maintained an expression of placid indifference, his words clearly conveyed disdain for Grindelwald's desire to accompany him to the ministry. Do you believe I wouldn't kill you right now? Grindelwald threatened sternly, eyeing the audacious boy who dared to disrespect him that in his earlier days, such insolence would have met with a singular fate. Yet now, he was a defeated man, his ambitions extinguished in the wake of past failures. The decision to leave Nurmengard stemmed from his subordinates informing him of a Muggle child who had pinned the magical world. Reviving a flicker of hope in his otherwise lifeless heart, what could a child not foretold in his prophecies bring to this decaying magical realm? This was the true reason behind Grindelwald's breach of his oath to leave Nurmengard. What? Grindelwald has appeared. Quickly summoned Dumbledore. Minister Fudge, anxious in his office over the council's decision to punish Arthur Pendragon, shouted in alarm upon hearing of the notorious dark wizard's presence in the ministry. All he desired was to fulfill his duties as Minister of Magic until he could no longer stand. Yet, the recent events had only exacerbated his dwindling hairline. Grindelwald, why are you here? You were supposed to be imprisoned in Nurmengard. In the grand hall of the Ministry of Magic beneath Whitehall, filled with towering statues, wizards stood poised with their wands, eyeing the man who should not have re-emerged in the world. I wish to kill someone. Grindelwald, undeterred by the wands pointed at him, displayed no sign of fear despite the ineffectiveness of his own wand. What? Upon hearing Grindelwald's sinister intent to commit murder, the wizards were taken aback, their wands instantly radiating various magical incantations. However, the individual I seek to eliminate is about to face judgment from your Ministry of Magic. Thus I must await the conclusion of your proceedings before I can act, Grindelwald remarked, gesturing towards Arthur beside him. Addressing the overly anxious wizards, yes? That Arthur Pendragon, Fudge, standing behind several oars, followed Grindelwald's finger and noticed the child at his side. Astonishingly, this child was the recently convicted Arthur. How is he alongside Grindelwald? What scheme does Grindelwald concoct? Fudge pondered. No. The wizards present would never believe that the infamous Dark Lord of yesteryears would come here merely to kill a child. All eyes turned towards Arthur, and those who had participated in the repairs at St. Mungo's orphanage recognized him. Arthur is the suspect we are pursuing. Even you cannot interfere with our ministry's enforcement. You have failed. Do not meddle further in our affairs. Return to Nurmengard. You are not welcome here. Proclaimed Amelia Bones, the tall and commanding head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, pointing her wand at Grindelwald. Her words intensified the already charged atmosphere in the hall, with the slightest disturbance or even a house elf sneeze. The glowing wands would unleash spells, overwhelming Grindelwald. Minister Fudge, greetings. Regarding your matters with Grindelwald, could we possibly postpone them until my issue is resolved? I am quite busy. I still have to visit Sister Muggle this evening. Arthur waved at Fudge, whom he had previously met. Observing Fudge's silence and his unwavering gaze on Grindelwald, Arthur continued, how about we strike a mutually beneficial deal? For instance, if you drop the unfounded charges against me, I could reveal to you the identity of the Death Eater hiding within the ministry. In the solemn and tense atmosphere of the ministry hall, Arthur's words instantly captured the attention of all wizards. Who is this child? They murmured. Some among them, not affiliated with the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, gazed curiously at Arthur beside Grindelwald. Upon realizing that this child was the one who had chronicled the magical world in stories, their faces shifted to expressions of curiosity and perplexity. Especially as this child exhibited an unusual calmness surpassing his peers, their intrigue deepened. Yet, with the first Dark Lord in a century standing before them, they merely cast glances at Arthur, none daring to approach. Arthur Pendragon, your situation is merely a routine inquiry. There is no need for concern, Fudge said, rubbing his forehead, his expression a tangle of emotions. Even the most obtuse among them now recognized that Grindelwald's presence here must be connected to Arthur. The complications surrounding Arthur's case, already burdensome due to Dumbledore's involvement, were exacerbated by the emergence of Grindelwald, a Dark Lord recently escaped from imprisonment. Fudge's mind raced. He could not fathom why Grindelwald would know Arthur. The notion of killing Arthur, Such a rationale would only be accepted by a naive young wizard. One present believed Grindelwald's claims were genuine. In the hushed hall, both parties remained in a tense standoff. Each wizard acutely aware of their own and their companions' breathing and heartbeats, save for a few fluttering origami cranes. Most of those present had not lived through that era, but the fearsome reputation of Grindelwald was etched deeply into their souls. Merely a routine inquiry. Then let us commence, Arthur said, tilting his head slightly and retrieving his notebook. Observing the overly tense wizards that Fudge stared at Arthur in astonishment, taken aback by his serious demeanor. Anger welled within him. Did this child not comprehend the gravity of the situation? Grindelwald's appearance at the ministry was far more severe than Arthur's own troubles. Arthur Pendragon, your previous actions have gravely violated the statute of secrecy. Now, having brought Gellert Grindelwald to the ministry, you have committed an unforgivable crime, declared a middle-aged woman clad in a pink wool cardigan and hat, her sharp voice piercing the air, her broad, flabby face twisted in malice. Her malevolent eyes fixated on Arthur. Umbridge, Arthur's case has yet to reach a conclusion from the Wisingamot. You should not impose such charges on a mere 11-year-old child, Fudge roared, suppressing his rising fury directed at Dolores Umbridge. The sudden shift in the ministry's stance toward Arthur could not be divorced from the influence of the head of the Office for the Restriction of Underage Magic. Fudge was baffled. Dumbledore had already vouched for Arthur. Why then were they still harassing this child? Minister Fudge, while you were out this morning, the Wisingamot has concluded its judgment on Arthur Pendragon, Umbridge said, her jowls quivering as she coldly addressed Fudge. Her repugnant smile held no respect for her superior. Though Fudge was the minister, she was the head of the Office for the Restriction of Underage Magic. Arthur's actions fell within her jurisdiction. Amelia Bones would soon step down from her position. Having served in the office for many years, Umbridge aspired to claim that role for herself. Arthur's case presented her with an opportunity, a vision of herself seated in the head's office. To gain the support of pure-blood wizards, Umbridge had been persuading members of the Wisingamot in recent days. Gazing at Arthur before her, her smile grew more pronounced. Capturing Arthur would yield bountiful rewards for her efforts. This individual is exceedingly ugly, clearly a rebellious child. If she were to become Deputy Minister of Magic, many would find themselves in dire straits. Arthur looked at the woman who had unjustly accused him, then raised his gaze to Grindelwald. Did you see something? Grindelwald cast a sidelong glance at Umbridge, asking Arthur meaningfully that a woman notorious for her malice during Voldemort's rise to power. Recalling fragmented memories, Arthur spoke in a low voice. What did you say? Umbridge shouted, pointing her wand at Arthur. She was taken aback that this Muggle child would dare accuse her in front of so many colleagues. Since you have already passed judgment on me, there is no need for me to cooperate with your so-called routine inquiry. Arthur ignored the furious Umbridge, even as her eyes glared with venom. Voldemort is returning. Perhaps you should consider how to deal with him. I must take my leave now. If you wish to trouble me, I would not mind revealing the existence of wizards to everyone, though this may incur an enormous debt for me. Arthur's words left the wizards who understood the reason for his conviction momentarily speechless. The timid wizards, already on edge due to Grindelwald's presence, were further frightened at the mention of Voldemort, trembling to the point of nearly losing their grip on their wands. What? Arthur, you cannot say such things. Minister Fudge shouted at Arthur, his forehead slick with sweat, furious. Though he had not received information from Dumbledore about Arthur's prophetic abilities, the fact that a child with no prior exposure to the magical world knew about events from 11 years ago made the possibility of Voldemort's return seem all too real. Arthur possessed knowledge that could unveil the hidden intricacies of the magical world. What powers does he possess? Why must such a creature exist in this world? Minister Fudge cast a fleeting glance at the expressions of his colleagues, then shifted his gaze to Arthur, who stood beside Grindelwald. He felt utterly exhausted, yearning for Dumbledore's prompt arrival to prevent you from squandering all your energy on my account. I offer a friendly reminder. A certain Auror by the name of Axley is, in fact, a Death Eater. Yes, that dull-witted man standing behind the loathsome woman who resembles a toad. Arthur raised his arm, pointing his pencil at Axley behind Umbridge, addressing all the wizards present. Slander. This is slander. Minister Fudge, Director Bones, we must apprehend Arthur Pendragon. He is likely in league with the Dark Lord. Axley, his face darkened with anger, retorted to his two superiors. Dumbledore had placed a charm over St. Mungo's orphanage. preventing the Death Eaters from capturing Arthur there in order to fulfill his master's orders. Axley had no choice but to seek out Umbridge along with several other Death Eaters. Monster, his existence poses a threat to the master's return. A glint of cruelty flashed in Axley's eyes as he discreetly aimed his wand at Arthur. Arthur, to defame a prominent ministry official is tantamount to colluding with Grindelwald. Do you possess any evidence? Amelia Bones, the director of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, regarded Arthur with a serious demeanor. She had not participated in Umbridge and Axley's conspiracy against Arthur, yet she opposed Minister Fudge's decision to refrain from punishing him. However, upon hearing the accusation of Death Eater from Arthur's lips, she felt compelled to take the matter seriously. The Bones family had been one of the most powerful in the magical world long before Voldemort's rise. Yet during their first confrontation with him, the majority of their family members had been ruthlessly slaughtered by Voldemort and his Death Eaters. Particularly, her brother, Edgar Bones, was one of the founders of the Order of the Phoenix. Amelia could never forget that rainy afternoon when she entered her brother's home. The horrific scene remained vividly etched in her memory. Each recollection brought her heartache. Director Bones, surely you don't believe the lies of a mere child. Axley retorted, flustered as a seasoned Auror. He understood all too well the torturous fate that awaited him should his identity as a Death Eater be revealed. Whether it is true or not is of no concern to me. However, Arthur's pause left all the wizards present in a state of anxious anticipation. The revelation that a colleague was a Death Eater was far more terrifying than the imminent threat posed by Grindelwald. Although Grindelwald was an insurmountable Dark Lord, they were even less willing to suffer betrayal from a trusted colleague. Arthur, produce your evidence. Minister Fudge was teetering on the brink of collapse. First, Grindelwald's invasion of the ministry. And now his own subordinate was being accused of being a Death Eater in a days. He felt as though he had aged a decade. Grindelwald, they say you were the mightiest dark wizard. Oh, I misspoke. That was in the past. Currently, it seems Voldemort holds that title. Arthur disregarded Fudge, collecting his notebook and pencil as he turned his attention to Grindelwald. The ministry had already rendered its judgment before the trial, and he no longer needed to document the proceedings. You know what I intend to do now? Kill you. Grindelwald scoffed, then began to chant an intricate incantation. The wizards, witnessing Grindelwald's spellcasting, raised their wands in alarm. Various offensive spells shimmering at their tips once more. Grindelwald glanced at the wizards, a look of disdain on his face. Although he had been outmaneuvered by a child's clumsy provocation, he was eager to witness the expressions of these inept wizards upon discovering that one of their own was a Death Eater. As Grindelwald's incantation echoed throughout the Ministry Hall, Axley and several other concealed Death Eaters felt a searing power burn their left arms. Looking down at their arms, they saw the flames had already scorched through their cloaks. A black mark, a skull entwined with a serpent, materialized upon their skin. It's the Dark Mark. An elderly ministry employee exclaimed in panic upon seeing the mark on his colleague's arm. Quick, apprehend them. Don't let them escape. Minister Fudge and Director Bones shouted upon spotting the dark mark on Axley's arm. They simultaneously aimed their wands at Axley, seeking to subdue the Death Eater, disarm them, petrify them all. In an instant, screams and the explosive sounds of spells filled the hall. The ministry wizards, once united against a common enemy, were now thrown into disarray as the shadows of Death Eaters entwined with the Aurors. Ha! Look at these incompetent wizards, unable to immediately subdue even a few Death Eaters. Grindelwald laughed heartily, arms outstretched in mockery. The cacophony of spells clashing and the wizard's screams melded into a symphony that entranced Grindelwald. Were a beautiful lady to appear before him, he would not hesitate to dance with her. Arthur, who is now the mightiest dark wizard, with a swift flick of his wand, Grindelwald effortlessly deflected several spells aimed at him without even glancing. Now it was time for him to discuss the cost of using Arthur. Does such a matter hold any significance? You have utterly failed. While Voldemort still has a chance to retaliate at your age, wouldn't it be more prudent to enjoy your twilight years? Does it truly matter who the strongest dark wizard is to you now? Arthur observed the subdued Death Eaters before directing his gaze toward the distant fireplace and telephone booth. Grindelwald found himself amused by Arthur's words. As he followed Arthur's gaze toward the fireplace, understanding what Arthur had in mind, if you do not speak, I shall leave you here alone in the ministry. He extracted the earlier manuscript from his tattered black robes, waving it before Arthur with a sinister grin. However, His disheveled appearance combined with that grin rendered him ludicrous. ITSU, the great Dark Lord Grindelwald. Might I request the return of my manuscript? It is due for publication soon, and I am in dire need of funds. It could provide me with a handsome income. Arthur, who had once again accrued a substantial debt, gazed at the manuscript of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them in Grindelwald's hand with a conflicted expression. No one stands against money, especially a financially strapped individual like myself. Die. Avada Kedavra. Axley's hoarse roar erupted near Arthur, and when he turned to look, he saw a blinding green light hurtling toward him. Damn it, Grindelwald shouted in fury, lunging toward Arthur in an attempt to push him out of the way. The killing curse, known as the most unforgivable of spells, was one of the three. Grindelwald was seething with rage. Had the Elder Wand still been in his possession, he would have had no fear of the killing curse. But the wand he held was not his own, and it bore no affinity for him. Resisting the most malevolent of spells was an impossible feat. Arthur. Suddenly, a figure clad in a light gray robe appeared in the ministry hall. Upon observing the chaos, his white brows knitted in concern. Before he could inquire about the commotion, he witnessed the green light strike Arthur. Albus. Gellert. Dumbledore was not in the mood to inquire why Grindelwald was present. He swiftly flew toward Arthur. However, before he could approach, an overwhelming force, unlike anything he had ever witnessed, erupted from Arthur. A tremendous wave of energy transformed into a shockwave that instantaneously hurled all the wizards in the Ministry of Magic's Grand Hall backward. Thank you. Now I owe another substantial debt. Damn it. Grindelwald and Dumbledore widened their eyes, filled with excitement, astonishment, and regret. Although their expressions bore slight differences, they both simultaneously gazed at Arthur, who hovered in the air. At that moment, Arthur was no longer the inconspicuous child he once was. The potent aura surrounding him made him the center of attention for all. Suddenly, an extremely unstable black mist materialized behind Arthur, captivating the attention of the recovering wizards. This mist surged toward Axley with astonishing speed, piercing through him as effortlessly as a pencil through thin paper. The black mist faced no resistance and emerged from Axley's back. It is the Silent One. He is a Silent One. An elderly wizard, half lying on the ground, pointed at the mist and exclaimed in alarm. The dimly lit hall of the Ministry of Magic fell eerily silent. The appearance of the Silent One drew all gazes toward the young boy. Arthur. Dumbledore, filled with fury at Arthur being struck by the killing curse, regarded the suspended figure of Arthur with a complex expression. The centenarian, upon first encountering Arthur, had merely thought of him as a child capable of penning the tales of Harry Potter and Voldemort, possessing a semblance of prophetic ability. Yet now, gazing at the swirling black mist that emanated a terrifying aura behind him, Dumbledore's heart was a tempest of conflicting emotions. Good. 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 I was not mistaken. Grindelwald's murky eyes remained fixated on the Silent One behind Arthur. He raised his arms and laughed maniacally. He had not erred. Indeed, Arthur was a Silent One. It had been ages, roughly 70 years, since Grindelwald had witnessed the grand emergence of a Silent One in the wizarding world. Too costly. Can I withdraw? I cannot bear the daily expense of 100 galleons. Under the protective guard of the Silent One, Arthur descended gently onto the marble floor like a feathered eye. In a voice audible only to himself, he commanded the Silent One to vanish from his presence. Such formidable power often comes with a steep price. Having withstood Axley's lethal strike had already burdened him with an exorbitant debt. If he were to retain the Silent One, Arthur, believing himself a mere ordinary individual, could not possibly bear the daily costs associated with the Silent One. Though the power of the Silent One was immense, it was not the sole path to strength. Professor Dumbledore, may I take my leave? The simple, loose-fitting robe fell naturally as the Silent One dissipated, no longer floating in the air. Arthur Pendragon, the most malevolent and dark force of the Silent One. I hereby arrest you in the name of the Ministry of Magic. Before Dumbledore could utter a word, Umbridge, propped up by her subordinates, pointed her wand at Arthur and declared vehemently at that moment, her face twisted with malice, wrinkles and flab contorted together like a toad in a fit of rage. Silence! Grindelwald, before all present, waved his arm, and a terrifying dark curse shot from his wand, directly toppling the loathed woman. Gellert, Dumbledore bellowed in fury, a wave of magical energy emanating from him, causing the surrounding wizards to retreat in alarm. At this moment, neither Arthur's identity as a Silent One, nor the Dark Lord Grindelwald, nor even the formidable Dumbledore could be trifled with by these wizards, since the end of Voldemort's reign of darkness 11 years prior. This moment marked the greatest crisis the Ministry of Magic had encountered. All eyes were fixed on the three figures, while Minister Fudge clenched his jaw, his expression strained as he gazed at the fallen Umbridge. "Arthur, I have decided not to kill you. Come with me." Grindelwald stood before Arthur, extending his right hand, inviting him to depart together to tea that moment. He recalled 70 years ago, remembering the young man who also possessed the Silent One. Back then, he had merely viewed the youth as a useful tool. This time, he resolved to nurture Arthur properly. He had already failed. He should have remained in Nurmengard until the end of his days. Yet this child, who had not appeared in his prophecies, rekindled a glimmer of hope within him. "Arthur, you cannot go with him." Upon hearing Grindelwald's beguiling voice, Dumbledore shouted solemnly, his eyes, marked by the passage of time, scrutinized the boy's face, seeking to decipher his innermost thoughts. Dumbledore could not comprehend why this innocent and virtuous boy would be a Silent One, that the Silent One did not manifest at random in this magical world. Its emergence required a profoundly unique environment, one marked by trauma related to the use of magic, coupled with a deep-seated loathing for one's own abilities and a conscious attempt to suppress them. This is an incredibly complex and painful process. When a child endowed with magical power has suffered physical or psychological abuse, leading them to suppress their magic, they experience profound emotional anguish. Such extreme negative emotions serve as the primal conditions for the dark, parasitic magical force known as the Silent One. Regarding Arthur, a child with extraordinary abilities, Dumbledore had learned of his past and character from Father Hughes and various nuns before ever meeting him. He had always considered St. Mary's Orphanage, where he was raised, as his home, striving to earn a living for his family. How could such a child, one who had never encountered the magical world, possibly become a Silent One? "First, return the manuscript to me." Arthur, burdened with 2 enormous debts in a single day, rarely displayed anger on his face that he raised his hand, not to grasp Grindelwald's right hand, but to demand the manuscript of Fantastic Beasts and where to find them. All right, here you go. As long as you come with me, you can do whatever you wish. The title, the ending, all those things that displeased me. I shall no longer allow you to alter them." Grindelwald grinned wickedly as he handed the manuscript to Arthur. As the first Dark Lord of modern times, he held Arthur's whimsical notion of making money in contempt. Yet, in the face of Arthur's determination, he could not help but feel a flicker of recognition. Although his direction was misguided, this tenacious resolve, combined with his guidance, would surely forge a powerful wizard. The magical world would undergo earth-shattering changes because of him. "If I leave with you, I cannot write nor care for them." Arthur gazed at the damaged manuscript in his hands, his anger gradually dissipating, replaced by a tinge of sadness and heartache. He carefully tucked the manuscript into his bosom and walked toward Dumbledore. "Professor Dumbledore, I wish to return that I do not wish to come here again." That Arthur's calm gaze upon Dumbledore caused the latter, who had been anxious about Arthur falling under Grindelwald's influence, to tremble slightly. The previously complex expression vanished in an instant, replaced by a smile filled with admiration and relief. "Very well. I assure you, no one shall compel you to come here again." In a moment of dazed clarity, Dumbledore's heart birthed a thought. Everything that had transpired was but an illusion. The Silent One, the Silent Ones, they were mere figments of fancy. The boy before him remained the pure-eyed, kind-hearted child he had come to know. He was worthy of his protection. "Albus, you cannot stop me any longer. Look at these incompetent, stagnant wizards. Only I can protect him. Reflect on the mistakes we once made, Albus." At the very moment when Arthur approached Dumbledore, Grindelwald's smile had already vanished. He cast an enraged glance at the surrounding wizards, his eyes brimming with contempt. As Dumbledore's closest friend, Grindelwald was acutely aware of his character. He could protect Arthur for a fleeting moment, yet he could not guarantee his perpetual safety. The hostile wizards surrounding Arthur would undoubtedly devise ways to eliminate him. As a Dark Lord, he understood the darker facets of human nature better than anyone else. Seizing the moment of Dumbledore's distraction, Grindelwald's figure transformed into a wisp of darkness, darting swiftly towards Arthur. "Gerald." The transformation occurred too abruptly. Just as Dumbledore snapped back from painful memories, Grindelwald's gaunt hand had already pressed upon Arthur's shoulder. Observing Grindelwald's intent to disapparate with Arthur, Dumbledore immediately raised his wand. aiming a spell at Grindelwald. Boom! The tumultuous surge of magic instantaneously interrupted Grindelwald's disapparation, though it did not completely thwart it. Arthur. Dumbledore disregarded the fallen Grindelwald. Striving to suppress the fury within him, he lifted his gaze towards the heavens, his cerulean eyes radiating with magical brilliance. Upon sensing that Arthur had not been transported too far, he reined in his magic, preparing to confront Grindelwald. However, at that moment, Grindelwald rolled over, grasped his wand, and erupted into maniacal laughter. "Albus, you have aged," he proclaimed, vanishing without waiting for Dumbledore's response. "Albus, you know, silence is perilous." Everything transpired too swiftly. When Minister Fudge finally made up his mind, he found himself alone with Dumbledore. "Cornelius, I require a reasonable explanation." Dumbledore's face, still etched with anger, swept across the surrounding wizards of the Ministry, who had become mere background figures, and spoke to Fudge in a low tone. This is not as you imagine it." Fudge, feeling guilty, wiped the perspiration from his forehead, acutely aware of his old friend's wrath, momentarily at a loss for words. The venerable figure before him was the most powerful white wizard of the age. His fury was something no wizard present could withstand. "You have betrayed the agreement between us. I believe it is time for us to sit down and discuss matters anew." In a dilapidated barn on the outskirts of North London, several cloaked wizards bowed their heads in silence. None dared to speak or make any move, for their longtime master, Lord Grindelwald, stood with his back to them, hands clasped behind him. Suddenly, a bird call resonated from outside the barn, and a gray-bearded old man in a black robe appeared before Grindelwald. "My lord, just as you anticipated, I could not locate St. Mary's orphanage. What shall we do next?" The old man bowed before Grindelwald. He was Abernathy, who had followed Grindelwald since his early rise to power. "Let us depart. First, we violate our oath by leaving Nurmengard, and now we intrude upon his territory unannounced. If we linger, he will surely become infuriated. At his age, I do not wish for him to become a bald old man. That would tarnish the image of the greatest wizard in the eyes of the world." Abernathy's disheartening news did not provoke anger in Grindelwald. He gazed toward the direction of Hogwarts, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "My lord, where shall we go next? Outdated methods cannot be employed in this world on the verge of transformation, so let us employ the same tactics to claim him." Grindelwald's cryptic words perplexed Abernathy, but he understood that this master always contemplated matters far beyond the grasp of others. "Let us go. It has been ages since I returned to my alma mater. I have heard it is now under the control of a Death Eater. What a disgrace." The young birds circling around the barn tilted their heads in confusion, unable to comprehend how these humans managed to vanish into thin air. The evening light shimmered upon the only small river in the park, the crystal-clear water reflecting a particularly bright orange glow. Sitting on a wooden bench by the riverbank, Hermione Granger pouted in annoyance, hurling the book in her hands aside. "What an insufferable character. Why would they name the protagonist after me? Even if they did, why depict her as plain-looking, complete with a pair of large front teeth?" Hermione glared furiously at the author's name on the book cover, Arthur Pendragon. Upon seeing this name, her anger only intensified. How dare he use my name and not his real one? Arthur. King Arthur would never act in such an obnoxious manner. Hermione angrily raked her fingers through her hair. Suddenly, she recalled the girl in the book who shared her name. The thought of being described as careless in her appearance, with disheveled hair, prompted Hermione to hastily tidy her own messy hairstyle. Harry Potter, Professor McGonagall, Hogwarts. This insufferable author must be from the magical world. Once I attend Hogwarts, I will surely uncover your true identity. After arranging her hair, Hermione reluctantly picked up the neglected Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Although the protagonist's name vexed her, this novel about Hogwarts was infinitely more captivating than Hogwarts. A history, the child who narrowly escaped death, Harry Potter, was no longer shrouded in mystery. Those young wizards she believed to be well-versed in magic also had to start from the basics. After finishing Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Hermione, once filled with trepidation, now brimmed with confidence. She believed that her usual excellence would not falter in the enigmatic halls of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Those children from wizarding families might not be as exceptional as she was. With this thought, a smile that could melt hearts returned to Hermione's face. She glanced once more at the novel in her hands. Observing the orange light reflected upon it, suddenly, she realized she had lingered outside for too long, and it was time to return home for dinner. Just as Hermione stood up, preparing to head home. A striking young man with short black hair and a crisp white shirt caught her eye. It seemed as if a galaxy resided within his eyes. Hermione took a few steps forward, reaching the river's edge, and gazed at the boy standing by the water. From his eyes, she perceived something she had never encountered before. Deep as the night, speckled with stars, it appeared as though a galaxy was contained within. His clean, pale visage was somewhat gaunt, yet it did not diminish the elegance that cloaked him like untouched mud. He resembled a divine child who had just descended to the mortal realm. Hermione had never seen such a peer. Driven by curiosity, she could not resist the urge to cautiously move closer to the boy. His slightly parted lips seemed to utter words she could not decipher. She surmised he might be singing some melodious tune. Concealing Grindelwald and the others has burdened me with 10,000 pounds, roughly equivalent to about 2,000 galleons. It seems I must work harder. The methods to earn substantial wealth are inscribed in the law. I shall focus on writing instead. Thank you. Although I cannot comprehend your obsession with money, Arthur murmured to himself, his gaze fixed upon the unfamiliar river. Pouring forth his innermost thoughts. Who are you? Suddenly, the sound of footsteps nearby drew Arthur's attention. That he turned towards the sound and found a girl staring at him. Her thick, shoulder-length brown hair and curious, sparkling eyes evoked a sense of familiarity within him. Hello, my name is Hermione Granger. I live nearby. I don't believe we've met before. Have you just moved here? Hermione was acutely aware that staring into another's eyes was considered a breach of etiquette. Yet, the profound depths of those starry eyes captivated her curiosity. What kind of environment could have bestowed upon him such unforgettable eyes? Hello, Hermione. I'm lost. Do you know the way to St. Mary's Orphanage? Arthur's demeanor was calm as he gazed at the girl before him, who appeared slightly different from the Hermione depicted in his novels. Upon noticing the book cradled in her arms, he surmised what she had been engaged in prior to their encounter. The evening light kissed the side of Hermione's cheek, painting her fair, delicate skin with a rosy hue. When she heard the boy's inquiry about St. Mary's Orphanage, her first instinct was to wonder if he might be an orphan himself. Unable to contain her curiosity, she blurted out, St. Mary's Orphanage. Are you perhaps an orphan? I apologize. It was not my intention, she quickly added, realizing her words could have wounded his feelings. It's all right. It's nothing, Arthur replied, shaking his head, indicating that her remarks had not offended him. Hermione scrutinized Arthur's expression, puzzled by the calmness of a lost orphan. It was not characteristic of children his age. St. Mary's Orphanage. I have not heard of it. Why don't you come home with me? My mother should know. She is a devout believer. Although Hermione had never heard of St. Mary's Orphanage, she couldn't bear the thought of disappointing the boy. She resolved to take him home, hoping her mother might have some knowledge of it. After all, St. Mary certainly sounded like the name of a church. No institution unrelated to a church would start its name with Saint. Then Thank you. Kind Hermione, someone is here to pick me up. Goodbye. Just as Arthur was about to accept Hermione's invitation, an elderly figure appeared beside the bench in front of him. Spotting Dumbledore, Arthur promptly expressed his gratitude for Hermione's kindness and made his way toward him. Goodbye. You haven't told me your name yet. As Arthur brushed past, Hermione suddenly realized she did not know the boy's name. Though it was likely they might never meet again, the thought of parting without knowing the name of such an extraordinary boy left her feeling regretful. Arthur Pendragon. Arthur turned back, and a rare smile illuminated his usually serene face. In the glow of the setting sun, his deep, starry eyes sparkled with life. Arthur Pendragon? Why does that name sound so familiar? As his silhouette began to fade from her mind, Hermione quickly repeated the boy's name in her thoughts. Suddenly, she frowned slightly. That wasn't that the detestable author she had just cursed. It must be a coincidence. After all, he was an orphan, and acquiring such a name in an orphanage was entirely plausible. Hermione shook her head vigorously, her previously arranged hair becoming disheveled once more. She refused to believe that this orphan named Arthur was the author of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. His eyes were so profound, as if they housed a galaxy within. That innocent face, with its kind and gentle smile, could not possibly belong to that loathsome author. With this thought in mind, Hermione cradled her book as she returned home. As the sun set, after finishing dinner with her parents, Hermione hastily retreated to her bedroom, eagerly approaching her desk without even sitting down. She pulled out Hogwarts, a history from her neatly arranged bookshelf. Oh, found it. That's him. The elderly man who took Arthur away is none other than Professor Dumbledore. Hermione's excitement surged as she gazed at the illustration of Dumbledore waving at her. Could it truly be him? No, impossible. After confirming that the elderly man who had taken Arthur was indeed the great Professor Dumbledore, Hermione found herself engulfed in turmoil once more. During dinner, her parents had discussed the book Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Mr. Granger jokingly remarked that the character Hermione was modeled after their own daughter, which quickly drew a vehement protest from Hermione. Yet, just as her father began to apologize, Hermione suddenly recalled the elderly man's figure as somewhat familiar. To validate her suspicion that she had seen him before, she returned to her bedroom after finishing her last slice of apple pie. No, once I arrive at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, I must inquire about Arthur with Professor Dumbledore if it is indeed him. I will not let him off so easily. At the very least, I will demand he change his name. Hermione closed the book in her hands and shifted her gaze to the cover of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Staring at the author's name, she vividly recalled the image of Arthur standing alone by the riverbank. She refused to believe that the angelic Arthur could have written such an ordinary character with her name. But if it truly were him, Hermione couldn't decide if she would be angry or saddened. She despised the feeling of being deceived. On a tranquil country path, two figures, one tall and one short, walked silently, one following the other. Even as the road ahead plunged into darkness, their pace remained unperturbed. The Ministry of Magic has taken care of everything for you. They have agreed to rescind all your charges and will not interfere with your writing any novels. However, there are a few conditions that I promised on your behalf without consulting you, Dumbledore said, observing the calm figure of Arthur walking ahead of him. His voice slightly hoarse to prevent the ministry from continuing to pursue Arthur. He had made considerable sacrifices that day. Thank you. Could you tell me what those conditions are? Arthur halted and turned to face Dumbledore. As the clouds obscuring the moon dissipated, a beam of moonlight fell upon Arthur's face. Dumbledore scrutinized the boy's perpetually tranquil expression, finding it as inscrutable as ever. Reflecting on Grindelwald's words to him, "Albus, you are getting old," he could not help but blink a few times. The first condition is that you may not publish any novels concerning wizards in the Muggle world. The magical world is an exception. The second condition is that you are absolutely forbidden from using the power of the unseen again. The third condition requires you to divulge all information you possess regarding him to the Ministry of Magic. The fourth condition strictly prohibits any further contact with Grindelwald. After listening to Dumbledore outline these four conditions, Arthur fell silent for a moment before nodding heavily. The Lord knows. The Lord does not care. At that moment, Arthur embodied the sentiment of a famous quote from Lute Sichin's The Three-Body Problem, remaining indifferent to conditions that would not harm him in the slightest, as long as they did not impede his income or disturb him. Any treaty was inconsequential. Observing Arthur's lack of any negative reaction to the four conditions, Dumbledore's grave expression finally softened into a smile. "Arthur, I have some bad news to share with you." On the first day of September, London was gripped by a cold wave. People walking the streets of London had donned windproof, warm coats. Within King's Cross Station, crowds of hurried travelers rushed towards their destinations. "Arthur, do you truly not need me to escort you inside?" Miss Eileen, dressed in a black nun's habit, asked, struggling to suppress her reluctance as she watched Arthur pushing a pile of luggage. "No need. Sister Eileen, that I can manage on my own." Arthur secured Doom's cage on the cart with a rope and then approached Aaron, gently embracing the nun who had cared for him throughout his upbringing. Doom, the owl he had purchased from Diagon Alley, was a 1-year-old male long-eared owl. Having recently arrived at St. Mary's orphanage and dispatched most of the mice within its confines to the underworld, Arthur had aptly named him Doom. In our absence, remember to eat on time, and as the weather turns cold, do not forget to wear warm clothing. That place lacks the Lord's protection. Be cautious not to catch a cold. You always suffer from high fevers for several days whenever you fall ill. Sister Erin softly embraced Arthur and, like a mother, began to admonish him. "You need any assistance?" Just as Arthur contemplated how to hoist his suitcase atop the luggage rack, which was over a meter high, a boy clad in Hufflepuff robes approached him. Arthur turned to see a tall, handsome blonde youth offering him a friendly smile. "I am Cedric Diggory, soon to be a third-year student at Hufflepuff. You may call me Cedric." Without waiting for Arthur to respond, Cedric effortlessly lifted Arthur's suitcase and placed it on the rack. This luggage rack is poorly designed. Very few first-year students can manage to place their bags up there. Thank you. I am Arthur Pendragon, a first-year student this year. Arthur Pendragon, are you the brilliant author of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone? Upon hearing Arthur's name, Cedric's face lit up with delight as he placed his hands on Arthur's shoulders, eager to confirm if he truly was that genius writer. Yes, that would be me. Arthur nodded, feeling somewhat uncomfortable with the exuberance of this Hufflepuff upperclassman. Haha, I never expected the first new student I would meet on the train would be you. What an honor. If you don't mind, let us sit down and chat. Receiving Arthur's affirmative response, Cedric let out a hearty laugh and patted Arthur's shoulder, inviting him to his compartment, encountering such a friendly Hufflepuff upperclassman upon boarding the train. Though overly enthusiastic, Arthur did not wish to decline his kindness. After all, not every student on this train would extend goodwill towards a Muggle-born newcomer. This compartment is quite close to your suitcase. Isn't it? Don't worry. The seating in student compartments is not fixed. It's first come, first served. Perhaps mistaking Arthur's calm demeanor for nervousness, Cedric voiced all the reassurances he could think of. Thank you. I have always been this way. Reflecting on the admonitions from Father Shoes and Sister Erin, Arthur sought to clarify to Cedric to avoid any misunderstanding. Haha, I knew it. How could a talented author like you be timid? A genius writer, I understand. After listening to Arthur's explanation, Cedric scrutinized his expression and chuckled lightly. Though a bit solemn, at least you are polite, aren't you? By the way, as an upperclassman, I would like to offer you some friendly advice. Once you arrive at school, be careful of the keeper of keys and grounds, Rubius Hagrid, and the head of Slytherin House, Severus Snape. Cedric leaned down, speaking softly to Arthur, though it is highly impolite to speak ill of others behind their backs. Cedric did not wish to see Arthur targeted by those two. That Hagrid is manageable, but Professor Snape, that would undoubtedly be a disaster. What has happened? Arthur inquired, slightly fluttering his eyelashes, puzzled by Cedric's concern. Well, my father once visited the pub in Hogsmeade and encountered Hagrid, who had been drinking heavily. He was incoherently muttering your name, claiming that it was all because of you that he lost Dumbledore's trust. Though the specifics were unclear, it would be wise for you to exercise caution. As for Professor Snape, a few days ago, when I was purchasing new books and magical supplies in Diagon Alley, I witnessed him arguing with the famous author Gilderoy Lockhart, during which he publicly tore apart one of your novels, Cedric explained, glancing at the small wizards passing by. Thank you. I will be careful. Arthur replied sincerely. He had already formed a hypothesis regarding Hagrid's apparent ire towards him. However, as for Professor Snape, he could only hope that the Sorting Hat would not, due to its mischievous nature, place him in Slytherin. Traditionally, Muggle-born wizards were not assigned to Slytherin, but one can never be certain of such matters, can one? Seeing that Arthur had accepted his well-meaning warning, Cedric chose to change the subject. He retrieved a book from his backpack, opened it to a marked page, and began discussing a plot point with Arthur. Upon closer inspection, Arthur realized it depicted the scene in which Harry Potter encounters Voldemort drinking unicorn blood in the Forbidden Forest. Isn't unicorn blood cursed? Why would that shadowy figure drink it? Doesn't he fear the curse? Have you not yet finished the book? Arthur observed that the latter half of Cedric's book appeared brand new, as if it had never been read, and he inquired. Indeed, I have not finished. Feeling somewhat embarrassed after having praised Arthur as a genius writer for the brilliance of his plot, Cedric chuckled awkwardly once Arthur pointed it out. Well, I won't spoil it for you, as I am sure you wouldn't want me to. Indeed, I noted that you laid many intriguing foreshadows in the earlier chapters, and I have kept track of them all. So when just as Cedric was about to say, if I find the corresponding resolutions in the subsequent chapters, I will be exceedingly happy. A loud bang suddenly echoed through the compartment, followed by a ruckus among several young wizards. Cedric frowned slightly, signaling Arthur to remain calm before standing up and moving towards the compartment door. That it seems this year's new students will give the professors quite a headache, Cedric remarked, observing a few first-year students in their robes arguing not far away. The prefects should not be in this compartment. I will go check on them to ensure they do not come to blows. The Hogwarts Express, operational since the mid-19th century, has undoubtedly transported countless young wizards to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. This steam locomotive, constructed by Muggle engineers in Crewe, Cheshire, England, undoubtedly stands as the longest-serving Muggle technological artifact recognized by wizards in the magical world. Over 160 years of storms and the indelible marks left by numerous young wizards have cloaked this high antique in an air of mystery. In the aisle, on the dark, aged pine floorboards. Harry Potter gripped his cracked glasses, his veins bulging from the rudeness of the intruders. Amidst the commotion, he raised his head, his eyes burning with rage beneath his unruly black hair. "You little brat from the Malfoy family. This is the Hogwarts Express, not your home. Apologize to Harry at once." The Weasley twins stood protectively before Harry, their taller frames instilling a sense of security in him, while their imposing stature added pressure upon Draco Malfoy, who was flanked by the stout Gregory Goyle and the short Vincent Crabbe. Red-haired, I needn't guess. You must be the impoverished Weasleys, the disgrace of wizards. Draco Malfoy, sporting a slick hairstyle even at a young age, sneered contemptuously at the Weasley twins, his eyes filled with disdain and mockery as he took in their well-worn robes. "You detestable Malfoy brat, believe it or not, I will use my wand to make you grow a pig-s tail." "A pig-s tail, Malfoy? Ha! Fred, wouldn't it be even better with a pair of festering pig ears added to the mix?" If their brother were present, he would surely rush over to deliver a hefty punch to that Malfoy lad's charmingly pale visage. However, the mischievous Fred and George preferred to publicly humiliate this child who dared to insult their Weasley family. Their boisterous laughter instantly darkened Draco Malfoy's expression, but he quickly responded with a mocking gesture towards the duo. "Just as the books describe, aside from their pranks and clever antics, you two are nothing but jesters, nay clowns." Upon hearing this, the two rotund boys behind Draco joined in with hearty laughter. "You simply do not comprehend the joy of mischief." "What book?" George shouted at Draco, his face flushed with anger, while Fred, as the elder brother, became intrigued by the mention of the book. Indeed, the Weasleys were so impoverished that they could not even afford to purchase it. "Look at your naive faces. I'm in a good mood today, so I shall enlighten you." Draco's pale green eyes brimmed with disdain as he nudged Goyle beside him. Goyle promptly retrieved a lavishly bound book from within his robes and handed it to Draco. Without sparing it a glance, Draco brandished the book in front of the Weasley twins, speaking with a hint of jealousy. "Do you know why I intend to thrash him? It is because he, a cowardly fellow, has the audacity to abandon me in the book, forcing me into detention in the Forbidden Forest. And you too, your penchant for mischief has not escaped my notice from the pages of that book. Do not let me catch you at school. Should I do so, you will find yourselves in the Forbidden Forest as well. Ha ha." In truth, Draco loathed this novel for one simple reason: the Draco Malfoy within its pages. No matter how hard he tried, always found himself outmatched by Harry Potter. Yet his father had sternly advised him to thoroughly study its contents. In a fit of anger at the time, Draco had retorted with a question as to why, but his father, with a grim countenance, had earnestly informed him that this book was not merely a tale about Hogwarts. It contained the very events that were destined to unfold. Realizing that the Draco Malfoy in the book was, in fact, himself, Draco felt as though the worldview he had constructed over 11 years was crumbling around him. For a full day, 24 hours, he felt as if he were under the influence of a soul-stealing curse. His mind consumed by his father's words and the relevant plot lines from Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. How could a member of the Malfoy family be reduced to a mere supporting character? Enraged and unwilling to accept this fate, Draco resolved to avoid the tragic path laid out in the book during his first year. Even if this book were prophetic, so what? He would rebel. He would, as his father advised, delve deeply into this novel. He would utterly defeat Harry Potter and ensure that the House Cup remained with Slytherin. He aspired to shine as the most distinguished young wizard among the new Slytherin students, binding the glory of Slytherin irrevocably to his name, Draco Malfoy. Yet Draco lamented that this book was not solely his possession. Many young wizards had already procured it from Diagon Alley. However, there was one thing those young wizards lacked. A realization he gleaned from Goyle and Crab, his lifelong lackeys. Goyle and the others merely regarded Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone as a fictional tale. Thus Draco resolved to utilize the information within before the wizards recognized the book as a prophetic tome. Harry Potter was set to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team, was he not? Then I shall ensure he does not gain entry. He is disliked by Professor Snape, is he not? I shall see to it that he is detested by all the professors. The invisibility cloak, that too belongs to me. The one who defeats the Dark Lord shall be none other than I. The House Cup shall not shift due to twists of fate. It shall eternally belong to Slytherin. The emergence of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone ignited a grand ambition within Draco Malfoy. Yet, having possessed the book for only a few days, his brash nature had not undergone significant alteration. He remained, as depicted in the narrative clutching the novel. He observed the puzzled expressions of the three before him, a sense of unprecedented exhilaration coursing through him, especially when he beheld the bruises on Harry Potter's face. He could not help but burst into laughter. George, Fred, it appears you are here as well. What has transpired? Just as Draco was contemplating how to further humiliate the trio before him, a voice interrupted his mirth. Oh, it's Cedric. Nothing much, just a first-year student acting a bit unruly. Cedric, it has been a while. Who is this little brother beside you? Your sibling. The hair color doesn't match. Could he be a distant relative? Looking just as handsome as Cedric, surely. Perhaps Cedric has brought along a little sidekick to evade those bothersome girls that haha. Upon seeing Cedric, the Weasley twins' eyes lit up, and they broke into smiles, enthusiastically gesturing cool hand signs towards him. As for the wretched Malfoy child, he was completely ignored. Although the Weasley twins harbored disdain for Draco Malfoy, they had once borrowed a collection of stories of Beetle the Bard from a chubby boy. During Draco's self-indulgent laughter, the twins had briefly considered him to possess a modicum of talent for mischief. However, in the eyes of the two masters of pranks, Draco had only a slight knack for it. And not nearly enough. Ridiculous and laughable, a clown from the Malfoy family, attempting to show off in front of them. Ignore him. Agreed. Let us keep our distance from him. Fools are contagious, thanks to the mysterious connection shared between twins. George and Fred reached a silent consensus upon Cedric and Arthur's arrival. Since it was a trivial matter, you all may disperse. Fighting is prohibited on the train to Hogwarts. After hearing the Weasley twins' response, Cedric wiped the smile from his face and warned Draco Malfoy and his associates. Such matters should typically fall under the purview of the prefects, but as of yet, no prefect from any house had boarded this carriage. As a member of Hufflepuff, Cedric did not wish for the first day of the new term to be marred by a young wizard receiving reprimands from professors for fighting. If a student were punished and later entered Hufflepuff, it would be a most unfortunate situation. Draco, upon hearing this, neither spoke nor stepped away. Instead, he cast a victorious glance at Harry Potter. He then cautiously scrutinized the Weasley twins and the two newcomers. Oh, the book you hold is the 1957 edition of the lavishly bound stories of Beetle the Bard, is it not? I've heard that the illustrations in this edition differ from those in both the preceding and subsequent prints. Truly enviable. Noticing that the three first years showed no intention of departing, Cedric couldn't help but glance more intently, upon discovering that the boy at the forefront was cradling the stories of Beetle the Bard. His expression softened slightly, and he spoke amicably. Draco found Cedric's words somewhat perplexing. He furrowed his brow and lowered his gaze to the book in his hands. Damn it. Goyle, where is the book I entrusted to you? Previously convinced that the book he held was Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Draco's face flushed with anger. His nostrils flared as he turned to glare at Goyle. That book is with Crab. When you jabbed me in the stomach, I thought you meant to use this book to strike me after all. It is sturdier than that one. Goyle scratched his head innocently, mumbling an explanation. Enough, regardless of your reasons. Disperse now that if a prefect sees you, they won't be as lenient as I am. Cedric was perplexed by the actions of those around him, and he waved his arms to urge the trio to depart hastily. At that moment, his thoughts were consumed with the desire to return to his compartment and continue discussing the tales beyond the creation of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone with Arthur. Draco, meanwhile, shot a fierce glance at Goyle and Crab, unable to fathom how something that began as a rather pretentious affair had turned him into a jester due to their blunders. Embarrassed, he cast a scornful look at the Weasley twins, their peculiar smiles igniting within him an urge to find a hole to hide in. That I cannot remain here any longer. I shall settle the score with you once we return to school. I swear it. Draco vowed silently to take revenge on the Weasley twins, then led Goyle and Crab away from the scene. As Draco attempted to return to his compartment, he found his path obstructed by the imposing figures of Cedric and Arthur. Cedric appeared somewhat formidable, prompting Draco to direct a menacing gaze towards Arthur. Step aside. Do not block my way. Is this how you beseech others to let you pass? Arthur regarded Draco and his corpulent bodyguard with an expression of calm indifference, his tone devoid of emotion, leaving no hint of his thoughts. Step aside. Are you seeking death? Draco fumed, his indignation compounded by the humiliation he had already endured in front of the Weasley twins. The audacity of this slight boy, who dared to disregard his authority, infuriated him further. In a fit of rage, he reached out to shove Arthur aside. "How dare you, Malfoy? Watch out, little brother," George and Fred called out loudly. Seeing Draco's intent to intimidate yet another newcomer after having already bullied Harry Potter, Cedric's typically graceful demeanor was marred by an unusual flicker of anger as he prepared to intervene and stop Draco. But his hand fell short. It was not that Draco was particularly swift. Rather, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. A wizard from a pureblood family. Draco was astonished to find himself engaged in a confrontation without the aid of a wand. "Draco, what do you think your father, Lucius, and your mother, Narcissa, would say if they learned of this?" Arthur's calm voice echoed as he pressed his wand against Draco's chin. Though his tone remained flat, the words resonated with scorn towards Draco in the minds of all present. Who are you?" The icy sensation against his jaw jolted Draco into clarity. His terrified gaze and trembling form exposed his cowardice to all. Draco was baffled as to how this unfamiliar newcomer could possibly know his name and that of his parents. "Arthur Pendragon, you should be familiar with my name, considering Mr. Crab has prepared to pummel me using my own written work. It's you. Damn Crab, put that book down." The mention of Arthur's name sent Draco's mind spiraling into confusion. His previous apprehension now compounded by dread. The tales of clandestine affairs at the Ministry of Magic recounted by his father flooded his mind, leaving him cold and sweating, ignoring the wand still poised under his chin. He turned and bellowed at Crab, who was brandishing Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. "Arthur Pendragon, the author of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the boy who caused the legendary Dark Lord Gellert Grindelwald to breach the Ministry of Magic. The one who annihilated the Death Eaters that had lurked within the Ministry for years. The youth for whom Dumbledore would engage in duels with multiple high-ranking Ministry officials." Young Draco failed to comprehend why his father had felt compelled to share these accounts. Yet the gravity etched upon his father's visage conveyed that these were monumental events. "Dumbledore, in his desire to protect you, decided you should attend Hogwarts. After you go, whatever you do, do not provoke him. A friend from the Ministry informed me that afternoon, a Death Eater named Yaxley attempted to kill him, only to be met with terrifying retaliation. Father, isn't he just a Muggle boy? Is he truly that powerful? And wasn't he Uncle Yaxley reassigned to the French Ministry? It is the Death Eaters, Draco. There are matters you cannot yet understand, but you must heed your father's words. Stay far away from Arthur Pendragon. Do not provoke him, nor approach him. I do not wish to bury my own child." After unleashing a furious roar, Draco felt the world around him spin, and darkness enveloped him as he collapsed against Crab. Once Goyle and Crab assisted the unconscious Draco from the compartment, George and Fred turned their gazes towards Arthur, their identical faces betraying a shared curiosity. "Pendragon? I have not heard of that family." "How about you, George?" "Fred, I was sleeping through Professor Bin's class just like you. I have no idea about this family." "Wait, we cannot let Mother know about this. That won't happen. Look, Mother is still outside," reminding Ron. "Look, Ron is..." George and Fred exchanged banter as their attention shifted from Arthur to Ron and Mrs. Weasley standing on the platform outside, just as Cedric was about to introduce Arthur to the Weasley twins. He noticed they were engrossed in a different conversation altogether. He attempted to interject, but the twins were speaking so rapidly that he could not find an opening. With a resigned smile, he turned to Arthur, saying, "Arthur, these are the Weasley twins from Gryffindor. My classmates. On the left is George, and on the right is Fred. Their personalities are just as you see, cheerful and enthusiastic, albeit somewhat unpredictable. Please do not take offense." It's quite all right." Arthur nodded, recognizing the twins' demeanor from his readings. However, as he leaned against the train window, he could not help but feel that they are putting on a performance. This notion was confirmed when Cedric turned to lead him back to the compartment. "Haha, George, we've managed to trick Cedric too. Isn't this rather common? When has Cedric ever not fallen for our tricks?" Cedric gazed at the smug expressions on George and Fred's faces, exasperatedly brushing a few strands of hair from his eyes. "You too, sigh. Arthur and I are leaving now. Wait, we haven't had the chance to meet this handsome new student yet." Upon hearing Cedric's intent to depart, George swiftly sidled up to him, draping an arm over his shoulder with a playful grin. Meanwhile, Fred approached Arthur, offering a mysterious smile to the boy who had so thoroughly intimidated the Malfoy heir. "Hello, I'm George Weasley, a third-year student, your senior." Arthur's lips curled into a slight smile, giving him a somewhat enigmatic expression that might be misconstrued by many. Yet this was the most pronounced display of friendliness he could muster before a stranger. "Pleasure to meet you, Fred Weasley of Gryffindor. You may call me Arthur Pendragon." Arthur extended a polite handshake to Fred, simultaneously exposing their usual ruse. "George, our little brother Arthur did not confuse us at all," Fred exclaimed, his face lighting up with exaggerated surprise as he heard Arthur correctly name him. He and George were nearly indistinguishable in both appearance and personality, to the point that even their mother, Mrs. Weasley, sometimes mixed them up. Yet here was this newcomer, having known them for less than 10 minutes, and he could differentiate between them. "Is this some sort of Merlin's magic?" Fred marveled, unable to quell his astonishment. "You've got it wrong. I am Fred, and he is George." With his arm draped over Cedric's shoulder, George felt a twinge of dissatisfaction upon hearing his brother inform him that Arthur could accurately identify the two of them. "No, you are indeed George Weasley, Sr." Arthur shook his head, dismissing the notion. Cedric had mistakenly introduced Fred as George and vice versa, but before Arthur approached them, he discerned their identities through their altercation with Draco. At St. Mary's orphanage, there were also a few pairs of twin orphans who occasionally engaged in pranks akin to the Weasley twins. Over time, Arthur had developed his own unique method for distinguishing between twins. "That's truly remarkable. How did you manage it?" George and Fred spoke in unison, their previous mischief forgotten as they eagerly sought to learn Arthur's secret. The secret, for pairs of light brown eyes were intently fixed on Arthur, whose calm demeanor belied an air of unshakable confidence. Not receiving an answer, the two exchanged disappointed glances. "George, I believe we have been the subjects of a prank." "That I concur, Fred." "Enough. You two that I have already introduced you to Arthur. And it hasn't been long. Of course, he can remember both of you," Cedric interjected, feeling a sense of embarrassment for the pair. Upon hearing this, George and Fred's faces lit up once more with the joy of a successful prank. "Our dear friend, the most welcomed Hufflepuff, Cedric. Is there a possibility that you confused us the moment you met us?" Cedric, perceiving that the Weasley twins were once again teasing him, felt his previously amiable expression shift to one of seriousness. "Impossible. Absolutely impossible. I have known you both for quite some time. I would never mistake you." After his vehement denial, Cedric noticed that more students were boarding the train. That he glanced at the clock above the end of the carriage and realized there was only a quarter of an hour left until the Hogwarts Express was scheduled to depart. He turned his attention back to Arthur. "Let us go, Arthur. They are being rather unruly. I have many questions regarding Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone that I want you to clarify, that we cannot afford to waste any more time." Cedric observed Arthur nodding in agreement before he turned to leave. That moment, a boy, who had been overlooked by the four from the beginning, peered over the well-worn coffee-colored door frame. "Harry Potter? Are you talking about me?" Harry wiped his glasses, which had been cracked by Draco, with his sleeve before putting them back on. His bright eyes cautiously peered through the lenses at Cedric and Arthur. A month prior, Hagrid had informed him that every wizard in the magical world knew his name. The unpleasant incident that had just occurred validated Hagrid's words. However, what was Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone? Throughout his life, before receiving his acceptance letter from Hogwarts, he had never owned a new piece of clothing, let alone something like a Philosopher's Stone. He had never even heard of such a thing. "Fred, it seems we have stumbled upon something quite intriguing." "Not quite. George, have you forgotten the peculiar incident we encountered in Diagon Alley? The famous author Gilderoy Lockhart and Professor Snape were arguing over a book titled Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. What are you two up to? Don't be so cold. We are longtime friends. That if there's something good, we should share it together. Come in and sit." With George and Fred's enthusiastic encouragement, Cedric reluctantly stepped into Harry Potter's compartment. Arthur, noticing the burning curiosity in George and Fred's eyes, followed suit. The already cramped compartment felt even more confining with the addition of the four of them. Fortunately, none of the five were particularly large in stature. Otherwise, Harry Potter would have been left standing in the aisle. Cedric looked at the Weasley twins across from him with a wry smile, aware that they were friends long before entering Hogwarts. He knew well that George and Fred were only interested in books related to pranks and had no inclination to read anything else. He recalled how, as children, when he shared with them the stories of Beetle the Bard, they were only interested in the sections where pranks were played on others. They even went so far as to use their younger brother as a test subject to replicate the pranks from the stories, all in the name of training him to be just like them. Recalling this, Cedric shifted his gaze to Harry Potter, who sat by the window, with his tattered glasses, hair that had grown a bit too long without a trim, and a modest demeanor. Everything about him seemed to resonate with the atmosphere of the compartment. Suddenly, Cedric felt a sense of déjà vu under Cedric's intense gaze. Harry's heart raced, and his cheeks flushed. Having never made friends before, he didn't know how to respond to Cedric's gaze, and turned his head to feign interest in the window. "Arthur. You." Cedric suddenly realized that this was precisely the scene from Chapter 6 of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the journey from platform 9 3/4. However, in the novel, Harry's glasses were not as severely damaged. The Weasley twins had helped Harry stow his luggage and then departed, leaving out the current events that it was merely a coincidence. Faced with Cedric's dawning realization, Arthur offered a nonchalant response. He retrieved his wand from beneath his new student robes and looked at the somewhat awkward Harry. "I apologize for creating a novel using your name without your consent. To make amends, allow me to assist you in fixing your glasses." Without waiting for Harry to express his need, Arthur waved his wand and murmured a spell. "First, gain the other's favor. This way, when they learn the truth, they are likely to forgive you." Aunt Teresa's words echoed in Arthur's mind. He was always cautious regarding matters involving money. In the magical world, issues of name rights and defamation were rare. However, Harry was a unique case. Since the death of his parents, he had lived with a Muggle family. While he might not understand the laws of the Muggle world at a young age, it didn't mean he wouldn't comprehend them as he grew older. Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone not only used his name, but also recounted many of his recent experiences. Violations of name rights, defamation, personal dignity, and privacy. Any lawyer with a practicing certificate could find evidence in Arthur's novel to prove that it infringed upon Mr. Potter's rights. For Arthur, who was in dire financial straits, ensuring absolute safety was essential, despite knowing Harry's character. Besides Harry, there was another person who gave Arthur a headache. She was significantly more intelligent than Harry, and if she discovered that the version of herself in the novel was the real one, Arthur dared not think further. If it didn't involve money, it would be manageable. But for Arthur, who was burdened with substantial debt, any conversation about money was not merely a matter of sentiment. It was a matter of life and death. This was Arthur's first time using a spell to repair glasses, and fortunately, Lady Luck did not keep him waiting. As he had anticipated, Harry's mismatched glasses began to restore themselves rapidly with the spell's effect, as if they had just been manufactured. Harry suddenly felt his vision become extraordinarily clear. The disjointed feeling caused by the cracks in the lenses vanished as well. This was a repairing charm, a highly practical spell that seamlessly restored most damaged objects. "Arthur, I can't believe you mastered the repairing charm before even starting school." "Impressive." After observing Arthur's impeccably standard spellcasting movements, Cedric couldn't help but express his heartfelt admiration. "Thank you. When you mentioned writing a novel featuring my name, it wouldn't happen to be Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, would it?" Harry, removing his freshly rejuvenated glasses, scrutinized them for a moment and discovered that not only the recent new crack, but also the previous signs of wear had vanished. A joyful smile spread across his face as he gazed gratefully at Arthur, voicing his curiosity. "Indeed, since you are a household name in the magical world, writing an adventure story about Hogwarts with you as the protagonist would surely be immensely popular." Arthur gracefully tucked his wand back into the lining of his new wizarding robe, his movements slow yet elegant. Madame Malkin had thoughtfully included several wand pockets in the robe's lining to cater to the varying habits of young wizards. "Wow, so it was you who wrote the novel that made Lockhart and Professor Snape angry. That's quite impressive. Because of your book, something truly amusing happened in Diagon Alley." George and Fred erupted into laughter upon hearing Arthur admit that Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone was his creation. They animatedly recounted the amusing events they had witnessed in Diagon Alley. Their storytelling was captivating, yet when Arthur inquired about the quarrel between Lockhart and Professor Snape, they exchanged glances, left only to speculate. After listening to their explanations, Arthur felt that their conjectures were somewhat unreliable, laden with subjective assumptions. However, one thing brought Arthur immense joy. On the first day of sales for his and Lockhart's new books, Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone sold 3 copies more than when he vacationed with the Banshee. 3 copies, a remarkably slender margin, surely, The thieving Lockhart must have been furious upon learning this. Arthur, do you have your novel with you? I'd love to take a look. Gilderoy, Snape. These names were unfamiliar to Harry. Yet, upon hearing that a book about him had become the day's top seller, he suddenly found himself deeply intrigued that he longed to discover how he navigated the unfamiliar and mysterious life of a first-year wizard within the fictional world of the novel. So many people adore novels with me as the protagonist. The stories within must be truly remarkable. Every youthful lad has entertained countless fantasies after learning that he would attend a magical school. During the month he spent at his uncle's home, every silent night would find him lying in bed, envisioning the possibilities that awaited him at Hogwarts. Would he make friends? What kinds of meals would be served in the dining hall? Would they be delicious, or as unpalatable as Aunt Petunia's cooking? Would he be able to understand the lessons taught by the professors? Would he be ridiculed for not growing up in the magical world? Such intriguing prospects, envious glances. Harry even dreamed of returning to his uncle's house after excelling in his studies, transforming Dudley into a grotesque pig with a tail like Hagrid's, and turning his uncle into a white pig that could no longer bellow at him. As for Aunt Petunia, Harry struggled to recall whether she resembled a gaunt vulture or an ostrich that merely buried its head in the sand. That dream had occurred so long ago that Harry's memories of it had begun to fade. I'm sorry, I don't have it with me. Arthur shook his head slightly, observing Harry's intense gaze, unencumbered by heavy glasses. That's all right. Harry remained hopeful that the stories he would encounter in the novel might contain elements he had imagined. However, upon hearing that Arthur had not brought his book, disappointment washed over his face. Do not be disheartened. Although Arthur hasn't brought it, I have. Cedric, unwilling to let Harry, the protagonist of the novel, feel disheartened during this time, retrieved from his robe the book he had marked with a third of its pages. He handed it to Harry, who cautiously touched the cover of the hardcover novel. It featured 3 children dressed in the same school uniforms as the Weasley twins, 2 boys and a girl. One of the boys had short black hair and wore glasses identical to his, with a prominent lightning-shaped scar on his forehead. Upon seeing the scar, Harry instinctively raised his hand to gently touch the one on his own forehead. Feeling a sharp sting, he quickly lowered his hand, furrowing his brow as he redirected his attention to the cover. The 3 young wizards were riding broomsticks, soaring through the air, above a lush green pitch. Harry was unsure where this was in Hogwarts, yet it seemed as though they were pursuing something. Following their gaze, he soon spotted a small golden ball with wings beneath the title Harry Potter. This winged ball appeared comparable in size to a baseball. This is the Quidditch pitch. That must be the golden snitch. George, sitting beside Harry, explained that he and Fred were the beaters on the Gryffindor Quidditch team, and just a glance was enough for him to decipher the cover's intent. So, this is what Hagrid referred to as Quidditch. His vague explanation had me pondering for ages. The mysterious and enchanting world of magic only deepened after silently repeating Quidditch and golden snitch in his mind. Harry lifted his gaze to Arthur and the others, his dark eyes brimming with curiosity and a hint of anticipation. Thank you. It seems you all know me. Is it because of this book? We don't have that book. That it's too expensive. 5 galleons. George and Fred exchanged glances. Their spirits dampened. They cared little for whether they possessed the novel. Instead, they yearned for more money to procure materials for their prank items. Your exploits have been recorded in the annals of magical history, including modern magical history, the rise and fall of dark arts, and significant magical events of the 20th century, all chronicling your survival at the hands of you-know-who. As a Hufflepuff student, Cedric heard George and Fred discussing matters that Harry could not comprehend and kindly offered explanations. By the way, do you still have any memories of how you defeated you-know-who? Huh? Cedric's question immediately silenced the compartment. Even George and Fred, who had been discussing how to earn money, turned their curious gazes toward the boy whom all wizards referred to as the boy who lived. In that moment, Harry felt a bit dazed. Hagrid had also mentioned this matter, but he had been a mere infant at the time, lacking any recollection that he couldn't even recall his parents. Harry pondered how to articulate his thoughts. Arthur spoke up, though I have not witnessed it firsthand. I believe it must have been the most extraordinary force in the world, love. Only that power can vanquish Voldemort. Hiss. Arthur, you mustn't speak that name so casually. Cedric and the others gasped in horror upon hearing Arthur dare to utter you-know-who's name. Their bodies instinctively recoiled, hitting the compartment wall adorned with brown floral wallpaper with a thud. Arthur observed the fear reflected in the Weasley twins' eyes before turning to Cedric. Suddenly, a smile graced his lips, and a fierce glint flickered in his starry eyes. As Hermione had called them, I have become Voldemort's enemy. I am unafraid of him lurking in the filthy sewers, spying on me. With that proclamation, the entire compartment fell into an eerie silence, leaving Harry utterly bewildered. The Weasley twins and Cedric were rendered speechless, astonished by Arthur's bravery. "Arthur, you are truly courageous. This courage will undoubtedly make you a true Gryffindor." The sound of footsteps in the corridor outside drew the Weasley twins' attention, prompting them to laugh heartily, while their expressions brimmed with admiration for Arthur. But I do not deny Arthur's courage. However, as a writer, I believe he would be better suited to Ravenclaw. After listening to the twins, Cedric nodded in agreement before shaking his head rapidly, voicing his thoughts. Arthur had just faced the Malfoy boy with composure and even dared to utter the Dark Lord's true name. Such immense bravery indeed resembles that of Gryffindor, yet it cannot overshadow his other remarkable talents. The ability to craft such an enthralling novel indicates a profound passion for writing, which aligns perfectly with Ravenclaw's characteristics. Most students perceive Ravenclaw students as mere bookworms. However, when a Ravenclaw is genuinely interested in a particular field, they exhibit unwavering focus and diligence, often losing themselves in their pursuits. Ultimately, which house one belongs to will depend on the Sorting Hat's final decision. As long as at ISNT Slytherin, I would be content with any of the houses. Arthur is not particularly concerned about which house the Sorting Hat will place him in. He has no qualms as long as it isn't Slytherin. It's not that he harbors a dislike for Slytherin, but rather because their common room is located beneath the lake. The floor-to-ceiling windows of their common room reveal the various plants and creatures dwelling in the Black Lake. Even with excellent waterproofing, the perpetual absence of sunlight renders the environment perpetually cold and damp. For someone like Arthur, who has been frail and sickly since childhood, such a habitat is hardly livable. Bang! Bang! Is there still room? Ah, Fred, George, I can't believe you are here. Percy has been looking for you two for quite some time. This morning, before dawn, Ron was awakened by the ghoul upstairs. Unlike his usual irritation, he found himself grateful to the ghoul for rousing him. After all, today marks the start of the Hogwarts school year, and as a first-year student, Ron is eager to avoid tardiness and miss the Hogwarts Express. Of course, even if he had slept soundly, tardiness would be impossible. His mother, Mrs. Weasley, would use her powerful voice to awaken him instantly. If that failed, Mrs. Weasley possessed countless methods to ensure Ron rolled out of bed. Ron had gleaned much about Hogwarts from his father, mother, and brothers since he could remember. His heart brimmed with yearning for this magical institution reserved for wizarding children, friends, delicious food, Quidditch, thrilling adventures. All of these ignited Ron's anticipation. Having been nurtured in the Hogwarts atmosphere since childhood, with such sentiments, Ron felt like a child from another family today. However, as he gazed at the train he had long dreamt of, his mother, Mrs. Weasley, appeared somewhat anxious about her youngest son. She began to impart various precautions to prevent Ron from getting into trouble at school, much like his mischievous twin brothers. Had Mrs. Weasley shown such concern for Ron in the past, he would undoubtedly have been deeply touched. Yet at this moment, he was preoccupied with boarding the train, seeking a comfortable compartment, and meeting friends who shared his interests and passions, eager to envision the rich and vibrant life awaiting him at Hogwarts. However, his nonchalant demeanor only served to provoke Mrs. Weasley's ire. Thus, the once anxious Ron found himself listening once more to his family's advice about navigating life at Hogwarts. Finally, after most of the young witches and wizards had boarded, Ron managed to muster a forced smile and bid his mother farewell. Yet, once on the train, things did not unfold as he had anticipated. No sooner had he stowed his luggage than he was intercepted by his newly appointed prefect brother, Percy. After a strenuous escape from Percy, Ron discovered that most compartments in his carriage were already occupied by fellow young wizards. The few compartments with available seats were filled with older students, some of whom, upon glancing at his worn clothing, caused Ron to hastily move to the next carriage. "What does Percy want us for?" the Weasley twins inquired upon hearing Ron mention Percy. "I'm not sure. But he seemed a bit angry. I think you should go see him," Ron replied, glancing nervously at Arthur and the others before speaking hesitantly. "George, I think we should indeed seek out Percy. After all, he is now a prefect, and if we upset him, we could be in serious trouble. Life without pranks would be utterly dull," Fred concurred. The twins exchanged glances, and deciding to find Percy, they departed from Arthur and the others. As they exited the compartment, It was uncertain whether it was a sudden urge for mischief or a desire to care for their brother, but they simultaneously extended their arms and pushed Ron back inside the compartment. Hello, I'm Ron Weasley. May I sit here? Initially, Ron had felt somewhat anxious even with his brothers around, but now, alone and under the scrutiny of 3 pairs of eyes, he felt even more nervous and shy. No one is here. Please, have a seat, Cedric said with a smile, gesturing for Ron to sit down. That he had encountered the Weasley twins' younger brother a few times, but they had never exchanged words. He had merely visited the burrow to seek out the twins. Thank you. Ron cautiously took a seat beside Harry, furtively glancing at Arthur across from him. Just as he was about to inquire about the names of the trio, Arthur preemptively spoke. Cedric, we should head back. The journey from London to Hogwarts is still quite lengthy, and I hope to complete the final chapter of my new book during this time. Attending Hogwarts was merely a compromise for Arthur. Compared to learning the mysterious arts of magic, Hogwarts served as a safe haven, providing free meals and lodging. His objectives remained unchanged: to earn money, repay debts, and prolong his life. The beautiful scenery along the way was nothing more than a fleeting memory. Cedric, realizing that with Ron and Harry present, he could not fully engage Arthur in discussions about the story behind his novel, nodded in agreement. Yes, the train will be departing soon. Harry, remember to return my book before the feast. Sure, Cedric, I promise I won't dirty your book. Harry nodded seriously and waved farewell to the two. Once Arthur and Cedric left, he focused intently on the novel in his hands. Chapter 1. The Boy Who Lived. After finishing the first chapter, Harry felt a flicker of disdain upon reading about the Dursleys, but nothing else elicited surprise from him. He was already aware of how he ended up with the Dursleys. As Hagrid had previously shared, he continued reading through the 2nd, 3rd, 4th, and 5th chapters. Isn't this everything I just experienced not long ago? Why has Arthur included it in his novel? Harry stared incredulously at the 6th chapter, which began with the journey from platform 9 3/4. His hands trembled slightly, palms damp with sweat. The eyes behind his thick black glasses flickered restlessly, although sunlight streamed through the window, illuminating the pages. His pupils did not constrict in response to the brightness. Instead, they dilated further. Please, let this chapter's plot not mirror the previous one. After a tense internal struggle, Harry finally summoned the courage to read the 6th chapter. When he saw the Weasley twins helping him with his luggage, he felt relieved that Draco Malfoy was not accompanied by his cronies, Goyle and Crab, to cause trouble. The absence of Arthur and Cedric from the book allowed Harry to finally cast aside the absurd notion that had lingered in his mind. Ron Weasley? As the unfolding narrative took a surprising turn, Harry gasped, involuntarily whispering the name of the boy who shared the compartment with him on their journey to Hogwarts. I'm Ron. Are you truly the indomitable Harry Potter? Ron, who had been wrestling with the decision to greet Harry, turned his excited gaze towards him upon hearing his name. Ever since his twin brothers had departed, Ron had been eager to confirm Harry's identity. However, Harry had remained engrossed in a novel after Cedric and the new student left. Observing Harry's intense concentration, Ron felt reluctant to disturb him. Perhaps another reason lingered in his mind. He had not forgotten Mrs. Weasley's repeated admonitions to adhere to rules and be polite. Thus, Ron could only silently take a seat opposite Harry, occasionally glancing at the boy absorbed in his book and then casting his gaze out the window. Harry nodded. That. Ron lifted his hand, pointing to Harry's forehead. Harry's heart, which had just settled, leaped again. He pressed his lips together, forcing a wry smile as he brushed a lock of hair from his forehead. Revealing the lightning-shaped scar. He quickly interjected, It was the work of the Dark Lord. But I don't remember it at all. Indeed, you are the one who vanquished the Dark Lord. Harry, you even anticipated my question. Ron exclaimed excitedly, only to feel a pang of embarrassment for his lack of decorum, scratching his light red hair awkwardly. Actually, I didn't guess your thoughts. The plot depicted in this book is precisely that. I merely preemptively answered a question you posed within the text. Harry shook his head, offering the book to Ron and gesturing for him to take a look at a particular passage. Could I see what comes next? Ron stammered, utterly astonished to find the dialogue in the book mirrored their earlier conversation. Then you chat with me and mention you have a distant uncle who is an accountant. Harry handed the novel to Ron, narrating the storyline. Ron observed the scene where he, unable to afford food, was generously treated by Harry, who shared an abundance of snacks with him. Unable to summon the courage to set the book aside, he nervously returned it to Harry. He yearned to articulate something, but as the words hovered on the tip of his tongue, his mouth twitched uncontrollably. rendering him speechless. Is it true that authors in the magical realm can weave such incredible tales? Can they pen events yet to unfold? Harry regarded Ron's expression, which mirrored his own disbelief, then closed the book, his gaze fixated on Arthur Pendragon's name on the cover, inquiring of our ONDASA newcomer. He had hastily assumed Arthur was merely a child from a wizarding family. That it was not entirely Harry's fault. Though Arthur was well known in the magical world, Harry's understanding of it was limited to Hagrid's tales and his experiences in Diagon Alley. As for the first-year textbook on the history of magic, he had flipped through a few pages before deeming it tedious and returning it to his trunk. Merlin's beard. That's impossible. The prophecies in the magical world are notoriously vague. They could never be so detailed. Ron swiftly shook his head, refuting Harry's conjecture, although he was not a child inclined to reading and studying. Growing up in a wizarding family had exposed him to some basic knowledge about the magical realm that I can't be mistaken. Prophecies are never this specific. They even detailed my inner thoughts. This cannot be a prophecy. Seeing Ron's gaze harden with conviction, Harry decided to shelve that line of thought. He refocused his attention on Arthur Pendragon. After some time, Harry raised his gaze to Ron once more. Merlin's beard? Is the Pendragon family renowned in the magical world? I don't recall any such family in Britain, but if they exist, they must be from abroad. Ron shook his head, puzzled as to why Harry had suddenly broached the subject. Abroad? Don't be ridiculous. You just mentioned Merlin and yet have no knowledge of the Pendragons? Arthur, King Arthur Pendragon, is a legendary figure in Great Britain, the Eternal King. How can you wizards be unaware of this? Harry gazed at Ron incredulously, unable to fathom why Ron was oblivious to the illustrious King Arthur. I truly don't know. I've never been to the Muggle world. How could I possibly know the name of a Muggle king? Ron, sensing Harry's astonishment, could only shake his head in frustration. But you know of Merlin. Are they not the same? Are both King Arthur and Merlin mere fictitious characters? Merlin is certainly not fictitious. He is one of the greatest wizards, as esteemed as Professor Dumbledore, Ron retorted, visibly displeased by Harry's dismissal of Merlin's existence. All right. Let us leave this matter aside. I merely wish to understand what extraordinary abilities Arthur Pendragon possesses to craft such a remarkably authentic narrative. Whether Merlin and King Arthur are indeed real. Harry, however, was not in the mood for a debate with Ron. He simply longed to uncover how Arthur had penned this novel. The first 6.5 chapters contained events he had personally experienced. What incredible abilities does he possess? Harry mused, his fingers caressing the name Arthur Pendragon, silently reflecting. The fleeting shadow outside the window failed to capture his attention. What extraordinary abilities do you possess? In their compartment, Cedric gazed at Arthur, who was diligently scribbling away, unable to suppress his curiosity. Why did the events that just transpired bear such a striking resemblance to the novel? George and Fred assisted Harry. And that Malfoy boy brought his cronies to trouble him. Though the sequence differed, it mirrored your narrative. Cedric, filled with apprehension and intrigue, pressed on, his eyes fixed intently on Arthur. Will that new student, Neville Longbottom, come looking for his toad soon? Noticing Arthur remained unresponsive, continuing his writing, Cedric let out a resigned sigh. Leaning back against the compartment wall, the workings of any phenomenon follow a certain order that I merely connected all the elements and, through meticulous reasoning, crafted what I deemed the most plausible narrative. Arthur paused, lifting his gaze to meet Cedric's, his eyes dark and profound, akin to a still pool of water. Arthur's explanation left Cedric momentarily at a loss for how to effectively counter it. He pressed his hand to his forehead, closing his eyes, which held the youthful wonder that a love-struck girl could not forget. His voice, low and filled with fatigue, spoke, reasoning, that is a complex and taxing mode of thought. You managed to accurately deduce the events Harry encountered on the train. Merlin's beard, that is decidedly unmagical. Though I haven't attended divination class yet, I am convinced you possess prophetic abilities, and quite powerful ones at that. With that, Cedric fixed a piercing gaze upon Arthur, seeking answers in his expression. Unfortunately, Arthur remained as composed and serene as ever. You're overthinking it. This is neither prophecy nor any other formidable power. Just simple deduction. Moreover, as you observed, Harry's recent experience did not unfold exactly as depicted in the novel. Arthur closed his notebook, once again denying Cedric's assumptions. Yet, no sooner had he spoken than a knock echoed through the compartment. Followed by the entrance of a round-faced boy, Cedric immediately turned his attention to the boy who had interrupted their discussion, whose innocent and bashful demeanor belied a sense of anxiety and unease. It's Neville Longbottom, the one who frequently misplaces things, Cedric silently shouted, twisting his facial muscles into a forced smile to mask his shock. "Excuse me, I was wondering if you've seen my toad?" The boy gazed at Arthur, who wore an expression of serene calm, and Cedric, whose smile was decidedly sinister. He thought to himself that these two individuals were certainly formidable, however, driven by the loss of his toad. He mustered the courage to inquire. Neville's voice trembled slightly, compelling Cedric to anticipate that he might burst into tears at any moment. "Go find your suitcase. Your toad is rather hungry, and your suitcase has not been fully closed." Arthur reopened his notebook, casually flipping through the pages as he spoke while writing. The first writing of the day is complimentary. Neglecting it would be a waste. He wished to avoid the sound of Neville's sobs, which would be too disruptive. "Okay, thank you. My name is Neville Longbottom." Upon hearing Arthur's suggestion, Neville's tearful expression transformed into one of sheer joy. "Arthur Pendragon, you should hurry and find it." "Yes, yes." The door to the compartment closed once more, plunging the interior back into tranquility. "You still claim you lack prophetic abilities. By Merlin's beard, I considered you a friend, and yet you deceived me." Cedric, in a fit of frustration, raked his fingers through his hair, transforming his once dapper hairstyle into a disheveled mess. "It's merely a simple deduction that if you believe it to be prophetic ability, then so be it." Noticing Cedric's continued skepticism, Arthur paused momentarily before continuing. "Cedric, I prefer not to be the center of attention. Would you be so kind as to keep this a secret?" The final chapter of his new book was stuck, and Arthur required an exceptionally quiet environment. To expedite the end of Cedric's speculations, Arthur reluctantly conceded that it was indeed prophetic ability. "Ha. Rest assured, Arthur, since you've shared this with me, I would rather perish than disclose this secret to anyone else. I swear." Finally receiving the answer he sought, Cedric felt the incessant itch within him dissipate, leaving him refreshed. As a Hufflepuff, he would never betray a friend. No need for oaths or threats. Just remember to learn the brain-blocking spell in advance, lest you fall victim to truth serums. Cedric was somewhat taken aback that Arthur was aware of brain-blocking spells and truth serums. However, considering that Arthur had documented Harry's encounter on the train, he soon found peace with it. After tidying his hair, Cedric noticed that Arthur was once again engrossed in writing. He leaned in for a glance at the content, and in an instant, his pupils dilated, and his cheeks flushed. To avoid being discovered peering at Arthur's story, he quickly straightened up and cast his gaze out the window. The enchanting view at dusk could not erase the memory of what Arthur had penned. A man and a woman, kissing. "I believe I have stumbled upon something inappropriate for my age." "Oh, Leaf, you have devoured half of the mealworms. That was your food for 2 days," prompted by Arthur's reminder. Neville quickly located his pet Leaf among his belongings. He gently lifted Leaf from the ceramic jar filled with mealworms, cradling it carefully in his arms, stroking its not-so-smooth back. This action caught the attention of a girl who happened to emerge from the changing room. A little boy gazed at an unsightly toad with an extraordinarily peculiar expression. Though she had learned from books that toads were common pets among wizards, encountering one in person for the first time made her feel somewhat nauseated. Sorry, I seem to be blocking your path. I am Neville Longbottom, and this is my pet, Leaf." The low croak from Leaf drew Neville's attention to the girl standing before him. Thinking he had obstructed her way, he quickly apologized. "Hello, I am Hermione Granger, a first-year student. May I ask?" Hermione, taken aback by Neville's politeness, managed to suppress her revulsion at the toad's appearance and prepared to inquire about the experience of caring for such a creature. However, before she could finish her thought, a shadow burst through the window, appearing before them. The sudden intruder caused Neville and Hermione to stagger back, eyes wide with terror as they regarded the newcomer. The figure also took note of Neville and Hermione, their gazes locking. A startled Neville cried out, and Hermione swiftly covered his mouth, her eyes darting warily towards the tall, gaunt stranger. "This is the Hogwarts Express, filled with students and professors. I do not care who you are, but I advise you to leave. Tsk, a mudblood, you are quite brave." The intruder, unfazed by Hermione's warning, mockingly sneered at her. His voice was deep and raspy, and his face was shrouded in a cloud of darkness, resembling a grim reaper emerging from the depths of hell. "Today is your lucky day. I do not intend to kill an irrelevant mudblood. However, you must tell me where Arthur Pendragon is." While Hermione pondered the meaning of mudblood, the stranger approached Neville. He extended a bony arm from his dark robe, pressing a black wand against Neville's forehead. Swish! Before Hermione could react, Neville, whose mouth she had covered, began to thrash uncontrollably, transforming into an unsightly toad that plopped into Hermione's hands. Hermione looked down at the toads, Leaf and Neville, and shrieked, hurriedly tossing both onto the ground. "You are a clever mudblood. You should know what to do now, right?" The raspy voice echoed ominously in Hermione's mind, sending shivers down her spine. Tears welled up in her eyes as she stared at the wand pressed against her forehead, fear causing her body to tremble. She had never imagined encountering an evil wizard on the Hogwarts Express. I do not know. Will you not speak the truth?" The dark-robed wizard, seeing that Hermione had not revealed Arthur's whereabouts, felt his dark magic surge violently. "I truly do not know." Having never faced a dark wizard before, Hermione was paralyzed with fear, collapsing onto the ground. Then disarm. A howling wind rushed in through the shattered window, roaring through the corridor of the compartment. Hermione helplessly gazed at the wand glowing with a sickly green light, unable to comprehend the nature of the curse, yet her instincts warned her that it would cost her life. A profound dread enveloped her, rendering her unable to muster the strength to raise her arm. "Mom, Dad, I am going to die." Just when she thought all hope was lost, a somewhat familiar voice resonated throughout the compartment. Before Hermione's eyes, the wand emitting green light inexplicably soared from the dark wizard's grasp. She seemed to have been saved. The loud voice that reignited hope in Hermione also captured the attention of all the young witches and wizards in the compartment. They opened the compartment doors, peeking out with curiosity to discern what was happening outside. Upon seeing an evil dark wizard standing in the corridor, the timid wizards hastily shut their compartment doors, while the bolder ones drew their wands, aiming them at the dark figure. However, the wavering trajectory of their wands revealed their lack of the bravery they had imagined. Some of the more daring attempted to rush forward to rescue Hermione, but were firmly held back by their companions. "Tiska, I did not expect you to make an appearance." The wandless dark wizard showed no fear of the small wizards pointing their wands at him. He fixed his gaze on the boy who had disarmed himself, unleashing a ghostly, sinister laugh as the black mist surrounding his face swirled in tandem with his mirth. "I remember you, the Death Eater from that day." Arthur raised his wand, his expression remaining as calm and composed as ever, devoid of any hint of panic. The dark wizard's features were far too distinctive for Arthur to forget. "Arthur," Hermione turned to look back, following the sound of the familiar voice. As she gazed into those starry eyes, they refracted a dazzling brilliance under the dim light. Hermione had envisioned countless scenarios of encountering Arthur, yet she had never imagined that their next meeting would be marked by him saving her life. Overwhelmed by a whirlwind of emotions, she began to weep silently. Her pallid visage, adorned with 2 crystalline tear tracks, exuded an air of helplessness and pity that tugged at the heartstrings. Just moments ago, she truly believed her life was at its end, even her last wishes flitting through her mind. "TSK, your little girlfriend is remarkably loyal. Unwilling to divulge your whereabouts even unto death." Hermione's reaction led the dark-robed wizard to discern that she was acquainted with Arthur, and their relationship was far from ordinary. Thus, he scoffed at Arthur with a chilling sneer. "Apologies, but she is not my girlfriend. Children should not engage in early romance, nor do I intend to seek a girlfriend." Arthur shook his head, dismissing the Death Eater's nonsensical insinuations. Cedric, having just pushed open the bathroom door, overheard Arthur's declaration about not pursuing romantic relationships. In that moment, he recalled the scene Arthur had penned, depicting a passionate embrace and kiss between a couple. In an instant, he was utterly bewildered. How could Arthur, who had written such blush-inducing scenes, now so adamantly profess that he had no intention of seeking a girlfriend? "Arthur, who exactly are you? You write of love yet deny it." Standing at the threshold of the bathroom, Cedric found himself in a blind spot, oblivious to the presence of the dark-robed Death Eater, who remained unaware of him as well. In this eerie silence, Cedric's mind was filled with images of fervent kisses, completely unaware of the perilous situation at hand. It was only when Arthur spoke again that he recognized the gravity of the circumstances. Just as he was about to dash out of the bathroom, Arthur's hand gesture halted him. "You no longer possess your wand. Will you leap from the window yourself, or await the Aurors to capture you and drag you to Azkaban?" Arthur brandished the wand he had seized from the Death Eater, his gaze as fathomless as a dark abyss. After disarming the foe with a disarming charm, Arthur unleashed a spell. "Apologies, but I have a third option, to kill you for my master." The dark-robed Death Eater scoffed, retrieving another wand to aim at Arthur. This wand had just been taken from Neville, unexpectedly becoming his tool for a counterattack. Arthur regarded the wand in the Death Eater's hand. Momentarily taken aback, he had not anticipated that a modern wizard would prepare an extra wand. It seemed utterly unmagical. But what of it? Having already slain a Death Eater, he felt no fear towards this villain. However, if an enormous debt were to accumulate, he would be greatly troubled, possibly losing sleep over it tonight. You are now a minor leader among the Death Eaters. Why are you so uninformed? Do you know how your colleague, Axley, met his demise? I killed him with a single spell, sending him back into the embrace of the Grim Reaper. Oh, you know why I did it. Because he sought to kill me, striking my body with the most unforgivable curse. I was incensed and used the power within me to end his life. The Ministry of Magic claims my power is merely. I do not comprehend what merely is, but I believe that if you lay a hand on me, it will manifest again, and then the only one who shall perish will be you. Arthur cast the Death Eater's wand to the ground, recounting the events that transpired at the Ministry, simultaneously crushing the wand beneath his foot. Damn it, you have thoroughly enraged me. The dark-robed Death Eater, witnessing his wand so effortlessly destroyed by Arthur, felt a surge of rage manifest as a swirling black mist obscured his features. He roared, his raspy voice akin to a banshee's wail, disconcerting to the soul. Did you not listen carefully to my words? Arthur gazed at the wand glowing with green light, still exhibiting no signs of fear. How could such a thing occur? No one can withstand the killing curse. Much like Voldemort, the dark-robed wizard relished employing the killing curse, finding Arthur's assertion laughable. If you truly are a merely, how could you still be standing here? The Death Eater repressed his fury hidden beneath the black mist, advancing slowly towards Arthur. Whether surviving the killing curse or being a host of merely, he would not be swayed by such nonsensical claims. At that moment, he vaguely speculated Arthur's scheme. Is that so? Then enlighten me as to why the seemingly indestructible Harry Potter remains unscathed. I hear your master delights in using the killing curse. Therefore, when he attempted to slay Harry, he must have employed the killing curse. It is improbable he used any other spell, correct? Faced with the Death Eater's disbelief, Arthur shook his head and offered another example. This time, the dark-robed Death Eater halted, ensnared in silence. His master, Voldemort, had indeed refrained from revealing what transpired that fateful night. Yet, as Voldemort's most trusted lieutenant, he understood his master's character all too well. Could it be that someone genuinely can withstand the killing curse? The Death Eater hesitated, the wand in his grasp dimming. Now is the time. Sensing the Death Eater's distraction, Arthur let out a fierce shout, then raised his wand towards him. The dark wizard, perceiving this, chuckled inwardly. He had previously suspected Arthur of deceiving him as he had done before. This time, he would not fall for such a clumsy ruse. The earlier hesitation had merely been a feigned vulnerability. Avada Kedavra! Just as Arthur raised his arm, a beam of green light shot forth from his wand. The one who disrupts my master's plans must die. Arthur! Hermione cried out in terror, desperate to intervene. Yet she could muster no strength to even lift her arm. The young wizards, secretly observing, also screamed in horror. In a moment of crisis, Arthur rolled away from the bathroom just in time. The next second, the eerie green curse grazed his heel, crashing onto the wooden floor of the corridor with a deafening explosion. Almost simultaneously, Cedric, concealed behind the door, leaned out and cast a spell at the dark-robed Death Eater. Petrificus Totalis. Concurrently, two students at the far end of the corridor, behind the Death Eater, raised their wands. Wriggle, Tarantella? George, did you mispronounce your spell? Why is he not laughing? Fred, your spell failed. He is not dancing either. Observing that their incantations had no effect, the Weasley twins exchanged puzzled glances, as if they were mere reflections of one another. George, Fred, quickly disarmed that Death Eater. Upon hearing the Weasley twins' voices, Cedric shouted with delight at that moment. The dark-robed Death Eater had succumbed to his petrification spell, rendered immobile. Yet, he was merely a third-year wizard. While his adversary was a fearsome Death Eater, he worried that his spell's effect could not last long. To be safe, they must swiftly subdue the dark wizard. Seeing the Weasley twins rushing towards the Death Eater eased his concerns. He lowered his gaze to Arthur, who lay on the ground, filled with admiration. However, noticing Arthur had yet to rise, he hurriedly went to assist him, his voice laced with urgency and concern. Are you injured? No, I am merely fatigued from using the disarming charm for the first time. Arthur shook his head and then gestured for Cedric to help him approach the dark-robed Death Eater. He had used too much force when he fell, leaving half of his body numb and temporarily devoid of sensation. What? It was your first time using the disarming charm. Indeed. And you succeeded? Yes. Cedric stood there, his mouth agape in astonishment, utterly taken aback by Arthur's actions, rendered speechless. As he supported Arthur towards the Death Eater, he could no longer suppress a low sigh, muttering, "What a monster!" With Cedric's assistance, Arthur approached the cloaked figure of the Death Eater. At that moment, the Weasley twins, having procured a sturdy length of rope from somewhere, proceeded to bind the Death Eater tightly. Their curiosity was piqued as they stared intently at the swirling black mist that obscured the Death Eater's face. "George, you go." "No, Fred. It should be you." Both reached out, eager to remove the shroud of darkness, yet fear of potential curses held them back from making contact. "George, Fred, he is a Death Eater. You are being exceedingly reckless," Cedric exclaimed, alarmed by the twins' dangerous antics. "What, a Death Eater?" George and Fred gazed at Cedric, wide-eyed in shock, before turning their furious glares towards the man they had restrained. The twins had merely seen him attempt to cast a curse at Arthur and, without a second thought, had raised their wands in response. But now, upon learning of his true identity, a mix of surprise and anger washed over them. Being a couple of years older than Ron, they recalled a beloved aunt who frequently visited them at their humble abode. One day, she simply vanished from their lives, and upon inquiring about her absence, Mrs. Weasley had told them she had gone to a faraway place. As children, they had taken their mother's words at face value, eagerly anticipating a reunion with their cherished aunt. It was only years later that the Weasley twins learned their beloved aunt had been brutally murdered by Death Eaters. "How do you know he is a Death Eater?" After venting their frustration, they turned their attention back to Cedric. "Arthur told me," Cedric replied, swallowing hard and gesturing towards Arthur. Arthur's subsequent remarks nearly caused Cedric to choke on his own saliva. "George, your kick just now was misguided in both power and direction. You should do it like this, Fred. Kicking someone in the rear won't inflict much pain. You ought to target the upper right quadrant of the abdomen. That is where the liver is located. And from behind, kick at the transverse processes of the first and second lumbar vertebrae. That is where the kidneys are." Arthur's methodical explanation left George and Fred momentarily stunned. Upon grasping the excruciating pain these areas could inflict, akin to that felt between the legs, their eyes lit up, and they began to earnestly commit Arthur's words to memory. "Are all novelists devils?" Cedric mused silently, observing Arthur's eagerness to have the Weasley twins put his advice into practice, as he cast a glance at the tightly bound Death Eater on the ground. The Death Eater was not worthy of pity. Yet Cedric wished to avoid experiencing such torturous physical retribution himself. Just as the Weasley twins prepared to execute Arthur's instructions, several prefects entered from another compartment, including their brother Percy. After a series of explanations and corroborating testimonies from Hermione and other young wizards, the prefects expressed their admiration for Arthur and his companions' actions. Particularly, upon hearing of Arthur's courageous stand against the Death Eater, all but the Slytherin prefects displayed hopeful glances, wishing for Arthur to be sorted into their respective houses. Especially the two Ravenclaw prefects, who nearly exclaimed, "Arthur, you simply must join Ravenclaw." For the prefects, capturing a Death Eater, rescuing young wizards, and ensuring the safety of the Hogwarts Express was an act that could earn their houses a significant amount of points. The Weasley twins belonged to Gryffindor, while Cedric hailed from Hufflepuff. Tonight, both houses were bound to receive a considerable boost in points due to their exploits. Ravenclaw's desire to share in the accolades was understandable, as it was difficult to imagine someone as extraordinarily talented as Arthur not being placed in their house. If such a gifted individual could not be sorted into Ravenclaw, then perhaps the sorting hat should retire. As for the Slytherin prefects, they could only cast jealous glances, their expressions frozen in disapproval, with no recourse available. Ultimately, the Weasley twins' practical lesson did not come to fruition, as the cloaked Death Eater was taken away by the prefects. "The Slytherin students are all Death Eaters. They won't let him go, will they?" Neville, having regained his humanoid form, remarked indignantly as he watched the Death Eater being led away. "They won't dare," with prefects from other houses present. "Such actions would be unthinkable," Arthur replied, shaking his head, having regained some of his strength. Casting a glance at the young wizards surrounding him, he then turned to lead Cedric back to their compartment. As for Hermione, who stood among the group, he merely nodded in farewell, not wishing to engage in further conversation. Arthur found little interest in unraveling the reasons behind the Death Eater's attack. It was neither the first nor would it be the last. As long as Voldemort existed, he would forever remain on the Death Eater's hit list. By the way, were those things you mentioned earlier true? Once back in the compartment, Cedric asked Arthur with curiosity. False. I fabricated those stories on the spot. As a writer, such things come easily. Arthur replied that I don't believe it. If you don't believe, then you ought to hurry and master the brain-locking charm. That Arthur's mention of the charm left Cedric momentarily speechless. He awkwardly chuckled and shifted his gaze to the window. Outside, the night had fallen into a deep darkness, and for the seasoned Cedric, it would not be long before they arrived at Hogwarts. As for the veracity of Arthur's claims, he chose not to dwell on it further. His interest in Arthur stemmed solely from his fondness for the novel Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Knowing too much could be detrimental for someone his age. Just as Arthur had anticipated, Neville's suspicions did not materialize. When the Hogwarts Express arrived at the platform, four aurors clad in black coats escorted the Death Eater back to the Ministry of Magic for debriefing. After parting ways with Cedric, Arthur found a small boat and, along with 3 unfamiliar young wizards, began rowing towards the majestic Hogwarts castle. One by one, the little wooden boats glided across the mirror-like surface of the lake. Heading towards the distant castle, the 3 young wizards in Arthur's boat were utterly captivated by the breathtaking scenery, rendered speechless as they gazed at the towering castle that seemed to pierce the clouds. As their boat passed beneath a canopy of ivy that draped over the steep cliffs, a dark tunnel came into view. Shortly thereafter, the boat docked at an underground pier, and as the vessel steadied, Arthur was the first to disembark. "Wait here," Hagrid called out to the group of young wizards disembarking, then turned to urge the others to be cautious and avoid falling into the water. Arthur, noticing Hagrid's imposing stature, recalled Cedric's earlier warning. After a moment's thought, he decided to shift to a less conspicuous corner. He was not afraid of Hagrid. He simply wished to avoid wasting time. Hagrid meticulously checked each boat docked at the pier, ensuring all new students had boarded before lighting his oil lamp and beckoning the newcomers to follow him. "Arthur? Oh, it's Harry." Upon hearing someone call his name, Arthur turned to see Harry squeezing in beside him. Accompanied by Ron. "I heard you defeated a Death Eater on the train. You're incredible," Ron exclaimed, his head bobbing as he scrutinized Arthur from head to toe, seemingly searching for signs of battle. "That it wasn't just me. Your 2 brothers were involved as well," Arthur replied lightly, glancing at the expression on Ron's face. "But he's a Death Eater," Ron marveled, gazing at Arthur with admiration. He was profoundly curious about what courage Arthur had possessed at that moment to defeat the Death Eaters. If it were him, he would surely have been paralyzed with fear upon the ground. "Arthur, may I ask?" Harry observed that Arthur was reluctant to discuss the Death Eaters further. After a brief contemplation, he hesitated before inquiring. However, before he could finish his sentence, Hagrid silenced them. That moment, Harry realized they had unknowingly arrived before a colossal oak door. Hagrid knocked a few times, and the door swung open immediately. A tall witch clad in a vibrant green robe appeared at the entrance. Harry and Ron gazed at the witch's serious demeanor, instantly thinking she must be a particularly stern professor. After Hagrid exchanged a few hushed words with Professor McGonagall, he departed, leaving the young wizards to exchange glances, quietly observing the seemingly formidable witch. Professor McGonagall surveyed the new students before her and, upon spotting Arthur, cast him an approving glance. Noticing her attention, Arthur gave a slight nod. "He remains as composed as ever. I wonder if he will maintain that demeanor in the presence of the new Defense Against the Dark Arts professor." Professor McGonagall mused inwardly. She then instructed the new students to stay closely behind her and not stray. Shortly thereafter, under Professor McGonagall's guidance, the young wizards entered a small chamber, curious about the ruckus emanating from the adjacent room. The inquisitive young wizards couldn't resist peering through the wall. Once Professor McGonagall concluded her introduction to the sorting ceremony and the details of each house, she took her leave. Harry then edged closer to Arthur. "I wanted to ask earlier. It was merely a coincidence. Those accounts that bear no distinction from reality were simply relayed to me by an elderly wizard," Arthur interjected, interpreting the slightly complex expression on Harry's face. Preemptively answering before he could finish. "Then you." Harry, upon hearing Arthur's response and observing his impassive visage, felt as though Arthur was brushing him off. Just as he contemplated pursuing his inquiry, a commanding girl approached them. Accompanied by a plump boy, "Arthur." The girl called out his name with a hint of annoyance, yet faltered as Arthur turned to face her. She had rehearsed her words in her mind countless times before encountering Arthur. But now, looking into his eyes, the words became lodged in her throat. "It's Hermione and Neville. Is something the matter?" "Arthur, I forgot to thank you on the train that if it weren't for you, Hermione and I might have fallen victim to the Death Eaters." Neville expressed sincerely, cradling a toad that moment. He had been transformed into a toad by the cloaked Death Eaters, utterly powerless to resist. Had it not been for Arthur's timely intervention, he might have met a grim fate. Especially considering his parents were members of the Order of the Phoenix, it was a mere trifling act. "I merely assisted upon seeing the situation," Arthur replied, not regarding his rescue of Neville and Hermione as a particularly commendable feat. He had simply encountered the situation while heading to the restroom with Cedric. Just a trifling act? What an infuriating dismissal. Hermione reflected, observing Arthur's unflinching expression. His eyes, once filled with a starry allure, seemed less captivating than when she first encountered him. His apparent indifference exuded an inexplicable arrogance, inciting Hermione's irritation that a chill breeze brushed against her cheek, causing her eyes to feel dry and tears to well up momentarily. Prior to meeting Arthur today, she had been discontent with the portrayal of herself as a girl with oversized front teeth and unkempt hair in his narrative. She had vowed to confront him at Hogwarts, demanding to know why he had included her in his story. If he must write, he ought not to depict her unfavorably. No girl relishes being portrayed as unattractive. Yet, when that Death Eater had prepared to extinguish her life, it was Arthur, descending like a celestial savior, who rescued her. In that instant, Arthur was her savior, and such immense gratitude extinguished her resentment over his portrayal of her. She longed to express her heartfelt thanks to Arthur. However, amidst the crowd, before she could formulate her gratitude, he had already departed. She intended to seek him out in his compartment, but Neville had lost the toad again. Witnessing Neville's inconsolable sobs, Hermione couldn't bear to leave him to search alone. Thus, she assisted Neville in locating the toad, inadvertently missing the opportunity to thank Arthur on the train. After Professor McGonagall departed, Hermione finally found her chance. She hastily pulled Neville towards Arthur. Yet, his dismissive remark about a trifling act and his expressionless demeanor proved unbearable for Hermione. He had risked his life to save her from the Death Eaters. Yet in his eyes, it appeared as trivial as picking up litter from the street and discarding it. Hermione could not comprehend. It was utterly incomprehensible. Did human life hold such insignificance in his indifferent gaze? Hypocrisy. At that moment, Hermione recalled how Arthur had depicted her in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone as a girl despised by all her classmates, craving attention. Where did Hermione go? After Neville expressed his gratitude to Arthur, he noticed Hermione was no longer by his side. Rubbing the back of his head with his hand, which had just been licked by the toad, he looked around in confusion for Hermione, who had vanished into the crowd. "Perhaps you want to find a friend out your Neville, right? I'm Ron Weasley. Could you recount what transpired at that moment?" Neville intended to seek out Hermione, but Ron detained him. Being a naturally shy and honest child, Neville felt compelled to recount the events to Ron, who was so enthusiastic. "That girl is the Hermione from the book?" Harry inquired, furrowing his brow upon hearing Neville refer to the girl as Hermione. Seeking confirmation from Arthur. "Indeed," Arthur nodded. Choosing not to engage further with Harry, he directed his gaze towards the imposing closed door, sensing an inexplicable unease stirring within him when Professor McGonagall had ushered them into this room. He had felt her gentle pat on his shoulder. For Arthur, this was not a fortuitous occurrence. Throughout his time in this world, she had only patted his shoulder 3 times. The first was when he became Arthur's creditor. The second was when Arthur completed the final chapter of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. The third, which was this instance. Arthur was uncertain of the significance behind the gesture, but it surely foretold something. Some event, soon to be entwined with his fate, was on the horizon. Noticing Arthur's aloof demeanor, which contrasted with his earlier friendliness on the train, Harry speculated whether he was unwell and chose not to press further. He shifted his attention away from Arthur and began to quietly observe the other new students. His gaze fell upon Draco Malfoy, who had punched him on the train, now regarding him with a venomous glare. Harry, unwilling to back down, shot a fierce glare back at Malfoy before redirecting his focus to Ron and Neville. Moments later, Professor McGonagall opened the wooden door, instructing the new students to line up before leading them into the dining hall. The upperclassmen, already seated, erupted in cheers and applause upon the entrance of the new students, as the annual sorting ceremony was their favorite tradition. "Wow, how can Gilderoy Lockhart be seated at the professor's table?" An excited girl with a freckled face and short hair gasped, covering her mouth with her hand as she pointed towards the professor's table where Gilderoy Lockhart sat. "Oh my. Didn't he say in yesterday's interview with the Daily Prophet that he was going somewhere to do something truly magnificent? Could it be that he has come to Hogwarts to be our professor? Her companion gazed adoringly at Lockhart, unable to suppress a gasp when he offered a smile in their direction. Silence. Professor McGonagall cast a fierce glance at the source of the disturbance, Gilderoy Lockhart, before making her way to the side of Headmaster Dumbledore. After exchanging a few hushed words, she produced a parchment scroll and stood before the Sorting Hat. Awaiting Dumbledore's address with quiet anticipation, Arthur, however, absorbed none of Dumbledore's remarks, his attention fixated on the two figures upon the dais. One, golden-haired and beaming with joy. The other, dark-haired, exuding an icy demeanor, when Arthur finally regained his focus. The Sorting Hat had concluded its melody, having spent an entire year crafting the new Hogwarts school song. Dumbledore retreated to his seat at the head of the table, while Professor McGonagall raised her hands. Waiting for the din of the older students to subside before unfurling the scroll in her grasp, as if penned in a novel of his own making, Hannah Abbott was successfully assigned to Hufflepuff, followed by other students whose surnames began with letters earlier in the alphabet. With each new student's placement, their respective houses erupted in enthusiastic applause. Slytherin. When Draco Malfoy heard the tattered, filthy wizard hat above him proclaim Slytherin. He cast a triumphant glance at Harry Potter standing below. Amidst the thunderous applause from the upperclassmen of Slytherin, he strode proudly to the long table designated for his house. However, before he could greet the older students beside him, Draco froze in shock upon hearing Professor McGonagall call out the next freshman's name. He had momentarily forgotten even the simple act of sitting down, until a second-year student nearby nudged him, allowing him to shakily take his seat, his gaze nervously fixated on the figure approaching the Sorting Hat. Arthur, there is no need for anxiety. The sorting ceremony will soon come to an end. Professor McGonagall observed as Arthur stepped onto the stage, her expression somewhat grave. Assuming Arthur's tension stemmed from the ceremony, she spoke softly to reassure him. Arthur remained silent, merely nodding as he settled onto the stool before McGonagall. Believing him ready, she gently placed the Sorting Hat upon his head. The scent emanating from the ancient relic caused Arthur to wrinkle his nose slightly as he glanced down at the three house heads casting expectant looks in his direction. He suddenly recalled the conversation between Harry and the Sorting Hat during his writing. Had Harry not been resolute in avoiding Slytherin, would the Sorting Hat indeed have placed him there, just as he cast his gaze toward Harry below? The Sorting Hat's resounding voice echoed throughout the banquet hall. Slytherin. The hall, bathed in starlight, fell into an abrupt silence. How could he be sorted into Slytherin? Cedric Diggory, seated at the Hufflepuff table, gasped in disbelief. Unable to comprehend how the Sorting Hat could assign Arthur to the house reserved for pureblood wizards, he was not alone in his confusion. All students familiar with Arthur shared the same incredulity. Damn it, why is he in the same house as me? Draco thought, his pale cheeks flickering with astonishment. He had resolved to keep his distance from Arthur, yet the Sorting Hat had placed him in the same house. This is an outrage. He is a Muggle. The honor of Slytherin must not be sullied by a Muggle. Several upperclassmen from Slytherin rose, glaring at Arthur and vociferously protesting. Their parents, employed within the Ministry of Magic, were well aware of Arthur's background. The idea of a Muggle, raised in an orphanage, being sorted into a house meant only for pureblood wizards was simply unacceptable to them. A disgrace, if Arthur truly joined Slytherin. Tonight will be a night of humiliation for pureblood wizards. Dumbledore, seated at the head of the table, gazed impassively at Arthur's back, his half-closed eyes revealing nothing of his thoughts. Beside him, the golden-haired Gilderoy Lockhart cast a mischievous glance at Professor Snape, who appeared as dark and brooding as a venomous serpent, his gaze fixed on the protesting Slytherin students below. As the initial protesters rallied more students to their cause, Draco instinctively stood, noting the upperclassmen and new students joining in the uproar against Arthur's placement in Slytherin. However, when his peripheral vision caught Arthur's gaze, he involuntarily shuddered. Startled, Draco hurriedly sank back onto his bench, clutching his stomach and feigning discomfort. Silence. The Sorting Hat is a treasured artifact left by the four founders. The assignment of each new student to their respective house is determined by the sorting hat. No one may question its decision. Professor McGonagall slammed her hands upon the table, her stern expression directed at the unruly Slytherin students. Her authoritative tone quelled their cacophony, though they did not return to their seats, silently expressing their discontent. Headmaster Dumbledore, Professor McGonagall, Slytherin rejects Arthur. We Gryffindors wholeheartedly welcome him. Arthur, who dares to confront Death Eaters, embodies the qualities of a true Gryffindor. The Weasley twins, seated at the front of the Gryffindor table, disregarded their brother Percy's protests, standing atop the bench and vociferously declaring that Arthur belonged with them. Other Gryffindor students, witnessing this, rose in solidarity, chanting that Arthur was meant for their house. Absolutely not. Arthur Pendragon is the author of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. With such a remarkable talent for writing, he rightfully belongs with us in Ravenclaw. Two Ravenclaw prefects who had encountered Arthur on the train, seeing the Gryffindors' attempts to recruit him, immediately stood and extended an invitation to him. Arthur, I truly admire your novels. Would you consider joining Ravenclaw? A bespectacled Ravenclaw girl, her cheeks flushed, shyly voiced her affection for him. But her soft words were swiftly drowned out by the clamor of the two competing houses. Humph, how shameless. Hermione cast a disapproving glance at the Ravenclaw girl. Feeling a twinge of annoyance. Arthur, come to Gryffindor. He belongs in Ravenclaw. The two houses erupted into a chaotic marketplace of voices, each vying for Arthur's allegiance. Meanwhile, the Hufflepuff students sat quietly in the corner, exchanging glances, uncertain whether to join the fray. Cedric and the two prefects who had met Arthur hoped he would choose Hufflepuff, but upon seeing the serious expression on Professor Pomona Sprout's face, they decided it best not to add to the professor's troubles. At that moment, the center of attention, Arthur, was quietly inquiring of the Sorting Hat why it had placed him in Slytherin. That I cannot read your thoughts, but an ancient aura about you tells me that you belong in Slytherin. The Sorting Hat, encountering a student like Arthur who eluded its ability to read minds, recalled a vision of an individual, the founder of Slytherin. Salazar Slytherin. Is that so? Then it seems I have no choice but to embrace my fate in Slytherin. Upon hearing this, Arthur recalled the moment before he entered the banquet hall when he felt a gentle pat on his shoulder. Since he wished to be sorted into Slytherin, he harbored no further dissatisfaction. Understanding the reasoning behind this, Arthur lifted his hands to remove the sorting hat from his head and handed it to the frosty-faced Professor McGonagall beside him. Under the gaze of all present, he stood and made his way towards the Slytherin long table. His arrival at Hogwarts was merely to seek a sanctuary, a place where he could comfortably write and earn a living. Since he had been allowed into Slytherin, there must be some significance to it. Arthur held a profound trust in the benefactor who had enabled his survival thus far. Perhaps being in Slytherin will inspire me to create even more. His expression remained calm, his stride composed and unhurried. The malicious glances from the Slytherin students fluttered before him like dry leaves stirred by a gentle breeze, failing to stir any turmoil within his heart. You are not welcome here. Get lost. A tall Slytherin student blocked Arthur's path, glaring fiercely at him. Arthur paid no heed to the student, instead turning to look at Professor Snape, who was seated on the platform. Sensing Arthur's deep gaze, the brooding Snape rose from his seat. He recognized this as Arthur's test as the head of Slytherin. He had to manage the situation deftly, otherwise his authority would surely be compromised. If he showed favoritism towards his own students, he would lose Arthur's trust and incur Dumbledore's displeasure. Snape harbored a genuine disdain for this child who was aware of his dual role as a Death Eater and a spy for the Order of the Phoenix. Yet, his abilities were too extraordinary, casting a glimmer of hope in Snape's eyes. Albert Jenkins, Mr. Arthur Pendragon, is undeniably a student of Slytherin. Your only course of action now is to return to your designated seat. Snape's voice, soft yet devoid of emotion, drained the courage from the student named Albert. He shot a resentful glance at Arthur before begrudgingly returning to his own seat. Arthur chose to ignore the Slytherin student's stares. Directly walking to the empty space beside Draco Malfoy and sitting down, the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw students, witnessing Arthur's choice to join Slytherin, could only regretfully resettle in their seats. They could not fathom why Arthur would opt for Slytherin when its students so clearly rejected him. Parvati Patil. Once Arthur was seated at the Slytherin long table, Professor McGonagall reopened the parchment in her hands to continue the sorting ceremony for the remaining students. You shouldn't be sitting here, muttered a boy seated across from Arthur. Arthur glanced up at him, recognizing him faintly as one of the Slytherin prefects he had encountered on the train. It seemed that Arthur's demeanor on the train had earned him a measure of respect from this boy. Though his tone was stern, it lacked the malice displayed by others. But that is an unchangeable fact. I believe that in the near future, you will be grateful that I belong to Slytherin. Right, Draco? Arthur remained undeterred by the unfriendly gazes of the surrounding Slytherin students. He let out a soft hum and then patted Draco Malfoy, who appeared to be feigning a stomach ache. Ah, yes, yes, Draco internally lamented. Unable to comprehend why Arthur insisted on joining Slytherin, if he was someone Dumbledore valued, he should have been placed in Gryffindor, or at the very least in Ravenclaw or Hufflepuff, as those would be far better options than Slytherin. How could he still aspire to be the glory of Slytherin with Arthur's presence? Even before attending school, he could vanquish an adult wizard. The person possessing such terrifying power was someone even his father. Lucius dared not provoke Draco, still wished to defeat Harry and emerge as Slytherin's savior. Draco rested his hand on his chin, where Arthur had previously pointed his wand on the train, stealing a cautious glance at Arthur. He noticed he was not watching him, prompting him to subtly shift his position to the other side without making a sound. With the presence of the formidable Draco, he could have been the tyrant of the house. However, the rumors surrounding Arthur, his father's repeated warnings, and the scene on the train had transformed Draco into a nervous and helpless youth. Humph, you are referring to the house points, aren't you? We Slytherins have won the House Cup for 6 consecutive years. Even without your points, we shall undoubtedly secure first place again this year, keeping the cup within Slytherin. Another girl with light golden hair and a somewhat innocent appearance let out a scoff upon hearing Arthur's words. Expressing her disdain for his contribution to house points, this year's prefect, and a reader of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Gemma Farley did not exhibit the same level of hostility towards Arthur as other pureblood families might. Yet like the rest of the Slytherin students, she opposed any Muggle entering their house. Quite an admirable ambition. However, having narrowly escaped death, the miracle worker Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor. Oh, you truly believe you still have a chance at winning the House Cup this year? Arthur pointed to Harry, who was being warmly welcomed by the Gryffindor students, speaking meaningfully. Gemma furrowed her brows, perplexed, but upon seeing Arthur's enigmatic smile, she recalled that in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Gryffindor surpassed Slytherin in house points due to Harry's actions. Impossible. Such events from the novel could never transpire in reality. This year's House Cup shall undoubtedly belong to us. I will certainly defeat. Still grappling with how to interact with Arthur, Draco felt a surge of uncontainable anger upon hearing Harry Potter's mention of the House Cup. He nearly revealed the secrets his father Lucius had confided in him. Fortunately, he was not as impulsive as Ron. Realizing he almost disclosed a secret, he quickly closed his mouth at then good luck. I look forward to your performance. That if you excel, I might even write a novel specifically for you. Arthur quickly discerned some vital information from Draco's indignant expression. Perhaps, the upcoming year, altered by his presence, would become even more intriguing. If so, he could craft a remarkable novel, with the Malfoy family's influence in the wizarding world. A book centered around Draco Malfoy would surely become a bestseller. Especially with Draco's handsome appearance, he would easily attract a multitude of female readers. Galleon. At that moment, Draco Malfoy appeared to Arthur as a living galleon. All right. Draco, with a heart full of apprehension, nodded towards Arthur. Arthur's words of encouragement suddenly left him in a daze, giving rise to a new thought. Perhaps Arthur was not as dangerous as his father had warned. If he became friends with him, with his support, defeating Voldemort before Harry would become a smooth endeavor. In that case, during the holiday feast, his name would ring throughout the entire banquet hall. Arthur Pendragon. Why did you choose to come to Slytherin? In your Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, the Slytherin students were portrayed as worthless, a bunch of despicable, selfish, and morally corrupt individuals. You should despise Slytherin. Gemma, noticing Draco Malfoy's swift acceptance of Arthur, once again challenged him. While she appreciated the content of the novel, she acknowledged that Slytherin students were viewed as a group of vile and selfish individuals by the other houses. However, as a Slytherin herself, she resented Arthur for tarnishing their reputation. The novel was narrated from the perspectives of 3 Gryffindor students. Did they not understand how Slytherin was perceived by others? I merely stated the facts. If you truly care about their opinions, are you still Slytherin? You are utterly indifferent to the slander and hostile gazes. Honor and triumph are the foremost values cherished by the students of Slytherin. The pursuit of glory and the victory in any competition are paramount, regardless of the methods employed. Honor and victory embody the true essence of Slytherin. Do you not wish for all glory to belong to Slytherin? Your words, Arthur, rendered the 2 prefects speechless. their 4 eyes fixed intently on Arthur as they began to contemplate how to counter his assertions. Meanwhile, the other Slytherin students, having absorbed Arthur's speech, lowered their heads in silent contemplation. The phrase "all glory belongs to Slytherin" not only silenced these students, but also stirred a tumult of emotions within Professor Snape, who had been watching Arthur closely. The audacity of a newcomer from the Muggle world to proclaim such a sentiment was a profound surprise to the two prefects, who found themselves grappling with mixed feelings. They sought to unearth a flaw in Arthur's words to mount a rebuttal, yet he spoke nothing but the truth. The Slytherins were indeed a group of ambitious young wizards. From birth, personal honor, family prestige, and house glory had become their aspirations. This ambition ran deep within their very marrow. They would not permit themselves to fail. Success, for the sake of various honors and victories, justified any means necessary. However, they were not mindless zealots. They possessed the prudence to assess circumstances and safeguard themselves. For instance, upon Professor Snape's acknowledgement that Arthur belonged to Slytherin, they ceased their open protests. The other Slytherin students, now immersed in the notion that glory belongs to Slytherin, gradually shed any hostility they had harbored. Just moments prior, after Arthur took his seat on the Slytherin bench, discussions erupted among them regarding Arthur's identity. Upon learning that he was the author of the recently popular novel Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, a former orphan raised in a Muggle orphanage, with no substantial evidence indicating his parents were Muggles, some Slytherin students began to speculate ingeniously whether Arthur might be the offspring of a wizard abandoned in the Muggle orphanage. This was not mere conjecture. Reports of wizard children being forsaken in the Muggle world had surfaced previously. When those who had encountered Arthur on the train recounted his dramatic defeat of an adult dark wizard using powerful magic, the theory that Arthur was the descendant of a wizard gained traction among some Slytherin students. Coupled with the Sorting Hat's flawless record of assignments, and the consensus among the headmaster and professors that Arthur was rightly sorted into Slytherin, the animosity stirred by a few pure-blooded young wizards dissipated instantaneously. Merely the declaration that glory belongs to Slytherin garnered Arthur the goodwill of the majority of Slytherin students. That, of course, this sentiment did not extend to Goyle and Crab, who, with their hands resting on their bellies, eagerly anticipated the arrival of dinner, and no matter what transpired around them, even if the sky were to fall, their craving for delectable food could not be extinguished. Arthur scanned the faces of his fellow Slytherins, noting the softness in their gazes directed at him, that he smiled faintly, eliciting gasps from a few young admirers. That moment, Dumbledore, basking in the glow of the spotlight, had concluded his address. He raised his arms to recite what he deemed a humorous food-summoning charm. Dunderhead, sniveling, remnants, twist. In an instant, the previously barren long table overflowed with an array of platters. An enticing aroma wafted through the air, igniting the appetites of every young wizard present. Roasted beef, roasted chicken, pork chops, lamb chops, steak, sausages, boiled potatoes, fried chips, Yorkshire pudding, carrot soup. Each dish was a feast for the senses, causing some already famished students to salivate uncontrollably. However, just as they prepared to indulge in the culinary delights before them, Professor Dumbledore, standing on the dais, exuberantly announced, "Before we revel in these delectable dishes, I must extend my heartfelt gratitude and praise to the 4 students who rescued a new student from the clutches of a nefarious dark wizard aboard the Hogwarts Express today." He continued, "First, when a powerful dark wizard was menacing their companion, the Gryffindor brothers George and Fred Weasley, alongside Cedric Diggory of Hufflepuff, exhibited remarkable courage and audacity, utilizing spells to subdue their foe. For this, I shall award Gryffindor and Hufflepuff each 60 points. Dumbledore's words instantly ignited the fervor of the students from both houses, a deafening roar of cheers echoing throughout the hall. However, the manner in which the students from the 2 houses expressed their gratitude and respect towards the protagonists of their house points differed. While the Hufflepuff students were excited yet restrained, merely clapping and smiling at Cedric, the Gryffindor side saw the Weasley twins hoisted into the air by their companions, countless hands lifting them up as they paraded around the Gryffindor table. Basking in their glory, silence. As the Weasley twins completed their celebratory circuit, Dumbledore raised a hand, and gradually, the hall fell into quietude. The killing curse is a most dreadful dark enchantment, one of the 3 unforgivable curses. In a moment of peril, when a dark wizard unleashed the killing curse upon a new student, Mr. Arthur Pendragon, calm and composed, countered with the disarming charm, sending the dark wizard's wand flying and saving the student. He then, undaunted by the danger, drew the dark wizard's attention to himself, demonstrating remarkable courage and wisdom for one so young. Through clever discourse, he bought time for George Weasley, Fred Weasley, and Cedric Diggory to create the optimal opportunity to subdue the dark wizard. Mr. Arthur Pendragon's bravery, valor, and intellect deserve our collective admiration, respect, and gratitude. Had he not intervened, Hogwarts might have lost 2 exceptional students, and you would have lost 2 kind-hearted friends. Therefore, I shall award Slytherin 100 points. Upon concluding, Dumbledore applauded while gazing at Arthur, his gentle, serene eyes filled with respect. Earlier that evening, while working in his office, he had learned that a Death Eater had been subdued by Arthur and his companions. His expression had shifted, fearing that Arthur had once again unleashed his latent powers. Having witnessed Arthur vanquish Axelis, he was deeply concerned that the young boy might lose control of his innate abilities. However, upon discovering that Arthur had merely employed the disarming charm to disarm the opponent and skillfully delayed him with words, allowing for the collaboration with the other 3 students, Dumbledore's previously stern expression softened into a smile of approval. Arthur had not disappointed him. In the face of such peril, he had upheld their agreement. With Dumbledore's applause, the row of professors behind him rose, directing their gaze at Arthur, clapping for his commendable performance. With the headmaster and professors leading the way, all the students in the hall followed suit, clapping their hands in admiration. Especially those who had witnessed the events unfold firsthand, they fervently chanted Arthur's name. In that moment, the entire banquet hall was engulfed in applause for Arthur Pendragon. For these students, the fearless deeds of Arthur Pendragon would undoubtedly become one of the legends of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Such a pity there are no galleons. Thank goodness there were no loans, or it would have been a great loss. Under the scrutiny of countless gazes, Arthur remained composed, a hint of subtle disappointment flickering in his starry eyes. How enviable! How wonderful it would be to simply be a student. Why must one write novels? Clad in a resplendent golden-brown wizard's robe, Gilderoy Lockhart elegantly raised a silver fork to his lips, delicately conveying a morsel of tasteless potato into his mouth as he chewed. His smile remained unwavering, as if enchanted by some spell that rendered him impervious to the mundane reality of his meal. With a composed glance, he observed Professor Snape, seated beside Headmaster Dumbledore, whose somber expression concealed a heart laden with worry. Lockhart's mind erupted with silent laughter, utterly astonished to discover a Death Eater in such close proximity to Dumbledore. Arthur, my sole desire is to see your reputation tarnished. Yet you have provoked forces far beyond your comprehension. Lockhart's gaze fell upon the frail figure of Arthur below, a nefarious scheme blossoming within the recesses of his mind. At the Slytherin table, students gathered around Arthur, engaging him in animated conversation. Notably, the previously dismissive Maffa was now fervently discussing the intricacies of novel plots with him, her enthusiasm decidedly one-sided, as Arthur offered only the occasional response. While Arthur savored the delectable fare before him, he found himself reflecting on the fragmented memories of his past life. Maffa's current demeanor could be likened to an embodiment of the true fragrance principle. Having succumbed to the allure of her newfound admiration for him on the very first day of school, Slytherin had surged ahead of the other 3 houses, accumulating 100 points, although Gryffindor and Hufflepuff also earned 60 points. It posed little concern for them, as they had secured the House Cup 6 times in succession. "Goyle, you've stolen Arthur's chicken leg," Draco Malfoy exclaimed, his voice rising in indignation upon witnessing Goyle snatch the chicken leg Arthur intended to claim. Arthur stood as Hogwarts' most renowned student. If Draco did not seize the opportunity to make a favorable impression before him, how could he hope to gain Arthur's assistance in vanquishing the Dark Lord ahead of Harry? Though he felt a twinge of resentment at Arthur's overshadowing presence, he resolved to endure for the sake of a noble ambition. Were Lucius Malfoy to witness his pampered child displaying such restraint, he would surely be filled with pride. "Fear not, for there is yet another chicken leg. Would you care for it, Draco?" Arthur remarked casually, casting a glance at the perplexed Goyle, his demeanor unfazed. The culinary offerings at Hogwarts far surpassed those of St. Mary's orphanage, particularly in recent years, as the orphanage grappled with financial deficits, providing little more than potato soup and 2 slices of dark bread for sustenance. Only the younger orphans had the luxury of enjoying milk once a month, and meet once every 6 months. Although Arthur's royalties alleviated some of the financial burden, the majority were allocated towards repaying debts and covering Sister Maggie's hospital expenses. In the face of such a sumptuous dinner, Arthur, like most students, indulged heartily. However, he maintained a refined and graceful demeanor, unlike Ron, who disregarded appearances, devouring a chicken leg in one hand and a steak in the other. To the Slytherin students, Arthur seemed less like an orphan and more akin to a child of aristocracy. The delightful cuisine lifted Arthur's spirits, dissipating any lingering sense of disappointment from not receiving monetary rewards. No, I am quite full, Draco replied, shaking his head, his expression growing somewhat complex. Father has informed me that the ancient Dark Lord has taken control of Durmstrang Institute. The Malfoy family must reconsider its alliances. For the prosperity of our lineage, as the next head of the family, it is time for me to alleviate the burdens upon my father. He has advised me to steer clear of Arthur. Yet I believe that he, valued by both Dark Lords and Dumbledore alike, may well restore the Malfoy family to greatness. He is not like Harry. He does not harbor animosity towards me due to our train encounter. In fact, he has been exceedingly kind, and I believe my judgment is sound. Will you support my decision, Father? Draco had always been a child who valued pride and competitiveness, relishing in the admiration of others. Arthur had eclipsed him in the limelight. Were he to adhere to the narrative of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, he would undoubtedly harbor resentment towards Arthur, treating him as he did Harry. Yet the situation was different now. Having read Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, coupled with Lucius's repeated admonitions, Draco had learned to reflect. The novel served as a mirror, illuminating the flaws in his character and his approach to situations. Initially, he had intended to heed his father's counsel and distance himself from Arthur. However, now this enigmatic and powerful Arthur Pendragon had extended a hand of friendship, prompting Draco to contemplate a path divergent from that of Lucius Malfoy. Arthur's narrative not only inspired Draco's self-reflection, but also reshaped his perception of Harry Potter. The boy he had once deemed a formidable dark wizard was merely a reckless child endowed with a modicum of courage. With the idolization dissipated, Harry was revealed as an ordinary boy. It was precisely this realization that led him to confront Harry on the train, rather than seek his friendship as depicted in the novel. Draco's gaze fixed intently upon Arthur, who was sipping apple juice, resolute in his decision. His first ally at Hogwarts would be Arthur, the boy with the mysterious prophetic abilities. The first draft of Twilight has been completed. I wonder if wizards will appreciate a love story between vampires and werewolves. Should this book be published in the magical world, it would undoubtedly incite animosity between vampires and werewolves. The werewolves are manageable. They can be disregarded. However, the vampires present a more complicated issue. In my fragmented memories, Potion Master Horace Slughorn had a vampire friend. It seems vampires are not as scorned in the magical community as werewolves. During the climactic battle at Hogwarts, vampires did not join Voldemort's ranks, suggesting they align more closely with wizards. If vampires were to read Twilight, they would surely lodge complaints with the Ministry of Magic. I am already in substantial debt and cannot afford to misuse their influence. What a nuisance. For prudence's sake, I shall first contact Aunt Teresa. The initial agreement only pertains to wizards. It doesn't stipulate that I cannot publish stories of other races in the Muggle world. Yet, to earn galleons from wizards, I must reconceptualize a new novel. Draco Malfoy, dashing, affluent, and a pure-blood wizard, he would undoubtedly be a beloved protagonist among female readers. After all, even that greasy-faced thief's self-centered novel garnered a plethora of female admirers. Draco is 1,000 times more handsome. Draco Malfoy and the Philosopher's Stone, a splendid idea indeed. Setting down his apple juice, Arthur turned to find Draco Malfoy observing him. Their eyes met, and both corners of their mouths lifted in unison. The welcoming feast concluded amidst a festive and boisterous atmosphere, and the students of the four houses, under the guidance of their prefects, returned in an orderly fashion to their respective common rooms. Once the prefects had assigned dormitories to the newcomers, the hour had grown late. Having settled their belongings, they made their way to the washroom to prepare for their first night at Hogwarts. The chilly, damp Slytherin common room gradually fell into silence as the young wizards retreated to their quarters for rest. Approximately an hour later, a boy appeared in the common room, clutching a diary. After placing the diary upon a round table beside the sofa, he strolled to the fireplace, extending his cold hands towards the flickering flames. allowing the warmth to chase away the chill. Once his frozen fingers had absorbed enough heat to regain their dexterity, he turned and seated himself upon the sofa, gently retrieving the diary from the table and opening it with care. Drawing a pencil from his pocket, he began to inscribe upon the page. Delectable dishes, the joy of reunion, the anticipation of a new term. These thoughts swiftly lulled the students within the castle of Hogwarts into a profound slumber, their dreams deepening. The essence of the dream god seeped from the souls of each student, coalescing into a thick fog that enveloped the entire Hogwarts castle. Every creature, cats, mice, owls, ghouls, house elves, phoenixes, giant serpents, spiders, and ghosts, as well as the immensely powerful professors, would enter their own unique dreamscapes. Until the dawn breaks, the dream shall not dissipate. With the final stroke of his pencil, Arthur felt as if his entire being had been stricken by a grave illness, leaving him utterly exhausted. He gasped for breath, collapsing onto the sofa, only recovering himself when a hint of color returned to his pallid complexion. This was his first experience of invoking the pen of a fairy tale writer on a grand scale, without the exchange of currency, transforming the tales he penned into reality. The ability to alter reality wielded by the fairy tale writer was notoriously stringent. Should the narrative lack logic or be propelled by inexplicable whims, the cost would be exorbitant. If Arthur were to employ this power to transform himself into a wealthy man, his current strength would be inadequate. Even if he wrote that he stumbled upon a sum of money, or that someone gifted him a fortune, with his present capabilities, he could obtain a maximum of 20 should he choose to pay for the activation of this ability. Arthur could indeed become the wealthiest individual in this realm, yet he would simultaneously become the most indebted. It would be akin to incurring a debt the size of a watermelon for the sake of a mere sesame seed. To acquire 1% of the world's wealth, he would be burdened with a debt amounting to 1,000% of that wealth. Arthur was unwilling to pursue such a course, nor would he allow himself to be so compromised. In the hands of ordinary individuals, money is merely currency. To Arthur, it is a certificate of life that in his eyes, money held far greater and deeper significance. Arthur could not fathom why this ability to alter reality was referred to as that of a fairy tale writer. Over time, he speculated that this might be a peculiar quirk of hers. For many years, he had been unable to discern her true identity. She seldom communicated with him and was even less inclined to reveal who she truly was. A deity, a demon, or some indescribable higher-dimensional being. The only certainty Arthur possessed was her immense power, a fondness for wealth, and her ability to prolong life. Reflecting on her affinity for money, Arthur recalled that he still owed her a substantial debt, prompting an involuntary sigh if he were to resort to unscrupulous means. Engaging in actions that contradicted his conscience, he believed he could swiftly settle these debts. Yet Arthur was not one to abandon his principles. Incapable of committing acts of murder or theft, the most significant reason for his rejection of illicit means to amass wealth was that she would not accept any ill-gotten gains from him. I seem to be in quite a bit of debt. Arthur once again opened his diary, flipping through a few pages until his gaze landed on the section containing figures to prolong life. He required 100 daily, approximately 20 galleons. 11 years and 39 days, or 4,057 days, resulted in a debt of 404,700, equivalent to over 80,000 galleons. The fairy tale writer charged 900,000, the first use each day being free, with subsequent uses costing 1 million, varying based on the extent of reality alteration. He owed 980,000. Mental ceiling, 100,000. Magical aptitude, 90 million. Silent, retired, 250 million. With a daily mental stabilization maintenance fee of 6,000, he owed 50 million. The killing curse shield, 200,000. In total, he owed 141,684,700, or approximately 28,336,940 galleons. He had repaid 200 galleons. He did not dwell on it excessively, merely keeping a record of his external debts. Raising his hand, he added another day's fee for life extension to the relevant section before closing the diary. To be precise, he was currently a dead man, a living corpse. 11 years ago, when Father Hughes discovered him as an infant, he had already perished. It was her power that allowed Arthur to live as a normal person until this day. Tucking the diary into the pocket of his clothing, he lifted his gaze to the flickering flames in the fireplace, exhaling deeply as he made his way towards the exit of the common room. The corridors of Hogwarts at night were dim and silent. Following her guidance, Arthur proceeded towards the magical staircase. In the emptiness of the corridor, he was the sole occupant, his footsteps echoing in the vast space, rendering the previously tranquil atmosphere eerie. The ghosts, who reveled in nocturnal activities, were also peacefully slumbering in their favored chambers. The enchanted staircase continued its usual operation, and Arthur ascended to the third floor. Note: this may be subject to debate, as I adhere to the HP Wiki's canon. At the staircase's entrance lay a long-haired feline, curled up and asleep on the floor. Arthur chose not to disturb it, gently stepping over its form. In a short while, he arrived at the door of a washroom. Observing the securely locked wooden door, he felt a twinge of confusion. Logically, washrooms should not be locked. However, he deemed this question unworthy of further contemplation. Swiftly, he drew his wand from his waist, pointing it at the locked wooden door, and whispered an incantation. Alohomora. Upon the successful casting of the unlocking charm, Arthur gently pushed the wooden door open. It was a girl's washroom. Though rarely frequented by the female students, water should not be wasted like this. Stepping inside the washroom, Arthur heard the sound of running water and glanced up at the ghost lounging on the high window ledge. Softly speaking, she had not imposed a deadline for repayment or a maximum debt limit upon him. Yet Arthur was not one to take advantage of others, like a thief who relentlessly shears a sheep. Should he overstep, and she chose to sever ties with him, he could find himself facing immediate demise. Death itself was not terrifying. What was truly dreadful was a life worse than death. Presently, Arthur lacked the means to repay all his debts, but he possessed the ability to fulfill her errands. Did acquiring Parseltongue also require payment? This was to assist him. Surely, it could be free. Very well. After ensuring the toilet connected to Myrtle was closed, Arthur approached the sink in the center of the washroom. The sink appeared unremarkable, yet Arthur quickly recalled a copper tap adorned with a carving of a small serpent. This was the entrance mechanism to the Slytherin chamber, accessible only to those who could speak Parseltongue. Arthur was neither a descendant of Slytherin, nor had he studied Parseltongue. To gain entry to the chamber below, he could only seek her assistance. However, upon sensing that gaining Parseltongue would cost him 10,000 galleons, Arthur's expression soured. She was the one desiring entry to the chamber. He was merely here to fulfill her wishes, to assist her, and yet be charged for it. Her stance was crystal clear. Regardless of the intent, obtaining abilities from her necessitated payment. Realizing her attitude, Arthur felt an overwhelming sense of frustration, yet he acknowledged that she had sustained his life and protected him over the years. Although this monetary exchange had allowed him to survive until now, their relationship had transcended mere financial transactions. This immense debt of gratitude would not be forgotten by Arthur if payment is the price. Then so be it. Acquiring an additional language shall also benefit me. With yet another debt incurred, Arthur whispered to the copper tap engraved with the small serpent, SSSSS, open. Instantly, the tap emitted a brilliant white light, beginning to spin rapidly. Subsequently, the sink gradually vanished from view, revealing an exceedingly thick pipe. Arthur gestured with his hand, confirming that this pipe would accommodate his entire body. That he plunged directly into the pipe, which led to the lower levels. Soon as Arthur's body entered, he slid down with the swift grace of a child on a slide. The chamber of Salazar Slytherin, as legend has it, was constructed following a disagreement he had with the other three founders regarding a particular matter. In a fit of rage, he built a hidden chamber beneath the school, wherein he housed an ancient basilisk. In the magical world, it is whispered that Slytherin raised this creature to purge the school of Muggle-born students. But the truth, does it truly mirror the rumors? Only Slytherin himself possesses that knowledge. Following the cold, damp pipe, Arthur swiftly descended into an utterly dark space. A flicker of luminescence, the unlocking charm, the Lumos charm, and the levitation charm. These fundamental spells are not difficult at all, with diligent study of spellbooks. Mastering the techniques and practicing a few times, one could easily become proficient. The dazzling light illuminated the entire space, revealing the damp ground and black tunnel before Arthur. Holding his glowing wand aloft, he stepped over the brittle bones of small creatures. Advancing into the tunnel, the creaking sound of breaking bones added a touch of horror to the already dark and damp passage. If a timid student were to stumble into this place, they would surely be frightened to the point of losing control of their bodily functions, fainting from terror. After approximately 3 minutes, though Arthur could hardly keep track. A massive serpent skin lay before him. Reflecting a ghostly green light in the glow of his wand, he measured it with his foot. It was roughly 20 feet long, but a thick layer of dust coated it, and some damp spots had sprouted mold. Arthur surmised that this skin must have been shed by the basilisk long ago. 5 years, 10 years, perhaps even longer. What a truly long-lived creature. Subsisting on mere small animals, it has thrived until now. How magical indeed. The basilisk, a creature bred by dark wizards, is said to have been first cultivated by the despicable Herpo the Foul, that he incubated a chicken egg beneath the body of a toad, thus hatching the basilisk. As for the spells employed during the incubation, few are aware, as breeding basilisks has been deemed illegal since the Middle Ages. Records of basilisk breeding have either been destroyed or classified as forbidden texts. Sealed away by the Ministry of Magic. To this day, no new basilisks have appeared in the magical realm. However, if the personnel from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures were to discover a chicken egg beneath a toad, they would promptly remove it. No spell is needed. This method alone can prevent the hatching process of a basilisk. Is this the place? Ahead, the tunnel was blocked by a sturdy wall, etched with 2 serpents intertwined, their eyes adorned with large, gleaming emeralds. Arthur gazed at the emeralds, each larger than his fist, and instinctively swallowed. Were it not for the subtle, malevolent magic emanating from the gems, he might have been tempted to pry them from their setting. The uncertainties were too great. If he were to remove the emeralds and succumb to the corrupting influence of their dark power, he would incur significant expenses to lift the curse. Even if he were to sell the emeralds, would such an act constitute legitimate income? After all, these emeralds belong to Slytherin. Though he is deceased, his estate cannot simply be considered unclaimed. The heir of Slytherin still walks among us. Arthur would never engage in a venture that would result in loss. Hissus, open. Arthur diverted his gaze, approaching the stone wall, and commanded it to open with the snake language he had just learned. With a rumble, the stone serpents seemed to come alive, their entwined forms beginning to writhe and slowly separate. The wall split down the middle and gradually slid apart, vanishing from sight. As the door fully opened, Arthur cautiously stepped inside. In the dimly lit hall, 2 rows of stone pillars loomed, supporting the ceiling within the darkness. Each pillar was entwined with thick serpents, lending an air of the uncanny to this room shrouded in a mysterious green glow. He continued to raise his glowing wand, advancing slowly, unperturbed by the multitude of serpents surrounding him. Soon, a colossal statue of Slytherin emerged before him. The statue was so towering that the light from Arthur's wand barely reached its upper half. Can I simply place my hand upon the statue? Upon feeling a certain affirmation in his mind, Arthur approached the base of the statue and extended his palm to touch it. A chilling aura enveloped him, prompting Arthur to furrow his brow slightly. However, until he received a response, he could only endure the sensation. As time passed, Arthur began to falter. His legs trembled and beads of sweat formed on his forehead, just as he felt he might collapse. That frigid sensation abruptly vanished. Arthur thought it was over and was about to withdraw his hand when, suddenly, he felt dizzy, as if being drawn into a vortex. When he regained consciousness, he found the once familiar chamber transformed into a blood-soaked apocalyptic wasteland. As far as Arthur's eyes could see, not a single intact structure remained. On the nearest crumbling wall hung grotesque, repulsive chunks of flesh, provoking a visceral sense of dread. They emitted a low, seductive whisper, writhing like grotesque worms, creeping toward him. Before Arthur could comprehend what was happening, he glanced upward, only to find that the moon in the night sky had taken on an eerie blood-red hue. It seems I have been tainted by something foul. As consciousness returned to his body, Arthur looked at the cold statue ahead and scratched his head. The previous illusion had grown hazy, leaving him feeling as though he had just endured a nightmare. He checked his body for injuries, found none, and prepared to leave this place. He had accomplished his purpose. He had touched the statue of Slytherin. Although uncertain of what he had gained, Arthur chose not to dwell on it out of trust. Time was growing late. It was time to return and rest. However, just as he turned around, a tattered piece of parchment fluttered down before him, capturing his attention. What is this? Main ingredients: the eyes of a pair of adult manticore fish, 35 milliliters of the blood of a horned serpent. Auxiliary ingredients: 80 milliliters of pure water. Arthur picked up the parchment, noting the faintly legible lines of text on the faded skin. What is this? A recipe from Slytherin? Or perhaps a potion formula? The parchment contained 4 lines of text. The first 3 listed ingredients for some potion, while the final line was blurred, rendering it indecipherable to Arthur. However, since this had been discovered within Slytherin's chamber, it must hold significant value. With a flicker of inspiration, Arthur retrieved his diary and tucked the parchment between its pages, planning to gather the listed materials after potions class to attempt a concoction. If this truly were a long-lost potion, Arthur would strike it rich. He recalled that the Potter family owed their vast fortune to 2 of their ancestors. The first was the family patriarch, a man named Stinchcombe. That he was eccentric yet beloved, often referred to as the Idle One, a nickname that eventually morphed into Potter. Stinchcombe possessed great talent in potion making, frequently inventing highly useful elixirs still utilized by many wizards today. Following Stinchcombe, every generation of the Potter family diligently managed the potion business to sustain their wealth, until the second ancestor emerged, quadrupling the family's fortune. This man was none other than Harry's grandfather. Fleamont Potter. He invented a swift and smooth hair potion, an exceptionally effective elixir for hair care. This remarkable concoction transforms thick and unruly hair into a silky and lustrous mane, earning the admiration of wizards far and wide. A small yet lucrative secret can be gleaned from the illustrious history of the Potter family. The potion favored by wizards has the potential to bestow considerable wealth upon its creator. Arthur has not forgotten that writing novels for profit is his primary vocation, yet no one would decline an additional avenue for financial gain. He pondered whether to acquire knowledge in potion-making during his spare time. A wisp of luminescence floated from the tip of his wand and hovered before him. Focus on your writing. You lack the gift for potion-making. Upon reading the glowing inscription, Arthur momentarily froze, his pupils dilating in shock, his face instantly betraying a look of astonishment. Yet soon after, a broad smile of sheer delight emerged upon his visage. Is it truly you? At long last, we can communicate in a manner that befits our intellect? After 11 long years, this was the first instance of him exchanging written words with her. The exhilaration he felt rivaled that of his initial receipt of payment for his writings. 11 years, an entire decade. Their communication had been confined to a profound connection, with Arthur capable of whispering his thoughts to her, while her sentiments were merely inferred from his perception of her emotional shifts. For instance, the decision to enter the Slytherin chamber tonight was guided by her emotional cues. I wish to sleep. Shall we take a stroll? The Forbidden Forest? The Room of Requirement? The Slytherin chamber? In summary, their method of communication was profoundly inefficient. However, after 11 years of companionship, they had developed an unspoken understanding, allowing Arthur to deduce her intentions with minimal speculation. The previous inscription reformed into a wisp of light, beginning to twist and shift, revealing more words before Arthur's eyes. I have reclaimed a portion of my essence, deepening my existence in this realm. A recompense. You may forego 1/10 of your debt to me. Please endeavor to gather that potion. It will be of great assistance to you. Although your explanation was not entirely comprehensive, I appreciate your generosity. The sudden alleviation of 1/10 of his debt felt akin to the relief of a boulder lightening upon his shoulders, filling Arthur with quiet joy. A simple errand, though it added an external debt of 10,000 galleons. The substantial reward rendered this debt negligible. The waived sum of 2.83 million galleons, equivalent to 17 million pounds, left Arthur pondering when he might amass such wealth. Just like that, it vanished. Evidently, the essence she obtained must be exceedingly rare. Arthur sighed inwardly. Then, with an air of urgency and trepidation, inquired, "Might you reveal your name to me? After all these years, I still do not know how to address you. And why do you have an affinity for wealth? With your formidable prowess, one would presume you are indifferent to material riches." Arthur gazed cautiously at the luminous script, fearful that his inquiries might incite her displeasure. In the 11 years since his rebirth, she had been not only Arthur's savior and creditor, but also his sole companion. Simply refer to me as the observer. Wealth is not merely currency. It embodies a symbol of civilization. Your memories from your past life remain incomplete. Knowing certain matters now could prove detrimental to you. Uphold your original intentions. Persist in writing novels to repay your debts. My investment in you is a significant drain on my strength. Each time my existence is fortified, the world's pressure upon me intensifies. Future assistance will demand even greater expenditure of my energy. You grasp my meaning, do you not? Arthur's expression shifted, responding with a bittersweet tone. What you imply is that each time you assist me henceforth, the cost will be greater. I shall strive to strengthen myself, thus alleviating you of the burden. Relying incessantly on the observer for financial aid is not a sustainable strategy. Arthur must cultivate his own strength. Recalling how Headmaster Dumbledore had urged him to attend Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, he noted the observer's gleeful demeanor and continued, "Was my admission to Hogwarts merely a means of seeking refuge? Or was it to uncover this essence? Yes and no. You will understand in due time. Beyond writing, observe and document the world around you. It will greatly benefit your future. It grows late. You should retire and rest." Indeed, as the inscription before him dissipated into the darkness, Arthur raised his wand and made his way towards the chamber's exit. Upon returning to his dormitory, Arthur reclined on his bed, contemplating his next payment. In a few days, the fees and penalties from the daily profit would reach him. Although modest, it should amount to a fraction. However, Aunt Teresa has already negotiated a contract with the American publisher. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone will be released in the United States next month. The unfortunate news Dumbledore had mentioned while escorting Arthur back to St. Mary's Orphanage was that the proprietor of the Daily Prophet had decided against collaborating with him. They would no longer publish any of Arthur's works, which meant he must seek another publisher to share his novels with the magical world. Those who harbored animosity towards Arthur believed they could vanquish him in this manner. Yet they overlooked the fact that the magical world's population is but a fraction of that of the Muggle world. For instance, the British wizarding community could only accommodate a mere 500 copies of Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone. Across the entire magical realm, at most, it would amount to a mere 10,000 copies. Conversely, in the Muggle world, with its vast populace, even if only 5 of households purchased Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, the profits would surpass those garnered in the wizarding realm. The magical world's share of the pie remains desirable. Though small in stature, the bean dumpling is still a source of sustenance. In the realm of magic, Arthur shall not yield. Since no publishing house in the British magical world is willing to collaborate with him, there are still opportunities abroad. Trees may perish when uprooted, but people can thrive by adapting. There will inevitably be a publisher who, motivated by profit, will choose to partner with Arthur. On the inaugural day of the new semester, the first-year Slytherin students are required to attend 3 major classes alongside the first-year Ravenclaw students. These include the history of magic taught by the ghostly Professor Binns, Transfiguration with Professor Minerva McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor, and Charms under the guidance of Professor Filius Flitwick, head of Ravenclaw, perhaps due to the excitement of the first class of the term. Both Slytherin and Ravenclaw students are attentively absorbing the knowledge imparted by their professors, despite Professor Binns' rather dreary subject, and the complexities of Transfiguration and Charms that, of course, a few students are distracted by mischief. Particularly Draco's 2 cohorts, Goyle and Crab, who disregard the professor's instructions during Charms and recklessly cast spells, resulting in the incineration of a Ravenclaw student's book. Consequently, the 2 are reprimanded by Professor Flitwick, leading Slytherin to lose 10 points on the very first day. After Charms class, Arthur declines Draco's invitation to play, opting instead to visit the Ollery alone. Using the mealworms borrowed from Neville, he calls over his owl, Doom, who is currently embroiled in a tussle with other owls. After having some fun with his owl, Arthur attaches the draft of his new book, Twilight, along with a letter to Doom, instructing it to deliver them to Aunt Teresa's residence. The owls of the magical world are all professionally trained, making them far more reliable for delivering messages than the postal service in England. As he watches his new book soar into the sky, vanishing beyond the horizon, Arthur contemplates the fact that dinner is still 2 hours away, gazing down from the high platform at the young witches and wizards frolicking on the lush green grass. He decides to spend some time in the library, a quieter place where he can outline his new book during these 2 hours. That Mr. Pendragon, Professor Dumbledore requests your presence in the headmaster's office. Do you know where it is? Just as Arthur was engrossed in his writing, Madame Pants, the librarian, approached him and spoke softly. Arthur shook his head, indicating he was unfamiliar with the location of the headmaster's office. On the 8th floor of the castle, there is a gargoyle that drips water. Today's password is chocolate frog. Thank you, Madame Pants. I shall head there immediately. Arthur nodded and began to organize his notebook. Just as he was about to rise, Madame Pants handed him a copy of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Arthur looked up, puzzled, and saw Madame Pants smiling warmly as she said, My daughter is quite fond of your novel. Upon learning that you are studying at Hogwarts, she asked me to request your autograph. That I hope this doesn't trouble you. Not at all. It is my honor that your daughter enjoys my work. May I inquire as to the name of the little princess? Her name is Professor Dumbledore. You wish to see me? Upon entering the headmaster's office via the spiral staircase, Arthur discovered not only Professor Dumbledore, but also an elderly goblin clad in a light gray suit. Noticing the goblin's friendly smile, he politely nodded in acknowledgement before directing his attention to Dumbledore, who was intently examining a letter in his hands while a disgruntled red-feathered bird tugged at his sleeve. Arthur, welcome. How are you finding school life so far? Dumbledore placed the letter on the desk, returned the phoenix to its nest, and smiled at Arthur in inquiry. Headmaster, today is merely the first day. Isn't that question a bit premature? However, I must say the food in the dining hall suits my palate quite well. In that case, I am relieved. Dumbledore chuckled heartily. Stroking his beard, he then retrieved a seemingly heavy brown bag from a nearby drawer and placed it on the desk. This is the payment from the Daily Prophet for your publication, along with a penalty fee, totaling 10,430 galleons. Arthur approached the desk, lifted the bag to gauge its weight, and upon estimating it to be around a kilogram, furrowed his brow. The quantity is correct. This bag is my personal property. I have employed a certain spell to expand its internal space. So, do not be deceived by its external appearance. It holds over 10,000 galleons within. Dumbledore observed Arthur's puzzled expression and chuckled softly, providing clarification. I suppose I should count it first. Arthur did not doubt Dumbledore's honesty, yet the sum was considerable, and he felt an unsettling urge to verify it himself. That is fine. Take your time. Dumbledore watched Arthur's earnest demeanor, chuckling as he began extracting galleons from the bag, playfully engaging with the phoenix nearby. Meanwhile, the goblin, who had remained silent on the sofa, observed Arthur's meticulous handling of the coins with keen interest. 1, 2, 3. The galleons extracted from the bag gradually piled up into a glimmering mound under Dumbledore's watchful gaze and the goblin's scrutiny. After confirming the total to be 10 for 30, Arthur felt satisfied and carefully repacked the galleons into the small bag. Is the amount correct, Arthur? Dumbledore, engrossed in a magical tome, raised his head with a kind inquiry upon hearing the absence of the clinking sound of coins. More than 10,000 galleons is no trifling sum. And it has taken over half an hour for me to count from the first galleon to the last. Observing Arthur's lack of fatigue, instead revealing a sense of fulfillment, Dumbledore couldn't help but admire Arthur's dedication to the matter of finances. It is indeed correct, exactly 10,430 galleons. Headmaster, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. Over 10,000 galleons would be a staggering fortune for any young wizard, yet for Arthur, it merely represented about 1/2,500th of his debts. The distance to clearing all his obligations felt daunting, yet Arthur found a profound sense of satisfaction in the moment. Had he been collaborating normally with the Daily Prophet, he would not have earned such a sum in an entire year. As this thought crossed his mind, an unrealistic idea emerged: to seek out more publishers akin to the Daily Prophet. This way, he could amass substantial penalties and generate even more wealth in a short span. However, this notion was quickly dismissed. The owners of such companies are invariably shrewd individuals. With the precedent set by the Daily Prophet, no one would be inclined to sign a contract with Arthur that included exorbitant penalties. Moving forward, earning money would require a steadfast commitment to writing more novels that resonate with readers, a far more reliable approach. Would you like a treat, Arthur? Perhaps the act of reading had drained him of energy. As Arthur inquired about taking his leave, Dumbledore extended a peculiar flavored bean from a nearby candy dish, inquiring kindly. Upon seeing Arthur shake his head, indicating his lack of appetite, Dumbledore unwrapped the bean and popped the black confection into his mouth. Savoring its taste, oh no, Merlin's beard, it tastes like boogers. Within moments, Dumbledore's expression shifted, and he muttered about his unfortunate luck. Headmaster Dumbledore, Arthur exclaimed, noticing Dumbledore reaching for another peculiar bean, and felt compelled to interject that my apologies. Arthur, with age, one's memory tends to falter. Dumbledore wore a look of sudden realization, apologizing to Arthur before redirecting his gaze to the silent goblin on the sofa. This is Mr. Jim Bacons, the manager of Gringotts Bank. He has matters to discuss with you. Hello, Mr. Bacons. Upon hearing these words, Arthur, though somewhat perplexed by the old goblin's intentions for seeking him, nonetheless greeted him with a warm nod. Good day, Mr. Arthur Pendragon, that I must express my admiration for your novels. I hope the cessation of your collaboration with the Daily Prophet does not stifle your creative inspiration." The venerable goblin, Jim Bacons, leaned upon his yellow pearwood cane and slowly rose to bow courteously to Arthur. Observing this high-ranking member of the goblin community showing such deference to Arthur, Dumbledore's half-closed eyes flickered with a hint of caution. A centenarian wizard, Dumbledore possessed a profound understanding of goblin nature. Upon learning that Jim Bacons had come to Hogwarts with the intent of meeting Arthur, Dumbledore felt an instinctive reluctance. Yet, being the most esteemed wizard in the contemporary magical realm, he understood that outright rejecting Bacon's request could jeopardize the fragile relationship between wizards and goblins. His earlier tacit approval of Arthur counting the galleons was a subtle test of the goblin's patience, if it could provoke a sense of indignation from Bacons, leading him to storm off in embarrassment. It would be ideal. Dumbledore wished to keep Arthur distanced from the goblin community. Unfortunately, events did not unfold as he had hoped. Bacons appeared to place considerable importance on this meeting with Arthur. "Thank you. May I inquire what brings you to see me?" Arthur recalled having encountered this goblin a few days prior at Gringotts while shopping for supplies with Professor McGonagall, where Bacons had been reprimanding a wizard for a clerical error. Now, with a smile akin to that of a kindly elder, he exuded an air of menace that suggested he was not to be trifled with. "Mr. Pendragon, the termination of your partnership with the Daily Prophet must be quite distressing for you." Jim Bacons remarked with a grin, his bulbous, warty nose twitching, rendering his smile somewhat sinister, reminiscent of a witch concocting potions. If he were not a goblin, his large nose might be perceived as a mere racial trait. Yet it easily led one to suspect nefarious intentions lurking within. Not at all. On the contrary, the substantial breach of contract has brought me great joy. Might I ask why you pose such a question?" "Mr. Bacons," Arthur replied, his demeanor shifting to one of guarded vigilance. He responded with casual indifference, then deftly redirected the inquiry back to the goblin. Although Arthur's outward appearance may have suggested a dull and bookish nature, this did not diminish his intellect. He simply preferred to conceal his emotions and avoid ostentation. Bacon's inquiry, seemingly a simple expression of concern, concealed deeper implications. Goblins are notoriously cunning, and Arthur would not reveal his innermost thoughts to one, regardless of how congenial he appeared. I've heard that other publishing houses are also reluctant to collaborate with you, Mr. Pendragon. Your talent is the most remarkable I have encountered among writers in many years. Should you be unable to continue publishing your novels, it would indeed be a regrettable loss for both you and the entire magical world. A loyal admirer of your work, I propose that we at Gringotts assist you in establishing your own publishing house, dedicated exclusively to your novels. Would you be willing to collaborate with us?" Jim Bacons maintained his witch-like grin, extending an olive branch of goblin friendship before Dumbledore. "What are the terms?" Arthur inquired, recognizing that a windfall such as this could hardly come without strings attached. Confronted with Bacon's enticing proposition, Arthur's heart remained largely unmoved. He contemplated the situation and directly addressed the prerequisites for collaboration. He had no prior dealings with the goblin community, and their sudden overture raised suspicions of ulterior motives behind their apparent generosity. Observing Arthur's composed reaction, Bacons, whose jolly visage quivered slightly, was taken aback by the youth's maturity. Were this another despondent author, the mere offer of a dedicated publishing house from Gringotts would surely elicit an eager acceptance. Dumbledore, who had been attentively monitoring their exchange, nodded in silent approval at Arthur's inquiry regarding the terms of collaboration. Goblins are notoriously avaricious, and he feared Arthur might be tempted to blindly partner with them for profit. As it stands, we at Gringotts will bear the costs, and thus, the equity distribution for this publishing house will be 90 in our favor, with the remaining 10 allocated to you, Mr. Pendragon. That as for the profits from your novels, we shall split them evenly. Additionally, since this publishing house is established solely for your works, the copyright of your novels will also belong to the publishing house. With this, Bacon smiled at Arthur, confident that his terms were exceedingly generous. Believing the young man would be unable to resist, that I'm afraid not, Mr. Bacon. If Gringotts truly wishes to collaborate with me, I would prefer to see some genuine goodwill, Arthur replied, shaking his head in disappointment before turning his gaze to Dumbledore. "Headmaster Dumbledore, if there is nothing further, I shall take my leave." Upon receiving a nod of agreement from Dumbledore, Arthur turned and made his way to the spiral staircase, leaving no opportunity for the goblin bacons to maneuver further. The terms proposed by Gringotts were patently exploitative, and Arthur would never acquiesce to such draconian stipulations. After Arthur departed the office via the spiral staircase, Dumbledore turned to Jim Bacons with a smile. "Mr. Bacons, would you care for some Bertie Bott's every flavor beans?" "No, I have matters to attend to at Gringotts, Mr. Dumbledore. Until next time," Bacons replied. Making his way towards the spiral staircase, Dumbledore observed Bacon's retreating figure. His smile gradually faded. The collaboration terms proposed by Bacons were not only likely to incite Arthur's dissatisfaction, but also hinted at a deeper goblin conspiracy. They had recognized Arthur's literary prowess and sought to exploit his moment of hardship, attempting to ensnare him with a scheme of empty promises. It seemed, "I must lend a hand to Arthur. Today it is the goblins. Tomorrow will Grindelwald come knocking as well." Dumbledore mused quietly, his gaze drawn to a newspaper resting in the corner of his desk. The headline spoke of the ministry's haughty oppression of a young author. In a conference room at Gringotts, two emaciated and elderly goblins displayed expressions of concern after hearing Jim Bacon's report. After a lengthy silence, one elder opened his murky eyes and turned to his companion. "The current magical world is rife with negative portrayals of our goblin kin, especially with the Daily Prophet, under the ministry's directive, seizing upon trivial matters to tarnish our reputation. Indeed, no publication dares to recount our glorious deeds, and no author has the audacity to depict us goblins as protagonists. In their narratives, we are portrayed as cunning, treacherous, and deceitful beings. Presently, there are voices advocating for wizards to seize control of financial institutions. While this may not yet affect us, what if 10, 50, or 100 years hence? This sentiment is gaining momentum, and we may very well lose Gringotts. Will our kind still possess the strength to contend with wizards as we once did? Human advancement is alarmingly rapid, while wizards remain steadfastly conservative for now. In years to come, as the old guard passes away, the new generation will inevitably absorb the strengths of the Muggle world. At that juncture, other magical beings, ourselves, centaurs, vampires, demons, giants, and so forth, will not be able to maintain the status quo. I fear our descendants may end up like those wretched house elves." The words exchanged between the two goblin elders filled the room with a sense of melancholy. "Elder Barton, clan leader Luke, we still have a glimmer of hope. The reason that young man has not chosen to collaborate with us is that he is overly avaricious, perceiving our terms as excessively harsh, thus depriving him of potential profit." Jim Barkins recalled a scene he had witnessed at Hogwarts, where Arthur meticulously counted each gold galleon to verify the amount, his seriousness betraying an insatiable greed that it had secured him a 10% stake. How could he be so avaricious? Elder Barton roared with indignation, his grotesquely large nose quivering. "Elder Barton, our collaboration with him is intended to mold him into our tool, that we must be the protagonists, crafting a narrative that beautifies our image, thereby dissipating the young wizard's prior negative impressions of us. To put it in the words of the Muggle world, wizards are currently waging a war of public opinion against us, seeking to tarnish our reputation through newspapers and novels, exacerbating the younger generation's animosity towards us. Our own publications are utterly disregarded by wizards. Not a single prominent author is willing to ally with us. Arthur Pendragon, at this moment, finds himself at odds with the Ministry of Magic, and those publishers are reluctant to collaborate with him. He is our sole opportunity for an author, our only chance to turn the tide in this battle of public perception." Jim Barkins paused, noticing that neither the elder nor the patriarch opposed his viewpoint, and continued, "He is insatiably greedy, even more so than we are, as long as we provide sufficient benefits to satisfy him. He will surely serve our interests, though he presents himself as mature and earnest. At heart, he remains a child possessed by a frenzied obsession with wealth. We, the goblins, control the only bank in the magical realm. We lack for nothing. While wealth is indeed boundless, the future of our race is far more critical. It is time we learn to relinquish some of our riches." Barkin's words enveloped the two elder goblins in silence. "Everything we create is ours. Money, regardless of who possesses it, ultimately belongs to us." Patriarch Luke toyed with a galleon between his long fingers, gazing at the goblin emblem embossed upon it, and spoke in a sharp voice, "Go forth, Jim. The war of 20 years ago inflicted severe losses upon our clan that we cannot afford to lose again. While many wizards now advocate for goblins, their voices are too feeble, akin to dust sinking into water, creating no ripples. Understood, Patriarch. Barkins bowed and quietly exited the conference room. As Arthur made his way to the dining hall, he unexpectedly collided with Pansy Parkinson, a fellow first-year Slytherin. As he rounded a corner, Pansy, knocked to the ground, contorted her petite, charming features in pain, one hand cradling her swollen nose while the other rubbed her sore backside. "Are you all right, Miss Parkinson?" Arthur inquired softly, adjusting his school robe. Despite the fact that she had collided with him, he extended his arm towards her in a gesture of goodwill. "Are you blind?" She glared at Arthur with a fierce look, dismissing his kindness with a venomous retort. Naturally beautiful, she occasionally revealed a hint of vivacity, yet consistently wore a cold visage, exuding a sharp, haughty demeanor. This was Arthur's first impression of Pansy Parkinson, Draco's girlfriend from his school days. If only she would let a smile grace her face, perhaps some readers might perceive her as a mute bride in their imaginations. To be precise, it was you who turned without looking and collided with me. "Miss Parkinson, your reckless behavior startled me," Arthur replied, shaking his head as he coldly regarded the enraged Pansy. "Rest assured, as a fellow student, I will not seek compensation for your emotional distress." With that, he walked past her, heading towards the dining hall. Despite her furious gaze, "Pendragon, stop right there. It was you who knocked me down. How is it that I am the one at fault?" Pansy shouted, her finger jabbing at Arthur's retreating back. Anger surged within her, her face flushed, breaths rapid. Arthur, seemingly oblivious to her outburst, continued his leisurely pace. Frustrated, Pansy unleashed a furious cry, drawing her wand from her waist and aiming it at Arthur's back. "Locomotor mortis. Miss Parkinson, casting spells within the castle will result in a deduction of house points," Arthur replied. Turning to face her with an impassive expression, he swiftly drew his own wand to dispel the curse she had cast upon him. "You must apologize to me, or this matter will not end here," Pansy threatened fiercely, her wand trained on Arthur as she contemplated which spell to use next to torment this emotionless boy. "Miss Parkinson, I have no time to squander on your antics. That it was you who suddenly appeared and collided with me. If you persist in this nonsense, you will come to regret it." Arthur waved his wand threateningly at Pansy. In his eyes, gender held no bearing on equality. He would not relent simply because she was a girl. Right and wrong could not be distorted by someone's superficial labels. How infuriating. "It's clearly your fault." Pansy seethed, glaring at Arthur as she raised her wand, conjuring a black snake before him. "Wingardium Leviosa." Arthur casually waved his wand, causing the snake to levitate before swiftly flinging it toward Pansy. The snake flew with such speed that she had no time to evade it, and it coiled around her head. "Ah!" she shrieked, her heart racing as she beheld the snake's crimson eyes and elongated tongue, her body succumbing to panic as she collapsed to the floor, a wave of warmth flooding between her legs, dampening the ground beneath her. Immobilis, Arthur approached Pansy, observing her terror-stricken visage as he dispelled the snake, and spoke softly, "Be more cautious when walking next time. Also, your temper is exceedingly poor, if you do not amend it. Making friends will prove difficult. Your pants are wet. Hurry back and change before someone sees and ridicules you." With that, he turned and strode towards the dining hall, leaving Pansy to weep softly in the corridor. "You vile wretch, just wait," she vowed, seething with resentment. "I shall not forget this grievance." Spotting other young witches and wizards approaching, Pansy hurriedly rose, wiping the marks on the floor with her foot, then cast a furious glance in Arthur's direction before nervously covering her pants with her robe and scurrying towards the Slytherin common room. "Arthur, you too?" That night, in the empty classroom, Harry turned curiously at the sound of footsteps, his expression shifting to one of disbelief upon recognizing Arthur. Someone lost a fight and ran to the teachers. Arthur replied nonchalantly, taking a seat as he awaited the professor's arrival. Moments later, the classroom door swung open once more, and Harry turned back to find Draco and Pansy entering, his expression faltering as he quickly averted his gaze. "Humph," Pansy scoffed at Arthur's back, settling into a nearby seat. Draco, upon seeing Arthur, glanced at Pansy, hesitating momentarily before ultimately abandoning her to approach Arthur. "Arthur, is it true that prophecies cannot be altered? Why do you ask?" Arthur shot a glance at the dark circles under Draco's eyes, astonished. When had Draco Malfoy learned to ponder such things? Draco did not respond immediately. Instead, he glared at Harry with resentment, feeling Draco's gaze. Harry defiantly raised his fist and gestured towards him. "I've been quite restrained," yet I still ended up in detention. Are you certain you have been restrained? I recall you using the leg-locking charm on Neville at lunch today. And do not concern yourself with the events that transpired in the novel. They are merely figments of my imagination. Upon hearing these words, Draco felt a twinge of dissatisfaction in his heart. Yet he managed to force a low chuckle at Arthur before turning to glare furiously at Harry. He dared not offend Arthur, so he redirected his inner fury towards Harry in the hushed classroom. 4 first-year students sat silently in their seats. At the back, Pansy shot daggers at Arthur, while Draco and Harry exchanged glances, leaving only Arthur diligently scribbling in his notebook. Arthur completed a segment of the new book's plot. Footsteps echoed from outside the classroom. The sound prompted the 3 students, aside from Arthur, to simultaneously glance towards the door, where Gilderoy Lockhart, beaming with a broad smile, pushed the door open. He surveyed the 4 students before finally fixing his gaze on Arthur, his smile growing even more pronounced. However, before he could utter a word, a tall figure barged in, colliding with his frail frame. Lockhart, caught off guard, stumbled several steps forward, barely managing to steady himself against a nearby desk to avoid a fall. "Gilderoy, you're blocking my way," Hagrid remarked, chuckling in his deep, gravelly voice, as he observed Lockhart's clumsy demeanor. Supporting himself against the edge of the desk, Lockhart's eyes flashed with a hint of malice before he rose to his feet. Plastering a smile back on his face and straightening his collar, he then addressed Arthur and the others, saying, "Little ones, your punishment has been decided. You are to accompany Hagrid on a patrol of the Forbidden Forest." "Oh no. Damn it." Draco's complexion turned ashen upon hearing this. That he recalled the plot from Arthur's novel, where he was also punished with a patrol in the Forbidden Forest for reporting someone. Why? Why the Forbidden Forest again? Surely it won't be like in the novel, where we meet the mysterious man, right? But the timing is all wrong. It's over 6 months early. Draco despaired as he glanced at Arthur, who was leisurely closing his notebook before standing up to approach Lockhart and Hagrid. Since the punishment involved the Forbidden Forest, he resolved to go sooner rather than later to get it over with. Seeing this, Draco hurriedly followed in Arthur's wake. The Forbidden Forest of Hogwarts was known to harbor many perilous magical creatures, and Draco decided he must stay close to Arthur during their venture. Even if Hagrid, like in the novel, insisted on pairing him with Harry, he would firmly refuse. Harry, upon noticing Arthur and Draco rise, quickly stood up as well, trailing behind them. During their brief time at school, he had already purchased a copy of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone from the Leaky Cauldron through Owl Post. Although he didn't have the foresight like Draco, who was informed that the plot of the novel was a prophecy of the future, his intuition warned him that their journey into the Forbidden Forest would bring about something ominous. Aside from Arthur, the 2 boys present were preoccupied with their own thoughts, while Pansy, for her part, contemplated how she might take revenge on Arthur for the grudge she held from 10 days prior. Lockhart, upon seeing Arthur approach, clapped his hands with a feigned smile and said, "Arthur, my dear student, the Forbidden Forest is exceedingly dangerous. Remember to use the methods I taught you to combat the dark creatures within." "Professor, have you recently encountered some good fortune? You seem rather cheerful," Arthur replied, his gaze as piercing as ice, casting an unimpressed glance at the charlatan. After attending 3 classes of defense against the dark arts, Arthur found that although Lockhart had toned down his flamboyant demeanor, the quality of his lessons remained as abysmal as he remembered. If it weren't for Dumbledore's struggle to find someone to fill the position of defense against the dark arts professor, Arthur would have relished the opportunity to expose Lockhart's sordid deeds. Rita Skeeter, a reporter from the Daily Prophet, had recently contacted him, eager to extract some scandalous information about Gilderoy Lockhart. It's merely that my new book is selling exceptionally well. Furthermore, numerous loyal readers have written to congratulate me on my new release surpassing Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone to claim the top spot on the bestseller list. Arthur, what has happened to your novels? Why can't I find your book at the Leaky Cauldron lately? Gilderoy Lockhart burst into laughter, having learned the truth about Arthur's contract termination with the Daily Prophet from his friend Rita. Watching Arthur, who was unable to publish, brought him immense satisfaction. "You think you can compete with me, boy? Just try to survive tonight first. Ha. Well then, it's getting late. Follow me," Hagrid said, casting a glance at the 4 first-year students before finally resting his gaze on Harry. Seizing the opportunity when no one was watching, he winked at Harry and gave a hearty pat on Lockhart's shoulder with his massive hand. Lockhart, once again caught off guard by Hagrid's affectionate assault, stumbled against a nearby desk. "Professor, while it's certainly a good thing that your novel is a hit, do take care of your health that if you fall ill, we won't have anyone to perform those extraordinary feats seen only in the circus," Arthur remarked, glancing at Lockhart's disheveled appearance as he passed by. "You." Cough. "Wait. Harry, I need someone to help me respond to fan letters. So you needn't go to the Forbidden Forest," Lockhart called out, gritting his teeth against the pain in his shoulder. Harry's face darkened at the prospect of having to write yet another letter for Lockhart, and he looked up at Hagrid for help. In less than 2 weeks since the term began, Harry had already penned 3 letters for Lockhart. Had he not left the professor's office so late the previous night, he wouldn't have encountered Draco, nor would they have ended up grappling over who would use the magical staircase first. Now, facing punishment in the Forbidden Forest, he felt justified in blaming Draco, but he also harbored resentment towards the utterly incompetent defense against the dark arts professor. "Professor Lockhart, Headmaster Dumbledore did not assign Harry to assist you," Hagrid huffed, glaring at Lockhart before gently patting Harry on the shoulder. "Come on, Harry." Ignoring any potential backlash from Lockhart, Hagrid took Harry's small hand and beckoned Arthur and the others to follow him toward the castle's entrance. Lockhart watched the retreating figures, his smile evaporating instantly, his expression morphing into one of malice. After ensuring no one was around, he sauntered off down the corridor. Before long, he returned to his private chamber. Cautiously locking the door behind him, he then made his way to the corner of his desk, where he retrieved a book bound in human skin from beneath a pile of disheveled tomes. Opening the moldy book, he extracted a paper crane adorned with dark magical symbols. His greasy visage twisted into a sinister snarl as he gazed at the crane. Approaching the window, he opened it with one hand while tossing the crane out with the other. The crane, suddenly animated by the wind, flapped its wings energetically, soaring towards the Forbidden Forest. Unbeknownst to anyone in the shadowed night, the small paper crane flew swiftly and silently towards its destination. The early autumn chill unsettled Arthur. But fortunately, Hagrid did not immediately lead them to the Forbidden Forest. Instead, he brought the 4 of them back to his hut, pouring a cup of strong tea for both Harry and Arthur. He then settled onto his rickety sofa, accompanied by his dog. The old sofa creaked ominously, evoking thoughts of the day it might finally collapse under Hagrid's weight. Hagrid paid no mind to the sofa's groans as he picked up a novel and turned to Arthur with a grin. "Arthur, the ending of your novel is simply splendid. When I saw the mysterious man defeated by Harry, I was so delighted that I downed 3 whole barrels of beer in that moment." Hagrid completely forgot about his prior reprimand from Dumbledore regarding his drinking habits. As well as his grievances towards Arthur, he even overlooked the drunken ramblings he had uttered at the 3 broomsticks in Hogsmeade, which had resulted in Professor McGonagall transforming him into a statue in a fit of anger. Upon hearing Hagrid mention the beer incident, Harry recalled Hagrid's loud entrance into Professor McGonagall's class on Monday, where he had hoisted Harry above his head, proclaiming him the savior. Harry vowed that in all his 11 years of memory, he had never experienced such a mortifying public humiliation. Had it not been for Professor McGonagall's timely intervention, he would have wished to silence Hagrid's mouth altogether. "I apologize, Harry, that I had a bit too much to drink. I swear I shall refrain from alcohol in the future," Hagrid said awkwardly, pressing his lips together as he offered a contrite apology to Harry. Meanwhile, not far from Hagrid's hut, within the Forbidden Forest, a towering shadow seized the paper crane from the air. In the pitch-black depths of the forest, Arthur was concealed within a cramped tree hollow. Suddenly, a gust of night wind swept through the thicket. Rustling leaves, chilled by the air, fell upon Arthur's body, causing him to shiver involuntarily. He rubbed his numbed hands together and, relying on the habits cultivated over many years at St. Mary's orphanage, began to write in his notebook amidst the darkness. The ferocious werewolves, bloodthirsty ghouls, and the unknown dark-robed sorcerers had stirred unrest in the forest, inciting the ire of the Centaur clan who cherished this woodland. Upon spotting Hagrid and the others, the Centaur sentinels escorted them to safety. To preserve the tranquility of their homeland and to prevent the expectant unicorn from being startled into miscarriage, the Centaur clan resolved to mobilize and drive away these disruptive foreign adversaries. If not for the necessity of rationality in activating his writing ability, Arthur would have wished fervently to be the one discovered by the Centaurs. Alas, the direction he had fled with Pansy was diametrically opposed to that of the Centaur territory. The rustling sounds disturbed the indigenous inhabitants of the ancient tree. 3 slender creatures, resembling stick insects, leapt onto Arthur's shoulder, their adorable little green leaves bobbing as they gazed curiously at the young wizard. After a while, the first of the tree guardians that had spotted Arthur and Pansy returned to the hollow. Clutching a plump worm in its hands, it clambered laboriously atop Pansy's head, calling out to its 3 inquisitive companions, its towering leaves expressing dissatisfaction at their idleness. Upon witnessing this, the 3 guardians reluctantly leaped from Arthur's shoulder to Pansy, one of the smaller guardians nearly falling to the ground due to a miscalculated jump, only to be caught by its companions just in time. Together, the 4 guardians carried the fat worm to Pansy's arm, treading carefully over the still damp bloodstains, arriving at the wound that continued to bleed profusely. They communicated in their own language, gesticulating animatedly as if devising a plan. Before long, they sliced open the worm's belly and began to smear the viscous substance within onto the wound with their slender, elongated fingers. This worm, seemingly unremarkable, was actually the larva of a magical butterfly, its internal mucilage possessing excellent hemostatic properties. Many potion masters collect these fat worms, drying and grinding them into powder for use in concocting blood-stopping potions. Once the mucilage was fully applied to the wound, the gaping gash began to close gradually. Though it did not heal completely, it was at least enough to prevent the giant beneath them from bleeding to death. Thank you for your assistance. In return, I shall ensure that it sprouts green shoots with the first rain of early spring next year. Arthur paused, gently stroking the 2 small leaves atop the guardian closest to him. The 4 guardians nodded happily in response, before departing from Pansy's body to return to their home. This ancient tree with the hollow had been their home since birth, but alas, a month ago, a lightning strike had severed its trunk, igniting a fire, which, fortunately, was extinguished by a torrential rain. They were spared from perishing in the flames, yet their home, the old tree, had lost its vitality. Other tree guardians had left to seek new homes. Yet these 4 remained. They stubbornly believed that the old tree was not dead and would revive in the coming year. Fear not, dear audience sister, that I shall resolve this crisis without spending a single coin. Just hold on for another half an hour, and I can unleash my ability once more. At that time, not only will I eradicate these Death Eaters and their minions, but I shall also draw out the mastermind. Having just activated his writing ability, Arthur curled his body to conserve heat. The audience urged him to utilize monetary power to resolve this crisis. Yet Arthur declined, for it appeared he had become lost within the Forbidden Forest, with enemies still searching for him nearby. However, he believed the situation had not yet reached a point of no return. He was confident he could navigate this crisis without incurring new debts. Not only would he escape the Forbidden Forest safely, but he would also retaliate and slay those adversaries. If I were to continuously rely on the audience sister's power, then she would surely be disappointed in me. A withered leaf drifted down to rest upon Arthur's arm, and his thoughts wandered back to before encountering the enemies. Just half an hour ago, he, along with Harry, Draco, and Pansy, had entered the Forbidden Forest under Hagrid's guidance. Ah, please don't leave me. Arthur, I'm so sorry. I beg you, don't abandon me. It was my fault before. Please. The unconscious Pansy suddenly regained consciousness. The wound on her arm seared through every nerve. She looked around the pitch-black surroundings, believing herself to have been forsaken by Arthur, and began to weep despairingly. If I were you, I would remain silent, Miss Parkinson. Arthur, who had been feigning sleep, quickly covered her lips upon seeing Pansy awaken. Whispering softly, "Ooh, I don't want to die. I want my mother." Feeling the cold little hand at her lips, Pansy clung desperately to Arthur's arm, as if she had found a lifeline in her despair. Calm down. In your current state, you make me question whether the Sorting Hat made a mistake. You should have been placed in another house for being such a coward. Arthur felt an intense jealousy at the warmth radiating from Pansy's body. The warmth that ordinary people possessed was something he had yearned for since birth, yet had never attained. Arthur, we are under attack by werewolves. I fear I might become one. Arthur's frigid voice quieted Pansy considerably, though it did not entirely quell the fear that gripped her heart. Memories from before her unconsciousness began to resurface vividly in her mind, just moments before they had entered the Forbidden Forest under Hagrid's guidance. They had encountered no danger. However, upon encountering a pregnant unicorn with an injured leg unable to walk normally, Hagrid, who adored all magical creatures, resolved to take the unicorn to the centaurs, for only they could aid the injured creature and ensure the safe birth of the unicorn foal. Upon hearing Hagrid's intention, Both Harry and Draco suddenly appeared alarmed. Remarkably, they spoke in unison to reject Hagrid's decision to venture into Centaur territory. They urged Hagrid to turn back immediately and exit the Forbidden Forest. Having been adversaries since the start of the school year, the two surprisingly ceased their bickering and instead collaborated. Their synchronized opposition astonished both Hagrid and Pansy. Only Arthur remained composed, awaiting the final decision. Faced with Harry and Draco's resolute refusal to enter the Centaur territory, Hagrid felt a twinge of disappointment. Just as he contemplated retreating, allowing Harry and the others to return while he alone sought the centaurs with the unicorn. Pansy, who had always looked down upon Hagrid's half-giant heritage, spoke up, firmly supporting Hagrid's decision while mocking the cowardice of the two boys. It was not that she had a fondness for unicorns or wished to see mother and child perish here. Rather, throughout their journey, she had encountered no real danger, leaving her without an opportunity to retaliate against Arthur. She had no desire to accept this punishment. Her participation in the patrol of the Forbidden Forest was solely to exact revenge on Arthur. If they turned back now, she would feel unsatisfied. She had to make Arthur realize the consequences of crossing her. 2-2. Harry gazed into the tears of the unicorn, feeling Hagrid's disappointment wash over him. Ultimately, he overcame the trepidation instilled by the narrative of the novel and agreed to accompany Hagrid to the Centaur tribe. 3-1. 4-1. In the end, only Draco remained resolute in his desire to return. Though the injured unicorn did not align with the portrayal in the novel, he firmly believed that its appearance heralded some impending calamity. Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone was not merely a fictional tale, but rather a prophecy of the future. This was a secret shared between Draco and his father, one he could not reveal to persuade Hagrid against venturing into the Centaur territory. Consequently, his dissent was perceived by Hagrid as an act of cowardice. Frustrated by the ongoing discourse, Hagrid entrusted his large dog Fong to Draco, instructing him to return alone with the dog. Faced with Fong's fierce demeanor, Draco felt a surge of fear. What he desired was for everyone to return safely, not to be left alone with a ferocious dog, traversing the eerie, shadowy path out of the Forbidden Forest back to Hogwarts Castle. If misfortune were to befall him, he could not fathom how a mere dog could ensure his safety. Thus, under Fong's guidance, Hagrid cradled the unicorn and led the four onward to the centaur's domain. However, Pansy's nightmare commenced the moment they reached their decision. The five had not ventured far when a pack of werewolf descendants ambushed them. Chaos and darkness enveloped them, forcing the group to scatter in the frantic escape. Pansy's arm was unfortunate enough to be seized by a werewolf lurking within the pack, having been pampered by her family since childhood. This was her first encounter with such peril. Grasped by the werewolf by the throat and lifted into the air, she felt despair and helplessness. Yet, even in this dire situation, she did not hesitate to hurl venomous words at the werewolf. The result, upon hearing that she belonged to the esteemed, pure-blooded Parkinson family, the werewolf broke into a wicked laugh. Under Pansy's terrified gaze, he bared his sharp, foul-smelling teeth, grasping her arm. Once a human is bitten by a werewolf, the venom within the werewolf will infect the human, transforming them into a new werewolf. Throughout history, wizards have failed to develop a potion to cure werewolf venom. Those who succumb to the venom ultimately must exist as werewolves in this world. The thought of becoming a werewolf filled Pansy with dread, imagining her friends looking at her with disdain, contempt, and malice. Her frail body trembled involuntarily. A werewolf that has not transformed will not infect you with werewolf venom and turn you into one. At most, it will leave a scar on your arm. Your arm has stopped bleeding. Regain your strength, and I will take you back to Hogwarts shortly. Arthur, noticing Pansy's fear of becoming a werewolf, sought to comfort her in a low voice that a werewolf's attack on a human does not lead to the human turning into a werewolf. However, it may instill some wolf-like habits, such as a penchant for raw meat or the growth of unexpected fur. Among others in that moment, Pansy was no longer the arrogant figure she once was. Upon realizing she would not become a werewolf, she nestled against Arthur's shoulder like a small bird in the dark, unfamiliar hollow of the trees. Arthur, who had not abandoned her, became the sole source of security for her. Her hand had grown numb. I'm sorry. Pansy whispered her apology, reluctantly releasing Arthur's arm. Pansy's skin was soft and warm. Within mere minutes, Arthur felt the stiffness in his right arm begin to dissipate. The numbers he had been silently counting had surpassed 4,000. and after confirming with the audience that he could once again use his writing ability for free, Arthur reopened the notebook resting on his knees, retrieved the pencil tucked within, and resumed his blind writing. The sound of the pencil scraping against the paper aroused Pansy's curiosity, yet she dared not inquire about what Arthur was doing, fearing she might provoke him and consequently be abandoned here. After completing his writing, Arthur suddenly slumped against Pansy's thigh. "Arthur, what's wrong?" Sensing the weight upon her, Pansy quickly groped for him, feeling the coolness of his forehead. She couldn't help but gasped, "I'm fine. Just need to rest for a moment." "All right." Arthur's weak words tugged at Pansy's heart. She believed he had sustained grave injuries while rescuing her from the werewolf, enduring until now to staunch her wounds. Overcome with guilt, she embraced Arthur, gently stroking his forehead, hoping her warmth would restore his lost heat. The appearance of the werewolves must be premeditated. Moreover, they are undoubtedly targeting me. Recalling the werewolf's words, Arthur was convinced that, besides the werewolves, unknown Death Eaters lurked within the forbidden forest. Pansy wished to conjure flames with her wand to warm Arthur, but he refused, citing the risk of exposure. As she tenderly caressed Arthur's persistently cool forehead, Pansy could not contain her curiosity. "Arthur, what do we do next? Do you think the professors will discover what happened here? Will we truly be rescued?" "Stay calm. Once I regain my strength, I will take you away." Arthur's feeble voice seemed to possess a magical quality, calming Pansy's racing heart somewhat. She leaned down, determined to use her body heat to warm Arthur. Outside the forbidden forest, within the Hogwarts castle, in the professor's lounge for defense against the dark arts, Gilderoy Lockhart anxiously awaited a response. "This won't do. It has been far too long, and they have yet to return with news. I must go and check." With that thought, Lockhart's expression darkened as he made his way to his wardrobe, retrieving a black coat. Meanwhile, above in the tower, a phoenix beat its wings against the glass window. Dumbledore, having just consumed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean that tasted of rat droppings, raised a finger, magically pulling open the tightly shut window to allow the phoenix entry. "Fox, you've returned a bit early tonight." Beneath the towering giant trees, a path strewn with moss and dead leaves lay scattered with the corpses of gray wolves and disfigured ghouls. The stench of decay and the metallic scent of blood wafted through the night air. Assaulting the faces of the three, Harry covered his nose with his sleeve, closely following Hagrid, too fearful to lag behind. Draco muttered curses, employing profane language seldom used even by adults. His handsome features twisted into a grimace of disgust as he lowered his head, carefully scanning the path ahead in search of areas devoid of blood and dismembered corpses, lest he accidentally tread upon the filth. Suddenly, Hagrid halted. One hand raised the torch, while the other stroked Fong, who had returned from ahead. Observing Fong's expression, Hagrid began to murmur in disappointment, "They're since stopping here." "Woof," Fong panted in response. "Arthur, he hasn't been harmed, has he?" Harry asked, glancing nervously at the surrounding bodies. "Impossible. Arthur is the one who defeated, subdued a full-grown dark wizard. That he can't be in danger," Draco retorted, flicking a branch at a dismembered ghoul's arm that obstructed his path, glaring at Harry in displeasure. "If you hadn't insisted on rescuing that unicorn, we wouldn't have encountered the werewolves. We initially agreed to let you go back. You chose to follow us." Faced with Draco's complaints, Harry shot back in anger. "I will certainly inform my father of this matter. Just wait and see." Draco pointed a trembling finger at Harry's nose, shouting in rage, "Enough, you two. Malfoy, if you don't cease your racket, I will leave you here." Hagrid bellowed furiously at Draco, then raised his torch to scrutinize the surroundings with utmost care. "Let us proceed. We shall search ahead." As he spoke, he patted Fong's back, urging the creature to venture forth and sniff out the scents of Arthur and Pansy. Harry and Draco exchanged a glance, both emitting a derisive snort before silently trailing behind Hagrid. "Who goes there?" The sound of footsteps ignited Hagrid's vigilance. He lifted the torch high above his head and drew forth his small umbrella. Aiming it in the direction of the noise, Hagrid, a handsome centaur, his coat shimmering with silver under the flickering flames, bounded into view before the trio. "Forenza, have you located Arthur and Parkinson?" Recognizing a familiar face, Hagrid's wariness dissipated, revealing a concerned expression beneath his thick beard. Harry and Draco, upon seeing the centaur who had previously defended them before the other centaurs, mirrored Hagrid's hopeful demeanor. "I regret to inform you, we have not found any other human children." Those werewolves are not natives of the Forbidden Forest. They are powerful and malevolent, my kin, and I have spent considerable time confining them. Alas, a dark-robed wizard intervened and rescued them. A portion of my brethren is still pursuing them. I returned to assist you in the search for the human children. I did not anticipate finding you first. Firenze shook his silver mane, a hint of regret in his voice. Have dark wizards appeared in the Forbidden Forest? This matter warrants a report to Professor Dumbledore. Hagrid's fury ignited at the thought of the werewolf attack being orchestrated by dark wizards. His eyes widening with rage, his thick brows bristling that he huffed heavily, his massive hand gripping the torch with such force that the wooden handle creaked ominously under his strength. The flickering flames illuminated his face, transforming the ordinarily bumbling half-giant into a fearsome figure, as though he had risen from the depths of hell. Hagrid, the werewolves here have been driven away, but the disturbed ghoul still lurks in the shadows. Are you inclined to escort them from the Forbidden Forest first, or shall we seek out your two students together? Firenze regarded Hagrid's furious gaze, stamping his hooves as he inquired about the next course of action. Hagrid remained silent, turning to cast his gaze upon Harry and Draco. Were it not for the recent events, he would have without hesitation joined Firenze in the quest for Arthur and Pansy. However, the incidents that had transpired compelled him to prioritize the safety of the two young wizards, even if he often lacked foresight or sobriety. Hagrid, I wish to accompany you in the search for Arthur. We are friends, and I cannot abandon him to face danger alone, Harry declared, reading Hagrid's thoughts through the unspoken words in his eyes. Although Arthur was not of his house, he had aided Harry just days prior in potions class. Had it not been for Arthur's timely warning, Harry's cauldron would have exploded due to his and Ron's negligence, thus averting Professor Snape's ire. Like many Gryffindors, Harry harbored a disdain for Slytherin students. Yet, Arthur was an exception. He lacked the detestable traits typically associated with Slytherins and instead embodied the commendable qualities of both Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, standing apart as an exemplary student. That I too shall seek Arthur and Pansy. They are my classmates. Slytherin students do not require the assistance of a Gryffindor coward, Draco interjected, immediately voicing his stance, casting a disdainful glance at Harry. That in truth, he could scarcely tolerate being in the current situation. Yearning to return to the castle and the comforting confines of the Slytherin common room. Yet, Arthur had yet to be found. After all, he was the one who had dispatched Uncle Axley, a seasoned Auror who had managed to conceal his identity and survive the Ministry's purge of Death Eaters. Draco was convinced that Arthur could not be slain by those savage werewolves. His decision to join Hagrid and the others in the search for Arthur was transparently motivated by a desire to earn Arthur's favor, to establish himself as the young wizard's closest ally. Harry, why don't you just leave? Do you think you are worthy of being Arthur's friend? Draco sneered. You, Malfoy, enraged by Draco's taunt, Harry thrust his arm toward Draco's other eye. Indeed, he had been frightened by the werewolves, but was Draco any less terrified? Draco, having just received a punch from Harry, found his mind momentarily clouded. By the time he regained his wits, Harry's fist had once again landed squarely on his face. Tasting blood in his mouth, Draco shouted in fury and lunged at Harry. Enough! If you two continue to brawl, I shall send you both away from here immediately. Malfoy, have you forgotten my earlier warning? Hagrid growled, seizing Draco by the scruff of his collar and lifting him above a pile of ghoul remains, glaring fiercely at the troublesome young wizard. You! Draco was about to curse Hagrid when suddenly he felt himself weightless, as if he might plummet to the ground. Gazing down at the repulsive mess below, he promptly sealed his lips. That a wise individual recognizes the importance of timing. His objective was to win Arthur's favor. He would settle this score another day. Seeing Draco finally subdued, Hagrid disdainfully tossed him to the ground. Let us go, Firenze. The scent of blood will attract other troublesome creatures. We must hasten to find Arthur and the others. Hagrid gazed uneasily into the depths of the Forbidden Forest, his voice laced with apprehension. Very well, my friend. Let us search separately, Firenze agreed, nodding before turning his tall, muscular form and vanishing into the darkness. The pitch-black, desolate Forbidden Forest was permeated by a faint scent of blood. The aroma was so subtle that even Fong, a creature with a keen sense of smell, had overlooked it. Yet, certain loathsome beings dwelling deep within the forest became immediately invigorated by the scent. Their sharp forelimbs revealed venomous fangs as they emitted low-frequency growls. The creature of monstrous proportions, akin to a tank, roared from atop a boulder, prompting the other beasts below to cease their cacophony and fix their crimson gazes upon the direction from whence the scent wafted. With a thunderous crash, the largest beast leapt from its perch, sweeping its forelimbs to rally the others, rapidly charging toward a specific destination. In the hushed hollow of a tree, Arthur, cradled in Pansy's arms, soon regained his strength. He rose, casting a deep, contemplative gaze toward the outside world. The clouds in the night sky gradually thinned, allowing the hazy moonlight to spill over the entirety of the forbidden forest. Though human eyes could not discern the details ahead, it at least reassured them that they were not ensconced in eternal darkness. That I utilized the ghouls to escape the encirclement of the wolves, masking our scents with the white fungus, diverting the werewolves' fury onto the ghouls. The centaurs encountered the werewolves and Death Eaters, their robust forms and precise arrows forcing the foes to retreat, the mastermind lurking in the shadows. Growing increasingly anxious from the lack of communication, resolved to personally venture into the forbidden forest in search of my whereabouts. A phoenix, wandering about, detected the disturbance in the forbidden forest and relayed the news to Dumbledore, who was torn between whether to continue indulging in his peculiar jelly beans. Arthur could have summoned Dumbledore's assistance during his initial use of his writing ability. However, the magic coursing through him was barely sufficient to summon Dumbledore. Unable to guarantee Hagrid and the others' safety, nor his own and Pansy's. Furthermore, he could not allow the mastermind, the Death Eater concealed in the shadows, to reveal himself. Let us return, that we should not linger here. Arthur tucked his notebook into the pocket of his wizarding robe and fumbled for his wand, speaking softly to Pansy. Shall we not wait here for the professor's rescue? Pansy, upon hearing that Arthur intended to depart from this place, fearfully grasped the sleeve of his robe and stammered. One can only truly rely on oneself. When confronted with adversity, do not constantly seek assistance from others. Instead, confront the fears within your heart, overcome them. In triumph, Arthur maintained his calm demeanor as he spoke. Yet, in Pansy's eyes, the depths of Arthur's obsidian gaze sparkled with the brilliance of countless stars in the dim light, each of his words imbued with an undeniable enchantment, piercing Pansy's heart with every syllable. Though her current state could not be classified as a typical case of Stockholm Syndrome, she had undeniably transitioned from harboring hatred and disdain for Arthur to a profound reliance and trust in him. From a psychological standpoint, one might argue it reflected the very essence of Stockholm Syndrome. Pansy murmured, promptly retrieving her wand and trailing closely behind Arthur as they exited the cave. His words instilled a newfound courage within her. She was convinced that by following Arthur, she would surely emerge from the forbidden forest unscathed. Thus, Arthur led the way with his wand raised, treading cautiously forward while Pansy clutched the edge of his wizarding robe, steadfastly following. Suddenly, a shadow lunged toward Arthur, and instinctively, Pansy grasped his clothing, letting out a startled cry. Shatter! Arthur waved his wand, unleashing a shattering curse just as the figure closed in on him, with a resounding crash. The shadow's body froze momentarily before erupting as if it were a buried time bomb detonating, scattering countless fragments of varying sizes across the ground. It was a ghoul. Arthur kicked aside the ghoul's severed limbs and, relying on his memory of the escape route, discerned the direction of the castle before leading Pansy into the dense underbrush. Who goes there? Gideon Lockhart, traversing a path strewn with dead leaves, heard rustling behind him and immediately gripped his wand. Turning to face the thicket, a shadow emerged behind Lockhart, the bloodstains on his dark robe indicating he had recently endured a perilous encounter. Why have you not responded to my messages? Did that brat manage to escape? Upon recognizing the newcomer, Lockhart lowered his wand and sighed in relief, only to question why the individual bore no sign of Arthur. The werewolf is unreliable. That brat slipped away. Now, the centaurs are roused that I paid a hefty price to divert their attention, the shadow responded, shaking his head with a grimace. Had he foreseen the werewolf's incompetence, he would have personally apprehended the child. Alas, in this world, there is no such thing as a remedy for regret. What shall we do now? This operation is fraught with peril. If we fail to capture him, we are both doomed, Lockhart exclaimed in exasperation. His agreement to join Dumbledore at Hogwarts as the defense against the dark arts professor stemmed not only from Dumbledore's leverage over him, but also from the fact that he was now a Death Eater, controlled by Voldemort. If he failed to execute his master's orders, He dared not imagine the inhumane treatment that awaited him. Did I not return? Wipe that pathetic expression from your face. Come, let us search for that boy. The shadow scoffed disdainfully at Lockhart. Were it not for his master's command, he would never deign to collaborate with such a fool that I know. Upon sensing the shadow's ire, Lockhart immediately donned a sycophantic smile. The shadow chose not to indulge in further discourse, his expression dark as he led Lockhart towards the direction of Arthur's escape. Suddenly, the night breeze stirred the fallen leaves around them, and a cacophony of footsteps from some creature echoed through the surroundings. Who is there? Damn it! The shadow turned toward the sound, instantly breaking into a cold sweat. Without waiting for Lockhart to inquire, he seized Lockhart's arm and employed apparition to whisk them away from the scene. In the next moment, a massive eight-eyed spider leaped down from above, enraged by the escape of its prey. Its terrifying venom dripped from its fangs, corroding the ground with thick, white smoke. Legs stiffen and freeze. Pansy gazed in horror at the gray wolf charging toward her, her limbs frozen in place as she nervously patted her developing chest. Just as she intended to commend Arthur, he unexpectedly covered her mouth while swiftly pushing her to the ground. Confused, she looked at Arthur, who wore a grave expression as he stared ahead. Damn, is that the eight-eyed spider? During my studies, I only heard tales of it lurking in the forbidden forest. However, a companion of mine claimed he had defeated one during his travels. Lockhart stammered, adjusting his disheveled collar, fear evident in his voice. Do not speak. The shadow interrupted Lockhart's ramblings, glaring at him as he noticed the other retreating in fright. With disdain, the shadow smirked at Lockhart's cowardice. Ignoring the uselessness of his companion, the shadow planted his wand into the ground. Reveal the trail. As the tracking spell was cast, a stream of golden dust wafted from his wand, spreading outward. Soon, golden footprints appeared on the leaf-strewn ground, revealing the tracks of deer, wolf, giant spider, and various human prints of differing sizes. Can we locate that damned Arthur Pendragon? Lockhart implored anxiously. Silence. The shadow snapped irritably. He scrutinized the footprints, contemplating for a moment before selecting one that might belong to Arthur, and waved his wand once more. As the golden powder settled upon the chosen footprint, a figure resembling Arthur, composed of golden dust, materialized before them. The figure began to run off into the distance. Glancing back intermittently, fear evident on its face, it was Draco Malfoy, a self-important Slytherin. Of course, Arthur Pendragon was also a Slytherin. What an insufferable fellow. Once I capture him, I shall torment him with curses, ensuring he suffers beyond imagination. TSK. Lockhart chuckled maliciously at the sight of the golden figure's distressed state. Slap? I told you to be quiet. Are you deaf? The shadow struck Lockhart across the face, seething with rage. You fool. If you had come sooner. Could such a predicament have arisen? You hit me? Lockhart clutched his swollen, reddened cheek, staring incredulously at the shadow before him. A renowned author, adored by housewives, had been struck. How infuriating. Lockhart's other hand gripped his wand tightly, itching to unleash a curse upon the Death Eater before him. What is it? Do you wish to resist? Do not display such a pathetic demeanor. It is revolting. Spit. The shadow glanced at Lockhart's trembling wand, sneering disdainfully. Stand still, and silence. Taking advantage of Lockhart's momentary confusion, the shadow cast a silencing spell, sealing his mouth. Ignoring Lockhart's furious glare, he resumed examining the footprints on the ground. Witnessing everything, Pansy turned her head in terror toward Arthur. As a Slytherin, despite her ignorance, she comprehended that Professor Lockhart and the shadowy figure were in pursuit of Arthur. They intended to bring harm upon him. After perceiving Pansy's gaze, Arthur gently shook his head and, with utmost caution to avoid making any sound, aimed his wand at the dark-robed wizard. He awaited an opportune moment, a time when the adversary would lower their guard. Another golden figure, in a state of panic, fled into the distance. This time it was Harry, heading in the same direction as Draco had moments earlier. However, the visage of this golden shadow appeared somewhat blurred, particularly his forehead, which was disrupted by an inexplicable force. The dark figure was momentarily unable to ascertain whether this was the target he sought. Beneath the shimmering golden dust, he cast his gaze upon Lockhart, whom he had ensnared by the throat. Lockhart, upon meeting the dark figure's ferocious stare, instinctively nodded before hastily shaking his head. Was it truly Arthur Pendragon? The dark figure, witnessing this, became enraged and waved his wand. lifting the curse from Lockhart. Whoa. Ah. Lockhart looked up in terror at the creature looming above him. Believing he was still under the influence of a spell that rendered him mute, the moment the choking curse was lifted, he let out a piercing scream. His cry instantly roused the monstrous entity above him, which opened its foul, gaping maw and lunged at the dark figure with its spear-like forelimbs. Bang! Being a Death Eater with considerable combat experience, the dark figure swiftly sensed the peril and deftly evaded to the side, narrowly escaping the deadly strike of the eight-eyed giant spider at the same time. He retaliated with a blinding light spell aimed at the attacking spider, striking it squarely on its head, adorned with 8 crimson eyes. One of the 3 unforgivable curses, the Cruciatus Curse, is a profoundly malevolent dark magic that inflicts excruciating pain upon its victim. Should the curse not cease, the afflicted may succumb to madness or even death. The eight-eyed giant spider, struck by the Cruciatus Curse, plummeted to the ground, emitting agonized shrieks while its body convulsed, and within moments, it lay lifeless. That it was merely a 5-year-old spider, its mental fortitude insufficient to withstand the torment of the Cruciatus Curse. Damn it, you worthless fool! The dark figure's face twisted in a grimace, beads of cold sweat forming on his brow as he clutched his shoulder, which had been pierced by the spider, and began to berate Lockhart. Were it not for this incompetent fool's failure to alert him sooner, distracting his focus instead, he would not have been injured by an 8-eyed spider. Should we not leave this place? Go back and inform the master that I shall definitely capture Arthur Pendragon next time. The dense thicket stirred with rustling footsteps and spine-chilling shrieks. Lockhart, already terrified, could barely grip his wand steadily, frantically scanning the surroundings, fearing that another 8-eyed spider would leap out at any moment to claim his life. Get lost. I will soon find that child's whereabouts if you surrender now. Do you believe I won't kill you? You, who can only cast the Obliviate Curse, the master never understood why he chose you. The dark figure produced a gray pouch from his robes, swiftly pouring its contents, an odorous powder, onto his festering wound. He cursed Lockhart vehemently, wishing he could slay him immediately, were it not for the latter's remaining usefulness. Truly a useless waste, only capable of casting the Obliviate Curse. This remark pierced Lockhart's heart like a dagger. The initial panic in his eyes began to morph into ire and resentment, seizing the opportunity while the dark figure was preoccupied with his wound. Lockhart aimed his wand at him. Obliviate, disarm. What? Lockhart stared in disbelief at the wand that had fallen to the ground. He had successfully cast the Obliviate Curse. This Death Eater should not have been able to retaliate. Bang! Fortunately, the sound of the dark figure collapsing to the ground allowed the panicked Lockhart to exhale in relief, silently praising his remarkable speed in casting spells. Haha, capturing a Death Eater invading Hogwarts Castle should earn me the front page of tomorrow's Daily Prophet. The Order of Merlin, the cheers of fans. My novels will soar in sales once more. As a shameless thief who had long pilfered the experiences of others to pen novels, Lockhart quickly devised a plan for dealing with the unconscious Death Eater. It felt as though honor and applause were within reach, prompting him to laugh joyfully. I can no longer serve as the defense against the dark arts professor. I must flee from here. Leave England. Whatever dark wizard or Dumbledore, they can all go to hell. As a graduate of Ravenclaw, Lockhart soon regained a semblance of rationality. Having used the Obliviate Curse on a Death Eater, Voldemort would undoubtedly be furious if he found out. And why had he found himself in the Forbidden Forest? This aberrant behavior would surely arouse Dumbledore's suspicions. With this in mind, he resolved to depart immediately for France, Italy, or even America. The further he escaped, the better. He was not retreating out of fear, merely momentarily withdrawing. Once he found a safe haven, he would transform the events of the night into an autobiography, chronicling his valiant encounters and cunning against Death Eaters. By that time, should the British Ministry of Magic seek to apprehend him, his devoted readers would serve as his greatest protection. With this thought, Lockhart wasted no time that he strode towards the wand that had been knocked aside, intent on retrieving it to make his escape. However, a diminutive figure suddenly appeared before his wand, kicking it away under his gaze. Pansy, confiscate both of their wands. Arthur, with a cold expression, pointed his wand at Lockhart. Pansy swiftly collected the wands of Lockhart and the Death Eater, returning to stand behind Arthur, looking at Lockhart with palpable disdain. Although the events that had transpired were not recorded by Arthur, the outcome was indeed what he had envisioned. Through 2 writings, The conclusion had already been determined, and no one could alter it. Arthur, Miss Parkinson, it is splendid to see that you are unharmed. This Death Eater sought to do you harm. Yet he underestimated the strength of a professor who cares for his students. Upon recognizing Arthur and Pansy, Lockhart instantly adopted the demeanor of someone who had just emerged from a fierce battle. Beginning to weave lies to garner their trust. Miss Parkinson, could you kindly return my wand? There are still a host of malevolent eight-eyed spiders around. I ask your professor. I require my wand to protect both of you. To persuade Pansy to hand over the wand, Lockhart even flamboyantly adjusted his hair, revealing a smile that could easily enchant middle-aged women. You pathetic traitor, colluding with dark wizards. Oh, stop your charade. Do you not realize how revolting you appear right now? Ugh. At this moment, Pansy had shed her previous genteel facade, reverting to her acerbic self. She had overheard Lockhart's entire conversation with the dark figure, the professor of Hogwarts daring to conspire with a dark wizard against a first-year student. Especially one who had saved Arthur, filled her with indignation. What are you talking about? I did no such thing. Do you know the consequences of slandering a professor? Lockhart, upon hearing this, took a few steps back. Feeling guilty, but quickly regained his composure and retorted with feigned indignation. Miss Parkinson, please return the professor's wand at once. No. Lockhart may have appeared towering and formidable, but standing behind Arthur, Pansy felt an inexplicable sense of security, rendering her unafraid of Lockhart's threats. Lockhart cast aside his hypocritical facade, his previously shimmering golden aura dimmed, his serpent-like eyes filled with hatred as they bore into the toot. Surrounding us are eight-eyed spiders. Without my assistance, you shall never escape the forbidden forest. If you wish to live, hand over the wand at a thief who can only cast the obliviate curse. Were you not terrified to the point of wetting your pants just now? Arthur shot Lockhart a disdainful glance before taking both wands from Pansy, with forceful hands, and under Lockhart's astonished and furious gaze, he snapped the wands one by one at you. How dare you? Seeing his wand being broken by Arthur, Lockhart shouted in rage and lunged at him that he was an adult, and even without the enhancement of a wand, he harbored the belief that he could still subdue the two children by force. After all, he was a renowned novelist, with a bright future ahead. How could he allow himself to be bested by mere children? Arthur, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I despised you. Now, you have forced my hand. Lockhart seethed inwardly, observing Arthur's calm demeanor without a hint of panic. Pansy, witnessing Lockhart's menacing approach, was so frightened that she stumbled backwards, losing her footing and falling to the ground. Her legs stiffened as if they had turned to stone. Thud. As Arthur unleashed his spell, Lockhart's legs locked in place, causing him to crash to the ground, his head landing squarely on the corpse of the eight-eyed giant spider. With a squelch, the body of the spider could not withstand Lockhart's weight, collapsing and releasing a pool of thick, greenish goo. Cough, cough, cough. Covered in the foul, viscous substance, Lockhart began to choke and cough, realizing that the liquid on his face might contain the spider's venom. He frantically wiped at it with his hands. He was a pitiful sight, utterly stripped of the elegance and confidence he had displayed during dark arts defense class. It is Voldemort, isn't it? Arthur said coldly as he kicked Lockhart, who lay sprawled on the ground, over to face him, revealing the grotesque visage being corroded by spider venom, emitting wisps of smoke. Hiss! Pansy, stunned to hear Arthur utter the name of the Dark Lord, gasped, her lips parted in shock, unable to speak. The name was forbidden in the wizarding world. No one dared to utter it. When discussing him, they merely referred to him as the Dark Lord. I was coerced. Please, spare my life. I swear, I will never appear before you again, nor will I allow the publisher to suppress you. I beg you, save me. Lockhart cried out, his voice filled with desperation, as the corrosive effects of the spider venom caused his facial muscles to convulse in agony. Sharp pain coursing through every nerve in his body. It was not the Cruciatus curse, yet it was far more potent. Your choices have foretold your demise. In your next life, do not become a wizard. Be reduced to ashes. Mercy is indeed a noble virtue, but it must never be extended to one's enemies. The dark clouds parted in the night sky. The cold radiance of the moon spilled over the forbidden forest. Pansy covered her mouth in horror, gazing at the dismembered corpse on the ground. She could scarcely believe that Arthur had taken a life. He was just an 11-year-old boy. How could he so decisively kill a human being? A professor of defense against the dark arts at Hogwarts. no less. Even if he were colluding with the Dark Lord, such matters should be left to the Ministry of Magic, not to be resolved with murder. Pansy, do me a favor. Arthur wiped the blood from his face and turned to Pansy, who was visibly shaken to Arthur. Pansy stammered, trembling, struggling to maintain her composure, her words faltering. Help me kill this Death Eater. The plain statement delivered a death sentence to the unconscious Death Eater under the influence of a memory charm. I can't. We should hand him over to the professors. They will report this, and he will be imprisoned in Azkaban, never to return. Pansy looked anxiously at Arthur, who remained eerily calm despite having just taken a life. Her eyes brimming with tears. Killing, that was a living, breathing person. She had never imagined that one day she would be faced with such a grim reality, though spoiled by her parents, becoming a sharp-tongued, unreasonable little princess. She truly could not bring herself to commit murder. The cool night breeze, laden with the scent of blood, brushed against her cheeks. Beneath the pale moonlight, the flowers, poised to bloom, were coated with a layer of frost. Forget it. I may have put you in an awkward position. Arthur lightly shook his head and turned towards the Death Eater. Under Pansy's bewildered gaze, he began to search the body of the fallen Death Eater, only stopping when he discovered a gold galleon and 7 silver sickles. With a hint of regret, he stood up. Loot, a legitimate source of income. After stowing the coins in his pocket, he turned to Pansy and pulled her up. But at that moment, Pansy, still shaken by the earlier events, fell into Arthur's embrace. Let us leave swiftly. Arthur listened to the sounds around them, the mournful cries of unknown creatures, as he guided Pansy along a narrow path. The tracking spell had indicated that Harry and Draco had traversed this route. If they followed it, they would surely reach the path where they encountered the unicorn, thus ensuring a safe return to the castle. What about this dark wizard? Pansy glanced back at the fallen Death Eater, her expression hesitant. The scent of blood will attract the 8-eyed giant spiders here. He has lost his memory. It matters not whether he lives or dies. Keeping him alive could draw the spiders away and buy us some time to escape. To Arthur, killing a Death Eater who had lost all memory was a waste of time and magical energy. Leaving him here would also serve to feed the hungry 8-eyed giant spiders, a form of resourceful recycling. What should we do? It seems we cannot escape. Pansy clutched Arthur's arm in fear as she gazed at the numerous crimson eyes surrounding them. Her voice tinged with despair. Do not worry. We have already been saved. Arthur looked up at the phoenix circling overhead, offering a quiet reassurance. Pansy gazed into Arthur's star-like eyes, bewildered. How could he remain so composed, even proclaiming their salvation, when they were surrounded by 8-eyed giant spiders? Screech. At that moment, the phoenix fox spotted Arthur and Pansy, emitting a bright cry as it swooped down towards the 8-eyed spiders. Expecting to capture 2 delectable meals, the spiders, upon hearing Fox's call, fled in terror. Fox, the only phoenix in existence, was feared even by their ancestor, Aragog. If these younger spiders were to encounter Fox, those who were slow to flee would become mere snacks for the phoenix. Fortunately, tonight, Fox had no appetite for such treats. After scaring off the spiders, it landed gracefully on Arthur's shoulder, its few remaining feathers twitching as if trying to convey a message. The path to the left? Very well, thank you. Fox said I will bring you some baby snakes next time I visit the headmaster's office. Having played many guessing games with the audience, Arthur quickly comprehended Fox's intention. In return, he promised that he would bring the phoenix some of its favorite freshly hatched snakes as a snack during their next meeting. At this, Fox emitted a joyful cry, then flapped its wings and soared back into the night sky, guiding Arthur and Pansy. That Fox, the headmaster's phoenix? Pansy asked quietly, her eyes fixed on Fox's vibrant tail feathers. Indeed, with Fox, a top-tier magical creature, serving as their protector, Arthur and Pansy encountered no further threats along their path. Every creature that laid eyes on Fox, be it ghoul, wolf, or 8-eyed giant spider, promptly turned tail and fled. In the minds of all creatures in the Forbidden Forest, the Phoenix Fox was a sovereign presence. Dark magical beings feared it, while kind-hearted souls revered it. Half an hour later, 2 massive figures appeared before Arthur and Pansy. And Pansy squinted to see 2 smaller figures beside them. It was Hagrid and Draco. Arthur? Pansy? Parkinson, Hagrid exclaimed with relief upon seeing the pair safe and sound, his heart, which had been heavy with worry, finally eased. If they had truly encountered danger, he would have had no face left to show Dumbledore. Harry and Draco, upon spotting Arthur, rushed to his side, inquiring about their safety and how they had escaped the werewolf's pursuit. One was genuine in concern, while the other feigned interest. "Well, it's a relief to see you all safe. Let us leave this place at once." Hagrid laughed heartily, turning to thank Firenze, who stood beside him. "Thank you, my friend. This evening, without your assistance, I cannot fathom the nightmare that would ensue. Hagrid, it is our duty as centaurs to safeguard the forbidden forest and restore its tranquility, now that the two human children have been found. It is time for me to return. Farewell." With that, Firenze trotted away, his silvery form vanishing into the dense woods. After watching Firenze depart, Hagrid beckoned the four individuals to follow him out of the forbidden forest. "Very well, I am aware of everything. You may return now. Arthur, please stay behind. I have matters to discuss with you." In the headmaster's office, after Hagrid recounted the events to Dumbledore, the latter waved his hand, allowing the four to leave, leaving only Arthur behind. "Did you employ that ability?" Dumbledore inquired, observing Arthur's calm demeanor with a complex expression. "No," Arthur replied, shaking his head silently. Then, Arthur shook his head once more. "The Philosopher's Stone is lost." Upon uttering this, Dumbledore leaned back, his aura instantly dissipating at that moment. He appeared not as the mightiest white wizard, but rather as a forlorn old man, neglected by the world, sitting by the roadside. The Philosopher's Stone is lost. This revelation caused even Arthur, who had maintained an unwaveringly calm facade, to twitch at the corners of his mouth. Such an immensely valuable artifact, lost so effortlessly. Arthur's first thought was that Dumbledore was deceiving him. Amidst the surrounding dazzling lights, Arthur furrowed his brow, his pupils constricted, scrutinizing Dumbledore's aged visage for any subtle expression that might betray a lie. Meanwhile, Dumbledore, seated behind his desk, quietly observed Arthur, eager to discern whether this young man, who had slain Lockhart, was still the same individual he had first encountered. Thus, the two engaged in a silent exchange, the atmosphere in the headmaster's office growing quiet, heavy, and eerie. In Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Voldemort himself supervised Quirrell and was unable to seize the Philosopher's Stone. How is it, then, that less than 2 weeks into the school year, the stone has been stolen? After finishing Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, has Voldemort begun to engage in self-reflection and become more astute? Why share this news with me? Do you wish for my assistance in retrieving it? However, such endeavors are costly. Even as headmaster, you cannot be exempt. Arthur collected his thoughts, inhaled deeply, and spoke with a hint of reluctance. Where was the stone stolen from, and by whom? Did Voldemort come personally? Or is there a traitor within Hogwarts? Arthur had little interest in uncovering these questions. He concluded that Dumbledore had shared this grim tidings with him in hopes that he would utilize his abilities to assist in its recovery. After all, if the stone had indeed been taken by Voldemort, Dumbledore must be quite troubled. Upon hearing Arthur's remarks, Dumbledore nearly choked on his own words. He longed to roll his eyes at Arthur, but restrained himself due to his position as headmaster to mask his inner turmoil. He placed his hands upon his beard, initially intending to gauge Arthur's reaction. He was taken aback that the boy was contemplating financial gain from him. Dumbledore had been at Hogwarts for over 80 years and had encountered many students enamored with wealth. Yet none displayed such a fervent love for money as Arthur did. "Arthur, there is no need for you to employ that ability," Dumbledore said, straightening his posture and leisurely stroking his beard. "I share this information merely to indicate that the recent abduction attempt against you was a diversion. They have already secured the Philosopher's Stone and will no longer trouble you. You may rest easy." I see. The absence of a financial opportunity left Arthur quite disappointed, and he nodded silently. After a moment, he continued, "You won't be disappointed in me for having killed Gilderoy Lockhart, will you?" This incident had occurred in the Forbidden Forest and could not be concealed from Dumbledore. After all, powerful wizards adeptly wield spells capable of recreating scenes. Once Dumbledore ventured there, he would witness how Arthur had slain Lockhart. Never underestimate anyone, even if they appear to be inconspicuous and utterly ordinary. By Father Sciossi. Arthur held fast to every word spoken by Father Sciossi. Since concealment was impossible, he would boldly admit to it. Lockhart was a Death Eater who sought to kill him. His downfall was simply a matter of fate. Regardless of the reasons, Arthur believed he had done nothing wrong. "It seems he has agreed to my becoming the defense against the dark arts professor, not solely because I hold leverage over him." Upon Arthur's candid admission of having killed Gilderoy Lockhart, Dumbledore's pupils widened in shock before he sighed that if possible, try not to resort to killing in the future. You are merely 11.5 years old. Should this come to light, it may adversely affect your novel's sales, resulting in a significant loss of galleons. Was this a reprimand? A warning? Dumbledore considered that such measures would likely have little impact on the precocious Arthur. If not handled delicately, it could backfire. It would be more effective to appeal to what he valued most. Indeed, that makes sense that I shall be more cautious in the future. Dumbledore's words resonated with Arthur, causing him to reflect deeply. That he recognized the validity of Dumbledore's perspective. Currently, Arthur's image in the magical world was that of a child prodigy, an author. If the general wizarding populace were to discover that he had taken a life, it would undoubtedly lead to wild speculation about the potential negative themes in his novels: nihilism, negativity, and incitement to murder. Among others, such an author would struggle to gain the favor of parents, who would hesitate to purchase the works of a killer for their children, though the magical community may be small. Every galleon counts. Very well, you may return. With the defense against the dark arts professor gone, I must promptly find a replacement. It truly is a headache. Observing that Arthur was affected by his words, Dumbledore nodded in satisfaction. Good night, Headmaster Dumbledore. Arthur bowed in farewell and descended the spiral staircase from the headmaster's office. Dumbledore gazed in the direction of Arthur's departure, his wrinkled fingers lightly tapping the desk. The rhythmic sound disturbed Fawkes, who was preparing to sleep. The phoenix flapped its wings and hopped to Dumbledore's hand, pecking at the back of his hand with its sharp beak. My apologies for the disturbance, Dumbledore said, hastily retracting his hand and offering a sheepish smile. He then raised his arm and retrieved a pink crystal from Fawkes's nest. His expression grew somber as he regarded the magical stone, his thumb gently stroking its facets. That moment, slow footsteps echoed from the spiral staircase. Dumbledore looked up to see a grim-faced Snape returning and promptly placed the magical stone back in the phoenix's nest. Speaking in a low voice, "Thank you for your efforts, Severus." Snape remained silent at first, casting a glance at the Philosopher's stone nestled beneath Fawkes. He then approached Dumbledore, placing the broken wand on the desk. Pendragon's reaction during the killing of Lockhart was far from that of a mere child. He is truly dangerous. His hoarse voice, tinged with a unique timbre, emerged from Snape's partially open mouth after destroying the Death Eater's corpse in the Acromantula's lair. He had traced Arthur to the scene where Lockhart was slain. Upon arriving, Snape had magically recreated the moment Arthur killed Lockhart, witnessing the boy's decisive and swift actions, as well as Arthur's composed demeanor post-mortem. A peculiar illusion overcame Snape. It felt as though Arthur was no longer Arthur, but rather the Dark Lord himself. Should he not receive proper guidance, Arthur might very well become the next Dark Lord. He is indeed perilous, thus necessitating your diligent instruction. It is indeed unfortunate that Hogwarts has lost a professor of dark arts this evening. Dumbledore sighed, a sense of unease washing over him regarding Arthur's act of killing Lockhart. It feels like I've just consumed a Bertie Bott's every flavor bean flavored with boogers, leaving me utterly uncomfortable, now that Gilderoy Lockhart has aligned himself with the Death Eaters. He has become their adversary. Should the Ministry of Magic apprehend him, given his prominence as a renowned author in the magical realm, managing the situation would prove quite complicated. Those frenzied middle-aged female fans are hardly distinguishable from a bunch of fervent zealots. They would never accept that their idol is a Death Eater. Dumbledore secretly wished for Lockhart's demise, yet it was Arthur who had delivered the fatal blow. This situation was akin to Dumbledore savoring a delectable Bertie Bott's bean only to be met with the foul taste of a rotten egg. Leaving him feeling thoroughly unsettled, he was genuinely concerned about Arthur's mental state, fearful that he might be quietly influenced by the shadows, leading him down an irretrievable path. Arthur was extraordinarily unique. During their recent conversation, Dumbledore had yearned to caution Arthur, but he hesitated, worried that his words might foster discontent. Across the sea, a Dark Lord lurked, intent on courting Arthur, keenly observing him. Dumbledore did not wish to inadvertently push Arthur into the arms of that malevolent figure. Thus, he could only gently guide Arthur, urging him to refrain from taking lives in the future. The circumstances were dire, yet not devoid of silver linings. At the very least, Arthur had refrained from utilizing his exceptional abilities or the power of the shadows, which greatly relieved Dumbledore. However, caution was still paramount. Arthur's education needed to be intensified. Taking 2 lives at such a tender age was a perilous omen indeed, I can. Severus, your potions class has kept you exceedingly busy. I shall seek to hire a seasoned professor for the position of defense against the dark arts. Dumbledore interrupted Snape's ambitions regarding the defense against the dark arts post. Once again rejected. Snape believed he should have grown accustomed to such denials. Yet internally, he felt the stirrings of discontent. The traces have been meticulously erased. Even the most experienced aurors would be unable to deduce that Lockhart was slain by Arthur. The fake Philosopher's Stone has been handed over to the contact. I hope your plan unfolds smoothly. Snape, dissatisfied with the position he had sought, twitched his nose and, after delivering his cold retort, turned towards the spiral staircase. The headmaster's office fell into silence once more, and shortly thereafter, the lights within were extinguished. In an old manor on the outskirts of Hangleton, a nightlight flickered to life, casting a dim glow through the dilapidated windows. Illuminating the encroaching weeds, that a massive serpent, as thick as a man's thigh, slithered through the underbrush, crushing the wilting vegetation as it made its way towards the ancient door of the manor. Is that boy still alive? Quirrell glared with barely concealed anger at the Death Eater before him. His pallid, grayish complexion was riddled with festering sores, and with each utterance, foul pus oozed from the boils on his cheeks. Yet he had long ceased to care about his decaying form. The parasitism of Voldemort had irrevocably deteriorated his condition, that it would not be long before his life was entirely siphoned away by Voldemort. At which point he would return to the embrace of death. The centaurs in the Forbidden Forest had taken action, and Dumbledore had provided support. The Death Eater lowered his head, his voice trembling. What of Hans and Lockhart? They couldn't even retrieve a single child? Quirrell intended to say more, but was abruptly seized by a wave of unbearable agony. Clutching his head and emitting a low, mournful wail, he then hastily unwrapped the black hood from his head, revealing a smooth, shiny bald scalp. Have we obtained the Philosopher's Stone? Quirrell turned, and the grotesque face on the back of his head opened its eyes, fixing a gaze upon its subordinate, demanding in a piercing voice, Master, here is the Philosopher's Stone. Upon hearing Voldemort's voice, the Death Eater immediately knelt, bowing his head in trepidation, so much so that the sweat trickling into his eyes went unnoticed. He reverently cradled the pink Philosopher's Stone in his hands, speaking with utmost deference. Excellent. Place it here. You may leave now. The moment Voldemort laid eyes on the stone, his dull, lifeless gaze suddenly sparked with a glimmer of vitality. Yes. After his subordinate departed, Voldemort spoke again. Prepare the materials for my resurrection, that I intend for the entire magical world to know that their master has returned. Yes, esteemed master, Quirrell replied, his voice quaking with fear, tinged with a flicker of anticipation that he was no longer the Muggle studies professor at Hogwarts, nor the unfortunate soul poised to teach defense against the dark arts. Instead, he had transformed into a fervent, loyal Death Eater, consumed by madness. Arthur, did Dumbledore reprimand you? He wouldn't punish you, would he? In the quiet Slytherin common room, upon Arthur's return, 2 individuals rushed eagerly to his side. Pansy grasped Arthur's arm tightly, her expression tense with concern. In her anxiety for Arthur, she nearly divulged the incident involving Lockhart's demise. Fortunately, she displayed a modicum of wisdom. Otherwise, Draco would have had to engage in some psychological reassurances to, no, it's late. You should return and rest. Arthur shook his head, responding nonchalantly. Pansy, when did you become so affectionate towards Arthur? Just a moment ago, you were practically itching to cause him trouble. Draco, standing nearby, remarked teasingly, perplexed by Pansy's sudden warmth towards Arthur. A stark contrast to her usual indifference. Silence. You fool who was bested by Harry twice. You bring shame to Slytherin that if your father, Lucius, were to find out, he would be utterly embarrassed by you. In an instant, Pansy's voice shifted from gentle concern for Arthur to a sharp, scornful retort directed at Draco. I shall return to rest now. Good night, Arthur. See you tomorrow. Before Draco could interject, Pansy reverted to her gentle demeanor, softly speaking to Arthur before darting towards the girl's dormitory. Has she been struck by a confundus charm? Draco muttered in dissatisfaction, watching Pansy's retreating figure as a member of the Sacred 28 of the British magical world. Draco had known Pansy since childhood. Despite both being spoiled by their parents, their family statuses aligned, both belonging to the traditional pure-blood faction, allowing for a relatively harmonious relationship as friends growing up together. Pansy's unusual behavior today raised Draco's suspicions about her mental state. Pansy, yes, right. You should visit Madame Pomfrey before class tomorrow to have her address those dark circles under your eyes. Arthur glanced at Draco, whose eyes resembled those of a raccoon after being pummeled by Harry, and then turned towards his dormitory. Damn Harry, if I don't avenge this, I, Draco Malfoy, shall have my name written backward. At Arthur's remark, Draco instinctively touched the skin around his eyes, a sharp pain contorting his features, and no matter how Arthur teased him, Draco dared not unleash his fury upon him. Damn it, damn it. Reflecting on how he had been struck twice by Harry in less than 2 days, Draco let out another frustrated growl. Just before the school year commenced, he had resolved to crush Harry and become Slytherin's savior. Yet now, merely a fortnight into the term, he found himself labeled the disgrace of Slytherin. Unable to accept this reality, he vowed to retaliate, to avenge himself. He was unwilling to be relegated to the role of a mere backdrop in Harry's narrative. He would rise against him, using Harry as a stepping stone. Harry, just you wait. In the serene Slytherin common room, a scheme of vengeance took root within Draco's mind. Realizing that he could never overpower his adversary with bare hands, he resolved to strengthen himself. Humiliation twisted Draco's features, while rage ignited his very soul. Starting tomorrow, he would rise early to train, much like Arthur, to bolster his physique. From the morrow onward, he would diligently study spells, seeking to match Arthur's swiftness in casting. Furthermore, he intended to win over his fellow classmates, forming a faction under his leadership to dismantle the nascent trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione. Harry, enjoy your few days of comfort. I will methodically ensure your fall from grace, rendering you a mere jest among Gryffindors. Shame. Meanwhile, Harry, oblivious to the turmoil brewing in Draco's heart, recounted his encounter in the Forbidden Forest to Ron and Neville. He could never fathom the profound psychological damage inflicted upon the young Slytherin by the panda eyes he had inadvertently bestowed upon him. Just one galleon. I hope you won't disdain it. As Arthur watched the coin vanish from his palm, taken by the audience sister, he felt a sense of relief and satisfaction as he approached his bed, slipping into the cool embrace of the covers. His experience in the Forbidden Forest had catalyzed considerable growth within him. Without incurring external debts, he had deftly neutralized 2 Death Eaters harboring malice towards him, utilizing his writing skills only twice. Though the spoils amounted to barely a single galleon, the sense of accomplishment from vanquishing foes through his own strength greatly bolstered Arthur's confidence. He no longer needed to rely on the abilities of the audience sister. Like a fledgling bird finally taking flight, he could soar freely into the sky without the shelter of its mother. Keep going, Arthur. Good night, Mr. Pendragon. I trust you find this contract to your satisfaction, inquired the fairy Jim Bacons, leaning on his cane as he observed Arthur closing the document. 50% equity, 70% of sales revenue, and perpetual copyright. All these terms pose no issue. However, as Arthur spoke, he cast his gaze toward the adult wizard beside him, who had remained silent and sullen since Arthur's entry into the classroom. Clearly reluctant to be present, it appears Mr. Lovegood is not inclined to serve as the chief editor of our publishing house. Is he truly capable of fulfilling this role? Xenophilius Lovegood, the editor-in-chief of the Magical World's Contrarian Publications, and father to the enchanting Luna Lovegood. No, I am not unwilling. I am elated. I wholeheartedly agree. I am also very amenable. Xenophilius Lovegood exclaimed with exaggerated expression and an oddly inflected tone. His demeanor only served to underscore his profound dissatisfaction with the prospect of becoming the editor-in-chief of the Round Table Knights publishing house. Yet, for various reasons, he found himself compelled to be present. Mr. Lovegood, your appointment as chief editor of this publishing house comes highly recommended by the esteemed Professor Dumbledore. The position far outweighs any earnings you might derive from your contrarian ventures. You have already signed the contract with me. I implore you to exhibit some professional integrity. The gentleman before you, Mr. Pendragon, is to be your future employer. Jim Bacon struck the ground forcefully with his cane, exuding an air of authority that pressed upon Lovegood. The fairy folk had invested considerable effort to collaborate with Arthur, and now that Arthur had expressed satisfaction with their terms, he wished not for Lovegood's attitude to jeopardize Arthur's decision. My apologies, Mr. Pendragon. Mr. Lovegood's wife tragically passed away a year ago. He is a devoted husband, and in this time, he has been unable to overcome the anguish of his beloved's absence. Upon witnessing Lovegood's expression of discontent subside, Jim Bacons quickly donned a smile and explained to Arthur. "I see, Mr. Lovegood. I am truly sorry." Arthur nodded apologetically toward Lovegood, then turned to Jim Bakins, speaking in a low tone. "The contract states that you wish for me to craft a novel featuring fairies as the protagonists. This presents a bit of a quandary. You are aware that wizards generally harbor aversion to non-human races." "Oh no. Has he discerned the true intentions of our fairy kin?" Jim Bakins felt a sinking sensation in his heart. Observing Arthur's calm demeanor, he increasingly believed that this precocious youth might have uncovered the genuine reason behind their desire for collaboration. This discourse on the future of fairies must proceed smoothly. "How shall I navigate this predicament?" Just as Jim Bakins began to brainstorm, Arthur interjected. "If you could provide me with an additional 100,000 galleons, I might consider it. This would be akin to a commissioned work. Even if you are a shareholder in this company, industry norms must be upheld." "Ugh, cough cough. What is it, Mr. Bakins? Are you unwell?" "I apologize, I caught a slight chill last night, but it is nothing serious." The manager of Gringotts, a high-ranking member of the fairy community, Jim Bakins, was utterly taken aback that the matter troubling Arthur was so trivial. He had already conceived numerous compelling arguments to persuade Arthur, yet now none seemed applicable. Overcome with fatigue, he leaned against the chair's back, closing his eyes to regain composure. Crafting a narrative centered on fairies, regardless of how captivating the tale, would undoubtedly fail to attract buyers. "That Mr. Bakins, you should abandon this notion," Lovegood remarked with disdain, a scoff escaping his lips. Though loath to assume the role of editor-in-chief at the Round Table Knights publishing house, Lovegood could not help but analyze the issue from a professional standpoint. Given the current climate of the magical world, wizards would hardly be inclined to read a book featuring fairies as protagonists. Whoever dared to write such a work would inevitably face failure. No one could accomplish this, not even a prodigious young author like Arthur. Lovegood fixed his gaze on Arthur, hoping he would relinquish this absurd ambition. "Lovegood, I summoned you here to work for the Round Table Knights publishing house, not to cast scorn and dampen spirits." Jim Bakins admonished Lovegood with a fierce glare. His words struck the elderly Bakins like a dagger to the heart. Throughout history, fairies had never been cast as protagonists in literature. How could he, as a fairy, remain oblivious to this fact? Wizards, in their arrogance, scorned all non-human races to prevent any intelligent species from threatening their status. They would wage war at house elves, once a free race known as the Plains Elves, were enslaved by wizards after being defeated in battle. The fairies, however, managed to coexist with wizards initially due to their prowess in metalworking, particularly in crafting silverware, items favored by wizards, essential to their daily lives. Subsequently, the fairies exhibited profound expertise in finance and currency, establishing Gringotts, the first bank in the wizarding world. The fairies adeptly managed Gringotts, thereby controlling a significant portion of the magical world's economy. This reliance on fairies only solidified their status and dignity within the magical realm, albeit merely maintaining their position. Throughout the annals of magical history, countless wars have transpired between fairies and wizards, all of which wizards have branded as fairy rebellions. Each time Jim Bakins encountered the term rebellion in books or newspapers, a surge of suppressed fury surged within him. Was not their righteous and magnificent struggle a protest against the discrimination and prejudice of wizards? Yet the harsh reality remained, no matter how many times they revolted. In the eyes of wizards, fairies were merely a servile race. When would fairies rise again? The words spoken by the late Reginald III echoed painfully in the hearts of every noble fairy. In recent decades, wizards had once again begun to suppress fairies. Various negative reports concerning fairies frequently graced the pages of newspapers. Additionally, some unscrupulous authors depict fairies in their novels as avaricious and treacherous villains. Bakins and many upper-class fairies understand that this marks the commencement of wizards learning tactics from the Muggle world, initiating a campaign of public opinion against them in the face of this uncharted conflict. The fairies must retaliate. Arthur, a brilliant writer who has transitioned from the Muggle world to the magical realm, is currently their only hope for assistance. Seeing Bakins in such a furious state, Lovegood laughed unabashedly instead of showing fear. He tousled his unruly light blonde hair and, with a disdainful glance at the two, remarked in a peculiar Scottish accent, "Did you not establish this publishing house merely for profit? To earn money? One must not disregard the preferences of the readers and cater to their desires. Only then can a novel achieve popularity and generate substantial sales. Although I detest this notion and consider it utter nonsense." I am, after all, currently employed by you. Should the novel fail to sell and the company faces bankruptcy, what will become of me? With that, he reclined back in his chair, nonchalantly playing with the necklace around his neck. Lovegood's assertion holds true. Indeed, I am here to make a profit. Crafting a novel with fairies as the protagonist carries the inherent risk of poor sales. However, if you comply with my request, in addition to the payment of 100,000 galleons as a custom fee, you could provide an additional sum. I can assure you that I will create a novel featuring fairies as protagonists, one that will be beloved by readers. Arthur is unconcerned whether his fairy-centric novel will resonate with the magical world's audience, given that 90% of his readership resides in the Muggle realm, where there exists no historical context regarding fairies and wizards. As long as the plot is compelling, there will be buyers. The reason he is currently pressing Jim Bacon's is that he senses a significant concession of benefits, which undoubtedly raises suspicions. The crux of the matter lies in the final agreement to assist the fairies in crafting a novel that centers around them. Typically, protagonists in novels are portrayed positively. The truth is becoming evident. The fairies' aim may well be to enhance their image in the eyes of wizards. Isn't this akin to the tactics employed by certain foreign NGOs in my previous life? They provide funding for locals to glorify them through words and videos. Arthur is indifferent to the power struggle between wizards and fairies. His sole concern is maximizing his earnings. He has already deduced their true intentions, and it would be remiss not to capitalize on this opportunity for profit. Really? Bacon's furrowed his brow. If you doubt my capabilities, then there is no need for us to continue this collaboration. Arthur replied, tinged with disappointment. 100,000 galleons is a bit excessive, perhaps 10,000. Noticing Arthur's diminishing interest in collaboration, Bacon swiftly shifted the conversation to the issue of the corner commission fee. 100,000 galleons is no trifling sum. Most wizards do not earn such an amount in their lifetime that we should take our time discussing this. I have recently completed 3 new manuscripts, 2 of which are slated for publication in the Muggle world, currently boasting sales of 200,000 and 100,000 copies, respectively. That we ought to expedite our efforts here in the magical realm. Having spoken, Arthur produced 3 manuscript copies from his wizarding robe and placed them before Bacon's and Lovegood. Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, Twilight, and the Holy Grail War of Magicians. Regarding the matter of penning a book for the fairies, Arthur is acutely aware that the fee he desires is exorbitant for Bacon's. Continuing the discussion would not only squander time, but may also fail to meet his ideal price. Hence, Arthur chooses to keep the other party in suspense while he sells his other novels, letting his successes speak for themselves. As long as each of his novels achieves great success in the magical realm, gaining a loyal readership, the fairies will not perceive the expenditure of 100,000 galleons for a renowned author to write for them as excessive. May I inquire which 2 books? Lovegood asked, astonished to hear of Arthur's novels achieving sales of 300,000 copies in the Muggle world. The entire wizarding population does not exceed 500,000, and the wizarding community in Britain is even smaller, with just over 3,000. It's Twilight and the Holy Grail War of Magicians. Unfortunately, they have just been released. Otherwise, the sales would likely be higher. I suspect that once I establish foreign distribution channels, both books could surpass 1 million copies in sales. Reflecting on the letter delivered to him that morning by Zaldum, Arthur let out a wistful sigh. What? Impossible. How could there be so many people in the Muggle world? Lovegood exclaimed incredulously, having never ventured into the Muggle realm. Surely, you are aware that the population of the Muggle world is on the brink of surpassing 7 billion. Arthur observed Lovegood and Bacon's, whose naivety was amusing, and couldn't help but roll his eyes. If not for his desire to pocket even a small share of the profits, Arthur would have no need to collaborate with the fairies. Of course, Arthur has further-reaching considerations. Outside Hogwarts, 2 dark wizards are watching him closely, and a group of pure-blood wizards wish to eliminate him. That a life of constant conflict is not what he desires, nor would it be conducive to his financial ambitions. At Hogwarts, however, things are different. Grindelwald, due to his relationship with Dumbledore, would refrain from causing him trouble, and the pure-blood wizards would be no concern. The only worry is Voldemort. But now that he possesses the Philosopher's Stone, he should be too preoccupied to bother Arthur. In the absence of such disturbances, Hogwarts offers Arthur a sanctuary to focus on his writing. During his leisure hours outside of writing, Arthur has conceived a bolder idea: to establish his own publishing house. dedicated solely to publishing his works. This way, he would reap greater rewards. The impetus behind Arthur's desire to start a publishing house stems from Aunt Teresa's report that sales of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone have surged, with next month's dividends projected to reach £100,000 in his previous life. Arthur was merely a librarian and had never formally studied business management. Yet, he understands that if he can secure a 100,000 galleon advance, the publisher employing Aunt Teresa must be earning even more. Working for someone else will never yield substantial profits. Only by becoming his own boss can he achieve wealth, initially relying on the fairies, who control the entire financial system of the magical realm. To establish his own publishing house, he plans to expand to the Muggle world once the Round Table Knights publishing house establishes itself firmly in the magical realm. This is Arthur's current strategy to launch a company directly in the Muggle world? Nonsense. Without a background or financial resources, he would merely become fodder for capital exploitation, even with his audience sister by his side. Before he could see profits, he would find himself in deep debt. However, the situation is different in the magical realm. The entire financial system is under the fairies' control, while the wizarding economy remains in a cottage industry phase, devoid of capitalism. When Arthur's Round Table Knights publishing house ventures from the magical realm into the Muggle world, he will have the backing of a wizard-dominated interest group at that point, even if Muggle capitalists attempt to stir trouble. These wizards will not entertain negotiations. Nonetheless, the current obstacle hindering Arthur's plans is the magical realm's secrecy laws. When will these laws be abolished? Lost in thought, Arthur returned to the present, glancing at the petrified Lovegood, and couldn't resist waving his arms in front of him, softly stating, "The outside world is vast, Lovegood. You should take the time to explore it." Cough, cough. Indeed, it was quite shocking that I have never ventured into the Muggle world. Chuckles. Lovegood chuckled awkwardly. Attempting to ease the tension to distract from the awkwardness, he began to carefully peruse the 3 manuscript drafts Arthur had presented to them. For a wizard who has never been to the Muggle world, he truly knows nothing of its population. Had he not previously played the contrarian in his role as editor, he wouldn't even comprehend the population of the magical realm. Newt Scamander's Adventures in America? Quite splendid that I believe many individuals will purchase this book for the enchanting encounter between Professor Scamander and his wife, that a vampire that abstains from human blood. What a brilliant premise, a love story with a Muggle. I imagine those vampires will surely adore this novel. A sorcerer who can summon spirits. What a marvelous concept. The struggle for the Holy Grail, a vessel of immense magical power capable of granting any wish. This will undoubtedly capture the hearts of young wizards. After perusing the 3 drafts, Lovegood gazed at Arthur with palpable excitement, in his eyes. Arthur had transcended from being the prodigious author of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone to the reincarnation of Merlin. Only the great Merlin could conjure miracles, and the innovative settings of Arthur's subsequent fictional works were a testament to that miraculous revival. Mr. Pendragon, are you truly the reincarnation of Merlin? Just a surge of inspiration. Arthur replied, by the way, Twilight is a tale of forbidden love between vampires and humans. Are you certain it won't incite the wrath of those vampires? Lovegood's gaze was fervent, compelling Arthur to turn his head slightly aside. As for Twilight, a romance featuring a vampire male protagonist and a human female lead, he had never intended to publish it within the magical realm, fearing the displeasure of the vampires. Presenting it now was merely to gauge the opinions of Lovegood and Baggins. No, how could that be? I have a vampire friend who adores novels centered around vampires. Even when they are portrayed as antagonists, the vampires are not as unfriendly as depicted in your story. If they learned you had penned a romance featuring them as protagonists, they would undoubtedly transform into your most fervent readers. Upon perceiving Arthur's apprehension, Lovegood exchanged a glance with Baggins before returning his gaze to Arthur. Chuckling lightly, the exhilaration generated from the novel's unique premise and captivating plot morphed into admiration for Arthur. That's a relief. Arthur exhaled, then shifted his attention to the elderly Baggins. Their eyes met, and after a moment's pause, Arthur spoke, I am still a student. I entrust the publishing matters to you, Mr. Pendragon. May our collaboration be delightful. Indeed, a pleasant collaboration. After the fairy Baggins departed with Luna's father, Lovegood, Arthur made his way to the dining hall. The afternoon marked the first flying lesson for the first-year students. Anticipating that learning to ride a broomstick would be physically demanding, Arthur indulged in an extra serving of steak at lunch. Arthur, please wait a moment. In the corridor outside the dining hall, having just finished signing an autograph for a third-year Hufflepuff girl, Arthur barely had time to stow away his pencil when he heard a girl's voice behind him. Turning around, he spotted Hermione leading Hannah, who was taking little steps towards him. Hermione's expression was her usual stoic self, while Hannah appeared even shyer than usual, her head bowed, trying to conceal her flushed cheeks. "Pansy just bullied Hannah. What should we do?" Hermione's hands were on her hips, her voluminous hair resembling the mane of an enraged lion, giving the impression that the Hermione from Arthur's novels had stepped into reality. Arthur was momentarily baffled by Hermione's words. How was Pansy's bullying of Hannah any of his concern? He furrowed his brow slightly, suggesting, "You should confront her, or perhaps speak to a professor." With that, he prepared to turn away, only to be halted by Hermione's grasp. Noticing a hint of discontent in Arthur's eyes, she quickly released him, her words tumbling out in haste. "Hannah wanted your autograph," and Pansy overheard. Then she said some. "An autograph? Hannah, did you bring it with you?" Before Hermione could finish, Arthur interrupted, turning to Hannah with his inquiry if she desired his autograph. Then Hannah was indeed his reader, while he could not meddle in her conflict with Pansy. He could certainly fulfill the wishes of a fan. "I did," Hannah exclaimed, momentarily taken aback, as she hurriedly retrieved Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone from the folds of her loose wizarding robe and presented it to Arthur. Observing the book cradled in her hands, wrapped in a cover adorned with willow leaves, Arthur realized how much Hannah cherished this novel. In Britain, covering books was a rare practice, and Hannah was the first person Arthur had encountered in many years to do so. He accepted the precious novel, opened to the first page, and earnestly inscribed a heartfelt message along with his name. "You are a kind-hearted girl and should not be subjected to insults. I will ensure Pansy apologizes to you." Closing the book, he extended it back to Hannah, speaking softly. "Thank you. Just receiving your autograph is more than enough for me. I don't want to be a bother." Hannah clutched the novel to her chest like a treasured possession, her cheeks resembling ripe red apples. "I will take my leave now. Farewell." "Goodbye, Arthur." As she watched Arthur's retreating figure, Hannah's excitement surged, prompting her to eagerly open the book and gaze at the elegant inscription he had penned for her. The resentment from Pansy's earlier insult dissipated instantaneously at that moment. She felt as though she had entered a realm of enchantment, basking in the warmth of sunlight and the sweet ambience surrounding her. "How blissful, Hermione. Arthur doesn't seem to be as you described." The bustling little witches entering and exiting the dining hall urged Hannah to quickly mask her joy. Noticing that Arthur's figure had vanished down the corridor, she turned to Hermione. Hermione, meanwhile, was deeply perplexed, struggling to comprehend the enigma that was Arthur. Just moments ago, he had been indifferent to Hannah's plight, yet now he had promised to compel Pansy to apologize. With her stomach grumbling in hunger, she sought to divert the conversation that we should hurry and grab some food. Unsure how to explain her confusion to Hannah, she casually seized upon an excuse to end the discussion. "I, too, am your fan. Why do you treat me with such indifference?" Hermione pouted, her gaze fixated on the starry-eyed centerpiece of the table, the desolate black eyes of the little fish head conjuring thoughts of Arthur's own starry, luminous gaze. Upon returning to the Slytherin common room, Arthur discovered that the usually lively space was now occupied by only two individuals engaged in a game of wizard's chess by the window overlooking the sea. Lacking interest in wizard's chess, he greeted the two before settling down alone beside the warm fireplace. He retrieved his journal, flipping open to the page that bore half a page of neatly written text. There were 14 paragraphs in total, each chronicling the accomplishments he had achieved through his writing skills over the past few days. After thoroughly reading the content pinned over the last 14 days, Arthur furrowed his brow in contemplation, pondering whether he had overlooked or forgotten anything. Once assured that nothing had been missed, he took out his pencil and began to write in the space below the last paragraph. The first spring rain of 1992 nourished the soil where the ancient trees stood, allowing their roots to begin absorbing. That night in the Forbidden Forest, he had promised to assist the 4 tree guardians in reviving the old tree. However, resurrecting a life that had already departed was a daunting endeavor. It is certainly not as simple as aiding Neville in locating a toad aboard the Hogwarts Express, although it merely concerns a tree. Reviving it and allowing it to sprout branches once more would breach the taboo of life. The audience sister, however, possesses the capability to accomplish this, albeit at a considerable expense of gold galleons. Arthur, unwilling to shoulder additional debt, resolved to employ his once-daily free writing ability to effectuate a reasonable resurrection. The activation of his writing ability necessitates that the narrative he conjures adheres to logic. Thus, the magical energy expended post-activation would be minimized, should he rely upon some vague and peculiar reasons to instigate the ancient tree's revival. It would drain a monumental amount of magical energy. If the required magical energy were likened to an ocean, then Arthur's own reserves felt akin to a mere grain of sand in a desert. Lacking sufficient magic, his writing ability would remain dormant, and the ancient tree would not be revived. To fulfill this promise, Arthur had dedicated the past fortnight to exploring how to resurrect the deceased tree. He considered various factors such as weather changes, soil composition, plant characteristics, parasitic organisms, and probability that he meticulously laid the groundwork for the ancient tree's revival, aspiring for it to sprout tender shoots with the arrival of the first spring rain next year. Upon completing the final stroke of his pencil and feeling the magical energy within him gradually deplete, until he had consumed nearly 90%, Arthur wiped the sweat from his brow, revealing a satisfied smile. In the face of adversaries, he would not show an ounce of mercy. Yet, should someone have aided him, even 4 diminutive tree-guarding beetles would receive his utmost assistance. After weaving the tale of a tree struck dead by lightning being revived in the forthcoming spring rain, Arthur intended to close his diary, only for the yellowed paper containing potion recipes obtained from the Chamber of Secrets to slip from the pages. The audience sister had remarked that this potion recipe would be immensely beneficial to him. Over the past month, his potion-making skills had shown promise. While Professor Snape had not praised him, he had not deducted any points either. It seemed the time had come to gather the necessary materials. But what was a horned blackfish? He had not heard of such a creature before. A pair of manticore eyes, 80 milliliters of pure water, 5 drops of colchicum essence, 13 grams of cow's tooth peony powder, and 7 petals of fairy flower. These could all be found in Professor Snape's office. Yet, the 35 milliliters of horned blackfish blood remained elusive to him. Newt Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them is the most comprehensive and authoritative book on magical creatures in the current wizarding world. However, Arthur had found no mention of the horned blackfish within its pages. He contemplated whether to seek Professor Snape's assistance. The ink upon the yellow paper began to animate, reforming into new sentences. 50,000 galleons could be exchanged for 35 milliliters of horned blackfish blood. Glancing at the audience sister's well-meaning reminder, Arthur silently shook his head, subsequently tucking the yellow paper back into his diary. What exactly a horned blackfish was, he could not ascertain. Yet, he understood that 50,000 galleons constituted a sum he could ill afford to owe. Presently, he was already burdened with over 20 million galleons in debt, a weight akin to a great mountain pressing upon his chest. If he could not repay this debt soon, he felt an unrelenting discomfort, as though his very life force were stifled. If he were to accrue another 50,000, when would he ever be free of this burden? He resolved to visit the library first. Should he find nothing there, he would have no choice but to consult Professor Snape. As the lunch hour drew to a close, students gradually returned to the common room. After exchanging a few words with the lovely head of Gryffindor, Mafalda, Arthur made his way back to his dormitory in the afternoon, following a herbology class with Professor Sprout alongside the first-year Ravenclaw students. The Slytherin students proceeded directly to the green lawn. Upon their arrival, the stern Madame Hooch awaited them. With her short, silver hair reminiscent of a grandmother's, she stood before 2 rows of flying broomsticks. Nodding gently at the incoming first-year Slytherins, "You have 5 minutes before class begins. Feel free to move about. But remember, do not touch the broomsticks on the ground," Professor Hooch instructed, glancing towards the castle and checking her pocket watch. "Understood, Madame Hooch." The sight of the most mischievous students, Goyle and Crab, nodding in compliance reassured Madame Hooch as she made her way back to the castle. With her departure, the orderly line of Slytherin students erupted into chaos and play. After exchanging a few words with her close friend, Pansy approached Arthur, gesturing towards the broomsticks in Goyle and Crab's possession. "Arthur, have you ever ridden a broomstick before?" "Never," Arthur replied, shaking his head. "I've ridden a few times." "Would you like me to teach you?" "Perhaps not." With Madame Hooch absent, it could lead to trouble. Despite the gleam of anticipation in Pansy's eyes, Arthur declined her offer. "Very well then," Pansy responded, her expression dimming with a hint of disappointment. "By the way, I've read your novel 3 times now. Could you tell me if there will be a sequel? At that moment, Draco, who had been boasting about his own broomstick experiences to Goyle and Crab, overheard Pansy and Arthur's conversation. He tossed his broomstick onto the ground and rushed over to eavesdrop on Arthur's response. He was well aware that Arthur's novel was a product of prophecy. If a sequel were to materialize, he must obtain first-hand information about a sequel. You say? I haven't considered that recently. Really? It's quite disappointing not to see your new work, Draco remarked, his expression one of palpable disappointment. Ugh, why is he always around? Pansy snapped, irritated by Draco's sudden interjection. That Draco has become increasingly intolerable. He always seems to be lurking whenever I approach Arthur. Noticing Pansy's resentful glare, Draco scoffed and turned his attention back to Arthur. He suspected Pansy knew something. Otherwise, her sudden change of attitude towards Arthur would be inexplicable. Damn it, aside from Harry, I now have another rival. I don't plan to write a sequel anytime soon. However, I have published 2 novels in the Muggle world that I in a week. My works will be available at Leaky Cauldron that if you're interested, you can pre-order them. Arthur paid little heed to the thoughts swirling in Draco and Pansy's minds. He believed that if both enjoyed his novels, it was essential to promote them in advance. That's wonderful. Once flying class is over, I'll write to Leaky Cauldron, Pansy exclaimed, blissfully disregarding the mention of Muggles. Are they school-related novels? Although Arthur had explicitly stated there would be no sequel to Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Draco still hoped that Arthur's new works would somehow connect to Hogwarts. Not quite. One is a romance between vampires and humans, while the other is a battle novel about young wizards competing for the Holy Grail. Several other fans began to gather around. Arthur raised his voice to clarify. The more readers, the more sales. No author ever despises an additional fan. Upon hearing the genres of Arthur's forthcoming books, the crowd eagerly began to inquire about the specifics of the new works. Sensing their enthusiasm, Arthur regaled them with captivating excerpts from both novels, further stoking their desire to purchase. Madam Hooch is bringing the Gryffindor Dunderheads, as the young wizards remained engrossed in Arthur's thrilling narratives. Professor Hooch approached the pitch, flanked by the dejected Gryffindor students. Arthur turned to observe, noting the overall despondency among the Gryffindors, particularly Harry, Neville, and Ron, who shuffled along with their heads bowed, nearly tripping over one another. Hermione, too, seemed devoid of her usual confidence, her demeanor bleak. Were they in defense against the dark arts last class? Could it be that Professor Dumbledore unleashed the Banshee, since the demise of Lockhart at the hands of Arthur in the Forbidden Forest? Hogwarts students have been under the tutelage of Professor Dumbledore for the past 2 weeks in their defense against the dark arts class. Prior to this, the first-year students had Lockhart as their instructor, spending their days either poring over the textbook or devising ways to escape the classroom, all in an effort to avoid the peculiar and magical creatures that Lockhart would unleash. However, under Dumbledore's guidance, he rarely stood at the podium reciting textbook knowledge. Instead, he consistently brought a dark creature to class, instructing the students on how to confront such beings should they encounter them in the future. Observing the lethargic and despondent demeanor of the Gryffindor students, Arthur surmised that Dumbledore had likely introduced the Banshee to the classroom. The Banshee, a magical creature known for its haunting songs, would instantly evoke the darkest energies within anyone who heard its wails. Prolonged exposure could lead to severe depression, and in dire cases, suicidal tendencies. Today seemed to signal the arrival of a new professor for defense against the dark arts. TSK. It appeared that the students were enduring quite a bit under the new instructor. Draco, who could easily pen an essay titled "My Father is a Member of the Board," observed Harry's disheveled appearance and remarked with glee, "A new professor, you say? Which unfortunate soul is brave enough to take on that role?" Upon hearing this, Arthur couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The position of defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts was famously cursed by Voldemort. No witch or wizard had ever lasted more than a year in that role. Professor Hooch, a competent witch, led the first-year Gryffindor students to the grounds and had the Slytherin and Gryffindor students line up beside their broomsticks, commencing their inaugural flying lesson. Extend your right hand and place it above the broomstick, Professor Hooch instructed, her keen, eagle-like yellow eyes sweeping over the students before commanding, "Up," instilled with a mix of fear and eagerness to fly. The students promptly obeyed her command, placing their right hands above the broomsticks. "Up," Arthur whispered the incantation, devoid of any mystical allure, and as soon as the words left his lips, The broomstick beneath him leapt into his right hand. It was a weathered and dilapidated broom, with branches protruding haphazardly from its head, clearly a relic of Hogwarts, having suffered much at the hands of first-year newcomers. Up. Not every student found their broomsticks soaring into their grasp after the initial command. Arthur glanced at those beside him. Harry, Draco, and Pansy, like him, had successfully summoned their broomsticks. Meanwhile, other students continued to struggle, shouting at the broomsticks on the ground. Yet, those broomsticks seemed inebriated, either remaining stubbornly still or rolling about on the ground. Occasionally, a few would take flight only to plummet back down midway. Up. Hermione watched her broomstick convulse uncontrollably on the ground, her frustration evident as she huffed in irritation. Unwilling to accept defeat, she glanced around to see if her peers were similarly unable to command their broomsticks. At that moment, Arthur's gaze met hers, and he perceived her vexation. Hermione frowned slightly at the sight of Arthur, who appeared unfazed as he held his broomstick effortlessly, with a dispassionate gaze and a half-smile. He nodded subtly in her direction. Hermione was convinced Arthur was mocking her, and after mentally cursing him, she lowered her head and resumed her fervent incantation directed at her broomstick. I will make my broomstick fly to me. Oomph! Just you wait, Arthur. Indeed, Hermione is as tenacious as ever. She won't be easily defeated. Arthur thought to himself, noting how his encouragement had reignited Hermione's determination to summon her broomstick. The bright sunshine bathed Arthur in warmth and comfort. Many young witches and wizards still struggled to grasp their broomsticks, leaving Professor Hooch to patiently await their success. Taking advantage of the moment before their flying lesson officially commenced, Arthur levitated his broomstick and leaned back, closing his eyes to savor the delightful early autumn sun. Why does Arthur keep staring at that insufferable know-it-all? Could it be that he fancies her? Pansy, standing nearby, had been observing Arthur's every move and noted that he had lingered his gaze on Hermione for a few seconds longer, stirring feelings of inexplicable jealousy within her. Impossible. It cannot be. She can't even lift a broomstick. There's no way Arthur would be interested in such a failure. She watched Hermione's flushed cheeks and disheveled hair. Pansy's eyes reflected both jealousy and disdain. After witnessing Hermione's repeated failures, Pansy felt reassured and shifted her gaze back to Arthur, only to find him reclined against his broomstick with his eyes closed. He said he published 2 new novels recently. It's only been a month since school started. He must have been burning the midnight oil while the rest of us were resting. Pansy, believing Arthur had sacrificed sleep for his writing, felt a pang of sympathy as tears welled in her eyes, shimmering in her gaze. Indeed, just as the book described, Harry managed to grasp his broomstick on the first attempt. This time, I want to let you have a chance to join the Quidditch team. Coincidentally, when Professor Hooch instructed the Slytherin and Gryffindor students to form 2 lines, Draco found himself facing Harry, who also managed to seize his broomstick on the first try. A chill ran through Draco, who silently vowed that this day would not mirror the events of the novel. He could not allow Harry to be seen by Professor McGonagall, who might grant him an exception to join the Gryffindor Quidditch team. As expected, the children from wizarding families are not as capable as those from Muggle families. Having successfully grasped his broomstick, Harry began to survey his surroundings. He noticed Ron getting hit in the nose by his broomstick and Neville's broom remaining obstinately still, which brought a flicker of amusement to his face. Upon spotting Arthur reclining against his broomstick, Harry furrowed his brow and attempted to shift his weight onto the broom, nearly losing his balance. That's incredible. How does he do that? Harry, undeterred, pushed his broomstick again, only to find it would not hover in the air. A look of envy crossed his face. Wait. In his novel, I grasped the broomstick just like this on the first try. Ron also got hit in the nose by the broom. And Neville. Suddenly, Harry recalled the tedious divination class. Could it be that he predicted these events when he wrote that novel? Unlike other readers, Harry, as the protagonist of the story, was acutely aware of Arthur's writings. After reading the first few chapters of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone on the Hogwarts Express, and recognizing how closely Harry's experiences mirrored that of the character, he began to suspect that Arthur possessed some extraordinary ability. However, after Arthur explained that it was merely coincidence, and coupled with Harry's own unfamiliarity with the magical world, he chose to believe Arthur. Yet, following his conflicts with Draco, the challenges posed by the potions professor, the nighttime escapade, and now this flying lesson, Harry increasingly felt that Arthur's novel concealed some deeper secret, particularly given how accurately it portrayed Hermione. Miss Know-It-All. I must find a time to ask Arthur about the events in the novel and whether they truly are prophetic. Sensing Draco's hostility, Harry defiantly met his gaze with a challenge. Yet her thoughts lingered on the enigma of Arthur's novel. In the eastern expanse of the verdant playground, the magnificent Hogwarts castle stood, where a striking figure gazed through the glass at the group of first-year wizards. This what adults hold in high regard. A pair of platinum eyes, perpetually radiating allure, remained fixed on the boy leaning against his flying broomstick. P.S. A new character emerges, an annual, transient professor of defense against the dark arts. It seems their identity is rather extraordinary. After stealing a few more glances at the boy's silhouette, the witch at the window delicately retrieved a book from within her exquisite crimson silk robe. Placing it upon the balcony, with her slender fingers, adorned with crimson nails, she began to turn the pages, until she found the one she sought, at which point a charming smile graced her lips, revealing the faintest dimples on her cheeks. Here it is, the bumbling fool from the Longbottom family, who broke his arm due to an inability to control his broom. The young Malfoy will be vying for the memory ball with the boy who lived. Upon witnessing the miraculous boy's exceptional flying skills, Professor McGonagall took the unprecedented step of introducing him to the Gryffindor team. What a splendid storyline. How regrettable it would be not to witness it firsthand. Her lips parted slightly, exuding a fragrant allure, as her delicate oval face showcased her captivating charm. With an angelic visage, complemented by an innate allure emanating from within, she resembled a reincarnated Egyptian queen. One smile could captivate a city, another could enthrall a nation. Observing Professor Hooch, who had taken students from her class to teach them to master their broomsticks, the witch's bright eyes flickered, and her supple, willow-like lips parted once more. Arthur Pendragon, should the narrative within your tome unfold before your very eyes, would you be astonished? As she spoke, the witch shed her wizarding robe, revealing a daring off-shoulder crimson sweater paired with form-fitting black, flared trousers. The impeccable design and lack of superfluous embellishments accentuated her flawless figure. Her bare skin, as white as snow, glimmered in the sunlight like a blooming snow lotus, while her alluring, fair feet beneath her trousers exuded a silent temptation in the sun's rays. She swayed her graceful neck, her waist-length golden hair shimmering radiantly. Nevidaljivo, Croatian disillusionment charm, with a delicate flick of her ivory wand, the witch's striking silhouette began to gradually fade from view. Subsequently, the glass window of the balcony, which displayed Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, was pushed open by an unseen force. Neville, be careful. The novel did mention that you lost control of your broom during your first flying lesson and broke your arm. Under Professor Hooch's guidance, the majority of the students were already perched upon their broomsticks. Ron, observing Neville struggling to maintain his balance atop his broom, legs trembling, couldn't help but offer a word of caution. Is that so? I completely forgot. But don't worry, my uncle took me flying once when I was a child, and I'm quite confident. Neville turned to Ron, sporting a relaxed smile, though the sweat on his brow betrayed his anxiety. Moreover, with his entire body sprawled over the broomstick, it was evident to any observant individual that he was exceedingly nervous. Is that so? Then do be careful, don't attempt to control the broom until Professor Hooch gives the command. On the other side, Harry, ever concerned for Neville's safety, felt compelled to offer his own admonitions to him. I'll remember. Neville replied with an endearing grin, then focused intently on his pudgy hands gripping the broomstick, silently urging himself not to panic. After correcting a Slytherin studentess grip, Professor Hooch returned to the front of the 2 rows of students and announced in a commanding voice, "All right, when I whistle, you will push off with your legs and leave the ground. You must push off with force. Remember to control the broom, allowing it to lift you a few feet into the air. Then lean slightly forward to descend vertically back to the ground. Understood? Understood." The students chorused in response. Professor Hooch nodded in satisfaction before continuing. "Listen for my whistle. 3, 2, 1, with the sharp sound of her whistle. Arthur was the first to ascend on his broomstick, adhering closely to Professor Hooch's instructions. Once he reached 5 feet, he skillfully maneuvered the broom back down to the ground. "Mr. Pendragon, well done. Everyone, keep it up." Professor Hooch praised Arthur, who had flawlessly executed her command. Observing this, the other students began to channel their focus into controlling their broomsticks to take flight. Minutes later, most students had managed to complete Professor Hooch's task, albeit with varying degrees of proficiency. Only Slytherin's Goyle and Crab, along with Gryffindor's Neville, remained stationary. Professor Hooch approached Goyle and Crab, patiently guiding them on how to ascend on their broomsticks, seeing their peers successfully take off and land. The duo felt a flush of embarrassment and resolved to fly. They held their breaths and summoned all their might, finally managing to lift their feet an inch off the ground just as Professor Hooch was about to give up, only to promptly tumble back down. Professor Hooch, observing the clumsy duo, had exhausted her patience with their attempts and could only offer a gentle try harder next time, before making her way to Neville. "Mr. Longbottom, do not be anxious. Come, slow your breathing." Professor Hooch's tone softened as she noticed Neville, panting and drenched in sweat. Neville stammered, his face flushed as he gazed at Professor Hooch, unsure of how to respond. Having been admonished by Ron and Harry earlier, he had aimed to calm himself, but the opposite occurred, intensifying his anxiety. Now, with Professor Hooch standing before him, he was at a loss for what to do. Her earlier words slipping from his mind. "Come, breathe out slowly. Inhale." Having encountered many students as nervous as Neville during their inaugural flying lesson, Professor Hooch adeptly assisted him in adjusting his state of mind. "Excellent, Mr. Longbottom. Now, first, control the broom, then push off with your legs." After several deep breaths, Professor Hooch noted that Neville was less tense and began to guide him through the process of takeoff step by step. With Professor Hooch's guidance, Neville gradually regained some confidence. Slowly learning to manage the broomstick, he pushed off with his legs, realizing he hadn't fallen, a smile blossoming on his earnest face. However, before he could maintain this for 3 seconds, the broomstick suddenly slipped from his control. The broom lifted upwards, and before he could react, he found himself soaring closer to the clouds. In a panic, Neville grasped the broom tightly, shouting to Mr. Longbottom, "Get down!" Professor Hooch cried out in alarm as she watched Neville ascend uncontrollably. Neville, Harry, and Ron, who had been closely monitoring Neville, shouted in a frenzy as they witnessed him spiraling through the air, reminiscent of the narrative unfolding in the novel. Professor Hooch quickly cast a spell to bring Neville down. "His broom has gone haywire." Arthur, observing Draco's wicked grin, couldn't help but shout a reminder to Professor Hooch, who seemed to be taking no remedial action. Hearing this, Professor Hooch swiftly drew her wand, aiming at Neville. Yet, the speed of Neville's broom made it nearly impossible for her to track his erratic path. Thus, she could only watch helplessly as he soared toward the castle. "This is bad. He is going to crash into the lantern and fall," Harry exclaimed, sprinting toward Neville's direction while speaking to Ron beside him. "What should we do?" Ron replied, his expression anxious as he watched Neville spiraling around the castle's tower. Harry faltered, uncertain of how to rescue Neville. "Let us go. We need to find that black iron lantern, and when Neville falls, we'll use the levitation charm." Trailing behind the two, Hermione, upon overhearing the conversation between Harry and Ron, hastily quickened her pace to reach them, exclaiming in a loud voice, "This plan is brilliant." Upon hearing her words, Harry's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and he immediately nodded in agreement. Ron, having read the novel, did not harbor much resentment towards Hermione's exceptional and outspoken nature, and he, too, nodded in concurrence. Once the trio had devised a plan to rescue Neville, they broke away from the onlookers and sprinted toward the castle wall. However, upon arriving at the wall, they were met with the sight of a black iron lantern every 10 meters along the towering structure, which left them in utter confusion. "What should we do? Which lantern is it?" Standing beneath the towering wall, the three gazed upward, lost in silence. Ron wiped the sweat from his brow, casting a helpless glance at the wall. From what he could see, there were 5 black iron lanterns. Even if each of them stood guard at one, that still left 2 unaccounted for. What should they do? The 3 exchanged glances, falling into a contemplative silence. "Perhaps we should call Arthur over and see if he has any solutions," Harry suggested, noticing that Neville had already left the tower and was now flying around the classroom building. Realizing their time was running short, he continued, "Arthur wrote Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, and now that Neville faces a crisis identical to that in the book, he is likely the one who can save Neville. Let's not rely on him. Without him, we can certainly succeed." Hermione quickly asserted her stance against seeking Arthur's assistance. "That insufferable fellow just mocked me. How could I let him witness my helplessness?" Ron chimed in, sharing Hermione's disdain, having never engaged in much conversation with Arthur over the past month. He viewed Arthur as just another irritating Slytherin student. Oh, what should we do? Harry observed his companion's aversion toward Arthur and felt compelled to emphasize his displeasure. However, at that moment, both were focused on Neville and failed to notice Harry's tone was laced with frustration, mistaking it for concern for Neville's safety. Here's what we'll do. Harry, you go to the first lantern on the left. Ron, you take the first lantern on the right, and I'll stand at the middle one. When Neville falls between us, we can provide immediate support. After much contemplation, Hermione laid out her plan for the two. All right. Harry and Ron, unable to devise a better strategy, complied with Hermione's suggestion and swiftly dashed toward the respective lanterns. Arthur, look at this fool, he's truly just as you wrote. Draco, flanked by Crab and Goyle, approached Arthur with a gleeful smirk. The suffering of others always brought Draco delight. So, are you going to emulate the plot of the novel and compete with Harry for Neville's memory ball? Arthur, at that moment, was watching Professor Hawk, who bore no resemblance to a typical wizard. Upon hearing Draco's remark, he retorted, "This?" Draco fell silent, caught off guard, unsure whether to respond affirmatively or negatively before Arthur had posed that question. He had not intended to fly on a broomstick for Harry to chase after him. That would have led Harry to be noticed by Professor McGonagall, thwarting his plan to prevent Harry from joining the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Yet, with Arthur's unexpected inquiry, Draco found himself hesitating. What if he said no and upset Arthur? Gaining Arthur's friendship was far more important than defeating Harry, whom he regarded as a rival. He was determined to win Arthur over. Provoking him now would be counterproductive. I was just joking with you. Don't be so tense, Arthur said casually, sensing Draco's indecision as he pulled out his diary, just as he took out a pencil. Intending to use his writing ability to ensure Neville's safe descent, he suddenly recalled that he had already utilized that power once at lunch, that if he used it again, it would deplete his resources. With that thought, Arthur shook his head in resignation and put the diary away. Let us head to the base of the wall. That I recall you were quite adept with the levitation charm. Let us go rescue Neville. You're going to save him? Draco asked, somewhat astonished. He had grown accustomed to Arthur's sudden diary antics, not questioning them at all. After all, Arthur was a writer. It was perfectly normal for him to jot down ideas when inspiration struck. Not only Draco, but also the other young wizards acquainted with Arthur found this behavior quite typical. Only Professor Dumbledore would furrow his brow at the sight of Arthur's diary, silently pondering whether Arthur was once again employing his abilities. This could lead to discontent among the other Slytherin students. After all, we really despise Gryffindor. Draco felt compelled to remind Arthur as he prepared to assist Neville. Don't you think that by doing this, Professor Hawk might award us house points? Sometimes, one should not be fixated solely on immediate grievances. The perspective can be broadened a bit, Arthur replied, making his way toward the wall. Draco, upon hearing his words, tightened his expression and fell into deep thought. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Each term, professors awarded or deducted house points based on students' performances. At the end of the term, Dumbledore would present the Hogwarts Cup to the house with the highest score. Slytherin had claimed victory for 6 consecutive years, having won the cup 6 times, while the vast majority, if not nearly all, Slytherin students believed that this year's cup would remain with Slytherin. Draco was aware that Arthur's novel foretold that if changes were not made, Gryffindor might very well seize the cup. Arthur, wait for me. I'm coming with you, Draco exclaimed, hastily pursuing Arthur, though he harbored a strong dislike for Gryffindor. He was determined to earn house points and gain Arthur's favor. Thus, he resolved to heed Arthur's advice and attempt to adopt a more expansive outlook. Goyle and Crab, perplexed by Draco, who had always relished bullying Neville, suddenly deciding to follow Arthur to aid him, found themselves utterly baffled. Oh dear, this isn't the behavior I expected from a Slytherin student. That old, tattered hat malfunctioning, perched upon a tree on the east side of the playground. A witch sat gracefully on the trunk, her delicate white hands waving a wand as her alluring platinum eyes gazed at Arthur's retreating figure. Unable to suppress her irritation, she exclaimed, "The plot of the novel cannot come to pass. This is not what I wish to see." Thus, she once again cast a spell at Neville with her wand. The adult merely allows me, Arthur Pendragon, but did not prevent me from seeking a bit of amusement. He appears to be just an ordinary young wizard. Why does the adult place such importance on him? Her voice, as melodious as a golden oriole, trilled softly from the tree trunk. A few migratory birds, preparing to head south for the winter, descended upon the branches in response to her song. They tilted their heads in confusion, glancing at one another, as if questioning why such a delightful sound emanated from the tree. "Arthur, what brings you here?" Harry inquired, puzzled by Arthur's sudden appearance beside him. However, upon noticing Draco and the others trailing behind, he instantly hardened his expression and let out a cold huff. Had Arthur come alone? Harry might have entertained the hope of Arthur aiding them in rescuing Neville, but the presence of Draco and his companions stifled any words of request for assistance from Arthur. "Is this your territory?" "Surely not. Do Slytherin students need your permission to go wherever they please?" Draco smirked mockingly at Harry, who had shot him a disdainful glance. "Look at you all, a bunch of fools, especially Neville. That idiot can't even control his broomstick." "Isn't that right, Goyle Crab?" "Indeed, foolishness at its finest." Goyle and Crab laughed heartily in agreement. As Draco's mocking laughter reached his ears, Harry felt a surge of anger. If it weren't for Neville still soaring through the air, he would have relished the opportunity to strike him once more. Draco, catching sight of the fury in Harry's eyes, instinctively took a step back, but remembering the support of his three companions against Harry's solitary presence, he steeled himself and advanced a step forward, feigning calm. "Enough of this nonsense, we must focus on saving him," Arthur interjected, observing the two's inclination to quarrel, eager to prevent the situation from escalating further. Harry and Draco exchanged fierce glares before redirecting their attention towards Neville, who was still flailing in the sky. I want to go home. I want to find my grandma." "Wah?" At that moment, Neville clutched his broom tightly, weeping loudly, his hands growing numb, and the threat of plummeting from the broom loomed large. But as he glanced down at his classmates, who appeared no larger than jelly beans, his heart raced with fear. Desperately, he squeezed the broomstick with his thighs, but after mere seconds, fatigue overcame him, and his legs betrayed him, releasing their grip on the broom. Suddenly, as if receiving some unseen command, the broom shot straight up into the sky before plummeting downwards with alarming speed. Exhausted, Neville lost his grip, his body hurtling towards the ground at an alarming rate. "Ah! Damn it! I'm falling towards Harry. Ron, come quickly." Hermione, witnessing Neville's descent from the broom, shouted frantically at Ron, who was standing 10 meters away, while she rushed towards Harry. What were Arthur and the others doing? Did they intend to thwart Harry's attempt to save Neville, or were they planning something malicious? No, she couldn't allow them to succeed. Focused intently on Neville, Hermione had not noticed Arthur and his companions approach, but now, seeing Draco, Goyle, and Crab brandishing their wands, a sense of foreboding crept into her mind. In an instant, she decisively aimed her wand at Draco, proclaiming, "Petrificus totalis." Eager to bridge the gap between herself and the wizarding families, Hermione, a true academic achiever, had diligently practiced spells during her free time. The full bodybind curse, typically reserved for late first-year studies, was one she had mastered by the third week of school to prevent her worst fears from manifesting. Hermione risked punishment from the school by casting the spell against Draco and his cohorts. Goyle, noticing Draco suddenly frozen in place, glared at Hermione with rage that he patted Crab, who remained oblivious to the unfolding drama, urging him forward towards Hermione. "Damn it! How did these two oafs end up here?" Ron, having reached Hermione's side, regarded the fierce duo with a grim expression. "Ron, hold them off while I save Neville," Hermione implored, her focus unwavering from the imminent danger facing Neville. She raised her wand, but Neville's descent was too swift. She struggled multiple times to aim her wand in time. "Neville!" As Neville descended to the height of the castle wall, Hermione gasped, unwilling to witness the grim sight of his fall, shielding her eyes with her hands. Wingardium Leviosa. In a moment of desperation, Harry finally aimed his wand at Neville, hastily reciting the levitation charm. He had hoped to halt Neville's fall, yet it seemed his spell faltered, failing to stop the impending doom. "We're doomed. At this speed, he'll surely injure himself upon impact." Just as this thought crossed Harry's mind, Neville's body hurtled past the black iron lamp atop the high wall, mere inches from the ground. In the midst of Harry's panic, Arthur took action. "Arresto momentum." Believing he was on the brink of death, Neville screamed. But after a few moments, he felt his body gently settle onto a soft, grass-scented blanket, prompting him to bravely open his eyes. I'm not dead." "Wah, thank you for your protection, Grandma." Spotting himself on the yellowing grass beside the castle wall, Neville sobbed in gratitude for his grandmother, who was far away. "Arthur, You've saved Neville. Splendid. Hearing Neville's cries, Harry finally regained his composure, excitedly hugging Arthur before racing towards Neville. Neville was saved by Arthur? Hermione, upon hearing Harry's voice, dropped her hands from her eyes that a smile of relief graced her features as she observed Harry inspecting Neville's condition. Hermione, be careful, but before she could revel in the moment, Ron's warning echoed behind her. Confused, Hermione turned to Ron, preparing to ask what was amiss, only to discover Goyle and Crab had closed in behind her. Their faces contorted with rage, fists at the ready. What do you want? Hermione questioned sharply. What do we want? To avenge Draco. Of course. Crab lunged forward, his muscular arm reaching for Hermione's chest, intent on delivering a few blows. Quick to react, Hermione dodged backward but inadvertently stepped on a stone, losing her balance and tumbling backward. Oh no. Watching as Goyle and Crab surrounded her, Hermione's face drained of color. She hastily attempted to raise her wand to retaliate. But in her fall, it slipped from her grasp and landed aside as Crab's hand approached her collar. Hermione's panic escalated into a scream. Yet Crab showed no signs of stopping, just as his hand was inches from her collar. A cold voice pierced the tension. Crab, stand down. Professor McGonagall is approaching. Huh? Crab looked up to see Arthur walking towards him with slow, deliberate steps. Recalling Draco's stern warnings against crossing Arthur, he reluctantly withdrew his arm. She used a spell against Draco, Goyle growled, unwilling to let Hermione off the hook, his voice laced with fury. Though Goyle and Crab were not particularly sharp, their loyalty to Draco was unwavering. The school prohibits students from casting spells on one another. Hermione, you've gone too far. Arthur did not respond to Goyle, instead stepping in front of Hermione, his gaze fixed on her disheveled form, offering a calm reminder. Upon hearing that Arthur had saved Neville and intervened against Crab's aggression, Hermione had begun to feel a flicker of admiration for him, but upon hearing his words, her expression soured. Professor McGonagall had arrived behind them, and Arthur's statement clearly indicated that she had just used magic against another student. Damn it, this must be a trap. That treacherous Arthur is framing me. As Hermione met Professor McGonagall's icy glare, her mind raced, quickly realizing Arthur's scheme. Professor McGonagall, it's not like that. I saw Malfoy raising his wand, intending to curse Neville. That I had no choice but to use the full body-bind curse. Is that so, Miss Granger? Professor McGonagall, already worried about Neville, felt her anger rise as another student used magic against a fellow student. She huffed coldly at Hermione before striding towards Draco, waving her wand to release the full body-bind curse that had ensnared him. Professor McGonagall, that despicable Hermione has lied to you. We came to save Neville. But just as I was about to cast the levitation charm on him, she cast a spell against me. If Arthur hadn't saved Neville in time, he could have been seriously injured. The one truly intent on harming Neville is her. At the moment Draco regained his freedom, he furiously pointed a finger at Hermione, as a member of the Malfoy family. The ability to make a mountain out of a molehill and to cast aspersions had long been woven into their very bloodline. You are slandering me. Upon hearing Draco's biting retort, Hermione trembled with rage. No, I am not. Professor Hooch, he is lying. It was clearly the three of you who sought to harm Neville. Enough. Both of you, be silent. I will first assess Neville's condition. Professor Hooch admonished the two sharply before striding towards Neville. At this point, Neville had ceased his weeping, yet his state was dismal, with his naturally innocent visage now devoid of expression. His mouth hung slightly ajar as he sat dazed on the ground, and no matter how vigorously Harry shook him, there was no response. Even the drool trickling from the corner of his mouth to his chest went unnoticed. Professor Hooch, it seems Neville has been so frightened that he has lost his wits, Harry said anxiously as she approached them. He hasn't sustained any injuries, has he? No. Neville was saved by Arthur before he hit the ground. Harry replied earnestly, mentioning Arthur, gratitude shone unabashedly in his dark eyes. Very well. I understand that I shall take Neville to the hospital wing now. With that, Professor Hooch scooped Neville into her arms and turned to address the gathering young wizards. You all should engage in some activities on the playground, but do not touch the flying brooms. Her gaze then shifted to Draco and Hermione, her tone growing exceedingly stern to Mr. Malfoy. Miss Granger, do not quarrel in my absence. We will address your issues upon my return. With that, Professor Hooch swept away like a gust of wind into the castle, leaving behind a group of students who trudged disinterestedly towards the playground. Having just learned to fly, their enthusiasm for play had been abruptly curtailed by the prohibition on touching the brooms. Miss Know-it-all, Using a spell on another student at school carries severe repercussions. Just wait and see. You might find yourself expelled, Draco taunted with a smirk, beckoning Goyle and Crab to join him as they headed toward the playground. You, Hermione glared at the retreating backs of Draco and his cohorts, her body quaking with fury. She vowed this was the angriest she had ever been in her life, even more so than when Arthur had mocked her or when he had treated her with indifference. Do not worry, Draco is exaggerating. You will likely just have to accompany Hagrid into the Forbidden Forest or perhaps do some cleaning, Arthur comforted, assuming Hermione was merely fearful of expulsion. Little did he know that his words twisted in Hermione's mind. Recalling the resistance she felt while casting her spell earlier, Arthur paid no further heed to Hermione's expression. He pondered whether someone had manipulated Neville's body as he walked towards the playground. Those insufferable wretches. Arthur Malfoy, I will surely expose your conspiracy, Hermione fumed, stamping her foot as she watched Arthur's retreating figure. Hermione, please do not be upset. Arthur is right. Professor Dumbledore would never expel you, so rest easy, Harry said, picking up Hermione's wand from the ground and handing it to her in a comforting manner. Although he did not comprehend why Hermione had resorted to violence against Draco, he dared not inquire further. Given her current state of anger, Harry, you were right next to them. Tell me, did Arthur and Malfoy intend to harm Neville? Hermione's eyes brightened upon seeing Harry. She thought that since Harry had been a first-hand witness, his testimony could undermine Draco's slander in Professor Hooch's eyes, thus clearing her name to Hermione, you are truly mistaken. While I despise Malfoy, Arthur brought the three of them over with the same intention of rescuing Neville as we had. Harry replied, albeit with skepticism towards Draco's motives. Yet, they had not harmed Neville, and Arthur had indeed saved him after his spell failed. This was a fact Harry could not distort out of his dislike for the trio. Nor could he unjustly accuse Arthur. Beneath the castle's high walls, the young wizards were gradually crossing the stone bridge leading to the playground, leaving only Harry, Hermione, and Ron behind. What? Impossible. You must have been deceived by them, Hermione exclaimed, immediately countering Harry's words. Slytherin and Gryffindor have always been at odds. How could they possibly save Neville? Ron, standing beside her, shared her disbelief, convinced that the vile Slytherins would never assist Neville. However, the fact remained that Arthur had saved Neville. Even if Malfoy intended harm, they had no evidence that in the end, Arthur had indeed rescued Neville, and the trio did not take advantage of his plight. Thus, it could not be concluded that they sought to harm him. Although Harry himself harbored doubts about Malfoy's sincerity in accompanying Arthur to save Neville, he truly lacked evidence. When he witnessed Neville plummet from the broomstick, it was indeed at Arthur's behest that the trio had raised their wands. Arthur's exact words were that Neville was about to fall, and that everyone should use the levitation charm together. Evidence. I will surely find the evidence, Hermione scoffed. Even if Arthur had saved Neville, that did not negate the possibility that Malfoy and his friends intended to cause trouble. Her intuition told her that her use of magic to thwart Malfoy had been justified, given Malfoy's past misdeeds. How could he possibly have acted to save Neville? Let us follow them. With Malfoy's arrogant and overbearing nature, he will undoubtedly share his thoughts with the other Slytherin students that we will be able to gather evidence then. Hermione retrieved her wand from Harry's hand, stowing it back in her robes, and beckoned Harry and Ron to follow her towards the playground. Arthur, you are truly remarkable. When Professor Hooch returns, we will not only earn house points, but that know-it-all from Gryffindor will also face consequences. Not only will house points be deducted, but once I inform my father, she will undoubtedly be expelled. Draco boasted triumphantly to Goyle, Crab, and several other Slytherin students, relishing the thought of the trio's imminent disbandment. What a serendipitous turn of events, Draco exclaimed. Arthur needs peace and quiet. Must you disturb him? Pansy, having finally escaped her friend's clutches, approached Arthur to inquire if he was fatigued from writing, only to find Draco had beaten her to him. Annoyed by Draco's abrasive voice, Pansy felt a strong urge to use a binding spell against him, wishing she could act without concern for their house affiliation. That's quite an interesting thought. Perhaps refrain from such musings next time, Arthur replied with a sidelong glance at the presumptuous Draco, resuming his meditation to sense the presence of the wizard lurking in the shadows, intent on harming Neville. Draco, perplexed by Arthur's words, intended to ask for clarification, but noticed Arthur had already closed his eyes, while Pansy glared at him with a murderous gaze. He swallowed hard and turned to rejoin the other Slytherin students. Determined to relay Hermione's misdeeds to them, he would rally them to collectively accuse Hermione to the professors, hoping to pressure Dumbledore into expelling her. "Draco, look what I found. It's Neville's memory orb," Goyle's voice called out from behind as Draco reached a group of classmates. Upon hearing the words memory orb, Draco furrowed his brow and hurriedly turned around to confirm that he collided with the memory orb Goyle was holding. Instinctively, Draco grasped the orb. Quickly, dispose of that filthy thing. As Draco was taken aback by the inexplicable appearance of the memory ball in his hand, he hastily pushed it towards Goyle. It was this wretched object that had rendered him a mere backdrop in the narrative of Harry's ascent into the Gryffindor Quidditch team. He had already resolved to thwart Harry's participation in Quidditch. How could he possibly accept Neville's memory ball now? Goyle, observing Draco's flustered demeanor, was bewildered. Previously, Draco had snatched Neville's memory ball multiple times for the sake of mocking him. Why, then, this sudden aversion to the memory ball? Just as doubt crossed his mind, his body inexplicably returned the memory ball to Draco's hand. Draco, astonished that Goyle dared to defy his command, and placed the memory ball back into his possession. Momentarily forgot his anger. Damn it, the memory ball he held was Neville's. The tardy trio of Harry, Ron, and Hermione, upon witnessing the memory ball in Draco's grasp, were immediately incensed. "Malfoy, release the memory ball at once." "It does not belong to you," Ron shouted, his voice filled with fury. Simultaneously, Harry admonished him sharply and sprinted towards Draco to prevent him from damaging the memory ball. Was this not a scene straight out of a novel? Draco, intent on discarding the memory ball to avert the unfolding of the plot, felt a surge of inexplicable rage at that very moment. Why should he? Draco, heed Harry's words. The fury surged through Draco's mind. Causing him to lose his composure, he tucked the memory ball into his wizarding robes and then yelled at the broomstick on the ground to rise if they wanted the memory ball. They would have to prove their worthiness. With that, Draco mounted his broomstick, intending to soar into the sky under the furious glares of Harry and his friends. "You dare!" Harry exclaimed, storming towards a nearby broomstick. Seizing it with the intent to contest Draco for Neville's memory ball. Stupefy. Just as Malfoy ascended into the air, Arthur suddenly opened his eyes, raising his wand and softly incanting a counter-curse aimed at Malfoy. In an instant, Draco, who had been seething with anger at Harry, found himself abruptly awakened, glancing down at the young wizards below and then at the memory ball in his hand. Before he could ponder why he was airborne with the memory ball, he felt a fierce gust of wind approaching. Bang! Draco felt as though a multitude of golden stars had suddenly filled his vision. His body spun uncontrollably as he plummeted downward. The young wizards below gasped in shock as they witnessed Draco being knocked off his broom by Harry. Falling towards the ground, some of the more timid students covered their eyes in fear. Arresto momentum. How does he know I cast a curse on that Malfoy brat? The witch, concealed under a disillusionment charm, furrowed her brow upon seeing Arthur break her cursed eye in the Quidditch match of the novel. It was Harry's participation that had made it exceedingly thrilling. She had secretly cursed Goyle and Draco. Eager to see Harry's prowess on the Quidditch pitch, now that Arthur had nullified the curse on Draco, this was not the outcome she desired. Resolving this matter, she raised her arm again, her bone-white wand slowly pointing towards someone. Her lips parted slightly, ready to incant a spell. Yet, at that moment, she abruptly turned her head, her beautiful eyes gazing towards the castle. Has the elder arrived? What a pity, she pouted slightly, her delicate nose tilting upward, revealing a look of dissatisfaction. Then, supporting herself against the tree, she leapt down with a graceful flutter, landing lightly like a butterfly alighting on a flower. After casting one last glance at Professor McGonagall, who was approaching, she, still under the disillusionment charm, confidently strolled along the path back to the castle. She was utterly assured of her invisibility. Not even if Headmaster Dumbledore were to arrive would he detect her concealed presence. What a strange sensation. It feels unlike any spell I have encountered before. Could it be the magic of a house elf? Observing Draco land safely on the grass, Arthur stowed his wand within his robes and seated himself on the ground. He directed the nearby broomstick to hover behind him, reclining against it as he closed his eyes once more to rest. The argument between Harry and Draco drew the attention of all the students, and everything Arthur did remained unnoticed by the crowd. Even Pansy, who had been keeping a vigilant eye on him, rushed forward to confront Harry about Draco's plight, thus failing to notice Arthur's intervention in lifting the curse from Draco. Who could it be? It feels as though someone is targeting me, yet they do not act against me. Arthur pondered, ruminating for a time before concluding he had no leads and relinquishing the thought. Reopening his eyes, he observed the students from both houses engaged in a heated exchange, prompting him to retrieve his notebook. Novels are born from life, and their quarrel provided Arthur with ample material. Professor McGonagall has arrived, just as the Gryffindor faction, led by Harry, was on the verge of a physical altercation with the Slytherin group, spearheaded by Draco. A young wizard's shout halted their advance as they turned their attention towards the castle. A tall witch, draped in a chic women's wizarding robe, was crossing the stone bridge leading from the castle to the grounds, and she was none other than Professor McGonagall, the head of Gryffindor House. Upon seeing Professor McGonagall approach, Harry and his companions felt a surge of relief. After all, Professor McGonagall was their head, known for her fairness and impartiality, unlike Professor Snape, who often shielded the students of his house. Draco, sensing McGonagall's approach, instinctively felt trepidation, but remembering he was the victim, he composed himself, feigning a pitiful demeanor by covering his face. "Damn you, Harry, I will have my revenge. Where is Professor Flitwick?" The authoritative Professor McGonagall, upon reaching the students, noticed the gathering of Slytherin and Gryffindor students once more. Without hesitation, she deduced that conflict had once again erupted between the two houses. Professor McGonagall, Professor Flitwick took Neville to the hospital wing. Hermione quickly responded. The arrival of McGonagall ignited hope within her. She believed that once McGonagall heard her side of the story, she would be convinced of her innocence. McGonagall nodded slightly, then shifted her gaze to Draco, who was still covering his face, wearing an expression of grievance. "Mr. Malfoy, what has happened to your face?" "Professor, Harry punched me." Seizing the moment, Draco lowered his hand to reveal his swollen cheek, sniffling as he spoke with feigned distress. Having spent considerable time with Arthur, Draco had gradually learned to read the room and no longer dismissed the authority of the professors as he once did. "Professor," he snatched Neville's memory ball first. Harry interjected promptly, "I did not. Goyle found Neville's memory ball and handed it to me that I intended to return it to Professor Flitwick when he returned. But Harry, without discerning the facts, came at me with a punch. Everyone witnessed it. I am the victim." Though this admission was somewhat humiliating, it was worth it if it meant Harry faced consequences from the professor. Fearing McGonagall would not believe him, after laying out his accusations against Harry, Draco let out a dramatic gasp and collapsed into Goyle's arms. Harry, witnessing Draco, who had just threatened to turn him into a slug, feigning innocence, was momentarily at a loss for words. That's so. Mr. Potter, McGonagall, having been a professor for decades, saw through Draco's charade at a glance, yet the fact remained that his face was indeed bruised. As a fair and just professor, she would not shield any student. "Professor, I truly, but that was because he stole Neville's memory ball," Harry protested, unwilling to concede. While he recognized that striking someone was wrong, he felt justified under the circumstances. "Mr. Potter, I must say, you have greatly disappointed me." Professor McGonagall spoke to Harry with a furrowed brow, then turned her gaze towards Draco. "Both of you, after class, come to my office. I have matters to discuss with Longbottom." Having said this, Professor McGonagall turned to make her way back to the castle. Earlier, while working in her office, she had been astonished to see Neville soaring through the air on a broomstick. This first-year student had always struck her as a clumsy and somewhat scatterbrained child. Yet to her surprise, he demonstrated remarkable skills during his first flying lesson. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. The purpose of McGonagall's visit was to recommend Neville to Quidditch captain Oliver Wood, hoping to bring him onto the Gryffindor Quidditch team. Gryffindor had not won the Quidditch Cup for 4 consecutive years. They were in dire need of a highly talented seeker. "Don't worry, Harry, I will accompany you shortly to provide support," Ron said, patting Harry's shoulder in a comforting manner as he watched Professor McGonagall's departing figure. "I'm going with you too." It was clearly Malfoy who provoked first. Once McGonagall learns the truth, she won't punish you. Hermione glanced at Draco, who had discarded his disguise and was now boastfully asserting to Crab and Goyle that Harry should be punished, and rushed to Harry, her voice filled with righteous indignation. "You might as well not go. It will be futile. Wasn't that the case last time? As long as one resorts to violence or casts spells on a fellow student, no matter the reason, punishment will follow." Harry shook his head in refusal to his two friends. A fortnight prior, he had faced punishment himself. That time, his mindset mirrored that of Ron and Hermione now, believing that as long as he clarified the events and pointed out the provocation, he would escape unscathed. Yet, he still found himself assigned to patrol the Forbidden Forest with Hagrid. Harry had come to understand the disciplinary system at Hogwarts all too well. Regardless of the rationale, any act of aggression would result in consequences. What about Arthur? Suddenly recalling their venture into the Forbidden Forest, Harry thought of Arthur and glanced around, only to find he had vanished. Him? What do you need him for? Perhaps he is hiding in some corner, writing a story about you beating up Draco, Hermione remarked discontentedly. She could not fathom why her classmates were so concerned about Arthur. After all, he was merely a novelist, perpetually wearing a serious expression like a wooden figure. Coincidence and misunderstanding had only fueled Hermione's disdain for Arthur. The unspoken secret between Draco and Harry felt rather intriguing. Once I graduate, I shall weave their story into a novel. I'm certain it will attract a plethora of female readers. Arthur walked along the stone path leading into the castle. He gazed at the notes in his notebook, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Mr. Pendragon, why are you not on the field? Just as Professor Hooch had settled Neville, she emerged from the hospital wing and spotted Arthur standing in the courtyard. Professor Hooch, Professor Dumbledore summoned me for a matter. Is that so? Then you should hurry along, she replied, her esteem for him heightened due to his earlier act of saving Neville. She observed that he did not appear to be lying and nodded in agreement. After bidding farewell to Professor Hooch, Arthur entered the castle. He noticed Mrs. Norris, the caretaker's pet, patrolling the corridors with an air of haughtiness. Mrs. Norris, a Norwegian forest cat, was gaunt, with bulbous eyes akin to light bulbs. Much like her owner, upon seeing Arthur, she abandoned her proud demeanor, mewing softly before trotting up to him and affectionately rubbing against his shins. Noticing Arthur's indifference, Mrs. Norris let out a dramatic yowl and collapsed at his feet. Arthur, seeing this spectacle, could only helplessly retrieve a piece of jerky from his pocket and place it before her. Upon sight of the delectable treat, Mrs. Norris promptly rose, wagging her tail at Arthur before swiftly disappearing down the corridor. What a cat that relishes seeking attention. Fortunate her owner is not nearby. Scruffy. After reciting the password to the statue, Arthur entered the spiral staircase. Before long, he found himself before Professor Dumbledore. Arthur, you arrived swiftly, Dumbledore remarked with a smile as he looked up from the document he had been examining, stroking his beard. Professor Dumbledore, is there something you wish to discuss? Arthur inquired, glancing at Fawkes, who was peacefully asleep in his nest. I mailed your book, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them, to Newt Scamander. He and his wife, Tina Goldstein, are quite fond of it. They have invited you to their home. Would you be willing to go? I would be delighted. Without a moment's hesitation, Arthur accepted Newt Scamander's invitation. Newt Scamander was a renowned magizoologist in the British wizarding world, the author of the Hogwarts textbook, Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Notably, the protagonist of Arthur's novel is none other than Professor Scamander himself. The story recounts Scamander's arrival in New York at the end of 1926, intending to release the Thunderbird, Frank. However, a baker named Jacob inadvertently opened his case, allowing several magical creatures to escape. Throughout the pursuit to recapture the creatures, Scamander met his love, the demoted former Auror, Tina Goldstein. Simultaneously, during his adventure, he aided the American wizarding government in defeating the imposter Graves and unveiling his true identity. Arthur's desire to meet Scamander was not merely to express his apologies for writing a novel based on his experiences, but rather to glean information about the alchemy from the esteemed magizoologist. Well then, come find me on Saturday morning, and I shall take you there. Dumbledore's wrinkled face broke into a pleased smile at Arthur's agreement. Arthur descended the magical staircase from the headmaster's office. He made his way towards the first floor. The flying class was only halfway through, and he was eager not to miss any further developments, particularly what amusing occurrences might unfold between Harry and Draco. Just then, as Arthur reached the second-floor corridor, an exceptionally beautiful witch emerged from the defense against the dark arts professor's office. Upon seeing Arthur, she revealed a barely perceptible smile. Student in the hallway. Who are you? Why are you loitering during class hours? Greetings, beautiful lady that I believe we have not met before, Arthur replied, slightly furrowing his brow in confusion. That I am the new defense against the dark arts professor. Lilith Stankana. You may call me. Lilith, recalling the task assigned to her by Grindelwald, felt an urge to engage the young man further. At 11. He was at that tender age of burgeoning emotions, and she believed her Vila heritage would surely captivate him. Professor Stankana, it is a pleasure. I just left Professor Dumbledore's office and am on my way to flying class. If there are no other matters, may I take my leave? upon realizing that this enchanting witch, radiating an aura that stirred male hormones, was indeed the new defense against the dark arts professor. Arthur silently wished her well, knowing she would only be at Hogwarts for a single academic year. He continued on his way down the magical staircase toward the first floor. Yearly professors often carried an air of misfortune. It was best to limit interactions. Watching Arthur depart with an impassive expression, Lilith was momentarily taken aback. This was not the outcome she had anticipated. Moreover, he had inquired about her opinion, yet he left without waiting for a response. She had hoped to engage Arthur in conversation, to discern what made him so special that Grindelwald held him in high regard. That it seemed he had been quite courteous, but that courtesy was dwindling. No, wait. I have been disregarded. Lilith raised her elegantly pointed nose and let out a cold snort. Possessing half the bloodline of a seductive creature, she had never been overlooked by any man. Even a wailing infant would break into a smile upon seeing her. How intriguing, truly fascinating. The adults had tasked her with protecting and luring him away from Hogwarts. But before that, it was imperative for her to understand what manner of person he truly was. With her delicate fingers resting against her crimson lips, Lilith blew a flirtatious kiss in the direction Arthur had departed. He was indeed her target, yet he could also become her prey. She harbored no belief that Arthur could consistently resist her allure and ignore her presence. A rather amusing scheme began to take shape in Lilith's mind. As Arthur arrived on the playground, Professor Hooch was directing students from 2 houses in practicing their flying skills. Upon spotting Arthur's return, she waved her arms for him to come closer. To Mr. Pendragon, for your eagerness to assist your classmates, I shall reward you with 40 points. Thank you. Helping my peers is simply what I ought to do. Arthur maintained a calm demeanor, yet Professor Hooch, who had already developed a fondness for his actions, did not hold back. Instead, she patted Arthur's shoulder and smiled heartily. That I see you are the first to successfully mount a broom and take flight. Your flying talent must be quite remarkable. Would you be interested in joining the Quidditch team? I can recommend you to your house captain, Flint. In addition to teaching flying lessons, Professor Hooch also served as a referee for the Quidditch matches at Hogwarts. She had a great passion for the sport and hoped that students with exceptional flying abilities would join this magnificent game. Well, I may not have the time. Arthur shook his head in response. Noticing Professor Hooch's look of confusion, he continued, Professor Hooch, you must be aware of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. It is my first novel. So, you mean to say that you are still writing novels and do not have time for Quidditch practice? Is that correct? Yes, Professor Hooch. Upon hearing Arthur's explanation, a distinct look of regret crossed Professor Hooch's face. Although she wished for the talented Arthur to join Quidditch, she respected his choice. Continue to write well. My nephew and I are quite fond of your novels. We eagerly await your new work. After encouraging the young genius, Professor Hooch extended her arm to summon the broomstick from the ground into her hand, then offered it to Arthur. However, it is flying class now. You still need to practice your flying skills. She chuckled lightly. All right. In a certain gorge in Dorset, 3 lively and adorable cat-like creatures frolicked atop the roof of a stone cottage. At that moment, a kindly elderly woman pushed open the wooden door, carrying 3 portions of food, and called out to the roof. The wrestling creatures, upon hearing their owner's voice, immediately ceased their antics, quickly separated, and scampered down the eaves to stand before the elderly woman. They affectionately rubbed against her shins, eliciting hearty laughter from her. Only after she placed the food into the bowls on the floor did they meow a few times and turn their attention to the delicious offerings of the day. The elderly lady slowly crouched down, her wrinkled hands gently stroking the backs of the cat-like creatures. The silky feel of their fur and their purring sounds brought a smile to her face. Meanwhile, laughter echoed from within the room. Professor Scamander, you are the most authoritative magical biologist in the wizarding world. I have a question to ask you. After enjoying a sumptuous lunch, Arthur, now familiar with Professor Scamander, inquired seriously. Haha, feel free to ask anything and no need to be so polite every time you speak. The elderly man, leaning against his wooden chair, sensed that Arthur likely wished to discuss matters pertaining to magical creatures. A benevolent smile spread across his freckled, thin face. He took a liking to the calm and composed young man before him, reminiscent of his younger self. I would like to ask, have you heard of the horned blackfish? Arthur glanced at Dumbledore beside him, who seemed preoccupied with choosing between strawberry pudding and mango jam-filled biscuits, and continued his inquiry. The horned blackfish. It is a very ancient creature. No one has found their trace for quite some time. Many magical biologists believe it to be extinct. Professor Scamander closed his eyes, pondering for a moment before responding to Arthur. Extinct? But I have never seen any mention of it in books. If it truly were extinct, there should be records. Upon hearing that the horned blackfish was believed extinct, Arthur's expression darkened, and he spoke with a hint of disappointment. In a world devoid of the horned blackfish, he would have to exchange 50,000 galleons for the potion from the audience sister. Arthur was not keen on bearing such a debt. The audience sister had informed him that the potion could enhance his physical condition, increasing his magical power by 30%. Arthur required 20 galleons daily to sustain his normal bodily functions, allowing him to appear like an ordinary person. In simple terms, failing to procure 20 galleons each day would result in his demise. If this potion could indeed bolster his constitution, might it liberate him from this state of living death? He had inquired about this with the audience sister, but she had only offered a vague response about having the opportunity. A rather ambiguous answer, yet it instilled hope in Arthur. Haha, that's because the horned blackfish only inhabits certain cold caves, and there are no valuable materials on it, hence wizards have little record of it. But how could it be extinct? Arthur retorted, somewhat unwilling to accept. I'm not entirely sure. I suppose it has something to do with its living habits that I see. That is truly unfortunate. I had intended to study this creature. Arthur expressed his disappointment upon hearing Professor Scamander's words. Haha, I never expected a genius young author to have an interest in magical creatures, Professor Scamander remarked playfully, noticing Arthur's disheartened demeanor. Writing novels necessitates extensive research. I am currently conceptualizing a new book and wish to include the horned blackfish, which is why I developed an interest in learning more about it. This explanation, framed as mere preparation for his novel, would not raise suspicions of ulterior motives. I happen to have an ancient book that contains some information on the horned blackfish that I hope it proves useful to you. With that, Professor Scamander stood and walked toward a nearby bookshelf. In a short while, he returned to the dining table, holding an old tome. This is the travel journal of an adventurer from the Middle Ages. It contains a detailed account of his discovery of the horned blackfish in a cave on a remote island. In my youth, I tried to find that island based on the information, but alas, sigh, Professor Scamander handed the ancient book to Arthur, recalling his own month-long voyage at sea, during which he failed to locate the island. That sense of regret resurfaced in his heart. Thank you. I will thoroughly read the contents of this book. Arthur accepted the ancient tome with both hands and nodded earnestly. Professor Scamander stated that the horned blackfish was extinct, yet also mentioned that wizards had little study of it due to its perceived lack of value. Could it not be possible that the horned blackfish had not truly gone extinct, but rather had simply evaded discovery by wizards for many years? After all, the population of the magical world was only a few million, and those interested in studying magical creatures were few and far between. It seemed that only Professor Scamander possessed both a love for magical creatures and knowledge of the horned blackfish. To wizards, the horned blackfish was merely a creature of no value. However, to Arthur, it represented a potion ingredient worth 50,000 galleons, capable of enhancing his body. He would not relinquish any chance of discovering the horned blackfish. Regarding the matter of whether to borrow from the audience sister in exchange for the blood of the horned blackfish, Arthur's heart was resolutely opposed. He had now reached a point where he could earn money, unlike his childhood, when he was unable to do anything and had to resort to loans out of sheer necessity to sustain his life. Although borrowing from the audience sister bore no interest and currently had no limits on the amount, it seemed to be a genuine stroke of fortune. Some individuals might take advantage of this rare opportunity, incessantly milking the situation for their own gain, accumulating debt without restraint, and indulging themselves under the pretext of having no repayment deadline. Arthur felt such behavior was misguided. It fostered an increasing sense of dependency, leading to numbness and arrogance, gradually eroding one's will and plunging one into an abyss. One day, one might find themselves the most renowned, powerful, and wealthy person in the world, yet unable to repay a colossal debt. What then? No one would assist you without reason, not even the audience sister. Each day required 20 gold galleons to sustain life, while a single vial of horned blackfish blood cost 50,000 galleons, a staggering disparity. That midday, when Arthur saw the audience sister inscribe the sum of 50,000 galleons for the horned blackfish blood, a notion took root in his mind. The audience sister was testing him. Would he strive to be self-sufficient or cling to the comfort of loans? While Arthur did not comprehend her true intentions, he was determined not to rely on loans indefinitely. After spending several hours at Newt Scamander's residence, Dumbledore escorted Arthur back to Hogwarts Castle as the president of the International Confederation of Wizards. Dumbledore had an important banquet to attend that evening. After parting ways with Dumbledore, Arthur did not head directly to his dormitory to rest. Instead, he ventured to the library and engaged in conversation with the gentle and amiable Madame Pants. He inquired whether there were any records regarding the One-Eyed Brook among the library's collection. The One-Eyed Brook was the author of the ancient tome gifted to him by Newt Scamander. The book recounted that in the year 667, he had encountered the horned blackfish on a remote island west of Greenland, and even sketched a depiction of it. Unfortunately, the One-Eyed Brook did not specify the location of that island. Arthur wished to ascertain whether this medieval adventurer had any descendants today. If so, he hoped to glean more tales of the One-Eyed Brook from them, seeking a thread of information about the elusive island. "I am sorry, Arthur, I have not read any works pertaining to the One-Eyed Brook." Madame Pants's response left Arthur feeling somewhat disheartened. His knowledge, most of the library's books, save for a portion in the restricted section, had been perused by Madame Pants, whose memory was impeccable, rarely forgetting what she had read. If even she was unaware of the One-Eyed Brook, it suggested that the adventurer was not well known in his era and had not been recorded in literature. Thus, the path to seek information about the island from the descendants of the One-Eyed Brook was temporarily obstructed. Arthur reassured himself not to give up and bid farewell to Madame Pants as he made his way toward the castle's lower levels. "Arthur, did you come to find me?" Cedric, just returning from a secret passage with two mischievous friends, approached Arthur, who stood alone beside the large barrel at the entrance of the Hufflepuff common room, and asked with a smile, "Cedric, it's been a while. Why do you smell of alcohol?" Arthur, who was searching for the entrance to the Hogwarts kitchen, raised an eyebrow at Cedric's flushed complexion and the unmistakable scent of liquor. "Sho, you mustn't speak of this." "I didn't." Cedric, realizing he had been caught, quickly shifted his expression, nervously protesting that at T14, as an underage wizard, he was forbidden from drinking alcohol. If the professors discovered this, he would certainly face consequences. Arthur regarded him with an expression that seemed to suggest, "Do you think I would believe you?" and remained silent, staring at Cedric, Ditz, George, and Fred. "Those two pranksters switched my non-alcoholic butterbeer with the adult version. I only had a tiny sip, then realized something was off and came back." "You mustn't tell the professors." Faced with Arthur's skepticism, Cedric finally admitted he had been tricked by the Weasley twins. "I see. Well, you should return and rest properly." That a mere sip that left him reeking of alcohol was not something Arthur could naively accept. Cedric, being a third-year student, was permitted to visit Hogsmeade according to Hogwarts regulations. However, today was the weekend, and students were only allowed to go there on specific Saturdays, requiring a guardian's signature as well. Deceiving a first-year newcomer about school rules, Cedric was certainly heading down a bad path. Arthur silently criticized him but chose not to press further. After all, this was Cedric's personal matter. What youthful adolescent has not experienced a rebellious phase? Wishing to grow up quickly was a common sentiment. Arthur recalled a memory from his middle school days when some students tried to appear more mature by donning suits, dyeing their hair, or sneaking cigarettes stolen from home in secluded corners. "So, did you come to find me?" Noting that Arthur had not pursued the matter further, Cedric visibly relaxed. "No, I was trying to get into the kitchen, but I forgot the password. I'm just waiting here for a kindred spirit to tell me the password." Arthur gestured toward the large still life painting at the end of the corridor and said to Cedric, "I'm surprised to see a Slytherin student here in the kitchen. Let me think. Today's password is vanilla pudding, compared to students from the other three houses. Hufflepuff students, due to their common room's proximity to the kitchen and other reasons, had mastered the password to enter. Thank you." Cedric's inebriation seemed to deepen, his face growing even redder, after sharing the password with Arthur. He pushed open the barrel and returned to his common room. Arthur watched Cedric's figure disappear into the corridor of the Hufflepuff common room until the barrel returned to its original position before making his way toward the large still life painting. "Mr. Arthur Pendragon from Slytherin, may I inquire what brings you to the kitchen?" The kitchen's house elf, Lockhart, observed the Slytherin student with a hint of trepidation. "Do not fear, I am not here to cause trouble. I would like your assistance in identifying this fish." Arthur endeavored to present a friendly smile as he retrieved the sketch of the horned blackfish from his pocket and handed it to the house elf. Having received news of the horned blackfish from Newt Scamander, Arthur found himself stymied at the trace of the island, before discovering the location of the island mentioned by the One-Eyed Brook. He resolved to seek information about the horned blackfish from the house elf, Mr. Pendragon. I have never seen such an unsightly fish. It does not appear appetizing at all. The house elf Lockhart scrutinized the sketch for an extended period before addressing Arthur. Could you do me a favor? Please inquire among your fellow companions to see if anyone has encountered this fish. If so, could you possibly bring one back for me? Certainly, Mr. Pendragon. It is my honor to assist you. Lockhart carefully rolled up the sketch and snapped his fingers, using the magical abilities unique to house elves to send the drawing to his quarters. Finally, placing his right hand over his heart, he bowed to Arthur with a promise. As a house elf of Hogwarts, it was within his duties to assist the students of the school. However, most students were unaware of the existence of house elves, apart from kind-hearted Hufflepuff students who sought them out for food. Few from other houses requested their help. Satisfied with Lockhart's agreement to help him locate the horned blackfish, Arthur left the kitchen with a sense of fulfillment. Before departing, the house elf presented him with a portion of roasted beef. Upon reaching the enchanted staircase, Arthur chose not to descend to the Slytherin common room, but instead made his way toward the aviary, carrying the still warm roasted beef. Please do not bully the other companions any longer. The last time was because you had plucked the tail feathers from the senior's owl, causing her to ignore me for several days. Upon arriving at the Ollery, Arthur immediately spotted his owl tormenting another owl. Observing the bare crown of that unfortunate owl, Arthur hastily retrieved some roasted beef and called for Doom. Although his owl was not the largest in the Ollery, its prowess in battle was undeniably formidable. Hoot! Upon seeing its master, Doom proudly screeched a few times, seemingly flaunting its newfound dominance among the other owls. Witnessing this, Arthur could only let out a resigned sigh before unwrapping the butcher paper containing the roasted beef. As soon as Doom caught a whiff of the meat, it eagerly tore into the roast with its sharp talons, feasting upon the tender morsels within. Having satisfied its hunger, Doom, please deliver this letter to Mr. Jim Barkins at Gringotts. Gently patting Doom's plump crop, Arthur produced a letter from his wizarding robe and handed it to the owl. Doom tilted its head, glancing at the letter, and let out a disgruntled hoot, seemingly expressing its displeasure at being summoned only when Arthur needed something. Noticing Doom's irritation, Arthur quickly promised to bring it a fresh cut of beef next time. Upon hearing the mention of fresh meat, Doom's temper cooled, and it grasped the envelope with its talons, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. This letter from Arthur to Jim Barkins inquired about the publication progress of his novel while also requesting assistance in locating a horned blackfish. I believe I have seen that owl perch on the Gryffindor breakfast table. I hope it hasn't been assigned a postal task recently. If its owner were to see its feathers missing, how heartbroken they would be. The bald-headed owl chirped joyfully as it watched Doom depart from the Ollery. In the garden beside Hogwarts Castle, Hermione was engaged in a conversation about spells with a Ravenclaw student when several upperclassmen passed by. Their words piqued the interest of the two girls. Hermione, did you hear their conversation? Arthur's new book is about to be published, exclaimed Lisa Dupin, her golden hair catching the light as she gazed excitedly at the retreating figures of the older students. Coming from a Muggle family like Hermione, she had initially felt apprehensive and reluctant about attending a magical school. However, after reading Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, she began to look forward to the mysterious life of a wizarding school. As a devoted fan of Arthur, she had shed a few tears on the night of the new student sorting ceremony when Arthur was not placed in Ravenclaw, earning her the affectionate nickname the Weepy Lisa among her peers. Let him publish it. I certainly want to be buying it, Hermione responded coldly, her mind conjuring the image of Arthur's starry-eyed gaze and his perpetually stoic expression. The complex feelings stirred within her, causing her smile to fade. Are you sure? Your insights into Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone surpass mine, Lisa remarked. That was in the past. I have no desire to read any of his novels now. Hermione retorted loudly, unsure of why any mention of Arthur caused her to lose her composure. Such a pity then. Hermione, I must be on my way, Lisa said, a hint of disappointment in her voice. Didn't we agree to have dinner together? Hermione queried, puzzled by her friend's sudden departure. But I need to write a letter to Leon Bookstore. Did you not hear those upperclassmen mention that they have already reserved 3 of Arthur's novels? This is crucial information for me. With a playful grin, Lisa quickly gathered her books and, with a cheerful wave to Hermione, skipped away toward the castle's entrance point. 3 novels. It's only been a month since school started. How could he possibly have had time to write so much? Moreover, what kind of author could write 3 novels in a month? They must be exceedingly dull tales, Hermione muttered under her breath as she watched Lisa's retreating figure. She picked up her book again, attempting to prepare for the upcoming charms lesson, but the thought of her friend abandoning her for Arthur's new book made it impossible to concentrate, even when she quietly read aloud. Her mind was still preoccupied with thoughts of Arthur's new work. Frustrated and unable to focus, she slammed the book shut on her lap, puffing out her cheeks and staring vacantly down the corridor. I shall see what this new novel of his is truly about. If it features me, I shall certainly hold him accountable this time. Within a few minutes, she had made up her mind. After organizing her books, she headed toward the castle's entrance. Approximately 10 minutes later, Hermione arrived at the Orrery, clutching a letter. She scanned the surroundings and, finding no other students present, rushed to the low wall of the balcony. Calling out her owl's name loudly, "Oh no. Aisha, what has happened to your head?" Hermione exclaimed as a bald-headed owl flew towards her. Initially, she thought it was merely another student's owl seeking a snack. However, when the bald owl landed before her, she nearly burst into tears. Just yesterday, when Aisha had delivered a letter from her parents, it had been in perfect health. How could it lose its feathers in just one day? Hermione quickly retrieved a ceramic jar, opened the lid, and poured the mealworms onto the ground before Aisha. The owl's lackluster demeanor as it ate the worms made Hermione vow to avenge her companion. "Poor Aisha, I will find the owl that bullied you." The weather on Wednesday was overcast, with temperatures dropping by about 10 degrees from the previous day. Arthur donned a thick woolen sweater beneath his winter Hogwarts uniform, his hands encased in leather gloves. Nevertheless, he still felt the biting cold in herbology class, his hands turning red and his body stiffening. While assisting Professor Sprout with repotting some flax, he nearly dropped the pot had it not been for Pansy's quick reflexes. "Arthur, you've exhausted yourself writing. Would you like me to accompany you to the hospital wing after defense against the dark arts class?" Pansy inquired, concern evident in her voice as she observed him vigorously rubbing his hands together in the Hogwarts corridor on the second floor. "I am fine. It's just an old ailment," Arthur replied with a sigh, stuffing his hands into the pockets of his robe as he walked alongside the Slytherin students toward the defense against the dark arts classroom. His life had always been sustained by wealth. Strictly speaking, he could not be considered a true living person. Each night, and during cold weather, particularly in winter, his body would become incredibly stiff to maintain flexibility. He needed to keep moving to generate warmth. It seems I must expedite the gathering of potion ingredients. I hope that once I consume the potion, I can withstand the harsh winter, Arthur mused silently. Saying nothing further, Pansy, recognizing his distress, remained quietly by his side, contemplating how she might assist him. The defense against the dark arts classroom was located on the southern side of Hogwarts Castle. Upon entering, Arthur noted that all the Hufflepuff students were already seated. He quickly scanned the room and found a spot where sunlight streamed in, settling down. Today marked the first lesson for the first-year Slytherin and Hufflepuff students with their new defense against the dark arts professor. Each student wore an expression of eager anticipation, especially those who had encountered the new instructor in the corridors and dining hall. In an effort to impress the new professor, they had meticulously arranged their books on their desks and sat up straight. "Arthur, have you met the new defense against the dark arts professor? They say she is extraordinarily beautiful," Pansy commented, casting a disdainful glance at Draco, who sat beside Arthur, silently cursing him as shameless. Then, hesitantly, she turned to Arthur. "The new professor is indeed stunning." Pansy had first seen the new professor on Saturday evening, and from the moment she laid eyes on her, she was captivated by the beauty that radiated from her. Pansy vowed that she would also become as beautiful as the new professor when she grew up. Unlike other students who were preoccupied with the new professor's beauty and speculating on her allure, Pansy pondered more deeply about how Arthur would react upon meeting this enchanting new instructor. Might it be that, like other boys, he is utterly enchanted, his mind filled with visions of the new professor? Indeed, Pansy is gripped by fear, fearing that Arthur may fall for the new instructor and neglect her. The new professor, an unfamiliar presence. Arthur perused the material he needed to study for the day. He responded to Pansy's sudden inquiry about the new professor with a nonchalant demeanor, casually remarking, "The professor of defense against the dark arts. Isn't she merely the transient professor? Just a mere tool. Not worth remembering, but she is quite beautiful," Pansy interjected, unable to suppress her yearning for a different answer. "Beautiful, you say? Such superficial attributes are ephemeral. The hallmark of a truly commendable professor lies in their ability to teach defense against the dark arts effectively." Arthur pondered why these children, still in their youth, were so consumed by the beauty of others. A century hence, we shall all be but dust scattered upon the ground. ultimately serving as nourishment for trees and weeds. Pansy fell silent, her emotions swirling within. A mix of small relief and twinges of regret stirred in her heart that I heard the timid Harry mention that last week's defense against the dark arts professor brought a banshee. And as a result, he and the Ravenclaw bookworm were tormented by the banshee's wails throughout the night. How amusing. The banshee couldn't even frighten a chicken, yet it managed to scare them so. Draco, who had been quietly absorbing the exchange between Arthur and Pansy, finally seized the opportunity to speak. Thanks to his father, Lucius Malfoy, being a member of the school board, Draco was already aware that the new defense against the dark arts professor was a witch from Croatia, bearing the bloodline of Avila. Upon realizing that the enchanting professor was not a pure wizard, Draco lost interest but chose not to disclose her mixed heritage, not out of a newfound restraint from spending time with Arthur, but rather as a means to later ensnare Harry with this secret. Arthur nodded slightly, surprised to find his guess had been correct, albeit not about Dumbledore, but rather the new professor to prevent the two burdensome companions beside him from succumbing to excessive gloom and weeping upon him. Arthur kindly reminded them of precautions to take when encountering the banshee. As for the banshee, remember to plug your ears, and you shall evade its attack. Yes, yes, understood, Draco and Pansy replied, nodding earnestly in their minds. Arthur's words were infallible. Following his advice would spare them from harm. Amidst the eager anticipation of all the young witches and wizards, a tall witch, perfectly contoured, exuding an air of allure, entered the classroom for defense against the dark arts. Clad in a black robe adorned with red floral patterns, her arrival rendered the classroom instantaneously hushed, all eyes, save for Arthur's, fixated upon her. Greetings, my beloved darlings. It is my honor to become your professor for defense against the dark arts. My name is Lilith Steinkana. You may call me Lilith, but do refrain from calling me Professor Steinkana, for that would vex me. Lilith placed the covered cage she held aside as she surveyed her students, offering a radiant smile that was utterly captivating. Yes, Professor Lilith. The enchanted students, enthralled by her charm, shouted with abandon. Arthur, engrossed in his reading, was startled by the cacophony of voices. Raising his gaze to the lectern where Lilith stood, "This person seems familiar," he mused, staring at Lilith for several moments. Sensing a vague recognition that eluded him, dismissing the fleeting thought, he returned to his textbook, unconcerned about the new professor's beauty, perplexed by the obsession of his peers with her allure. As Arthur's gaze lingered, Lilith noticed him, assuming he too would be captivated by her charm like the other students. Yet, after only a brief glance, he returned to his reading, leaving her momentarily taken aback. Does this young man find me utterly devoid of charm? Or has he, at such a tender age, awakened to that distasteful orientation? Lilith pursed her lips, a flicker of dissatisfaction dancing in her enchanting platinum eyes. However, constrained by her role as a professor, she resolved to store this grievance for a later time, intending to test Arthur's reactions when opportunity allowed. In the classroom brimming with buoyant energy, Lilith smiled radiantly, instructing the little wizards not to address her as Professor. Oh no, please call me Sister Lilith. I am but 22 years old. Referring to me as professor would make me feel ancient. After the students complied with her request, addressing her as Sister Lilith, she commenced the day's lesson. As she began discussing how to counter an attack from a banshee, a mysterious smile graced her lips, inciting an involuntary, foolish grin from the young boys. Before we delve into how to resist a banshee's assault, I wish for you to comprehend just how terrifying a banshee truly is. Without waiting for the students' responses, she dramatically pulled the black cloth covering the cage from the lectern. With a sudden rustle, the creature within the cage, resembling a smaller version of a banshee, akin to a marrow, was startled by the sunlight streaming in. It opened its mouth, lined with sharp teeth, emitting a piercing wail that filled the air. In that instant, the young witches and wizards in the classroom froze, their expressions blank. As moments passed, sorrow washed over their faces, and their spirits sank. As the first Hufflepuff student began to weep, a second, then a third, followed suit. Recalling their own moments of despair and helplessness, they succumbed to self-doubt, burying their heads upon their desks in tears. Lilith observed this scene with satisfaction, a subtle smile curling at her lips. She sensed the moment was ripe to silence the banshee's wails. However, her gaze fell upon Arthur and his companions, noting Draco and Pansy pressing their hands firmly against their ears, while Arthur remained engrossed in his book. Seemingly unfazed by the banshee's cries, Lilith furrowed her brow, perplexed as to how these two Slytherin students had preemptively grasped the means to evade the Banshee's onslaught before she had even explained it. The Banshee was not a topic covered in their current textbooks. Most confounding of all was the fact that Arthur Pendragon, the very target entrusted to her protection by Grindelwald, displayed no reaction to the Banshee's lament. Is he deaf, perhaps? Lilith mused internally, desperately wanting to prolong the Banshee's howls, yet aware that many students were beginning to entertain thoughts of despair. Reluctantly, she waved her wand, silencing the creature. Everyone, rally. This is merely the Banshee's mental assault. You are all remarkable children, and I hold a deep affection for each of you. Once the Banshee ceased its wailing, the students in the classroom stopped crying, though their demeanor remained despondent, heads bowed in continued self-denial. Lilith skillfully clapped her hands, drawing their attention, and unleashed her charm once more, encouraging her students. Her alluring encouragement had an effect, albeit insufficient, as one despondent Hufflepuff boy, with a dejected expression, retrieved a piece of bread from his desk. Munching on it while lamenting, "Really, Sister Lilith? I feel like a worthless insect, a useless maggot that I shouldn't be here. Dear Mordecai, you are truly splendid. Your respect for food is a commendable virtue. Do not belittle yourself." As Lilith watched the chubby Hufflepuff relishing his bread, generously slathered with blueberry jam, she couldn't help but twitch her elegantly arched brows, offering warm words of comfort. In any other class, a professor making such remarks about a Hufflepuff student would undoubtedly provoke loud mockery from the Slytherins. Yet now, these little serpents of Slytherin were ensnared in the aftermath of the Banshee's wails, too absorbed in their own despondency to ridicule others. Isn't that right? Alexander Modkisa inquired, his vacant gaze suddenly ignited with a flicker of light. Indeed, dear Modkisa, Lilith replied with a charming smile, before clapping her hands together. Now, everyone, please focus. I would like to invite a student to assist me in demonstrating how to counter the Banshee's assault. With that, her captivating eyes fell upon Arthur. Pendragon, would you be so kind as to help your sister? Arthur, who was currently engrossed in learning how to combat a boggart, furrowed his brow slightly at Lilith's request. He was perplexed as to why, among so many students, he had been singled out. Surely, this professor must be unhinged, he mused with a hint of dissatisfaction. Arthur Pendragon, I am curious to see what makes you so special. As Lilith observed the taciturn Arthur approaching her, a sense of delight blossomed within her. Pendragon, stand here. The rest of you, cover your ears with your hands. In an effort to ascertain how Arthur remained immune to the Banshee's attacks, Lilith resolved to expose him to one at close range. As the young wizards in the audience shielded their ears, they all turned their attention to the Banshee on the podium. A glimmer of mischief flickered in Lilith's eyes as she directly lifted the silencing charm from the Banshee without forewarning Arthur. Once freed from the spell's constraints, the Banshee's wails reverberated throughout the classroom. Thanks to Lilith's prior caution, the young wizards who had covered their ears were spared from its psychological assault once more. Arthur Pendragon, let us see how long you can endure this time. Hee, Lilith thought maliciously, eager to witness when Arthur would display any signs of distress. Little did she know, Arthur possessed an exceptional level of mental fortitude, capable of resisting not only the Cruciatus curse, but also the typical mental assaults of magical creatures. Professor Steinkana, what spell would you like me to use to vanquish this Banshee? The transformation charm? The silencing spell? The binding curse? Or perhaps another enchantment? Arthur raised his wand, gazing at Lilith with an air of indifference. Lilith, taken aback by Arthur's apathetic demeanor and words, felt a surge of provocation rise within her. In an instant, she momentarily forgot how to instruct him as a professor. When she finally organized her thoughts, Arthur spoke again. Well, it seems that most first-year students only know the transformation charm. Noticing Lilith's silence, Arthur aimed his wand at the Banshee and recited a segment from their lesson on the transformation charm. As his incantation successfully took effect, the Banshee within its cage began to contort grotesquely. And in a mere second, a miniature version of a merman was transformed into a stone statue by Arthur. Remarkably, the likeness of the statue was none other than Lilith herself. It was not merely lifelike. It was an exact replica. Professor Steinkana, the Banshee has been dealt with. I shall take my leave now. Without paying heed to the storm of ire brewing within Lilith's countenance, Arthur stepped down from the podium. The new defense against the dark arts professor, Lilith Steinkana, emitted a familiar scent to Arthur, reminiscent of Gilderoy Lockhart. It was as if she were playing a role. Indeed, that was precisely it. Gilderoy Lockhart portrayed an adventurous novelist, while this lady seemed to embody the persona of a kind-hearted neighbor. Yet her actions, laden with ulterior motives, left Arthur bewildered as to why these young wizards held such affection for the new professor. To alert her that he was not as easily deceived as her other students, Arthur transformed the banshee into her likeness. The banshee possessed a unique trait. When it lost consciousness, those previously affected by its wails would instantaneously break free from the curse, which was what Lilith referred to as a psychological attack. The young wizards in the audience, witnessing Arthur's effortless resolution of the banshee, erupted into applause, casting adoring glances in his direction. They had not anticipated that the transformation charm they had learned from Professor McGonagall could be wielded in the Defense Against the Dark Arts class to combat a banshee. In previous lessons on defense against the dark arts, professors would always introduce a new spell to counter or neutralize a particular dark magic or creature. No professor had ever guided them to apply what they had already learned to tackle the threats posed by dark magic and creatures. Thus, Arthur's use of the transformation charm to vanquish the banshee felt to the young wizards like Columbus discovering a new world. Lilith gazed at the statue of herself within the cage. Her lips twitching slightly, maintaining her composure, she waved her translucent, jade wand, reverting the statue back into the banshee. She then draped the black cloth over the cage once more to prevent it from continuing its wailing. With a gentle clap of her hands, she redirected the attention of the young wizards back to herself. Ahem, well done. Pandrag into Slytherin earns 5 points. The banshee is an exceptionally weak magical creature, as long as. Though Lilith felt a twinge of annoyance at Arthur's transformation of the banshee into her form, she couldn't help but acknowledge that the boy favored by Grindelwald possessed some unique qualities. Composed, meticulous, and a tad cunning, yet with a slight flaw, he seemed disinterested in the opposite sex, much like Grindelwald. Could this be the true reason for Grindelwald's favor? A wild thought surged within Lilith's mind. But as soon as it arose, she dismissed it, fearing it might be an affront to Grindelwald. The final 2 periods of defense against the dark arts concluded amidst the reluctant and forlorn gazes of the young wizards. They could not fathom why the previously interminable lessons had flown by so swiftly today. Professor Lilith's class was simply splendid. Some young wizards vowed that if she were to teach history of magic, they would not succumb to the temptation of dozing off on their desks as they had in the past. Indeed, it was far superior to Gilderoy Lockhart's teachings. During lunch, when Arthur overheard Pansy and Draco inquiring about his opinion on Lilith, he offered his candid assessment. Disliking the new professor was one thing. Acknowledging her teaching prowess was another. Arthur would not allow his personal feelings towards Lilith to cloud his judgment of her abilities. As more young wizards filled the dining hall, the atmosphere grew increasingly lively, yet discussions predominantly revolved around the new defense against the dark arts professor of first-year students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, until today, had just witnessed the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students concluding their defense against the dark arts lesson. They had anticipated seeing the students from the 2 houses emerge from their first class with Professor Lilith in a state of self-doubt and isolation, as they had experienced. Unfortunately, they were disappointed. The students from these 2 houses did not exhibit the same response, puzzled by this anomalous outcome. The first-year students from Gryffindor and Ravenclaw questioned why only they had suffered while Slytherin and Hufflepuff had escaped unscathed. Not only were they bewildered, but the Slytherin and Hufflepuff students were equally perplexed. Wasn't it just the banshee's psychological attack? What was with the severe after-effects? They remain oblivious to the fact that their lack of lingering effects from the banshee's wail is entirely attributable to Arthur. Had it not been for Arthur's intervention in class, where he transformed the banshee into a stone statue, rendering it unconscious, they would be experiencing nightmares and insomnia, just as Gryffindor and Ravenclaw did after their initial defense against the dark arts lesson. As lunchtime gradually drew to a close, the young wizards in the dining hall began to rise in preparation to depart that moment. A flock of owls, each carrying packages from Flourish and Blots, swooped through the window, heading directly towards their respective owners. These exceptionally trained couriers deftly delivered the parcels to their masters before departing with nonchalance. By Merlin's beard. Arthur Pendragon's new books number 3 in total. One Ravenclaw student, upon spotting the Flourish and Blots insignia on her package, eagerly tore it open to reveal 3 hardcover novels, exclaiming in excitement. Other young wizards who received their parcels also began to unwrap theirs, their faces lighting up with thrill upon seeing the books they had ordered arriving so promptly. The arrival of the new titles caught the attention of those who had not purchased books, prompting them to flock towards their familiar friends. Some were keen to peruse Arthur's latest works to determine if they could rival the brilliance of his first novel. Should these 3 new stories prove sufficiently captivating, they would consider acquiring 1 or 2 for themselves. Yet, Others simply harbored a desire to indulge without expense. Harry, too, received a package and had initially intended to carry it back to the Gryffindor common room before unveiling its contents. However, nearby, Ron, Neville, and several other housemates had already gathered around him, their eyes glinting with curiosity, despite their silence. Sensing the atmosphere, Harry felt compelled to not disappoint them. With his companion's eager anticipation, he unwrapped the package. Fantastic Beasts, The Holy Grail War, and Twilight City, a love story between vampires and muggles? Wow. Fantastic Beasts recounts Professor Newt Scamander's adventures in America. I must read this one first. What is Twilight City? Oh, so it's a romantic tale between vampires and muggles. What about the Holy Grail War? Does it share similarities with our wizarding world? The arrival of Arthur's new books ignited a fervor throughout the dining hall, as the young wizards who had received the novels found themselves engulfed by a throng of peers, all fervently discussing the contents of Arthur's 3 new titles. Hermione, having only eaten half her meal, felt somewhat uncomfortable amidst the fervent discussions surrounding Arthur's books and resolved to leave the dining hall. However, just then, her owl, Aisha, descended with a package before her. Thank you for your hard work, Aisha. Upon seeing the flourish and blots emblem on the parcel, Hermione silently set it at her feet, gently stroking Aisha's head with concern. Though Aisha's head remained bald, a few coarse, prickly hairs had begun to sprout, leading Hermione to speculate that in another fortnight, Aisha would return to her former appearance. She picked up a chicken leg from her plate. Tearing the meat into strips to feed to Aisha, Hermione, could you do me a favor? What's wrong with your owl? She was bullied by the other owls, that wretched bird. If only I could get my hands on it. Hermione felt a surge of indignation at the thought of not yet having captured the culprit. She looked at Hannah, who appeared flustered and anxious, and inquired further, What's the matter, Hannah? Hannah glanced toward the distant Slytherin table, then discreetly opened her robe to reveal the corners of 3 hardcover novels peeking out, her voice barely above a whisper. I would like you to accompany me to find Arthur, to get his autograph, but Arthur is with Pansy and Draco. I fear what they might do. Hannah shivered slightly at the mention of Pansy and Draco, the notorious duo of Slytherin. Pansy Parkinson and Draco Malfoy were indeed objects of dread for first-year students from the other 3 houses. Hermione, taken aback by Hannah's request, found herself at a loss for words. The mere mention of Arthur's name filled her with agitation. How could she possibly contemplate seeking him out and conversing with him? Yet, upon witnessing her shy friend's hopeful gaze, Hermione could not bring herself to refuse. Internally conflicted, she ultimately decided to assist Hannah once more. Very well, I will accompany you. With me around, Pansy and Draco will think twice before troubling you. Hermione reassured Aisha, who was still eating, before standing up and discreetly nudging the package beneath the table. Smiling at Hannah. Upon hearing Hermione's agreement to accompany her to find Arthur, Hannah's face lit up with excitement. Though she quickly lowered her gaze, her cheeks flushed. Not wanting to prolong the moment, Hermione grasped Hannah's hand and led her toward the Slytherin table. Thank you so much, Arthur. I will certainly read your 3 new books with utmost diligence, Ravenclaw's Lisa Dupin exclaimed, embracing him gently after reading the heartwarming message Arthur had pinned. With a flick of her exquisite ponytail, she skipped back to her table, beaming with joy at Ravenclaw's little fairy. Pansy scowled at Lisa's retreating figure, her grip tightening around the silver fork in her hand, fuming. If it weren't for her owl still being en route with Arthur's new book, would that little fairy from Ravenclaw have received his first autograph today? How infuriating! Pansy could hardly contain her desire to draw her wand and cast the most malicious of curses upon that wretched girl. On the opposite side, Draco, having perused Arthur's 3 new novels, wore a look of disappointment. None of them concern Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. Thus, they hold no value for me. What he truly desired was prophecies. Tales about Hogwarts, about his destiny, not these stories that bore no relation to their beloved school. Nonetheless, Draco's affluent background meant he was unconcerned about spending 15 galleons on 3 novels that failed to pique his interest. Arthur, are you really not planning to continue writing? Story set here, Draco, somewhat begrudgingly, inquired as he noticed a few more students approaching Arthur. I have no plans to write at present. Do you not find it somewhat premature to discuss next semester when this one has only just begun? Arthur replied, his tone brightening with the arrival of more young wizards receiving their parcels from Flourish and Blots, despite Dumbledore's explicit request for Arthur not to continue the series of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone. Circumstances often change. Who knows, perhaps a year from now, Dumbledore will be imploring him to write the tale of Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets. Meanwhile, Pansy, who was mentally cursing Lisa Dupin for her misfortune earlier that afternoon, noticed several students approaching with Arthur's new books in hand. Under the influence of newfound romantic feelings, she shyly approached Arthur, her cheeks tinged with pink. Arthur. I would also like an autograph. Arthur nodded, accepting the novel from Pansy, and began signing. Regardless of who it was, as long as they had purchased his book, they were his fan. Fulfilling their wishes was something Arthur would never hesitate to do. To hesitate, even for a moment, would be tantamount to disrespecting the value of money. Draco, witnessing Pansy's unexpected shyness, rubbed his eyes in disbelief. Just moments ago, she had been berating him for occupying the seat beside Arthur, yet now, in the span of mere minutes, that boisterous little tyrant had transformed into a demure lady. Noticing Draco's gaze upon her, Pansy shot him a fierce glare, taking advantage of Arthur's brief pause in writing. Now, that is the Pansy I know. The earlier incident must have been an illusion. Draco sighed with relief upon seeing Pansy's expression. Reassured that the headstrong Parkinson princess had not changed. Arthur, Hannah wishes to have your autograph. Hermione pulled Hannah along to stand behind Arthur, disregarding Pansy's threatening glare, and spoke loudly. Miss Know-it-all, can't you see that Arthur is busy? And is it your place to call him by his name? Upon seeing her most detested rival Hermione appear, Pansy's expression turned icy, a tempest of malice brewing in her brow, as she spoke in a harsh tone. Hermione, why don't we just let this go? Hannah, noticing Pansy's anger, took a fearful step back and whispered into Hermione's ear. Although Pansy had already apologized last time, that apology felt more like a veiled threat. In the face of Pansy's hostility, Hermione met her glare with equal intensity, then gently patted Hannah's hand in a comforting gesture. Now that we are here, how could we not ask for an autograph? With that, Hermione retrieved Arthur's new book from Hannah's robes and, under Pansy's fiery stare, approached Arthur, who was in the midst of signing. Arthur, Hannah is your devoted fan. Surely, you wouldn't refuse her an autograph. I would be more than happy to, Arthur replied, glancing at Hannah behind Hermione and nodding slightly. He then handed the already signed novel to Pansy with both hands before taking Hannah's book from Hermione. Pansy, they are my fans. There is no need for such animosity towards them. Arthur's tone was calm, yet Pansy could sense an underlying warning beneath his composure. Reluctantly, she withdrew her hostile gaze from the two, pouting as she lowered her head to flip through the novel. One book, one world. May life present its myriad forms. Pansy noted with some irritation that the blessing Arthur had written for her was 2 lines longer than that for Lisa Dupin from Ravenclaw, which somewhat assuaged her discontent. I am not one of your fans, Hermione muttered to herself, displeased that Arthur had referred to them instead of her. If it weren't for helping Hannah, she would have loudly declared, I, Hermione, am not your fan. Thank you, Hannah. I appreciate your unwavering support. Placing his pencil on the table, Arthur turned to Hannah, cradling 3 hefty new books, a faint smile gracing his lips, revealing what he believed to be a friendly demeanor. Such hypocrisy. Hermione silently scoffed at Arthur's rigid smile. Thank you. Thank you. I will treasure your new book. Hannah trembled as she accepted the novel from Arthur, nodding enthusiastically, her shy little face flushed with warmth. Radiating the happiest smile she had ever worn, her heart brimming with joy. With her wish fulfilled, Hannah quickly took Hermione's hand to bid farewell to Arthur. The disdainful glances from the surrounding Slytherin students weighed heavily upon her, making her feel quite oppressed. Though she was reluctant to part with Arthur, she did not wish to become the target of scorn. Arthur, why did you give her an autograph? Pansy, casting a cold gaze at Hannah and Hermione's retreating figures, longed to pose that question to Arthur. Alas, she dared not do so, fearing Arthur's wrath. As Hermione and Hannah departed, more and more young witches, already in possession of Arthur's novel, approached him, eagerly requesting his signature. Arthur observed the throng, each clutching 3 copies of his latest work, and showed no inclination to refuse them. These individuals were destined to become the first of his fans in the magical world, and he needed to cherish them. Listening to their praises, Arthur began to write blessings on their new books, leaving behind his name as well. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, when Arthur handed a signed novel to a 6th-year Ravenclaw student, he found himself alone with Pansy in the vast Hogwarts dining hall. Draco, uninterested in Arthur's signing, had left the hall early with his 2 lackeys. Thank you for staying with me, Arthur said apologetically to Pansy. It's nothing. Without me, you wouldn't manage this alone, Pansy replied, recalling Professor Lilith's enchanting smile from their morning defense against the dark arts class, and mimicked her demeanor with a radiant smile towards Arthur. Those female fans were like sirens, and some even sought Arthur's company for afternoon studies by the Black Lake's thicket. Had she not intervened, Arthur might have been occupied for another hour. Suddenly, Pansy recalled something. Looking at Arthur's gentle smile, she spoke nervously. "Arthur, I fear that by being so kind to students from other houses in front of everyone, some Slytherins might hold it against me." "You mean to say that certain Slytherin students might resent me and retaliate against you?" "Worry not, they are of no consequence," Arthur replied with a nonchalant smile. Earlier, while signing for his fans, he had caught sight of several Slytherin students casting him hostile looks, their eyes filled with animosity. He recognized them as those who had hurled insults at him during the welcoming feast, pure-blood wizards from the upper years. But so what? They were merely a few underage witches and wizards. Why should he fear them? Shouldn't he extend benefits to his fans? Reminded of the troublemaker Albert Jenkins, Arthur felt a surge of disdain. He had not forgotten his purpose for coming to Hogwarts. It was not to learn wondrous spells, but to treat Hogwarts as a sanctuary within the magical realm, a safe haven. Under the protection of the greatest wizard of our time, Dumbledore, he could write and earn a living in peace. "Let us head back to the dormitory and rest," Arthur announced, stretching lazily as he and Pansy exited the dining hall, making their way to the Slytherin common room. Perhaps it was the recent meal, or the afternoon warmth returning, but Arthur distinctly felt his body less stiff than it had been earlier that day. In the Gryffindor common room, within the girls' dormitory, Hermione suddenly sat upright in bed after just 15 minutes of slumber. Adorned with a floral sleep cap and clad in pajamas featuring cartoon cats, she quickly tapped her head with her hands. "Oh no. How could I forget? My book is still in the dining hall. I mustn't let it be lost," Hermione murmured anxiously, her cherubic face displaying a look of chagrin. "It's all that detestable Arthur's fault. If it weren't for him, I would never have forgotten." After a few moments of blaming him in her mind, Hermione hurriedly got out of bed, shedding her nightgown and sleep cap, and donned her student robes with swift efficiency. The rustling sounds of her changing woke Lavender Brown, who was sleeping in the upper bunk. "Hermione, what's wrong?" Lavender, still half lost in her delightful dreams, rubbed her eyes and queried in confusion. "That I need to step out for a moment." "You go back to sleep," Hermione replied without looking back, rushing out of the dormitory. Having read Harry Potter and the Sorcerer's Stone, Hermione did not wish to be isolated by her classmates like the Hermione in the novel. Thus, since the start of the term, she had been keenly aware of her classmates' perceptions, striving to convey kindness to them. Gradually, she not only forged a friendship with Hannah Abbott and Lisa Dupin, but also improved her relationship with her roommates significantly, offering a flimsy excuse for Lavender to continue sleeping. Hermione dashed out of the girls' dormitory and sprinted into the dining hall. "Oh my goodness, it's really gone. Who could have taken it?" Hermione exclaimed, hands on her knees, panting as she arrived at her lunch spot. Seeing the empty space beneath the table where her belongings had been, she scratched her head in frustration. Since her package had been taken, it was unlikely she would ever see it again. What to do? Should I buy another copy? As Hermione scoured every corner of the dining hall in vain, her countenance transformed into one of anguish. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming sense of despondency. As though her very soul had been lost, her eyes devoid of light. To purchase 3 more volumes would cost 15 galleons. Although my pocket money is quite ample, it feels utterly unreasonable to squander it in pursuit of whether Arthur has penned anything new. Borrowing books from Hannah and the others, that would be out of the question, for I had previously confided in them my disdain for Arthur's novels. Walking through the somewhat dimly lit corridor, Hermione's hair had become a disheveled mess, resembling a lion whose mane had been ruffled after a scuffle. At that moment, her spirits were at an all-time low, to the extent that even Peeves' mischievous antics went unnoticed. Observing Hermione's forlorn silhouette, Peeves contemplated leading her to the girls' lavatory on the 2nd floor, where she would likely face the wrath of the Weeping Myrtle. Just then, the ghostly figure of nearly headless Nick appeared at the end of the corridor, causing Peeves to shudder and hastily retreat through the wall into a nearby classroom. Well, if it isn't the know-it-all Miss Granger," exclaimed a voice from behind. "This is a matter internal to Slytherin. If you wish to avoid a beating, best mind your own business and skedaddle." Albert Jenkins, upon hearing the voice, turned around with a look of disdain upon discovering Hermione, his eyes glinting with malevolence. Hailing from a pure-blood family, he had harbored intense animosity towards Arthur ever since the Sorting Hat had placed him in Slytherin. Even the rumors suggesting that Arthur might be the offspring of some wizard stranded in the Muggle world did nothing to diminish Albert's loathing. Throughout the months since the school year commenced, Albert had sought opportunities to confront Arthur, hoping to force him out of Slytherin. However, Arthur was always shielded by two prefects, along with Draco and Pansy, leaving him with no chance to act. Today, whether it was Merlin smiling upon him or Arthur's own foolishness, this loathsome mudblood had unwittingly presented him with a rare opportunity. You cannot bully students within the school grounds. The rules prohibit it. If you dare, I shall report this to Professor McGonagall and inform Headmaster Dumbledore, Hermione declared, her gaze unwavering as she confronted the three upperclassmen from Slytherin. Though her heart raced with trepidation, she feigned a facade of strength, refusing to allow her resolve to falter in front of them. She intends to report us to a professor. How amusing! Albert and his companions erupted in laughter, showing no signs of being intimidated by Hermione's threats. Oh, look at you, another mudblood. Perfect. I'll ensure both of you are expelled from Hogwarts. With malicious intent, Albert advanced towards Hermione, his disdain for Muggleborns contorting his features. Stay back, Hermione exclaimed in panic, raising her wand at Albert, Petrificus totalis. However, her nerves betrayed her as her incantation faltered, causing the spell to misfire. As she attempted to recite the spell again, the cramped confines of the boys' lavatory left her with little room to maneuver, and Albert closed the distance between them. Mudblood, just a pathetic mudblood. You can't even cast a proper spell, Albert sneered, snatching Hermione's wand from her grasp, his eyes filled with contempt. Please, give it back, Hermione cried out. Desperation rising within her, stripped of her wand, she found herself at a loss for what to do. Her legs trembling uncontrollably, Albert's demonic visage sent her into a panic, instinctively causing her to retreat. In her haste, she stumbled upon a puddle, losing her balance and crashing to the floor with a thud. Ha! Albert and his companions roared with laughter at Hermione's disarray. Mudbloods don't deserve wands, Albert jeered. Towering over the seated Hermione with a cruel smile, gripping her wand tightly, he began to bend it, intent on breaking it before her eyes. You filthy mudbloods! You are unworthy of wielding wands, unworthy of learning magic, unworthy of even setting foot in Hogwarts. As her wand began to warp, Hermione's heart sank, realization dawning upon her. Despair washed over her as she desperately attempted to rise and reclaim her wand. But her frantic movements only rendered her more clumsy and vulnerable. Albert, reveling in her helplessness, found delight in her growing despair. Don't, please. Hermione's heart ached at the thought of her wand being shattered, tears welling in her eyes, threatening to spill over. Hurry, Albert, kick her, urged his companions, their laughter ringing in the air as they encouraged Albert to act swiftly. What's the rush? This is how we draw her deeper into despair, Albert replied with a disdainful snort, dismissing their impatience that we still need to deal with Arthur. Upon reaching this point, Albert exerted all his strength to kick his raised right leg towards Hermione. Hermione desperately wished to evade, yet at that moment, terror had rendered her legs weak, unresponsive to her brain's commands. In an instant, she began to regret her decision to come here. She could have simply left and sought out a professor. As the crisis loomed closer, Hermione felt nothing but frustration at her own rashness, never pausing to reflect on why she had chosen to assist Arthur. Albert's right foot drew nearer, and to Hermione, that terrifying, powerful foot appeared to move in slow motion. It was not that time had slowed, but rather that her awareness quickened in the face of imminent danger. In truth, while she pondered these thoughts, less than half a second had elapsed. Albert, gazing at the frozen Hermione, could already envision her being kicked into the bathroom, prompting him to apply even more force. Just then, as Hermione had resigned herself to despair, closing her eyes and allowing a single tear to escape, Albert's body suddenly froze. Petrificus totalis, transfiguration, mouse, transformation spell. Two Albert's accomplices, oblivious to the fact that Albert had been immobilized by a full-body bind curse, suddenly felt a wave of dizziness, their vision rapidly descending. As the two of them puzzled over the situation, they looked up to see a pair of enormous feet before them. Raising their gaze, they realized that Arthur, whom they had previously deemed a lamb for slaughter, had transformed into a giant. In terror, they stumbled backward, catching sight of one another. A mouse. Their own friend had been turned into a small mouse. What about themselves? At that very moment, the two transformed into mice glanced down at their hands, now adorned with gray fur and sharp claws. Squeak, squeak. Upon confirming their transformation into mice, they began to scream frantically, scurrying away in a panic from Arthur. Unfortunately, the confines of the boys' bathroom were too small, forcing them to huddle together in a corner, trembling in feared wizards. When confronted by an enemy stronger than oneself, it is imperative to remain vigilant and maintain a safe distance intact and unharmed. Cherish your wand, Hermione. Arthur retrieved Hermione's wand from Albert's grasp. After inspecting it and finding no damage, he approached the frightened Hermione, who had her eyes tightly shut. He gently took her hand, placing the wand softly in her palm. As she felt her hand enveloped by a cold grip and the familiar sensation of her wand, Hermione slowly opened her eyes. The first thing she beheld was the irremovable image of those starry eyes. Yet this time, the starlight within them shimmered even more brilliantly. Nevertheless, thank you for creating this opportunity for me. Had you not drawn their attention, I would not have been able to deal with them so effortlessly. Following this, Arthur took a clean handkerchief from his pocket and gently wiped the tears from the corners of Hermione's eyes, speaking softly and expressing his gratitude. Arthur had agreed to accompany Albert and his companions to the boys' bathroom to impart a memorable lesson to the three ill-intentioned pure-blood descendants. However, he had not anticipated Hermione's sudden entrance. Although the process had been somewhat convoluted, her arrival had facilitated the execution of his plan with greater ease. The first time a stranger, apart from her father, had touched her cheek, Hermione felt a twinge of shyness and instinctively recoiled. Why would they treat you this way? As she scrutinized Arthur's somewhat forced smile, the previous notion of insincerity faded. Instead, she glanced at Albert, who remained frozen in place, and questioned him with a hint of doubt. Although Arthur's initial words bore the tone of an elder educating a younger counterpart, the simple act of thanking her and helping to dry her tears filled Hermione with joy. Any prior dissatisfaction towards Arthur had been cast aside. They were the descendants of pure-blood wizards in the magical world. Their parents had expressed their displeasure with her when she penned a novel, prompting the Ministry of Magic to impose penalties for them. They had shown hostility towards her when she was sorted into Slytherin, seeking to prevent her from joining. How should one put it? A bunch of, never mind, they are merely worthless distractions, unworthy of concern. I had intended to teach them a lesson, but I never expected you to appear here, Arthur explained half-heartedly, feeling it unnecessary to waste breath on a few insignificant nuisances. He turned and aimed his wand at the petrified Albert, gazing into his terrified eyes, and cast the transformation spell again, turning him into an immobile mouse. I see. It seems you haven't had a pleasant time in Slytherin either. Upon hearing Arthur's explanation, Hermione sighed softly. Reflecting on her own experiences at Hogwarts, she recalled how many students disliked her. Although she endeavored to maintain relationships with her peers, she found that only a small fraction had ceased their hostility. This did not fully resolve the issue. Hermione lowered her gaze, recognizing her own reflection in Arthur, feeling a sense of empathy born from shared adversity. Let us leave. This is, after all, the boys' bathroom. After Arthur spoke, he waved his wand at the two mice scurrying about on the floor, tossing them into a nearby wastebasket. For Albert, he suspended him above the basket, ensuring he could observe his two companions below. Having completed these actions, Arthur paid no heed to Hermione's changing expression and turned to exit. In the corridor, Hermione glanced back at the boys' bathroom, feeling a surge of unease. If someone discovers that you used magic on students, Headmaster Dumbledore will punish you, and you could even be expelled. Fear not. What is punishment but a minor inconvenience? Arthur replied fearlessly. After all, these three pure-blood Slytherins had initiated trouble with him. He was merely acting in self-defense. Moreover, considering Dumbledore's reaction after he had defeated Gilderoy Lockhart, he would at most inquire if he had used his abilities and then remain silent. Expulsion was out of the question. A mere detention would suffice. If he were to be confined, that would be splendid. Arthur would not have to attend classes and could focus on writing his new book. As they waited for the stairs to slowly shift towards them in the magical staircase, Arthur withdrew his thoughts and suddenly recalled something, turning his gaze towards Hermione, gently questioning. By the way, it should be lunchtime. How did you end up here? I lost something. Upon hearing Arthur's inquiry, Hermione remembered that her bag contained Arthur's new book, which she had purchased with ulterior motives. This realization made her feel somewhat guilty. To avoid arousing Arthur's suspicions, her gaze instinctively darted elsewhere. Is it important? Where did you lose it? Since Hermione had assisted him, Arthur decided to help her locate the lost item. Unfortunately, his free writing ability had already been expended on Albert and his companions. Otherwise, he would have gladly produced his notebook. It was some clothes my mother mailed to me. I lost them in the dining hall that I intended to ask Mr. Filch about it, but if he doesn't have them—" Hermione's eyes flickered as her head turned to gaze at the exquisite oil paintings adorning the walls. Quickly concocting a lie, she could not directly tell Arthur that she had purchased his book with the intention of criticism and had subsequently lost it. Such a confession would be too embarrassing. After all, she was his critic. Why did it feel as though she had done something wrong? Hermione lamented internally that in the hall, where only the low rumble of the moving magical staircase could be heard. Arthur turned to observe Hermione's profile. Noticing the rise and fall of her throat and the subtle twitch of her lips, he sensed that she was not being entirely truthful. However, Arthur refrained from pressing further, merely concluding that Hermione was reluctant to disclose the specifics of what her mother had sent her. Girls often possess their own little secrets. You lost it in the dining hall. Then there's no need to seek out Filch. He won't be of any help. I will take you to someone more reliable who can assist you. Argus Filch, the least noticeable yet most attention-seeking staff member at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. He is a pitiable and contemptible individual, a mute born into a family of wizards yet devoid of magical prowess. Arthur sensed that Hermione was about to seek Filch's assistance, but he knew it would yield no results. Filch was solely preoccupied with apprehending students who flouted school regulations, constantly devising reasons to punish them. He had neither the time nor inclination to help Hermione locate her lost belongings as soon as Arthur's words fell. The magical staircase leading to the lower level gradually appeared before them. He waved his hand, signaling the dejected Hermione to follow him. "Where to?" Hermione inquired, her brow furrowed in confusion. "Just come along," Arthur replied with an air of mystery. Hermione, unable to suppress a roll of her eyes at his cryptic demeanor, pouted slightly but obediently trailed behind him up the staircase to the lower level. Before long, they arrived at a dimly lit, unadorned hall on the lower level. The walls were constructed from reddish-brown stone bricks, each adorned with a magical lamp. At the end of the hall lay a darker corridor, although the light was faint. A warm breeze tinged with a hint of sweetness enveloped Hermione, soothing her nerves. After all, she had imagined that Arthur might lead her to a dark and terrifying chamber, and Hermione quickly shook her head vigorously. Casting aside her fanciful thoughts, as she gazed at the corridor ahead, a realization struck her. Are we heading to Hufflepuff? Their common room doesn't permit students from other houses, does it? Despite her friendship with Hannah from Hufflepuff, Hermione had never visited her friend's dormitory, let alone the Hufflepuff common room. No, just follow me, Arthur calmly responded, proceeding down the corridor. Damn the Riddler, Hermione muttered under her breath, hesitating momentarily before following him. Thus, the two walked in silence down the corridor leading to the Hufflepuff common room. Passing a gigantic wooden barrel along the way, they continued until they reached a dead end, confronted by a large still-life painting. Potato, Arthur uttered the password to the kitchen entrance. To Hermione's astonishment, a passageway appeared within the still-life painting. What lies beyond? She asked, her curiosity piqued. Before Arthur could respond, a house elf with pale gray skin tinged with a hint of pink materialized before them. Upon recognizing Arthur and Hermione, he bowed slightly and, with a high-pitched voice, explained, "Welcome to the Hogwarts kitchen, situated directly beneath the dining hall. Greetings, Mr. Pendragon and Miss Granger, one of the lowest-ranking employees at Hogwarts." House elves typically remembered the names and appearances of all students. Though most likely to never interact with any particular student, they remained dutifully committed to their roles. Rock, Hermione has lost her belongings in the dining hall. I've brought her here to seek your assistance in locating that parcel, Arthur said, nodding at Rock, disregarding Hermione's astonished expression upon seeing the house elf. After a few days' absence, Arthur noticed that Rock appeared even happier than before, as if some good fortune had befallen him. A parcel. You say? Let me think, Rock mused, tapping his pointed chin with a slender finger. After a moment of contemplation, his eyes brightened as he looked up and exclaimed, "Indeed, there was a parcel, just half an hour ago." While collecting dishes, Mame discovered a parcel beneath the table. "I shall fetch Mame for you. Mr. Pendragon, Miss Granger, please be patient." With that, Rock bowed again and turned to enter the kitchen passage. The Hogwarts kitchen was situated directly beneath the dining hall, featuring a space proportionate to the dining area above, complete with long tables and benches mirroring those above. When mealtime approached, house elves would lay out the day's banquet on these long tables. Once everything was arranged, they would use magic to transport the feast to the dining hall. After the students and teachers finished their meals, they would send the remaining dishes back down. The transportation magic utilized by the house elves was a spell established by Helga Hufflepuff, one of Hogwarts' founding members, to prevent the accidental transport of individuals into the kitchen. This magic only allowed for the movement of objects. Thus, no young wizards had ever experienced an accidental trip to the kitchen. However, this spell had its drawbacks. Being a relic from a millennium ago.it could only recognize certain items that had already been placed in the dining hall or those that had been newly introduced and enchanted by the professors. Consequently, items left behind by students were often deemed as rubbish and sent to the kitchen. This resulted in the house elves needing to periodically deliver these forgotten items to the Hogwarts caretaker's office. Previous caretakers had been relatively kind-hearted, returning lost items to students. However, the current caretaker, Filch, could not bear the fact that he was a squib, and his jealousy towards students who wielded magic fueled his disdain. This animosity was the primary reason for his loathing of students. Whenever he received lost items from the house elves, he never proactively returned them. Only if a student approached him, and he happened to be in a good mood, would he return their belongings. After Rock, the peculiar little creature, vanished, Hermione turned to Arthur, her astonishment still evident on her face, and asked, "What is that creature?" "They are house elves, magical beings of high intelligence, akin to the goblins of Gringotts and the centaurs of the Forbidden Forest." Reflecting on Hermione's future endeavors to champion the rights of house elves and establish a liberation front, Arthur offered a simple explanation: a reincarnated individual. The adage, "those not of my kin harbored different hearts," resonated deeply within him. His attitude towards house elves mirrored that of other wizards. Even towards other races, if they threatened humanity's status, he would harbor no sympathy should they face extinction or become enslaved like the house elves. Yet Hermione was different. As a product of a traditional English education, she held the belief that all life should be treated equally. She believed that house elves should not endure such unjust treatment, nor should they be subjugated as slaves to wizards. In her fourth year, she established the Society for the Promotion of House Elf Rights, advocating for their welfare. J.K. Rowling has stated that following her graduation, Hermione founded the Liberation Front to free house elves, marking her first foray into political activism. When compassion intertwines with ulterior motives, it ceases to be pure. If Hermione were to learn that house elves were enslaved by wizards, how would that reflect on her founding of the society 3 years prior? It sounds intriguing, Arthur mused, yet his sixth sense warned him that this could lead to significant troubles in the future. Why have we not encountered them before? I don't recall reading about them in any history of the school, Hermione pressed further. Having read Hogwarts, a history 3 times, she distinctly remembered that there was no mention of house elves within its pages, which puzzled her greatly. Their primary role is to assist us in preparing our 3 daily meals, as well as helping new students transport their belongings to their dormitories, among other logistical tasks. As for your second question, I suggest you inquire with the professors. I always assumed that the food was conjured by the professors using magic. Hermione reflected, her brow furrowing in thought. She had never considered that there existed a group of unheralded house elves laboring diligently in the seldom visited kitchen. The notion of food conjured by magic? It seemed such a thing had yet to be discovered. Food materialized from thin air typically belonged to transfiguration or the transportation of food from elsewhere. The latter was acceptable and could be consumed normally, but the former was perilous. If the spellcaster were to reverse the transfiguration after consumption, it would indeed be disastrous. You can never truly fathom what the food you consume might have once been. A mouse, a toad, a cockroach, a centipede, a spider, or perhaps excrement. Upon hearing Hermione's naive remarks, Arthur couldn't help but let out a chuckle. "Oh dear. Please, spare me the details. It's quite revolting." The thought of those repulsive creatures, their corpses residing within her stomach, made Hermione's own stomach churn, inducing a wave of nausea. She quickly interjected, urging Arthur to cease his commentary. Observing Hermione's reaction, Arthur offered a faint smile and fell silent, successfully diverting her inquiries about the house elf. His objective had been accomplished. The dimly lit corridor fell into a tranquil silence once more. Before long, Rocky emerged from the shadowy kitchen passage, cradling a package that seemed quite substantial in his grasp. "Miss Granger, is this your parcel?" he inquired politely, extending the package towards Hermione. "Yes, thank you ever so much," Hermione replied, her gaze drawn to the prominently displayed logo of Lee's bookstore atop the parcel. That a pang of anxiety struck her heart. Fearing that Arthur might uncover the secret of her purchase, she hastily accepted the package from Rocky's hands, swiftly concealing it within her robes. The mere thought of Arthur discovering her clandestine acquisition of his new book was mortifying, and she felt as though she might die of embarrassment on the spot. "Thank you, Rocky." Arthur expressed his gratitude, recognizing the parcel as Hermione's lost item. "It is my honor to assist Miss Granger in retrieving her belongings," Rocky replied, bowing once more. When he lifted his gaze again, he fixed his eyes on Hermione and inquired, "Do you need to check if anything else is missing?" Hermione's heart raced at the suggestion, and she hastily exclaimed, "No, no. The packaging is intact. There is nothing amiss." Inside was Arthur's new book, and the prospect of him seeing it was utterly mortifying. With a silent sigh, Hermione thought, "I must change the subject. Come along, Arthur. I have classes this afternoon, and we should be on our way." With that, Hermione attempted to lead Arthur away from the scene. "Wait, Mr. Pendragon, I have something to report," Rocky interjected urgently, casting a glance at Hermione. "Is it regarding that matter? Do you have news?" Arthur inquired, slightly taken aback. "Indeed, Mr. Pendragon, there is no need for concern. Please proceed." Rocky continued, "Concerning the Horned Serpent, both Headmaster Dumbledore and Professor Sylvanus Kettleburn, who teaches care of magical creatures, as well as Professor Snape from Potions, are aware of the situation." Arthur did not regard it as a secret, so revealing it to Hermione was of little consequence. "Mr. Pendragon, I have learned of a house elf named Creature who knows the whereabouts of the Horned Serpent. I spoke with him, hoping he might assist me in capturing one or at least divulging its location, but he adamantly refused, asserting that he would never return to that place and would not disclose any information regarding it." Rocky spoke cautiously, twirling his fingers at his chest. He felt a wave of guilt for not completing Arthur's task and feared Arthur's disappointment. "Creature, I believe I am beginning to understand the situation. Thank you for your assistance. This information is incredibly valuable to me." Upon hearing that Creature was aware of the Horned Serpent's whereabouts, Arthur's mind suddenly recalled the cave on the isolated island where Voldemort concealed a Horcrux. Within that cave lay a dark lake, home to a small island, upon which rested a stone basin containing Voldemort's Horcrux, a fake. The lake was heavily warded by Voldemort, preventing wizards from using magic to reach the island, while a horde of Inferi swam in the lake, preventing anyone from swimming to the island to retrieve his Horcrux. These Inferi, with their decaying flesh, were among the Horned Serpent's favorite delicacies. Creature must have discovered the Horned Serpent when he accompanied Regulus Black to replace the Horcrux and witnessed Regulus being dragged into the lake by the Inferi. Arthur mused. The news Rocky had brought him was undoubtedly the highlight of his day. However, capturing a Horned Serpent on that isolated island would prove to be a formidable challenge. Currently, the only beings capable of accessing the island were Voldemort and the house elf Creature. Voldemort was not worth considering, and persuading Creature, a notoriously obstinate creature, to guide Arthur to the island would be equally troublesome. "It seems I must seek assistance elsewhere." Suddenly, a reliable individual came to mind. After bidding farewell to the house elf Rocky, Arthur and Hermione retraced their steps back to the magical staircase hall. At that moment, Hermione was preoccupied with her parcel, silently hoping Arthur would not discover the contents were his new book. In an effort to break the silence and shift Arthur's attention, Hermione suddenly inquired, "What sort of fascinating creature is the Horned Serpent? What do you intend to do with it?" "It is a magical creature that wizards believe to be extinct. My primary goal is to conduct comprehensive research on it to enrich the material for my future novels." "Material for a novel? Are you embarking on another writing project?" Hermione exclaimed, unable to suppress her surprise. Since the publication of Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, Arthur had released 3 more novels in just 2 months. Did he never tire? Was his creative well not yet drained? Hermione regarded him with a look of incredulity. "When I have free time, I write. After all, I have little else to occupy myself with, and writing novels is a means of earning money. Here comes the staircase to the upper floors. You should ascend now." With the weight of considerable debt upon his shoulders, Arthur realized that a young girl like Hermione could hardly comprehend his plight, and he chose not to elaborate as the magical staircase leading to Gryffindor's 7th floor approached. It was time for him to part ways with Hermione. "Thank you, Arthur. Had it not been for you, I might never have recovered my parcel." Upon learning that Arthur's writing was motivated by financial need, Hermione felt a surge of sympathy, reflecting on whether she had perhaps been too unkind to him in the past. "You were the one who helped me first. Farewell." Arthur waved, preparing to await the magical staircase leading to the basement level. This afternoon, He had no classes and intended to return to his dormitory for a brief rest before heading to the library to write. Hermione waved goodbye to Arthur and hurried up the staircase. Cradling her parcel at that moment, an unexpected occurrence transpired. Peeves, the mischievous poltergeist of Hogwarts, suddenly sprang from the wall, leaping in front of Hermione and making a comical face. Lost in thought, Hermione was taken by surprise and let out a startled scream. Instinctively loosening her grip on the parcel, by the time she realized what was happening, it was too late. The package had slipped from her robes and tumbled down the staircase to land at Arthur's feet. "Oh no," Hermione exclaimed, noticing the Lee's bookstore logo facing upward, while Arthur lowered his gaze to inspect the parcel. "The Lee's bookstore emblem. Inside is my novel, isn't it? I had no idea Hermione was also a fan of my work. Would you like me to sign it for you?" Arthur hoisted the package, feeling its weight correspond to the 3 new books he had recently published, and inquired of Hermione, who stood at the edge of the staircase. "I am not your fan. I bought it for someone else," Hermione retorted, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Snatching the parcel from Arthur's grasp, she dashed away towards the Gryffindor common room, not daring to look back. "I am not. Who would want your autograph? Such a self-important fellow." The very scenario she had dreaded had come to pass, leaving Hermione feeling utterly mortified, like a young girl caught with her first love letter by her parents. She dashed into the Gryffindor common room, her face burning with shame. What a blunder it had been. She had let her excitement over the book fan overshadow her common sense. Not every admirer wished to meet the author. How had she forgotten such an obvious truth? Arthur scratched his head, troubled by the situation. However, he soon discovered the presence of another reader, which brought him immense joy. The addition of just one more reader signified an increase in his earnings, thereby enabling him to secure another loan. As time swiftly passed, at 9 o'clock 1 week later, Arthur and Draco bid farewell to Pansy and exited the Slytherin common room, making their way towards a classroom on the first floor. Upon their arrival, Professor McGonagall was already standing at the lectern, her expression inscrutable as she regarded them. Arthur glanced around the classroom and noticed that Harry and Hermione were seated in the front row, dutifully bowing their heads, leaving one to wonder whether they were genuinely focused on their studies or simply intimidated by Professor McGonagall. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Pendragon, and Mr. Malfoy, you have already faced disciplinary action from the school once. Why have you not learned your lesson? Are you aware?" Professor McGonagall sighed, her stern gaze settling on the duo as they took their seats at her silent prompting. "Miss Granger, you are the student I hold in the highest regard. I have always believed you to be the least likely to violate school rules. Why, in that moment, did you not seek to ascertain the truth before casting a spell on Mr. Malfoy, after reprimanding the 3 boys?" Professor McGonagall turned her attention to Hermione, intent on delivering a thorough admonishment, but upon seeing the tears welling in her eyes, she refrained. With a deep breath, she shifted her gaze back to Arthur, the only one who dared to meet her eyes. "Arthur, you are the most talented student I have encountered in my years as a transfiguration professor, mastering the art of transfiguration at an astonishing pace. I have only just introduced the basics of object transformation, yet you have already demonstrated proficiency in the living transformation spell. However, you must not become arrogant or complacent in your abilities and use spells against your upperclassmen. If they bully you, you should report it to Professor Snape that afternoon." Having learned from Filch that Arthur had transformed 3 older Slytherin students into mice and tossed them into a toilet, Professor McGonagall felt a mix of anger and pride. Anger at Arthur for once again breaching school rules, but pride in his newfound mastery of living transformation. Observing Arthur's impassive demeanor, she proceeded to enumerate the other infractions committed by the trio. Hermione casting spells on Draco during flying lessons, and Draco and Harry engaging in a brawl during the same class. Remember, if you continue to violate school rules, the consequences will not be as simple as patrolling the Forbidden Forest, Professor McGonagall, having forgotten when she last felt such anger and feeling somewhat parched, concluded her reprimand by announcing the punishment. "What? We have to patrol the Forbidden Forest?" Upon hearing that their punishment involved the Forbidden Forest, Harry and Draco were immediately engulfed by an ominous sensation, their faces paling as they gasped in disbelief. From her authoritative position at the lectern, Professor McGonagall noticed their startled exclamations, her brow furrowing slightly. Recalling the previous incident in the Forbidden Forest, where Harry, Draco, and Arthur had all been victims, her stern expression softened, revealing a warm smile. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Malfoy, I understand your apprehensions. However, rest assured that since the last incident, Headmaster Dumbledore has collaborated with the intelligent beings of the Forbidden Forest to eliminate all dangerous creatures residing within. Moreover, the centaurs living in the forest have intensified their patrols around their territory. This time, you shall encounter neither dark wizards nor perilous magical creatures. Professor McGonagall, observing the pallor on their faces, gently elucidated. Her soothing tone possessed a certain enchantment, alleviating some of the tension etched upon Harry and Draco's features. Is that so? Then let us hope tonight's excursion to the Forbidden Forest concludes peacefully. Draco, somewhat skeptical of Professor McGonagall's assurances, muttered quietly. Due to his father, Lucius Malfoy, Draco was privy to many clandestine pieces of information. For instance, he was aware that the werewolves who had attacked them during their last venture into the Forbidden Forest were under the control of Death Eaters, whose objective had been to eliminate Arthur. The two Death Eaters involved, however, had never emerged from the forest. Following that incident, the Malfoys had grown increasingly convinced that Arthur possessed a unique prophetic ability. Regarding Arthur's prophecy, Draco recalled the encounter with the mysterious figure consuming unicorn blood in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, which could be interpreted as Draco and Harry, under Hagrid's guidance, entering the Forbidden Forest and encountering an injured unicorn, thereby facing danger. Tonight, Draco was once again bound to patrol the Forbidden Forest alongside Harry, with the half-giant Hagrid leading the way. What do you mean? You don't trust the headmaster and the professors? Hermione retorted, unable to restrain herself at Draco's sarcastic tone. That in her mind, the events of the last incident were behind them. The headmaster and his team had eradicated the destabilizing factors within the Forbidden Forest. How could a similar situation possibly arise again? Humph, if we encounter danger again, I am confident my father will confront Headmaster Dumbledore. Draco rolled his eyes at Hermione, then turned to Professor McGonagall, speaking with a stern tone. His implication was clear. Should they face peril akin to their previous ordeal, his father, Lucius Malfoy, would undoubtedly rally other board members to impeach Headmaster Dumbledore. Knock, knock, knock. Professor McGonagall, my apologies for my tardiness. A tall, burly figure entered the classroom, his voice tinged with guilt as he glanced at Professor McGonagall. That I was preoccupied with Fong, who has been unwell today. I was quite worried and have been tending to him. Fong will be fine, Hagrid. If you're truly concerned, you may take him to Madame Pomfrey, Professor McGonagall replied, her demeanor softening as she nodded at Hagrid. She understood Hagrid's lateness. Fong had been his companion for many years and had become like family to him. Thank you, Professor McGonagall, Hagrid said, a hint of relief washing over his troubled features as he acknowledged her. Come along, children. Hagrid beckoned the four, waving his massive hand. Observing Arthur rise from his seat, Draco followed suit. Do you think there will be any danger this time? Arthur inquired. As the stars twinkled above, a gentle breeze caressed the quiet dirt path. Draco glanced ahead at Hagrid, who was carrying an oil lamp, and quickened his pace to walk beside Arthur, whispering his concerns. Harry, noticing Draco's inquiry directed at Arthur, moved closer as well. Truth be told, Draco harbored considerable anxiety regarding this expedition into the Forbidden Forest. What unforeseen circumstances might arise? Are you secretly hoping for something unexpected to occur? Why are you here? Draco snapped at Harry, who had the audacity to approach them, the very instigator of their punishment. I am not here for you. It's none of your business, Harry retorted defiantly. Unlike his earlier days at school when he had felt intimidated by Draco, he now stood his ground. You, Draco seethed, wanting to retaliate, but Arthur raised his arm to quell their dispute. There is no place that is absolutely safe. Rest assured, just stay close to Hagrid, and we will encounter no danger, Arthur calmly asserted, directing his gaze toward Hermione, who was glancing back at them. Damn it, I would rather be by your side than Hagrid's. A sense of foreboding enveloped Draco and Harry as they heard Arthur's words. Draco cursed under his breath. Due to their late departure and Fong's illness requiring rest, Hagrid did not take the four to his home, but led them directly into the Forbidden Forest. Compared to their previous expedition, the trees in the forest were now devoid of leaves, and the underbrush lay bare with only gnarled branches remaining. Under the moonless night sky, the entire forest appeared eerie and foreboding, and the occasional caw of a raven sent shivers down the spines of Draco and Harry, who were already filled with trepidation about the journey ahead. Suddenly, a small deer leapt from the underbrush behind Harry and Draco, the rustling noise causing both to instinctively draw closer together, their anxiety palpable. Indeed, The Gryffindor cowards fear even a single deer. Draco was the first to react, casting a beam of light from his wand. Upon discovering that the figure before him was merely an adolescent deer, he let out a derisive chuckle and cast a scornful glance at Harry beside him. Humph, as if you weren't frightened just now. You nearly stepped on my foot. The coward is clearly you. Harry adjusted his glasses and, unwilling to back down, emitted a defiant snort. What? Do you want to fight? Draco raised his fist, his face brimming with indignation. He was no longer the Draco who had once been knocked out by Harry in a single punch. Over the past month, he had diligently engaged in running and physical training, significantly enhancing his physique. He firmly believed that he would not fall victim to Harry's underhanded tactics again. You two, hurry up. Just as Harry and Draco were about to clash, Hagrid, walking ahead, turned and bellowed at the pair. Seeing this, they reluctantly retracted their fists and hurried to catch up with Hagrid and the others. Arthur, it's pitch black. What are you writing? The dispute between Harry and Draco had caught Hermione's attention. But when she noticed Arthur walking while jotting down notes in his journal, she curiously inquired, just some intriguing happenings. Arthur set down his pencil with a smile in response. Hermione, somewhat skeptical of Arthur's words, directed her gaze towards the journaled, in the faint starlight. She discerned the faint outlines of two names, Harry Potter and Draco Malfoy. Being a clever girl, Hermione quickly realized that Arthur was documenting the recent altercation between Harry and Draco, presumably for material for a future story. Upon this realization, she puffed up her adorable cheeks and approached Arthur, whispering a warning. By the way, if you dare to include me in your novel again, I will not let you off easily. Is it not permissible for me to portray you beautifully? More stunning than Professor Bishtianka, perhaps? Arthur, alarmed at Hermione's insistence that she not be featured in the narrative, felt a sense of urgency. According to Aunt Teresa's feedback, Hermione Granger was the most beloved character among American readers in Harry Potter and the Philosopher's Stone, if Hermione were omitted from the second installment. Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, readers would undoubtedly revolt that it was easy to foresee a significant decline in book sales, that a lack of sales would equate to a lack of revenue. A scenario Arthur could not accept. Compared to Harry, Hermione's parents were of middle-class standing, with a strong legal awareness. If Hermione refused to allow Arthur to include her in his story, he found himself momentarily at a loss for solutions. Would he dare to kill her off? That was out of the question. He sensed that if he were to eliminate the highly popular Hermione, Aunt Teresa's office would be flooded with threats from across the ocean. Humph, I shall not believe you, Hermione scoffed, for Professor Lilith was the most beautiful person she had ever encountered. Even the most glamorous British actresses paled in comparison to Professor Lilith, while she fantasized about becoming an exceptionally beautiful woman. Hermione was also self-aware enough to recognize that she could never surpass Professor Lilith in beauty. Seeing Hermione's resolute stance, Arthur sighed and chose not to press further at this moment. No amount of persuasion would alter her mindset. He would have to devise a long-term strategy for this matter. Shoo, silence. Hagrid, at the forefront, suddenly halted and whispered to the quartet, "There is a unicorn foal ahead. You all stay here. I will go take a look." Unicorns were known to be extremely fearful of humans, and Hagrid, who often patrolled the Forbidden Forest, had experience in soothing a lost unicorn to prevent Arthur and the others from startling the young unicorn. He instructed them to remain stationary, though, for heaven's sake. Encountering a unicorn again, Draco, lagging behind, kicked a small stone in frustration upon hearing Hagrid's words, then raised his wand, vigilantly scanning the surroundings, under the glow emitted by the wand's tip. The leafless shrubs and ancient trees exuded an ominous aura of danger. Recalling the prophecy his father had derived from Arthur's stories, he realized that the final trigger condition for the impending crisis in the Forbidden Forest had now manifested with the appearance of the unicorn. This indicated that calamity was imminent. An overwhelming sense of dread engulfed Draco, and his grip on his wand became slick with perspiration. "Look at you, trembling at the sight of a mere unicorn." "How amusing," Harry remarked, observing Draco's sudden bout of anxiety. However, as he spoke, a rustling sound emanated from the surrounding underbrush, suggesting that something was approaching them. The already eerie atmosphere of the Forbidden Forest was intensified by this sudden noise, causing Harry to feel a jolt of alarm. "You fool! Have you forgotten that we encountered danger right after seeing a unicorn last time?" Draco scolded vehemently as the sounds from the bushes grew increasingly pronounced. Revealing that something was about to emerge, Draco trembled and swiftly turned to run towards Arthur. Arthur, help! Something is coming. Don't panic. Turn around and see what it is, Arthur replied, exasperated, as he observed Draco's legs quaking and his body trembling. He illuminated the area with his wand, addressing Draco. Upon seeing Arthur's calm demeanor, Draco hurriedly glanced back, only to witness 5 or 6 adult stags leaping over Harry's head, disappearing into the thicket on the other side. How ridiculous! You are truly a coward. If those you have bullied knew that you were frightened by a few stags, it would surely amuse them, Hermione remarked with a disdainful chuckle, covering her mouth. In her life, she had never encountered anyone afraid of deer. You, Draco, one hand clutching his chest and the other pointing at Hermione, attempted to retort, but the remnants of his earlier fear left him at a loss for words. He could only glare menacingly at her. What about me? You show no semblance of a man. Look at Harry. He isn't afraid at all. Hermione, undeterred by Draco's glare, taunted him again, then turned to Harry, who stood 5 meters away. Urging him softly, Harry, come over here. While there are no magical creatures that pose a threat, there might be some venomous snakes lurking about this season, and getting bitten would be quite unfortunate. After Hermione spoke, she anticipated that Harry would turn and approach, but to her dismay, he remained stationary, seemingly oblivious to her words, standing there like a statue. Believing Harry was merely teasing her, she was about to call out for him to come closer when she noticed Arthur suddenly raise his wand. There's something. Draco, get behind me, Arthur commanded. Seeing a shadow emerge in front of Harry, he extended his arm, pulling Draco behind him while he moved toward Harry. Wand at the ready. At that moment, Harry hung his head, staring at the withered, decaying hand grasping his ankle. His mind overwhelmed with terror, he wished to cry for help, yet his mouth refused to open. He could not comprehend why a single withered hand, one that had rotted to the point of being infested with maggots and revealing stark white bones, possessed such strength to hold on to his ankle. It was utterly bizarre. What kind of terrifying monster is this? Harry screamed in despair within his mind. Harry, step back. Arthur placed his left hand on Harry's shoulder, pulling him back, while his other hand aimed his wand at the shadow on the ground, casting an explosive spell. Boom! The violent explosion shattered the eerie figure on the ground into fragments. Yet Arthur's spell seemed to inflict no mortal wound upon the shadow. The scattered remnants quickly twisted into a circular form, coalescing into a mass of black mire, from which a chilling blood-red eye emerged. Before Arthur could discern what manner of creature it was, the shadow dashed past him with an almost imperceptible speed, charging towards Hermione and Draco. Dada! A startled exclamation escaped Hermione from behind. Arthur swiftly turned around, only to witness the black mud morphing into elongated, tentacle-like forms, tightly coiling around the bodies of both Hermione and Draco. The blood-red eyes that roamed chaotically across the black mud emitted a chilling and sinister glow under the starlight. The two were ensnared by this creature, capable of rapidly shifting between shadows and black mud. Unsettling rustling sounds emanated from the surrounding underbrush, sending shivers down their spines. Mere seconds later, countless decaying arms emerged from the thicket, crawling toward the pair, having never encountered such a bizarre and terrifying scene. Hermione gazed at the rotting limbs inching closer, her terror overwhelming her as she burst into tears. Arthur, save me! Draco, noticing the swarm of putrid arms advancing toward him, cried out in panic for Arthur's assistance. He struggled fiercely to break free from the constraining black mud, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not budge even slightly. The strength of the eerie black mud far surpassed that of an 11-year-old boy. Arthur, be careful! Harry, who had been knocked to the ground by Arthur, saw several more decaying arms appearing around them, moving in a grotesque manner towards him and Arthur, and he screamed in terror. Are your wands merely decorative? Stupefy! The shimmering light of the spell illuminated Arthur's cheek, his serious expression rendering him somewhat intimidating that he looked at Harry and the others, unable to fathom their inaction in the face of danger, and could not help but bellow at the trio, simultaneously waving his wand to cast a counter curse on Hermione. Unfortunately, the black mud was not a mere curse. The stupefy spell's silvery light struck it, seemingly without effect. The eyes embedded in the black mud that ensnared Hermione even morphed into crescent shapes, mocking Arthur. It's fine. I can handle this alone, confirming that the black mud was not a type of malevolent spell. Arthur quietly declined the assistance of the audience sister. This crisis appeared exceedingly peculiar, catching them off guard. Yet, Arthur believed it was not yet time to seek aid from the audience sister. firewall protection. With the rotting arms drawing perilously close, merely a meter away, Arthur furrowed his brow and swiftly planted his wand into the ground, chanting loudly the incantation for the flame protection spell. The spell concluded. A serpent of fire erupted from Arthur's wand. Racing along the ground, in less than half a meter, the fire serpent split into two, veering off to continue its rapid advance, wherever the fire serpent passed. A wall of flames, rising to knee height, formed, effectively blocking the decaying arms that sought to reach him and Harry, while continuing its relentless pursuit toward Hermione and Draco in less than 2 seconds. The two fire serpents converged and intertwined behind Hermione and Draco, encircling the four of them and creating a sanctuary. The rotting arms seemed only able to sense the scent of the living, disregarding the existence of the firewall, and continued their relentless crawl toward Arthur and the others. They crossed the firewall. They were instantly ignited by the searing flames. The ignited limbs barely crawled a short distance before being consumed by the flames, reduced to white ash and bone. This was the advanced spell that followed the flame spell, the flame protection spell. This something learned in the 3rd year. Harry observed the surrounding firewall, swallowing hard in astonishment. His gaze toward Arthur now held a hint of admiration. The flame spell had been recently taught by Professor Felicity in their last week's class. Harry had even received praise from Professor Felicity for successfully conjuring a flame the size of a pigeon egg. Now witnessing Arthur cast a spell even more advanced than the flame spell, successfully repelling those grotesque, decaying limbs, Harry felt not only envy but a sudden pang of jealousy. Like him, Arthur was a student hailing from the Muggle world. They were of the same age, yet Arthur had already become a gifted writer. Now, even his progress in spell learning surpassed Harry's own.